In a modern twist of fate, a contemporary individual named Wang finds himself transported to the universe of One Punch Man, assuming the identity of King. He declares, "I am a hero by the grace of luck and the strongest man on the surface." Saitama inquires, "King, is the solitude of invincibility too overwhelming?" Wang responds, "I understand. Saitama, would you be interested in accompanying me to explore the world of Dragon Ball or the Armored Beast world, to seek out those formidable opponents for a battle?" Chapter 1. The Might of King, fueled by the imagination of adversaries. Good news, I survived a stroke of luck and found myself transported instead of perishing completely. Bad news, I have landed in the world of One Punch Man, and I have become the utterly powerless king. In the realm of One Punch Man, specifically in M City Central Park, an alarming siren blares. Monster alert! Monster alert! The chilling announcement echoes through the air. According to the latest reports, monsters have appeared near Central Park in M City. Residents in the vicinity are urged to proceed to the nearest evacuation points. The Hero Association has dispatched heroes to handle the situation. Upon hearing the alarm, the crowd in the park erupts into chaos, fleeing in panic. Among them is a man wearing a black cap, his face obscured, hastening along with the throng. Damn it! King's reputation for attracting monsters is indeed well-deserved. I've barely stepped out when a monster attack occurs. Wang clenches his fists, instinctively quickening his pace. In truth, Wang is not from this world. He hails from Earth in the 21st century, an ordinary young man. His misfortune is quite extraordinary. While enjoying a peaceful day playing video games, he was struck by an unforeseen twist of fate. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a strange apartment that a glance in the mirror revealed 3 distinctive scars on his face, and he realized he had transformed into King. In that moment, the weight of his predicament crashed upon him. This world of One Punch Man is perilous, rife with demon-level and dragon-level monsters that threaten to obliterate cities. And he, as King, possesses a resounding reputation but lacks any commensurate combat prowess. After much contemplation, Wang deduces that his best chance for survival in this world is to cling to a powerful ally. He resolves to seek out the bald hero, Saitama, garbed in a yellow bodysuit and cape, that if he can secure the support of such a formidable figure, he believes he might evade death even if the gods themselves descend. However, according to the current timeline, Saitama has yet to join the Hero Association, and there remain strangers that Wang knows Saitama resides in Z City, but lacks the precise address. Venturing into Z City indiscriminately is not an option, particularly since the Monster Association's headquarters lies beneath its surface, that a chance encounter with a monster could spell disaster for him. Thus, Wang plans to peruse various discount supermarkets in M City, hoping for a serendipitous encounter with Saitama while he shops for bargains. Little did he know that merely taking a break in a nearby park would lead to an attack by a monster. Ha ha ha! You cannot escape. A creature resembling a vending machine obstructs the park's entrance. That I am the vending machine monster. It's your fault for not purchasing my drinks, causing me to fail my monthly KPIs. Therefore, I shall eliminate you all and convert you into my beverages. Ha ha ha. The vending machine monster's cackling laughter fills the air as mechanical tentacles surge from its dispensing slot, striking towards the terrified crowd like venomous serpents. Help! Let me go! Several bystanders become ensnared by the tentacles, emitting heart-wrenching cries as they are dragged toward the monster's gaping maw, revealing whirling blades and bubbling. Eerie liquid within a cold sweat beads on Wang's forehead, his palms icy with fear that he understands his limitations. While this body possesses superior qualities compared to an average person, the ability to withstand the Emperor engine is proof of that. Rescuing anyone from this metallic monstrosity is a fool's errand. Preserving my own life is paramount. This thought crystallizes in his mind as he crouches low, preparing to utilize the chaos of the crowd and the park's facilities as cover to escape. At that moment, a schoolboy suddenly bursts forth from behind the vending machine monster. The creature spins around, its tentacles sweeping through the air. The boy deftly rolls aside, but inadvertently collides with Wang, knocking off his cap. Sorry. The boy looks up, eyes widening in astonishment. Wait, are you King? His exclamation ripples through the crowd like a stone cast into still water. The fleeing masses halt, dozens of eyes fixating on Wang. That IT truly is King. The strongest man on the surface. This is fantastic. We are saved. Cheers erupt, and even a fervent female fan screams, King, I want to bear your children. Wang's lips twitch uncontrollably. At this moment, he wishes only to vanish into the ground or stuff the loquacious boy into the vending machine. Panic surges within him has been thoroughly exposed. He glances at the vending machine monster, which now displays an expression of terror on its mechanical screen. The strongest man, King? The creature's voice quivers as its tentacles freeze midair. Impossible. How could you be here? Wang feels his heart racing uncontrollably, the familiar roar of the Emperor engine reverberating in his chest. The very air around him seems to tremble with the resonance of his powerful heartbeat. Thump! 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 The vending machine monster stumbles back, its mechanical appendages retracting. Don't come any closer. I warn you. A flash of inspiration strikes Wang. Since everyone believes him to be the strongest king, why not he slowly raises his right hand, adopting a posture as if preparing to strike, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Though internally panicking, he maintains an enigmatic expression on the surface, I.S. King preparing to unleash his famed technique, the Purgatory Dual Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. It is said that when this technique is invoked, anything in its path will be reduced to ashes, and no monster can withstand it. Let King annihilate that grotesque creature. The onlookers, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing King's legendary move, fervently cheer that Wang mentally berates the absurdly embarrassing name of such a technique. Yet he understands that he must not falter, he must intimidate the vending machine monster with this bravado to ensure their survival. Wait, the vending machine monster, witnessing the fervent cries of the crowd, immediately exclaims, King, I surrender. I will leave at once. Please do not employ your ultimate technique. With that, the vending machine monster turns and flees, its mechanical legs propelling it swiftly while it cries, Help! King is going to kill the monster. Wang. This is possible too? The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. King is so impressive. He didn't even need to lift a finger to scare the monster away. Is this the power of the strongest man on the surface? King, look at me. Wang hurriedly retrieves his cap and dons it once more, hastily departing the scene. He must vacate this area quickly should the vending machine monster regain its composure and launch a counterattack. He would be in grave peril as he turns a corner. A chime resonates in his mind. Chapter 2. The Deterrence System, Mosquito Woman Ding. The host has successfully deterred a monster. The deterrence system has been successfully bound. Wang gasped in shock, excitement nearly causing his imperial engine to ignite. Indeed, it seems that saying holds true. Whenever one traverses worlds, the system may arrive late. Yet it never fails to show up. After a brief moment to steady his nerves, he found a ramen shop, ordered a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, and casually opened the system. He opened the system immediately. The answer was simple. Standing idly on the street, pointing at the air would be utterly foolish. With a swift motion, a virtual screen appeared before him, visible only to Wang. Deterrence System. Host. Wang Level 1. Experience points. 0-100. Attributes. Strength. 7. Agility. 6. Spirit. 5. Skill. Imperial Engine. The heart can emit a roar akin to a racing engine, but aside from appearing impressive, it serves no other purpose. Beginner. 0-50. Deterrence points. 50. A gentle reminder. The attribute values of an average person are all 5, with a maximum value of 100. Each time the host levels up, they receive 10 free attribute points to allocate as desired. When attributes reach their maximum, one must break through their own limiter to continue allocating points, and the highest attribute value cannot exceed 5 times that of the lowest to avoid bodily strain. Skill proficiency is categorized as beginner, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, transcendence, and divine mastery. Deterrence points can be converted into the host's S-level experience or skill experience, obtainable through deterring monsters. Wang read the system prompts thoroughly 3 times, grasping the essence of its function. Simply put, he could acquire deterrence points by intimidating monsters, which he could then use to enhance his own strength. A smile crept across Wang's face. Although his system may not compare to others that grant overwhelming power from the outset, and it was merely a tool without intelligence, its stability provided him with a clear path to becoming stronger. What more could he possibly desire? Sir, your ramen is ready. Enjoy. Wang eagerly devoured the ramen, channeling all his deterrence points into the proficiency of the Imperial Engine. Keeping those points was of no use, unable to level up. He might as well invest them in skills and see what effects might arise. Deterrence points 50. Proficiency of Imperial Engine increased to Proficient 0200. Imperial Engine. Added sound wave effect. Upon activation, a red aura will envelop the host, now even more striking. As the system notification chimed, Wang felt his heart leap. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful beats of his heart resonated within his chest, causing even the ramen broth before him to ripple. To his astonishment, he realized that the sound waves from his heartbeat were truly projecting outward. "Sir, are you all right?" A concerned waiter approached, having heard the unusual sounds. "And no, I'm fine." Wang hurriedly waved his hand, striving to calm his racing heart. He noticed several patrons casting curious glances in his direction, clearly having heard the extraordinary noise. "Is that amazing? I never expected to encounter this while simply enjoying ramen. Was that the Imperial Engine?" I felt my entire body resonate. Evidently, the unexpected attention surprised Wang. He had deliberately removed his duckbill cap to enjoy his ramen, but the noise from the Imperial Engine drew the gaze of fellow diners, leading to his immediate recognition. "Sir, could I have your autograph? Sir, can we take a picture together? Sir, may I bear your child?" The patrons surged forward like fervent fans, encircling Wang in an instant. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he found himself squeezed in the crowd. "Everyone, please take your time, one at a time. Ma'am, kindly refrain from inappropriate behavior. Thank you." Just as he was racking his brain for a way to escape, suddenly, boom. A deafening crash echoed as a massive hole was smashed into the ramen shop ceiling, debris scattering everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, a broken figure seemed to plummet down. Wang pushed through the crowd, cautiously approaching. As the haze began to clear, a broken silhouette emerged from the rubble. It was a female monster, lacking limbs and with a deflated blood sac, lying feebly among the debris. Her wings were shattered, her sharp mouthpiece broken, and her body marred by wounds, clearly having endured a brutal battle. "This is the Mosquito Woman?" Wang's pupils constricted, his heart racing uncontrollably. The Imperial Engine roared to life uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful sound wave shook the air, a red aura swirling around Wang, causing all the glassware in the ramen shop to shatter instantly. The surrounding diners recoiled in fear from the sudden heartbeat, stepping back in trepidation. "The Sir is angry. Is he preparing to eliminate this monster? What a strong aura. Truly the strongest man on earth." Wang paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his gaze fixed intently on the Mosquito Woman. According to the original story, she had been sent flying by Saitama during her battle with Genos, yet here she was, lying before him. His thoughts raced, recalling the news he had seen that morning before leaving. The television reported a large-scale mosquito swarm attack in the city, with no survivors among those who came into contact. At the time, he had wondered if this was not the narrative of the Mosquito Woman leading the swarm in devastation. So that's it, Wang realized. The Mosquito Woman must have encountered that bald, formidable foe during her rampage in the city and was subsequently flung here. No wonder I couldn't find Saitama after wandering all day. His gaze returned to the feeble Mosquito Woman. In the original plot, the Evolution House would soon send Beast King to trouble Saitama, only to have the bald hero and Genos dismantle their lair. This meant that the Evolution House was currently too preoccupied to retrieve the Mosquito Woman. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. His deterrence system required intimidating monsters to obtain points. The gravely injured Mosquito Woman, devoid of her blood sac and any means of resistance, was essentially an experience package delivered to his doorstep. Other monsters might lash out in fear, but the Mosquito Woman, having lost her means of attack, posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, Wang's gaze unconsciously swept over the Mosquito Woman's form. Though battered, it remained alluring. Her pale skin glistened like pearls under the light. Her slender waist and ample bosom formed enticing curves, and even stained with blood, she retained an irresistible beauty. Keeping her around would be quite a pleasing sight. Chapter 3. Level Up or Ascend Skills. The diners in the ramen shop had retreated to the walls, watching him with a mix of fear and anticipation. Wang cleared his throat, the roar of the Imperial Engine adding a touch of authority to his voice. "There is no need for alarm, everyone." His deep voice resonated within the ramen shop. "This monster has lost its combat capability. As a hero, I have the responsibility to bring her back to the Association for Justice to be served." As soon as he finished speaking, the patrons erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Truly worthy of a hero. How magnificent. He intends to capture the monster alive. Hurry, take pictures. We must document the hero's grandeur. This is exclusive news. Wang maintained his composure as he approached the mosquito woman, his heart racing. He crouched down, scrutinizing the formidable monster that had once posed a challenge to Genos. The mosquito woman seemed to sense something, her blood-red eyes slowly opening. Upon recognizing the man's face before her, her pupils dilated in shock. The wings of the mosquito woman trembled violently, the sound delicate as a whisper, yet filled with dread. "Please, do not kill me." Clearly, as a prominent combatant of the evolutionary realm, her infamous reputation preceded her. Ding. Detected that the ghost-level creature, mosquito woman, instills profound fear in the host. Deterrence points, 200. The system's prompt filled Wang with exhilaration. A promising start. He feigned gravitas as he extended his hand, seizing the slender neck of the mosquito woman and lifting her effortlessly. This action elicited gasps from the surrounding onlookers. "Do not worry, I have no intention of killing you." Wang lowered his voice, ensuring only she could hear. "But you must cooperate with me, do you understand?" The mosquito woman nodded weakly, blood droplets clinging to her long eyelashes. Wang could feel her petite frame quivering in his grasp, and this sensation of controlling a formidable being quickened his heartbeat. "Everyone, please make way." Holding the mosquito woman, Wang stood, and the roar of the Imperial engine prompted the gathered crowd to part. For the Hero Association possessed specialized facilities to handle such situations. As they exited the ramen shop, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed them. Wang glanced down at the near-lifeless mosquito woman in his arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What a treasure I've stumbled upon." Naturally, Wang had no intention of delivering the mosquito woman to the Hero Association. What a ludicrous notion. To hand over a freshly acquired source of experience and a potential research specimen? He deliberately avoided the bustling thoroughfares, opting instead for secluded alleys. At last, he arrived at his residence in a high-end apartment complex. With a fingerprint scan, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. Before him lay the quintessential setup of a solitary male, unexpectedly spacious and tidy. Dominating the living room was an enormous screen that nearly consumed an entire wall. Surrounded by top-tier audio equipment and gaming consoles, with corners piled high with limited edition figurines and an extensive collection of game discs. Thanks to the generous remuneration distributed monthly by the Hero Association based on hero rankings, being ranked 7th placed him in the upper echelon, free from financial worries. Carefully closing the alloy door, Wang finally exhaled deeply. Leaning against the cool door, he looked down at the still unconscious mosquito woman, whose breathing appeared steadier now. Her tattered body, stained with dried blood and dirt, starkly contrasted with the immaculate surroundings of his living room. This simply won't do, Wang frowned. He needed the mosquito woman to remain alive, conscious, and fearful. Yet, leaving her in such a filthy state on the floor was clearly unacceptable. For the next hour, Wang experienced a flurry of frantic activity. He was no medical professional or biologist, and tending to a creature resembling a human female, yet missing limbs, proved far more challenging and awkward than he had anticipated. He retrieved a large plastic basin, mixed warm water, and scoured through boxes to find several old towels. Carrying the mosquito woman to the bathroom, he hesitated repeatedly before ultimately closing his eyes. Using a towel soaked in warm water to gently wipe away the large patches of blood and grime, carefully avoiding the more gruesome wounds. Throughout the process, he tried to avert his gaze from her overtly feminine features. Yet, his fingertips occasionally brushed against her cold, resilient skin, sending a jolt through him, nearly causing the Imperial engine to roar uncontrollably once more. The washing process was clumsy and labor-intensive, focusing primarily on removing significant blood clots and grease. He worked as gently as possible, fearing to awaken her or cause further harm, the entire endeavor feeling as tense as defusing a bomb, leaving him physically drained. When he finally wrapped the clean mosquito woman in a dry bath towel and returned her to the guest room bed, he collapsed onto the floor beside the bed, panting heavily. Goodness, this is far more exhausting than a day of gaming. Although the washed mosquito woman remained unconscious, pale, and fragile, she was no longer tainted by prior filth and the overwhelming scent of blood. Her pale skin glimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the dim light, and her facial features were strikingly defined. The unique beauty, teetering between an otherworldly allure and a fragile state, left Wang momentarily entranced. He slapped his face to regain focus. Wang, stay alert. Do not be deceived by appearances. She is a ghost-level creature. Who knows what she might do if she regains consciousness? Suppressing the peculiar feelings that surged within him, Wang promptly initiated the next security measure. He rummaged through his storage room to retrieve some exceptionally strong hemp rope. With swift yet cautious movements, he bound the remaining limbs of the mosquito woman, primarily her waist and thighs, as her arms and legs were lost, securely to the solid wood bed frame, wrapping it several times and tying it in a firm knot. Though uncertain of her strength upon recovery, this was the best he could manage for now. Having completed this task, he exited the guest room and flopped heavily onto the plush sofa in the living room. Fatigue washed over him, yet his mind buzzed with excitement. System, he silently urged. The virtual screen, visible only to him, unfolded instantly. Deterrent system, host, D. Wang, level 1, experience points, 0-100, attributes, strength, 7, agility, 6, spirit, 5, skill, imperial engine, proficiency, 0-200, generates substantial sound wave vibrations upon activation, surrounded by a red aura, enhancing deterrence points, 200 points. This was the windfall garnered from the mosquito woman's extreme fear in the ramen shop. D. Wang took a deep breath, his gaze darting across the system interface. Leveling up required 100 experience points, and 1 deterrence point could be exchanged for 1 experience point. Reaching level 2 would grant 10 free attribute points, an enticing prospect. 10 points in attributes, whether in strength, agility, or spirit, would yield immediate enhancements to his physical prowess. Perhaps it could increase his speed and escape, bolster the power of his punches, or heighten his mental clarity. However, another choice loomed equally tempting, investing in skills. The Imperial Engine was currently only a proficiency, and the required 200 deterrence points for an upgrade were readily available. Moreover, from the description, it appeared that proficiency had unlocked the physical effects of sound waves. In the rushed moments at the ramen shop, it seemed to have genuinely created ripples in the soup. What if it were upgraded further? Would its power increase? Would its range expand? Could it even induce a psychological suppression, such as momentarily stunning individuals? This skill was his signature technique for survival, a means to intimidate creatures and acquire more points. Enhancing it equated to bolstering his capacity for sustainable growth. The two choices clashed fiercely in D. Wang's mind. The benefits of leveling up were clear, a comprehensive enhancement of foundational abilities, directly reinforcing his survival and combat, or rather, escape capabilities, imparting a sense of security. Conversely, the allure of upgrading the skill lay in strengthening his core technique, making his intimidation more genuinely impactful, allowing him to deter foes, especially more formidable creatures, more efficiently and safely, thus acquiring subsequent deterrence points with greater ease. Chapter 4. Imperial Engine, Minor Accomplishment. D. Wang reclined on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest as his mind raced. While the prospect of attribute enhancement was enticing, ascending from level 1 to level 2 might only yield incremental changes, unlikely to produce a transformative leap. No matter how elevated his fundamental attributes, they would prove inadequate against truly powerful ghost or dragon-level creatures without triggering a qualitative change. However, the Imperial Engine was different. His thoughts crystallized. This was a force field type skill. If I elevate it sufficiently, the released pressure and sound waves could compel nearby lower-level creatures to submit instantly, or even cause slightly stronger creatures to falter in their resolve to attack. Wouldn't I then possess a passive talisman akin to a fear aura? In the absence of the enemy's understanding of the truth, this intangible and unseen psychological deterrence proves to be far more secure and efficient than a direct blow, which might not even hurt. More importantly, it aligns perfectly with this persona. Nothing embodies the identity of the strongest man on Earth better than a mere roar of the Emperor Engine to frighten foes away. A person who only knows to charge in with brute force would be a disgrace. With this realization, D. Wang felt no more hesitation. Yes, this is it. The essence of deterrence lies in fear, and investing in the Emperor Engine strengthens the very source of that fear. First, he must build a formidable reputation to ensure survival, so that the rewards may flow in abundantly. With a thought, he issued a command to the system interface. Would you like to invest 200 deterrence points to enhance the proficiency of the skill, Emperor Engine? Yes. D. Wang firmly repeated in his heart. The moment the command was issued, an indescribable sensation surged through his entire being. It was not a mere enhancement of physical attributes, but rather an understanding of sound and momentum, flooding into his brain and heart like a torrent unleashed. Deterrence points, 200, skill, Emperor Engine proficiency increasing, immediately. His heart contracted sharply, then expanded. It was not a painful physiological response. Rather, it felt as if his heart had become the core piston of an engine. Each pump grew stronger and deeper, resonating with an invisible power within his chest. Emperor Engine Proficiency. Minor Success, 0-600. Skill Effects Updated, 1. Initial Majesty. When the Emperor Engine is activated, the substantive sound wave impact is significantly enhanced, imposing a strong sense of oppression on ordinary individuals. 2. Aura Intensification. The concentration of red aura surrounding him increased markedly, transitioning from a light red to a more oppressive dark red, taking on a more refined form. Akin to burning dark flames, creating a formidable visual deterrent. 3. Passive Deterrence. New when the host perceives intense hostility or murderous intent. It releases deterrent sound waves and weak aura. This passive effect can somewhat interfere with ambushers and provide the host with warning time. 4. Slight increase in mental resistance. During the activation of the Emperor Engine, the host's resistance to mental attacks, such as fear and confusion, experiences a slight enhancement. Minor Success. Wang abruptly sat up straight from the sofa, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He raised his hand, pressing it against his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Not an intentional activation. But in this moment of exhilaration, his heart beat like a drum, deep and slow. It was no longer just a vibration, it was a force. He could even feel how each heavy heartbeat stirred the air around him. Though the red aura of full activation was absent, he felt as if there was an engine brimming with dynamic energy waiting within his chest. The passive effect. This was truly a lifesaver. Wang clenched his fist in exhilaration. Those 200 points were worth every bit. The value of the passive effect was immeasurable and could absolutely turn the tide in critical moments. Moreover, the enhancement of mental resistance made his heart soar with joy. This indicated that the Emperor Engine was not only an offensive skill but also began to provide protective benefits. He smiled broadly, revealing the first genuine smile, filled with confidence since his arrival in this world. This feeling was truly delightful. He murmured softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tightly closed guest room door. Inside lay a delicate and agile mosquito woman capable of steadily producing deterrence points. The following day, the afternoon sunlight, slightly tipsy, filtered through the slats of the guest room's blinds, casting elongated beams on the floor. The mosquito woman's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, her blood-red pupils gradually focusing. Before her was a strange, plain ceiling. Then, a sudden and intense sensation of constraint gripped her waist and thighs, causing sharp pain. She tried to struggle in terror, but her limbless body resembled a pinned butterfly specimen, only able to futilely twist her torso, aggravating her not yet fully healed wounds, resulting in a tearing pain. A suppressed groan escaped her pale lips. Memories surged into her mind like icy tides. A swarm of scarlet mosquitoes darkened the sky, the cyborg, Genos, fighting desperately. The searing flames, and then that figure. The man clad in a cheap yellow bodysuit, bald and glistening. He had simply waved his hand with a hint of impatience. Slap. That seemingly casual smack carried terrifying power capable of rending space, striking her face with tremendous force. In that moment, she felt her once proud hardened mandibles shatter like paper. Her entire head feeling as though it would be torn from her body. The immense impact transformed her into a meteor, crashing through several buildings. The final explosion of her blood sacs was like a balloon bursting, instantly draining her of all strength and life essence. The mosquito woman's body trembled uncontrollably, her blood-red pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads from sheer terror. That bald figure, that unremarkable slap, the catastrophic calamity and bone-deep despair it brought had imprinted itself like the most primal brand within every cell of her being. Merely recalling it was enough to instill a suffocating coldness, as if at any moment that bald man would burst through the wall. Creak. The guest room door was gently pushed open. The subtle sound reverberated like thunder in the mosquito woman's ears. She fixed her gaze on the door, her body taut with tension. Wang stepped inside. He still wore the simple loungewear, but his expression was different from yesterday, embodying a deliberate calmness and detachment. He held a glass filled with a viscous, dark red liquid. Chapter 5, The Plan for Controlled Breeding, Secured. You are awake, Wang said, approaching the bed and looking down at the mosquito woman firmly bound to it. The 3 scars appeared especially stark in the dim light. The mosquito woman gazed at his distinctly recognizable face, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. The strongest man on earth. How could he be here? What does he want with me? Could he be in league with that bald man? Countless fearful thoughts spiraled wildly in her mind. The brief awakening yesterday had not allowed her to remember that she had fallen from the ramen shop, only to be picked up by Wang. It seems you are recovering well. Wang's gaze swept over the mosquito woman's already scabbed and healing wounds, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. The blood sacs are gone, your limbs are severed, but you are alive. Consider yourself fortunate. The mosquito woman dared not respond, merely staring at Wang with her terrified blood-red eyes, and at the glass of blood in his hand. That bald man who did this to you, Wang remarked nonchalantly. He seems quite interested in you. Or perhaps more accurately, he is intrigued by that place called the Evolution House behind you. The mosquito woman's body jolted violently. Wang keenly detected her reaction and continued in his emotionless tone. He is currently outside, searching for clues about the Evolution House. Tell me, what do you think will happen if he finds out you are here? No. Please, no. The mosquito woman instantly collapsed. What did the bald man's search signify? It meant annihilation. Absolute, irrefutable annihilation. She could almost envision that bald man bursting through the door, casually reducing her to dust. The base of the Evolution House. Before such a presence, it was merely a sandcastle that could be effortlessly wiped away. Even the so-called strongest Azura rhinoceros beetle, imprisoned in the lowest depths of the Evolution House, would likely be unable to withstand a single punch from that bald man. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, as she pleaded desperately, her voice contorted by fear. Please, sir, do not hand me over to him. No, I do not want to die. I do not want to see him again. Tears mingled with the cold sweat of terror streamed down her pale, beautiful cheeks. Ding. Deep fear detected in host due to the ghost-level entity mosquito woman, related to Saitama. Intimidation points, 100. Wang felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, Saitama is a powerful card to play. On the surface, he maintained his enigmatic demeanor, stating, If you obey me from now on, I can plead with Saitama, yes, the bald one, to spare your life. Mosquito woman replied, I am willing to do anything. Please protect me. Wang responded, Very well, you shall be my maid from now on. Success. The initial phase of the captive breeding plan had achieved victory. At that moment, an incongruous gurgling sound abruptly emanated from Mosquito Woman's flat abdomen. The noise was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the room. Wang's gaze fell upon the glass in his hand. He leaned forward, the rim nearly brushing her pale lips. Drink, he urged. Mosquito Woman was already entranced by the dark red liquid, her intense thirst nearly robbing her of reason. She believed it to be delicious plasma. Eagerly, she opened her small mouth and cautiously sipped from Wang's hand. However, cough, cough, cough. Mosquito Woman suddenly expelled the liquid from her mouth, her pale face contorting in visceral disgust, tinged with a hint of anger. What is this foul substance? Sour and astringent. It tastes horrendous. I want blood. Fresh. Warm blood. Human blood. Animal blood. Anything. I refuse to drink this. She accused like a deceived child, her indignation overshadowing her fear of the terrifying man before her. Wang's gaze suddenly turned icy. Without the need for deliberate invocation, a deep, primal roar akin to an ancient beast awakening erupted from within his chest without warning. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat, now more condensed, heavier, and penetrating than it had been yesterday at the ramen shop, filled the room. An invisible force compressed and reverberated through the air, causing the windows to hum under the strain. Simultaneously, a thick, dark red aura, reminiscent of hellish lava, surged around Wang like a living flame. The crimson light cast his cold, hard features in the guise of a deity wielding life and death, bearing an oppressive weight that sent shivers through Mosquito Woman on the bed. It was as if the light of the entire room had been consumed by that dark red aura, leaving only Wang's eyes, flickering with a chilling glow amidst the fiery atmosphere. He slowly lowered his head, leaning closer to Mosquito Woman's face, twisted in terror. Each word seemed to carry the weight of thunder, crashing against her eardrums and heart. Picky eater? His voice was deep, like the tolling of hell's bell. Shall I let the blood within you flow freely for you to drink your fill? No, 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 no. Mosquito Woman frantically shook her head, tears flooding her eyes once more. But this time it was a complete surrender, a fear humbled to the dust. I was wrong. I'm sorry, sir. Tomato juice is wonderful. I'll drink it. I will drink it now. Without waiting for Wang to make any further move, she desperately stretched her neck, pressing her soft lips firmly against the cold glass wall, willingly gulping down the viscous, chilling liquid that made her nauseous. In truth, mosquitoes do not solely feed on blood. Plant juices can also provide essential nutrients for their survival, albeit with lesser nutritional value than blood. With each sip of tomato juice, Mosquito Woman's throat instinctively rebelled, wanting to constrict. Yet, she suppressed the urge, fearing that even a moment's delay might provoke the man before her, enveloped in that crimson, terrifying energy. who seemed even more adept at tormenting souls than the bald-headed one. Ding. Intimidation forced the target to submit. Intimidation points. 20. From the continuous, humiliating fear of submission, Wang observed the scene before him with satisfaction, once again accumulating intimidation points. The dark red aura gradually receded, the thunderous heartbeat lessening but not entirely ceasing. Wang withdrew the cup, now empty of tomato juice. He cast a dispassionate glance at Mosquito Woman's pale face, flushed from her excessive gulping. Good. Remember this feeling. His voice regained its previous calm tone. The condition for survival is absolute obedience. He turned to leave. Sir, Mosquito Woman cried, her voice trembling, summoning her last vestiges of courage to plead softly. I need just a little blood, a tiny bit, for healing, please. Wang halted at the door, not turning back. The room was left with only the low, rhythmic thrum of his heart, alongside Mosquito Woman's heavy, stifled breaths. The pressure of this silence was more terrifying than any words. After several seconds, the cold voice echoed once more. Let us see how you perform. Chapter 6. Purchasing Mechanical Prosthetics, Encountering Saitama Hewlett-Packard Mall, the city's commercial landmark. This sprawling shopping center, exceeding 100,000 square meters, resembled a miniature city. 7 stories of circular architecture soared skyward, the glass facade shimmering with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. As the largest comprehensive mall serving several surrounding towns, it offered everything from luxury goods to everyday items, even featuring dedicated sections for technological products and fresh groceries. However, the most enticing aspect was the Saturday specials. Today's special. Fresh beef ribs at half price. Eggs buy one get one free. Last day for points redemption. Spend 5,000 yen and receive a lottery ticket. Major clearance sale in the electronics section. Miss today and wait another year. Amidst the cacophony of promotional announcements, the crowd surged through the spacious aisles like a school of migrating fish. Wang lowered the brim of his hat and nimbly navigated through the throng. Having changed into casual attire for his outing, he donned a dark gray hoodie paired with black cargo pants, topped off with a cap that nearly obscured half his face, seamlessly blending into the weekend shopping crowd. Only the occasional glimpse of 3 scars peeking from beneath the hat betrayed the true identity of this formidable man. Make way. Make way. A housewife, pushing a cart laden with discounted toilet paper, barreled through the crowd, nearly colliding with Wang. He deftly sidestepped, but kept his eyes scanning for a particular figure within the crowd. According to the original timeline, Saitama should have already met Genos and dealt with the evolutionary house incident. As Wang walked, he pondered the possibility of encountering them in the supermarket, not only to confirm the progression of the plot, but perhaps even to. His thoughts were interrupted by a commotion ahead. A crowd had gathered around the electronics section, where a salesman in a cheap suit was vociferously pitching something. The latest model of vacuum robot, originally 999 yen, today a special price only 19,999. Don't miss today. Wang shook his head and quickened his pace to leave the area. His primary goal for this outing was to purchase mechanical prosthetics, retrieving Mosquito Woman and leveraging her fear of Saitama to continuously harvest intimidation points had entered its preliminary phase. Yet, the practicality soon revealed problems. Keeping a bedridden figure who had lost all limbs, unable to care for herself? What a joke. Wang, much like the original host, was essentially a severe introvert, finding even the daily act of self-care bothersome, let alone tending to a peculiar creature. Hire a nanny? With his high salary as the 7th-ranked hero, money was not an issue. However, the real question was, which ordinary human nanny would dare, or be willing, to care for a grotesque blood-sucking monster? They might faint before even stepping through the door or call the police the next day. She must be made capable of movement. Wang concluded within himself. In the world of One Punch Man, despite the seemingly similar technological advancements to those of Earth in the early 21st century, certain realms of black technology have truly transcended imagination. Particularly remarkable are the mechanical prosthetics. The 5th floor of the shopping mall, dedicated to futuristic technology, serves as the most advanced hub for technological products in the entire city. The automatic doors glide open silently, and a blend of cool air mingled with the sense of metal and plastic greets visitors. Various dazzling technological products are displayed: household robots, holographic projection devices, and smart home systems. Yet Wang's gaze is fixated on the medical assistance device section nestled in the corner. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A saleswoman, clad in a deep blue uniform skirt, approaches briskly. She appears to be in her mid-20s, her shoulder-length chestnut curls swaying gently with her movement. And her name tag reads Sato Misaki. Are you shopping for a family member? Sato smiles professionally. We have various models available. Ranging from basic to, her introduction halts abruptly as Wang inadvertently raises his gaze, catching the scar on his face, causing her pupils to constrict in surprise. You are. Wang's heart tightened. He contemplated denying it. He was not fond of being the center of attention. Yet, Sato quickly composed herself, her professionalism overcoming her initial astonishment. Please follow me, sir. We have just received a new shipment of the latest prosthetic models, which should meet your needs. She led Wang to a semi-enclosed display area, deftly unlocking the glass showcase. These are military-grade products developed by Dr. Bofiai. They are waterproof, shock-resistant, with a weight capacity of up to 200 kilograms and joint flexibility akin to that of a real human. Wang's gaze swept over the rows of prosthetics crafted from metal and carbon fiber. These cold mechanical creations shimmered under the lights, each joint meticulously designed to inspire awe. Is there a model that can be controlled remotely? Sato's eyes sparkled. Are you referring to the neural link type? We do have an experimental product. She enthusiastically guided Wang to an independent display in the center of the hall. This is our flagship product, utilizing nanotechnology for bionic simulation. With a neural connection rate of 92, almost indistinguishable from a natural limb. On the display, a set of silver-gray mechanical limbs glimmered under the spotlight. The slender mechanical fingers could perform delicate tasks, such as grasping a coin, while a hydraulic system at the joints ensured power output. Most importantly, Sato pressed a button on the side of the display, and the prosthetic immediately ceased all movement. It is equipped with the latest remote control system, allowing guardians to enable or disable the prosthetic functions at any time via a dedicated wristband. Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. This was precisely what he needed, a means to restore the Mosquito Girl's mobility while retaining the ability to revoke her freedom of movement when necessary. Demonstrate the control function. He instructed succinctly. Sato skillfully donned a nearby black wristband and explained, as you can see, pressing this red button locks the prosthetic. As she spoke, the mechanical arm on display became rigid, and pressing the green button would restore its movement. The wristband also featured a biometric lock, ensuring only registered users could operate it. Wang nodded. What is the price? Each limb is priced at 2 million yen, while the complete set of 4 limbs is available for a promotional price of 7 million yen. Sato gazed at Wang expectantly. Today is Saturday's special sale. If you purchase now, you will also receive a 100,000 yen gift voucher and a lifetime of free maintenance services. For an ordinary person, this price would be exorbitant. Yet for a top-tier hero's salary, it was but a trivial sum. Wang did not hesitate. I will take a set, and I want it now. As the machine spat out the purchase order, Sato's hands trembled slightly. This transaction would secure her a 6-figure commission. She carefully handed Wang a specially designed metal box containing the prosthetics, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed joy. Sir, would you like me to introduce other products? She blushed slightly. Or perhaps I could accompany you around them all. Wang shook his head. No need. Thank you. He turned to leave, oblivious to the disappointment etched on Sato's face. His next destination was the fresh produce section on the ground floor. Refrigerated cabinets displayed an array of meats, with price tags reflecting a geometric increase in quality. This one, the grade 5 Wagyu. He selected several beautifully marbled steaks, but hesitated momentarily before pointing to a box of dark red solids in the corner. That beef blood block. Please wrap it up as well. The butcher glanced at him curiously, but, adhering to his professionalism, did not inquire further, efficiently packaging the blood block. Would you like it cut into smaller pieces? No, a whole piece will suffice. Holding the heavy shopping bag, Wang turned toward the vegetable section, where a throng of housewives scrambled for discounted vegetables. Suddenly, he halted. In front of the discounted cabbage display, a particularly conspicuous bald head reflected the overhead lights. Clad in a slightly dirty yellow bodysuit and a white cape, the figure exuded an aura of indifference. Saitama. Beside him, a blonde cyborg youth diligently took notes, listening to his mentor's instruction. Chapter 7. Nothing a top-grade Wagyu hot pot can't resolve. Genos, the most crucial aspect of hot pot is the freshness of the ingredients. Saitama lifted a cabbage and shook it earnestly. Look at the moisture of these leaves. That's the essence. Of course. The most significant part is that it's on sale today. Genos nodded seriously, quickly jotting down notes. Understood, sensei. The discount is the soul of hot pot. I will remember this. Wang's heart skipped a beat. Thud. The low rumble of his heartbeat echoed in his chest, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Emperor engine activated uncontrollably. Almost simultaneously, both Saitama and Genos turned their heads, their gazes piercing toward Di Wang's direction. This heartbeat, Genos' mechanical eye swiftly locked onto Di Wang. Sensei, an abnormal biological reaction has been detected. Saitama's expression turned slightly puzzled. I feel like I've heard this somewhere. Di Wang's cold sweat drenched his back. He quickly adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to remain calm. The rumble of the Emperor engine gradually subsided, but it was too late. Genos had already approached, his golden mechanical eye flashing with a dangerous red light. Who are you? Why is there such an abnormal physiological response? Di Wang inhaled deeply, slowly raising his head to reveal the scar beneath the brim of his hat. You are. Genos appeared momentarily stunned. 7th-ranked hero? Saitama's eyes lit up. Oh, that sounds impressive. Di Wang replied. So it seems I was right about you, Saitama. Genos, however, became even more vigilant. According to the data, the Emperor engine is a special ability in combat mode, but the heartbeat frequency just now does not match the database record. Genos, Saitama suddenly patted his apprentice's shoulder. Don't be so tense. He might just, have a louder heartbeat? Di Wang nearly laughed aloud. Is this the logic of Saitama? Saitama-kun, Genos-kun, it seems our meeting is fated. Di Wang raised the heavy plastic bag in his hand. The top-grade Wagyu's vibrant red meat glistening enticingly under the lights. I just purchased some excellent beef and was planning to go home to prepare hot pot. If you don't mind, why not join me? He waved the bag, the perfect marbling of the beef becoming even more alluring. Genos furrowed his brow, instinctively interjecting, Sensei. We still have. He habitually assumed that such social activities would disrupt Saitama's tranquility or leisure time spent playing games or watching television. Great. It's settled then. Saitama's voice had risen an octave higher than usual, his gaze fixated intently on the plastic bag before him, his Adam's apple noticeably bobbing. He lifted a solitary discounted cabbage from his shopping basket, exclaiming, I just happened to buy the perfect accompaniment. Di Wang noticed the price tag on the cabbage, which read 39 yen, a limited-time offer, its edges already wilting. Meanwhile, the Wagyu beef in his own bag was worth a staggering 28,000 yen. As a long-term unemployed hero who relied on supermarket discounts and convenience store bento deals, this premium Wagyu was nothing short of legendary. Typically, his hot pot featured discounted cabbage and the cheapest thin-sliced pork roll from the supermarket. Genos seemed poised to say something, but Saitama placed a firm hand on his shoulder, insisting, Genos, it's rude to refuse such enthusiasm from a gentleman. Genos immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, replying, Then I shall impose. The formality made Di Wang feel somewhat awkward. As he scratched his cheek, he was acutely aware of the comfortable life he now led, the luxurious apartment, the generous hero stipend, and even the top-tier Wagyu that he could casually purchase at the supermarket, all thanks to the bald man before him, who had an unusual fondness for discounted cabbage. After all, in the original story, Saitama always appeared at the scene after major disasters had been resolved, silently departing while the true credit went to him, the only witness present. With this thought, Di Wang secretly vowed to repay Saitama once they became more familiar, perhaps by playing fighting games with just 2 fingers. His inherited gaming prowess, combined with the experience of being a top-tier esports enthusiast in his past life, made him an almost supernatural player. Saitama turned to Di Wang with an unusually radiant smile, stating, Let's south head to your place. The city isn't suitable for running at full speed. Genos, curious, eager to savor the taste of premium Wagyu. He could hardly contain his excitement. As you command, Sensei, Genos replied, glancing at Di Wang. Sir, may I confirm that you have a clear broth for the hot pot? Sensei cannot handle spicy food. Of course, Di Wang nodded, suppressing a chuckle. Who would have thought the strongest bald hero had a fear of spice? This detail had not been mentioned in the original narrative. The 3 of them took off from a concealed spot in the mall. Genos' thrusters ignited with blue flames as he held Saitama with one arm and the shopping bag with the other. Di Wang was lifted by Saitama by the collar of his shirt, much like a kitten. The bald hero seemed entirely oblivious to how terrifying this experience could be for a regular person. The wind howled past his ears, and Di Wang kept his eyes tightly shut, fearing that if he opened them, he might be sick. His heart raced uncontrollably, purely out of fright. Hey, your heartbeat is quite loud. Saitama's voice pierced through the wind. Imperial engine. Genos immediately entered battle mode. Sir, have you detected any suspicious monsters? No, Di Wang managed to stammer. I just have a fear of heights. 5 minutes later, they landed on the balcony of Wang's apartment. With shaky legs, he stepped into the living room, while Saitama dashed into the kitchen, asking, "Where is the pot? Where is the induction cooker? I'll handle the beef." Genos followed dutifully behind. "Sensei, please allow me to assist." Seizing the opportunity, Wang slipped into the guest room with a metal box containing prosthetics. Mosquito Girl, hearing the commotion, tensed up, her blood-red eyes peering through the dim light. "Stay quiet," Wang whispered. "We have guests outside." He swiftly opened the metal box and retrieved the mechanical limbs. Mosquito Girl's eyes lit up, only to narrow suspiciously. "Is this for me?" she asked softly. "Indeed," Wang replied, picking up a mechanical arm. "But remember, I control you. If you misbehave, I'll turn you back into a stick." Mosquito Girl nodded in fear, but as Wang began to install her prosthetics, her expression gradually became complex. The mechanical joints bit into her skin with slight pain, but soon she felt a long-lost sense of her body. When the last mechanical leg was affixed, she cautiously wiggled her fingers. The silver-gray metallic joints responded fluidly to her neural signals, nearly indistinguishable from her original limbs. "Try to stand," Wang commanded. Mosquito Girl trembled as she lifted herself. "Thank you," she instinctively uttered, only to quickly cover her mouth in fear that the word would provoke Wang. He merely scoffed, tossing her a chunk of dark red beef from his shopping bag. "Eat sparingly. This piece should last you a week." Mosquito Girl caught it with glee, her sharp canines piercing through the plastic wrap. However, as the first cold chunk of blood slid down her throat, she frowned in disappointment. It paled in comparison to the taste of fresh, warm blood. But when she met Wang's cold gaze, she quickly bowed her head and began to sip delicately. Ding! Mosquito Girl receives 50 intimidation points due to the conflicting emotions of freedom and fear. Wang, satisfied, turned to leave but suddenly recalled something. "Oh, by the way, that bald man outside is the one who incapacitated you." Uffed. Mosquito Girl spat out a mouthful of blood, her mechanical limbs freezing in shock. "He is out there. He is cooking hot pot in the kitchen," Wang said, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. "So, keep quiet, understood? This hot pot is a favor I obtained from him for the wrongs you previously committed." At this stage, her training was still in its infancy, and she was not suitable to meet Saitama or Genos. Mosquito Girl nodded frantically, her head shaking so fast it nearly twisted her neck. Ding! Mosquito Girl receives 100 intimidation points for the conflicting emotions of gratitude and fear. She curled up in the farthest corner of the room, her breathing becoming barely audible. Chapter 8. Inviting Saitama to join the Hero Association as his personal enforcer. Upon returning to the living room, the aroma of hot pot had already permeated the entire apartment. Saitama was stirring the pot with chopsticks, while Genos, resembling a professional sushi chef, sliced the wagyu into gossamer-thin pieces. "Come quick," Saitama beckoned excitedly. "The first piece of meat is for you." Wang paused. In the original story, Saitama's obsession with food was legendary. And now he was willingly offering the first piece of meat? Genos, sensing his confusion, murmured, "Sensei said he wants to thank you for your hospitality." An inexplicable wave of guilt washed over Wang. He knew that his current lavish lifestyle was largely due to riding on Saitama's coattails. "No. The first piece should go to the guest," he replied, taking the chopsticks and placing the perfect piece of wagyu into Saitama's bowl. "Thank you for coming over." Saitama's eyes sparkled. Eagerly, he dipped the piece in the egg mixture and brought it to his mouth. The next moment, he seemed to hit a pause button. "Sensei?" Genos asked nervously. "It's so delicious," Saitama exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "So this is the real taste of wagyu. It's completely different from the discounted meat at the supermarket." Wang and Genos exchanged glances. The former was surprised by Saitama's exaggerated reaction, while the latter lamented not having discovered his teacher's passion for food sooner. Suddenly, Saitama grasped Wang's hand, his expression unusually serious. "From today on, you are my best friend." "Sensei," Genos shouted in shock. "What about me?" "You're just an annoying guy," Saitama replied without looking back, his eyes glued to the bubbling meat in the pot. At this point, Saitama had yet to join the Hero Association and had no genuine intention of taking Genos as his disciple. Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that winning the heart of the bald demon king would require nothing more than a piece of wagyu? The three of them gathered around the hot pot, feasting heartily. Although Genos is a cyborg, Dr. Kasuno specially equipped him with a taste and digestive system so that he could experience the sensations of a normal human. However, Genos did not touch the beef in the pot. He merely picked some cabbage and sipped on some beer. When Saitama reached for more meat for the 5th time, Wang noticed that the cabbage in the pot had hardly been touched. Saitama, do you not like cabbage? He casually inquired. Huh. Saitama, with his mouth full of beef, mumbled indistinctly, it's not that I dislike it. I just eat too much of it normally. He scratched his bald head, as it was inexpensive after all. Wang suddenly recalled Saitama's frugal lifestyle from the original work, the dilapidated apartment, the perpetual discounts, and even the choice to forego air conditioning in summer and heating in winter to practice his self-discipline. He put down his chopsticks. Actually, I have a suggestion. Saitama and Genos both turned to him. Saitama, seeing how much you enjoy food, have you considered making your life a bit more prosperous? For instance, by joining the Hero Association? The Hero Association? Saitama paused, a large piece of beef poised to enter his mouth, as if a giant, tangible question mark had suddenly appeared above his head. He struggled to swallow his food, looking at Wang with confusion. What is that? Is it insurance sales? Or a gym? Wang nearly choked on Saitama's straightforward question. Genos immediately took over, his tone as serious as ever. Teacher, the Hero Association is the largest hero organization in the current world. According to public records, 3 years ago, the grandson of the wealthy Mr. Argoni was saved from a monster attack by an unknown hero. In gratitude, Argoni funded the establishment of this organization, which has branches in major cities around the globe. Wang observed Saitama's reaction. The bald hero tilted his head, listening with a blank expression, a droplet of soy sauce lingering at the corner of his mouth. To put it simply, Wang continued. Those who pass the physical and justice tests can become official professional heroes. Most importantly, he deliberately paused, emphasizing his words, as a recognized professional hero by the association. One can receive generous monthly remuneration based on their contributions and rank. From dealing with street thugs to repelling disaster-level monsters, there are corresponding rewards and bonuses. Remuneration? Saitama's chopsticks clattered onto the table, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had heard something utterly fantastical. He suddenly cradled his head with both hands, his entire demeanor frozen, exuding a thick, visible gloom. Professional heroes get paid? His voice cracked with incredulity and immense regret. I've been fighting monsters for 3 years. 3 whole years. How many hot pot meals have I missed? How many discounted air conditioners? How much Watching Saitama in such a state of exaggerated despair, as if he had missed out on billions, Wang's lips twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to laugh. This was a pivotal moment in his plan. Bringing Saitama into the Hero Association would not only improve the life of this beleaguered Cape Baldy but, more importantly, he needed to expand his resources. While keeping the mosquito girl was akin to having a goose that laid golden eggs, Wang understood that fear has a threshold. Each act of intimidation only heightened the mosquito girl's psychological resilience, akin to how repeated stimulation can numb the skin. Relying solely on this one experience, baby would severely slow, if not halt, his growth. Acting alongside Saitama was the safest and most efficient way to expand his resources. Saitama's existence was an impeccable trump card. No matter how terrifying a monster might be, whether it was a ghost level, dragon level, or potentially god level threat in the future, as long as Saitama was by his side, Wang could unleash his imperial engine without a care, harvesting fear at a safe distance. Even if he misstepped and provoked a monster into a rampage, or accidentally kicked a god-level hornet's nest, what of it? The sky could fall, but Saitama would be there to bear the brunt. With a single punch, Saitama would restore tranquility to the world. Wang cherished his life immensely. This was an opportunity too good to pass up. The identity of a professional hero provided him with the perfect pretext to invite Saitama to join him in action. Clearing his throat, Wang said, "It's not too late to join now." Saitama suddenly fell silent, mechanically turning to Genos. "Have you registered?" Genos shook his head. "No. I previously did not want to be bound by an organization." Saitama abruptly revived from his profound disappointment, his eyes igniting with a newfound passion for justice. "No, for a paycheck. You should register too." He grabbed Genos' shoulder eagerly. "If you're willing to come with me, I'll officially take you as my disciple." Genos' mechanical pupils widened, and steam erupted from his radiators. "Really? Really? To follow the teacher's footsteps and uphold justice. Let us go right now." "Wait." Wang swiftly intervened, stopping the two hot-headed individuals, fueled by excitement. For Saitama, that meant a salary. He helplessly pointed at the darkening sky outside and glanced at the wall clock. "It's already evening. The association's testing and registration department has closed for the day. There is no need to rush. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the Hero Association's branch. ensuring a smooth process. As a level 7, his status made it quite convenient to assist 2 people in registering. Saitama and Genos finally calmed down, gazing out at the illuminated nightscape, realizing that rushing over now would only lead to disappointment. What should we do now? Saitama, having just experienced a tumult of emotions and now satiated, appeared somewhat at a loss. Wang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Saitama, how about we play a few games to unwind? I have the latest version of Street Fighter, Ultimate Evolution. Games? Saitama's eyes brightened. Though his gaming skills were as sparse as his hair, it did not diminish his enthusiasm. All right, let me show you my practice Hadouken. The next hour became Saitama's gaming nightmare. The enormous screen in the living room flickered with dazzling lights, while the top-notch sound system echoed with the intense battle sounds and Saitama's intermittent wails. My Ryu, why can't I unleash my Hadouken? This is cheating. How can your character release Hadoukens consecutively? Wait, I wasn't ready. No, my winning streak. Wang sat cross-legged on the floor, effortlessly maneuvering the game controller with just 2 fingers, his movements fluid and graceful. At that moment, he was the undisputed tyrant of the gaming realm. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, Saitama's character was utterly helpless against Wang's relentless onslaught, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, repeatedly defeated. Saitama transitioned from initial enthusiasm to sweating profusely, ultimately collapsing on the floor, his gaze vacant as if his soul had been drained. Impossible, he exclaimed, letting the controller fall beside him. I clearly pressed the defense button. Genos, taking notes on the side, chimed in, Teacher, according to my analysis, your opponent's hand speed is 37 times faster than yours, and the reaction time, shut up. Saitama, flustered, seized the controller again. Let us have another round. Wang's lips curled upward. With inherited gaming talent and past esports experience, he found it exceedingly easy to dominate. He intentionally let Saitama win a round, resulting in Saitama's delight, as he completely forgot about his earlier defeats. He wouldn't deny Saitama any opportunities, merely indulging in a stylish form of domination, allowing Saitama to win a few rounds to keep his appetite whetted for more punishment. It was getting late. Wang glanced at the clock before retrieving a brand new handheld console from the television cabinet. This is for you. Practice more when you return. Saitama looked at the new device in his hand, then at Wang's sincere smile. With a huff, he ultimately tucked the console into his tight-fitting suit. Next time, I won't let you win so easily, he declared, his voice lacking conviction. Genos maintained his customary politeness, expressing gratitude for his master's hospitality and gaming guidance. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, beneath the branch of the Hero Association. Wang smiled as he bid farewell to the somewhat discontented Saitama and the loyal Genos. Once they departed, an eerie silence enveloped the apartment. Wang's smile faded as he turned towards the guest room. Upon opening the door, he found Mosquito Girl curled up in the far corner of the bed. She had evidently heard the commotion from the living room, particularly Saitama's unmistakable voice, and her blood-red eyes were filled with fear. He left? Mosquito Girl's voice was barely a whisper, trembling with apprehension. Wang approached the bed, looking down at her with a deliberately icy tone. Yes, consider yourself fortunate that you remained silent just now. Remember, your life is temporarily spared due to a top-tier Wagyu hot pot in the debt of gratitude IO. The threat was unmistakable. Mosquito Girl trembled violently. Ding. Due to residual fear from Saitama and ongoing intimidation from the host, intimidation points gained. 50. Remember, Wang leaned closer, casting a shadow over the shivering creature. Your life is granted by me. Should you dare to step outside this apartment tomorrow while I am away, he left the sentence unfinished. Yet the roar of the Emperor engine spoke volumes. Mosquito Girl's body shook violently, her voice cracking. Why yes, my lord. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. Ding. Due to fear association. Intimidation points gained. 30. Observing the system notification, Wang nodded in satisfaction. Even the smallest of mosquito legs are still flesh. Little by little, they accumulate. He stretched lazily and returned to his room, lying on the bed and accessing the system interface. Intimidation points. 400. Tomorrow, I will take Saitama to register. We are sure to encounter numerous heroes and monsters, he mused, his eyes sparkling with anticipation of a fruitful harvest. With dreams of the future in mind, Wang soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Wang stretched and rose from his bed. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he entered the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his routine, he casually turned on the living room television. The serious voice of the news anchor immediately filled the room. Breaking news. A terrorist organization calling themselves the Peach Blossom Group is causing chaos in the city. Eyewitnesses report that members of the organization are all shaved-headed, dressed in uniform, and employing heavy machinery to wreak havoc. Wang's hand, which had been drying his hair, abruptly halted. The city? Wasn't that the very place he had arranged to meet Saitama today? Furrowing his brow, he recalled the original storyline. The Peach Blossom Group had been dealt with by that lone wolf ninja, Sonic, right? However, the specific details eluded him. Oh well, with Saitama around, it should be fine. He shrugged, switching off the television. He approached the wardrobe, retrieving a beautifully packaged box from the bottom. This was a limited edition made outfit that the game company had sent him as a reward for completing all achievements in a particular dating game. To his surprise, it would indeed prove useful. Wang chuckled softly as he placed the box on the bed. He then made his way to the kitchen, pulling several tomatoes from the refrigerator and skillfully placing them into the juicer. As the machine hummed, vibrant red juice gradually flowed into a glass. Carrying the tomato juice and made outfit, Wang approached the guest room door. He gently knocked. "It's me." Inside, a flurry of metallic clattering ensued. Upon opening the door, he found Mosquito Girl scrambling clumsily from the bed. "Good morning, my lord," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Wang handed her the tomato juice. "Drink this." Mosquito Girl accepted the cup, furrowing her brow but obediently consuming the juice in one go. Ding. Due to fear-induced obedience, intimidation points gained. 5. Wang nodded in satisfaction, placing the maid outfit box on the bed. "Change into this." Mosquito Girl opened the box with a look of confusion, and upon seeing its contents, her pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What is this?" "From today onwards, you shall serve as the maid of this apartment," Wang stated, towering over her. "Remember, before I return home, the entire apartment must be cleaned." Mosquito Girl bit her lip, her mechanical fingers fidgeting nervously. "But I have never, you will learn," Wang interrupted coldly. "And from now on, address me as." Mosquito Girl's body visibly trembled. "Yes." Ding. Due to the humiliation associated with her change in status, intimidation points gained. 10. Before leaving the apartment, Wang cast one last glance at Mosquito Girl, who was awkwardly attempting to put on the maid outfit. Her pallid skin, blood-red pupils, and cold metallic limbs combined with the black and white maid attire created a grotesque, yet strangely captivating aesthetic. The streets of the city were notably quieter than usual, clearly affected by the chaos wrought by the Peach Blossom Group. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Wang strolled leisurely towards the Hero Association branch. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from the direction of the city center. Wang looked up to see a massive rock soaring from the direction of Central Park, arcing gracefully before smashing into the golden sign atop a distant building. Was that a sculpture of pure gold? Wang squinted, recognizing that iconic architectural adornment. It seemed Xenial had crossed paths with the Peach Blossom Group. He altered his course, heading towards Central Park. Although he had arranged to meet Saitama at a specific location, it was likely that Saitama would pursue the Peach Blossom Group there to protect his reputation from being tarnished. The park was a wreck, trees uprooted and the ground cracked. As Wang stepped into the park, he indeed spotted a young man in a black bodysuit soaring high above, while standing below was Saitama. Before Wang could call out, he witnessed the leaping youth, undoubtedly Sonic the Hedgehog, colliding inelegantly with Saitama's instinctively raised fist. Chapter 10. Ultimately, the knowledgeable suffer the consequences. Ah! A piercing, pitch-altering scream echoed throughout the park. Sonic, like a kite with a severed string, was sent flying, crashing onto the grass several meters away, curling into a ball with his hands clutching his groin. Wang involuntarily tightened his legs together, feeling pain merely from observing. "Ah!" Saitama spotted Wang, waving enthusiastically. "You're just in time. This sudden freak claims he wants to kill me." Genos appeared from seemingly nowhere, sternly adding, "According to my scans, this individual possesses incredible speed and is likely the legendary ninja." "That punch was a perfect defense," Saitama remarked. Wang approached the groaning Sonic, who was still curled up in agony. "Hey, you alright?" he asked, looking down at the once mighty ninja, a thought stirring within him. Thump, thump, thump. A low, resonant sound erupted without warning, akin to the awakening heartbeat of an ancient beast from the abyss. It was not merely sound transmitted through air, but rather a drumbeat striking deep within the soul. The Emperor engine had begun to power up. The noise transformed from simple vibrations into an invisible force field that rapidly expanded outward from Wang's center. Sonic, in a haze of pain, felt his body stiffen, His extraordinary sixth sense blared a frantic alarm. A chill emanating from his primal instincts surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. What is that sound? Sonic struggled to lift his head, his vision slightly blurred by physiological tears. But as he discerned the visage of the source, his pupils abruptly contracted to pinpricks. The seventh rank. The strongest man on the surface. The being mythologized in countless rumors. Sonic had indeed heard of him, even sneering inwardly at the notion. As a ninja who pursued the pinnacle of speed and the art of assassination, he had always dismissed such so-called hero rankings as mere gimmicks of the association. He was confident that with sufficient speed, even the most formidable defenses would reveal their flaws. What is this Emperor engine? Merely a heart beating louder, nothing more. Yet, at this very moment, all arrogance and self-righteousness shattered like fragile glass before the tangible pressure that bore down upon him. What he beheld was no longer just a man. Wang was enveloped in a thick, blood-red aura. This aura was no longer a mere thin mist, it had coalesced into a burning dark flame. Warping light and exuding a suffocating sense of blood and rust. Merely gazing upon it felt as though his eyes were being scorched. What sent Sonic's soul into a tremor was the blood fiend. Ancient texts from the ninja village vaguely documented that only by traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaughtering countless formidable foes, could one refine their own aura amidst extreme carnage and pressure, thus giving birth to a semblance of the blood fiend. It was a realm only attained by the legendary first ninja king of ancient times, symbolizing pure, despair-inducing, slaughtering majesty. It was not merely an energy. It was a spiritual brand, a declaration that the living should not approach, and that touching it would mean death. The aura before him, dense and dark like congealed blood, far surpassed the scant records described in the ancient texts. Sonic's mind went blank. The physiological agony, at that moment, seemed to be instantaneously suppressed and frozen by this fear that reached his very soul. He felt akin to an ant that had wandered into a dragon's lair, locked onto by those emotionless dragon eyes. Cold sweat no longer seeped. It cascaded like a waterfall from his forehead, temples, and neck, instantly soaking his black spandex. Dripping onto the grass below. Ding! Detection of Sonic, the supersonic ninja. Exhibiting profound awe towards the host, derived from the recognition of the blood fiend and the pressure of the Emperor engine. Deterrence points, 150. Wang slightly raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. He had activated the Emperor engine with the intention of casually intimidating this unfortunate ninja, hoping to earn a little extra. Unexpectedly, Sonic's ninja heritage displayed remarkable insight, mistaking his aura for the legendary blood fiend, directly contributing a staggering 150 deterrence points. This was indeed a case of being outsmarted by Sonic's vast knowledge, scaring himself to new heights. You all wait for me. Sonic, suppressing the tremors from deep within his soul and the searing pain in his groin, forced out this fierce declaration with every ounce of strength he could muster. He sought to maintain the last shred of dignity as a ninja. Wang remained expressionless, merely letting out a soft huff from his nostrils. A sound that struck Sonic's heart like a heavy hammer. Oomph. This seemingly casual grunt, amidst the roaring backdrop of the Emperor engine, felt like the whisper of death itself. Sonic's soul quaked. How could he dare utter another word of defiance? The overwhelming desire for survival eclipsed all else. He abruptly turned, forgetting even the instantaneous technique that ninjas prided themselves on, driven solely by instinct to flee this hell on earth at the fastest speed possible. However, the violent motion inevitably tugged harshly at his grievous wound. Ugh! Another piercing cry of pain escaped him, his fleeing figure transforming into a staggering, grotesquely contorted question mark. Clutching at his groin, with a speed far slower than his arrival, he stumbled away into the depths of the park's woods, leaving behind a few suspicious drops on the grass. Sweat, tears, or perhaps urine. Saitama scratched his gleaming bald head under the sunlight, gazing at the direction Sonic had vanished with a puzzled expression. What a strange fellow. He was evidently oblivious to the additional damage caused by his earlier punch. Genos recorded thoughtfully. Data update. The Emperor engine possesses a potent psychological deterrent effect, suspected to provoke the target's instinctual fear response. Wang deactivated the Emperor engine, the dark red aura receding like a tide. Well, they were merely inconsequential individuals. He cheerfully patted Saitama's shoulder. The Hero Association is just ahead. Let us proceed without delay and not waste time. The three continued towards the association's branch. Wang in high spirits. Listen to the system notification. Deterrence points, 565. It appeared that it would not be long before he could accumulate enough points to advance the Emperor engine once again. Meanwhile, Sonic, having reached a safe zone, leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Trembling, he reached for his ninja tool pouch and retrieved an ancient scroll. This scroll contained the forbidden techniques of the ninja village's ultimate secrets. Little did he expect such a creature existed in the world. Sonic clutched the scroll tightly, his eyes glinting with a maddened light. Just wait, once I master this forbidden technique. Suddenly, something seemed to strike him, and he grimaced, tightly squeezing his legs. Damn it, I need to find a doctor, and that cursed bald head. You all better wait for me. The next time we meet will be your demise. Chapter 11. The Number 1 Blowhard, Child Emperor. The Hero Association's branch in the city resembled the water cube in design. Its exterior was entirely covered in deep blue glass, shimmering with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Today happened to be the day of the association's entrance examination. The square in front of the association was already bustling with a throng of people. Applicants from various regions formed a winding line that stretched from the main entrance of the association all the way to the fountain at the edge of the square, conservatively estimated to be over 1,000 individuals. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Saitama stood at the end of the line, tiptoeing to gaze at the seemingly endless flow of people ahead. How long will this take? Genos calmly analyzed. Master, based on my calculations, at the current speed of the line, we will need to wait approximately 4 hours and 37 minutes to enter the examination hall. Over 4 hours. Saitama's face instantly fell. I thought I could make it in time for the discounted lunch bento. Master, please do not worry. I bought something on the way here. Just so you wouldn't attend the test on an empty stomach, affecting your performance. Genos, well done. Wang observed the master and disciple with a slight smile. He patted both on the shoulders. Follow me. I have connections. Saitama blinked. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Everyone is waiting in line. Though he said this, his feet obediently followed Wang's lead. Genos, seeing this, unhesitatingly followed suit. Wang guided them directly around the surging crowd, heading towards a relatively quiet side passage manned by security personnel. Ridiculous. Wang now bore the title of the 7th rank, the strongest man on the surface. If he lacked even this minor privilege, what would the worth of this rank be? Using a backdoor, arranging for 2 friends to cut in line was perfectly reasonable within the association's rules. They smoothly passed through the security personnel's verification, primarily due to Wang's highly recognizable face and scar. The 3 entered the association's interior without obstruction, in stark contrast to the external clamor. The interior hall was spacious and bright, with ample air conditioning, the floor so polished it could reflect shadows, and the air filled with a mixture of disinfectant and some high-end fragrance. A colossal holographic projection screen hovered mid-air, continuously displaying hero rankings and disaster warning information from various regions. Wang scanned the hall, swiftly focusing on the reception area. There stood 3 young receptionists clad in matching uniforms, attending to the visitors. It must be said that the design of the female staff uniforms at the Hero Association was quite exquisite. The black fitted skirt suits accentuated their figures perfectly, while the jackets were required to be unbuttoned, allowing the white shirts to create a graceful arc. Wang silently scoffed. That old rascal Murata must have some side business. He approached the receptionist on the far right. The girl, with shoulder-length brown curls, appeared the youngest and most vivacious. Could you assist my friend with the assessment? Wang removed his cap and addressed the receptionist, who was organizing documents. She looked up, and upon recognizing him, the papers in her hands fell onto the table with a thud. Her eyes widened, and her lips quivered. My lord? Yes, it is I. Wang forced a friendly smile. However, his naturally stern demeanor, combined with the scar on his face, rendered the smile more akin to a threat. The receptionist's complexion paled instantly. Flustered, she stood up, her white shirt tightening with her abrupt movements. Of course, I will arrange it for you immediately. Please hold on. Wang helplessly rubbed his nose, as he merely intended to appear amiable. The receptionist hurriedly typed on the computer, her voice trembling as she inquired, May I ask who your friend is? She glanced at the 2 individuals behind Wang, and when her gaze fell upon Saitama's gleaming bald head, she was momentarily taken aback. So shiny. This is Saitama. And this is Genos, Wang succinctly introduced. They are both formidable heroes in the making. Very well. The receptionist rapidly tapped the keyboard. I will arrange a special testing channel for them. Please hold on a moment. She picked up the internal phone and spoke rapidly. Within a minute, a middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform hurried over. Sir, it is an honor. The man enthusiastically extended his hand. I am Yamamoto Kintaro from the testing department. I hear you have brought 2 candidates? Wang nodded, stepping aside to reveal Saitama and Genos. Indeed, these are them. Yamamoto's gaze lingered on Saitama for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. The man clad in a cheap yellow bodysuit, with his bald head, hardly seemed like a master. However, out of professional courtesy, he maintained a polite smile. Please follow me. The special testing room is ready. In the testing area, Wang stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the corridor, idly admiring the scenery outside. More accurately, he was admiring the busy figures of the female staff, clad in fitted uniforms that showcased their alluring curves. Oh, the design of this uniform is truly attuned to the pulse of attraction, he mused, his gaze following a blonde receptionist as she moved gracefully. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. The sound was youthful and crisp, yet unmistakably excited. Wang turned in confusion, scanning for the source, but finding no one. Just as he wondered, he felt a gentle tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a small boy with a yellow backpack gazing up at him, his round face brimming with joy. Emporio? Wang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the fifth-ranked prodigy. Despite being merely 10 years old, this child was one of the Hero Association's foremost strategists. Many intricate battle plans against dragon-level disasters originated from his brilliant mind. Not to mention, his independently developed black technology equipment could double the combat effectiveness of ordinary heroes. However, what left the most profound impression on Wang was not the child's accolades or prowess, but rather, Emporio was widely regarded as the #1 fan. The legendary, earth-shattering, embarrassingly named technique known as the Inferno Dual Wave Cannon was personally named by this little genius after witnessing the aftermath left by Saitama, though it was actually Saitama who had caused it. It could be said that the current holder of the title Strongest Man on Earth owed much of his status to Saitama's 9/10 contribution, with the remaining 1/10 of the glory and branding attributed to the enthusiastic efforts of Emporio. Chapter 12. Is this the power of the strongest on Earth? Emporio exclaimed. What brings you to the association today? Is there an important mission? He joyfully bounced in place, the little yellow duck charm on his backpack bobbing along. Wang's attention was inadvertently drawn to the handheld console Emporio was holding. It appeared to be an ordinary gaming device, yet its exterior was adorned with intricate circuit patterns, and several microsensors were slowly rotating around the screen's edge. I brought 2 friends to participate in the test, Wang replied casually, gesturing toward the testing area. They should be out shortly. Oh, Emporio's eyes lit up. Anyone personally recommended must be extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, one can obliterate any foe with a single punch, and the other is a funding warrior equipped with advanced technology. Wang spoke candidly, adding in his mind, though that punch hero's strength is often severely underestimated. Emporio, even more excited by this, quickly operated the handheld. I must note this down. The records of my comrades. Curious, Wang leaned closer. What is this new toy? Ah, this. Emporio proudly raised the console. This is the core data collection terminal for my latest project, the Ugly Woman Mask. Ugly Woman Mask. Wang raised an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar name. Yes, Emporio eagerly explained, speaking rapidly. This is an experimental project that quantifies core parameters such as physical strength and neural response speed through high-precision biological field scanning. With it, we can theoretically assess a hero's overall strength more accurately, optimizing the ranking system. It will also allow us to quickly and accurately determine the true disaster level of monsters during crises, preventing misjudgments that could lead to unnecessary casualties. Today, I came to the association to collect baseline data from heroes of various ranks for model calibration. Wang nodded in understanding. He recalled that in the original story, Emporio had indeed developed something similar, but it had significant limitations. That device was ineffective for targets that were either too powerful or too weak, much like when facing Saitama. Additionally, it yielded inaccurate results when assessing mental-type heroes. For instance, when testing Hellish Blizzard, the result was merely 19, which further shattered her already fragile spirit. It sounds like a remarkable project, Wang offered objective encouragement. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the association building. Warning! Warning! A tiger-level disaster has occurred in the Eastern District. Nearby registered heroes are to respond immediately for assistance. The electronic screen in the corridor instantly switched to a red alert display, showcasing a gigantic mantis monster rampaging through a commercial street. The creature towered 3 stories high, its forelimbs resembling colossal size capable of slicing cars in half with ease. It is a tiger-level monster, beside Mantis. Emporio quickly pulled up data. The association assesses its disaster level as upper tiger level, having already caused significant damage to multiple buildings. Wang's eyes brightened. A tiger-level disaster? With Saitama right beside him. This was a splendid opportunity to reap some fear-inducing points. I will handle it, he said in a deep voice, turning to seek out Saitama. Wait for me. The child emperor hurriedly followed, excitedly raising his handheld device, exclaiming, I must record the data from the battle, as it constitutes invaluable research material. Wang initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized that having this top-tier boastful companion might enhance their intimidation factor. Thus, he nodded and strode purposefully towards the written examination venue. As they entered the hall, they unexpectedly encountered Saitama and Genos, who had just completed their test. Saitama waved cheerfully. We're done. That written exam was tough. It was all about the hero code. Genos, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Sensei answered all the combat strategy questions correctly. But his score on the ethical standards section was rather low. Wang suppressed a chuckle. In the original narrative, Saitama's abysmal written exam score had led to a mere ranking, despite his overwhelming strength. It appeared history was poised to repeat itself. A tiger-level monster has appeared in the Eastern District, and I am preparing to address it, Wang succinctly stated. Would you like to join me? Tiger level? Saitama's eyes lit up. Is there a reward? Genos promptly pulled up the data. According to association regulations, successfully resolving a tiger-level disaster can yield a reward ranging from 500,000 to 1,000,000 yen. What are we waiting for then? Saitama declared, instantly invigorated. Let's go. Thus, the quartet swiftly departed the association building, racing towards the incident site. Along the way, the child emperor curiously observed Saitama. Is this your friend? He seems quite unique. Saitama scratched his shiny head, right? Everyone says that. Wang stifled a laugh, thinking to himself, wait until you see this guy obliterate a monster with a single punch, then you'll truly understand his uniqueness. Upon their arrival at the commercial street, chaos reigned. The scythe mantis was wreaking havoc, its compound eyes gleaming with a fierce red light, and its scythe-like forelimbs effortlessly slicing through steel and concrete. A dozen police cars surrounded the area from a distance, too intimidated to approach. From my analysis, the hardness of this monster's shell is equivalent to that of a 30-centimeter thick steel plate, Genos noted, his eyes flashing with data. I suggest I take the lead, with Sensei providing support. Saitama yawned. Let us wrap this up quickly. I want to get back to my discounted meal. However, Wang raised his hand to halt them. Allow me to take the lead. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. This was an excellent opportunity to test the practical effects of the Emperor engine. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous heartbeat resonated, dark red energy swirling around Wang, distorting the air like raging flames. The ground of the commercial street began to tremble slightly, debris and shards of glass dancing to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The scythe mantis, poised to attack, suddenly froze. It slowly turned, its compound eyes reflecting the shadowy figure enveloped in dark red energy, accompanied by the comically minimalistic bald head behind it. That's a distant police officer gasped. The Emperor engine. It's the sound of the Emperor engine. The insect instincts of the scythe mantis were sounding alarms. Its simple brain could not comprehend the phenomenon before it, but the primal instinct for survival screamed within it. Danger. Extreme danger. Hiss. It emitted a piercing shriek, its scythe-like forelimbs trembling uncontrollably. Ding. Tiger-level monster scythe mantis is intimidated by the Emperor engine and the unknown danger. Intimidation points. 50. Wang observed the system prompt with satisfaction. He knew he had once again leveraged the might of a certain bald-headed overlord. Yet, he felt no shame in this. Rather, he took pride in it, as others would envy such an opportunity. He advanced deliberately, each step intensifying the weight of his heartbeat and the density of the energy surrounding him. The child emperor watched in awe from behind, his device fervently recording data. Incredible. Just the aura alone is enough to suppress a tiger-level monster. Is this the might of the strongest on the surface? Saitama scratched his head. Isn't your heartbeat louder than yesterday? Genos analyzed seriously. According to my sensor readings, Sensei is emitting sound waves potent enough to rupture an ordinary person's eardrum, accompanied by some unknown energy field. Chapter 13. The Emperor engine reaches perfection, subduing the tiger-level monster. Intimidation points. 615. Wang's gaze swept across the system panel, and he decisively declared, all in, enhance the Emperor engine. Intimidation points. 615. Skill. Emperor Engine proficiency upgraded to perfection. 153,000. Skill effects updated. 1. Imperial Might. Upon activation of the Emperor Engine, tangible soundwave impacts transform into a widespread mental shock, delivering a powerful jolt to the target's will. 2. Energy Field Condensation. New, the dark red aura can briefly coalesce into a deterrent field with a 10-meter radius, within which hostile targets will experience amplified mental pressure and neural delay. 3. Enhanced Passive Intimidation. The passive trigger range is expanded, warning time is extended, and mental resistance is elevated to moderate strength. 4. Mental Resonance. New, the engine's roar can evoke the target's own fears, creating a mental echo that magnifies their inner terror. Buzz. An indescribable thrill coursed through Wang's entire being. His heart felt as though it had been infused with molten lava, each beat resonating with overwhelming power. His understanding of sound and force was forcibly elevated to a new realm. It was not merely an amplification of volume, but mastery. It was the ability to evoke a resonance with the cosmos, using his heartbeat as a drum to strike at the souls of all beings. The dark red energy swirling around him suddenly contracted, deepening in color to an almost ink-like hue, resembling solidified blood or the shadows of an abyss. An invisible, suffocating aura quietly spread from him, centering on his being. Roar. The scythe mantis emitted a shrill, piercing cry. In its insect-like compound eyes, the deepening, hellish red energy surrounding Wang reflected ominously. An instinctual, irresistible terror surged forth, akin to a frigid tsunami, instantly engulfing its relatively simple mind. The Emperor Engine has reached perfection. Boom. This time, the roar was no longer merely a vibration. The sound wave struck with the force of a tangible hammer, intertwining with Wang's newly acquired ability to evoke fear, and smashed into the scythe mantis. Simultaneously, the compressed dark red energy exploded outward. An intimidation field with a 10-meter radius, visibly distorting the air, formed instantaneously, enveloping the scythe mantis. Within this field, the air thickened like glue. The mantis monster felt as though it had been thrown into a 10,000-meter deep trench, surrounded by oppressive terror. Its once proud speed and razor-sharp sides became achingly sluggish within this viscous force field. More terrifying was the direct assault on its psyche. Boom. The second heartbeat resonated. No longer a physical sound wave, but an explosion directly within the depths of the scythe mantis's consciousness. It saw the bald figure, Saitama, which sent shivers through its very soul. It saw the man, Wang, shrouded in dark red energy, resembling a ruler of the underworld. It even glimpsed countless faces of creatures it had slaughtered, twisted in terror before their demise. These images, forcibly thrust into its mind by the mental resonance, magnified 1,000-fold, tore at its fragile nerves like the most vicious of curses. Hiss! The scythe mantis emitted an incomprehensible, dying wail. Its enormous body trembled violently, and the frantic red light in its compound eyes extinguished, leaving only boundless terror and despair. It wished to flee, but its limbs were ensnared by that invisible intimidation field, rendering it immobile. It attempted to swing its scythes in defiance, yet its spirit was shattered by the soul-piercing heartbeats. Under the frantic scanning of the Child Emperor's device and Genos's precise sensors, the scythe mantis's hardened chest, covered in a robust shell, felt as though it were clutched tightly by an invisible giant hand. A resounding and jarring thud reverberated through the air. The resilient exoskeleton of the creature, along with the underlying muscular tissue, instantaneously collapsed inward, shattering. Viscous, dark green blood mixed with fragmented viscera erupted violently from its mandibles and the fissures in its thorax. The massive body crashed to the ground, its compound eyes dulled, twitching slightly before succumbing to silence. Ding! Successfully intimidated and killed a tiger-grade superior monster, the scythe mantis. Intimidation points, 200. Silence enveloped the scene. Amidst the ruins of the commercial street, only the deep, fading resonance of the King engine remained, accompanied by the feudal wails of distant sirens. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the colossal insect carcass and the austere figure before it, gradually retracting the dark red aura of intimidation. Is it over? A police officer murmured, his weapon hanging limply at his side. Adults can intimidate. Another female officer's voice trembled uncontrollably. Wow. The Child Emperor was the first to erupt in exclamation, his small face flushed with excitement. His handheld console, nearly smoking from his frantic pressing. Incredible. Is this your other ultimate skill, the King's intimidation? He babbled incoherently, his wide eyes shimmering with adoration. A perfect fusion of spiritual, and physical domains. A tangible aura of intimidation. It directly invokes the deepest fears of the target, leading to psychological collapse and consequent physiological death. This is nothing short of a miracle. A textbook example of winning a battle without a fight. My ugly girl mask's core algorithm must be rewritten. I must incorporate such variables of the mental realm. Sir, please allow me to record more of your combat data. It is invaluable. Genos' golden mechanical eye flickered wildly with streams of data, the radiator emitting a screech of overload. Unable to analyze. Unable to analyze. His voice carried an unprecedented seriousness laced with a hint of fervor. The target's physiological structure was utterly destroyed by an unknown energy field in an extremely short time. The mental fluctuations peaked just before death, then instantaneously returned to zero. This is not merely a sonic attack. This is a denial of the very essence of life. Teacher, the level of your power far exceeds our previous assessments. Saitama scratched his glistening bald head under the sunlight, gazing at the mantis's corpse. His expression a mix of bewilderment and lingering curiosity. Huh, it's dead already? A fearsome kill? Sounds impressive. But he smacked his lips and muttered a barely audible remark that only Genos could hear. Such a waste for such a large creature. If only it could be turned into fried locust skewers, paired with discounted beer. Genos noted earnestly. Teacher possesses a unique perspective on utilizing ingredients, even those from monsters. Chapter 14. Post-battle barbecue. Wang slowly exhaled a cloud of stale air, feeling the surging power deep within his heart gradually calm. The King engine, now at full maturation, exhibited power that far surpassed his expectations. This was no longer merely a skill for intimidation. It was a genuine psychological weapon with battlefield dominance. He glanced at the system panel. Intimidation system. Host. Wang level 1. Experience points 0-100. Attributes. Strength 21. Agility 18. Spirit 15. Skills. King engine. Mature 153,000. Sovereign might like a prison, aura condensation, passive intimidation, mental resonance, mental resistance, intimidation points 200. Strength, agility, and spirit had all seen enhancements. Wang felt a subtle stirring in his heart, soon realizing. Indeed, the heart serves as the engine of the human body, driving blood and power throughout. Originally, his heart could withstand the terrifying heartbeat load of the King engine, endowing his physical prowess beyond that of ordinary individuals, comparable to elite athletes. Now that he had elevated the King engine to maturity, the power of this heart was monstrous. The blood it pumped, infused with formidable life energy, surged through his veins like molten lava, naturally propelling a comprehensive evolution of his muscles, bones, nerves, and senses. To more intuitively validate this transformation, Wang turned his gaze toward the colossal corpse of the scythe mantis nearby. Even in its fallen state, the 3-meter-tall insect carcass exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, its scythe-like forelimbs glinting coldly in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, Wang grasped one of the scythe legs with both hands. He had anticipated using all his strength, but to his astonishment, it was merely a gentle tug. Crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking exoskeleton, he effortlessly tore the entire scythe leg free. Dark green fluid dripped from the severed edge. Wang stared in shock at the trophy in his hands. He had barely felt any resistance, as if he were merely tearing off a piece of bread. He tried the other scythe leg, and the result was the same, easily detached. Holding one scythe leg in each hand, Wang savored the changes in his body. The increase in attributes was not a simple summation of values, but an exponential enhancement. He assessed privately. 20 points of strength indeed signifies a qualitative change. Can I lift a car now? Perhaps even more. In a full-powered burst. Overturning a fully insured semi-truck is not beyond the realm of possibility. Even more delightful was the fact that this enhancement was holistic. He attempted to jump in place, feeling his body as light as a feather, and swiftly swung the scythe leg, producing a sharp, piercing whoosh. The agility attribute had evidently seen a significant boost. As for the mental aspect, Wang sensed his thoughts were clearer, and his senses more acute. He could easily capture and analyze the frequency of distant sirens, the particles of dust wafting through the air, and even the color changes of the blinking indicator lights on the Child Emperor's handheld console. The Child Emperor excitedly ran over, his small face flushed. Are you collecting trophies? I can help you analyze the composition of these scythe legs. Wang snapped back to reality, looking at the two nearly 2-meter-long sharp scythe legs in his hands, suddenly struck by inspiration. He turned to the group, revealing a rare smile. These are excellent ingredients. with protein content 7 times that of beef. Would anyone be interested in joining me for a barbecue? Saitama's eyes instantly lit up. This is edible? Genos immediately summoned data from his database. According to the information, certain insect muscle tissues are indeed rich in protein. Well then, it's settled. Saitama eagerly interrupted Genos' data analysis, rubbing his hands together as he approached the mantis corpse. What other parts can we eat? The leg meat? The thorax? Wang couldn't help but chuckle at Saitama's gluttonous demeanor. Let us take the whole thing back and process it slowly. Genos, could you please assist with the transport? Understood. The golden-haired cyborg immediately sprang into action, effortlessly hoisting the massive insect carcass. The child emperor curiously looked up. Sir, can I come along? I brought a portable composition analyzer to ensure the ingredients are safe. For this middle schooler, exploring curious things was also a hobby. Of course. Wang nodded, then lowered his voice, but remember to keep it a secret. The association does not encourage heroes to engage in resource utilization. The child emperor made a gesture of sealing his lips, and thus, the group departed the scene with their spoils. The distant police and onlookers watched in awe and confusion as the top hero effortlessly tore off the side legs of a monster and had his companion carry away the entire carcass. Is the adult collecting specimens? No. I've heard that top heroes have peculiar tastes, like the sexy prisoners still incarcerated. Shoo, don't spread rumors. That's the strongest man on the surface. And so, the quartet departed the scene with their ingredients. Wang expertly led the group to a nearby barbecue restaurant he frequently visited. The establishment was known for its eccentric barbecue ingredients. The middle-aged owner, seasoned by many encounters, merely raised an eyebrow upon seeing the giant scythe in Wang's hands. Your usual spot is reserved. Would you like any special preparation? Please slice it thin and prepare some charcoal. Wang handed over the scythe and added, by the way, please charge today's bill to my account. Shortly after, plates of translucent mantis meat were served. Under the searing heat of the charcoal, the meat quickly transformed into an enticing golden hue, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of lobster. After a thorough inspection, it was determined to be non-toxic, rich in high-quality protein and various trace elements. Genos put away the analyzer, declaring it safe for consumption. The child emperor eagerly picked up a slice, dipping it into a special sauce before savoring it. Delicious. The texture is a delightful fusion of lobster and chicken. Saitama devoured the meat voraciously, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's. Is this really free? Can I have 10 more plates? Wang nodded with a smile and helped himself to a piece as well. The meat was tender and springy, with a subtle hint of sweetness akin to seafood. Truly delectable. As the group indulged in their feast, a female staff member from the Hero Association rushed over, panting heavily. Wang's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the pronounced rise and fall of her chest. She wore the association's signature-fitted uniform, the white shirt straining against her form. The top button precariously close to popping off with each hurried breath. Here, have some water, Wang said kindly, offering a chilled soda. The staff member appeared momentarily taken aback, her large, sparkling eyes reflecting surprise. She hadn't anticipated that the formidable figure rumored to be intimidating could be so gentle and considerate. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously accepted the cup, her fingertips brushing against Wang's, causing her to flinch as if electrified. Thank you, sir, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. As she took small sips of the icy soda, a droplet slid down her delicate chin, leaving a glistening trail on her alabaster neck. Wang noted her name tag, Chiba Reina, a staff member from the logistics department. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with chestnut hair tied back in a neat ponytail, though a few strands had escaped during her hurried approach, clinging to her flushed cheeks. Is there an urgent matter at the association that has you in such a rush? Wang inquired. Chiba Reina quickly set down the cup, flustered as she rummaged through her briefcase, retrieving 2 documents. Her haste caused her to accidentally knock over a condiment bottle, leaving her flustered. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's all right, Wang said swiftly, steadying the bottle with a deft hand, his fingertips grazing her hand. This unintentional contact deepened the blush on Chiba Reina's face as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Wang's eyes. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm here to deliver the assessment results for Mr. Saitama and Mr. Genos. Her voice grew softer, almost a whisper. I searched several places before I could find you. The child emperor, wide-eyed, suddenly interjected. Reina, your face is so red. Have you overheated? And no, it's not that. Chiba Reina flailed her hands. only to inadvertently knock over the dipping sauce dish. The dark sauce splattered onto her pristine shirt, creating a glaring stain. "Ah, my uniform." Wang promptly offered her a tissue. "Here, wipe it off." "Thank you," Chiba Reina said, her fingers trembling slightly as she took the tissue. Clumsily, she tried to dab at the stain, only managing to spread it further. Saitama, engrossed in devouring the mantis meat skewers, looked up, sauce still smeared at the corners of his mouth. "What about our results? Did I pass?" Chiba Reina, as if granted a reprieve, quickly turned to Saitama. Extracting a sheet from the documents. "Mr. Saitama, your written exam score is a total of 71, just barely passing." "Wow, I passed," Saitama exclaimed, waving the skewers in excitement. "I thought I'd have to retake it. Those ethical questions were too tough. What should I do if a little girl is held hostage by a monster?" "Of course, I'd just punch the monster." Genos nodded seriously. The teacher's practical reasoning is indeed sound. Chiba Reina coughed awkwardly, then continued, "However, your physical assessment results shattered all records since the association's inception. Following a special meeting at headquarters, it was decided to exceptionally classify you as A." She took a deep breath, her tone suddenly grave. "Class S hero, ranked 77th. Huh? Not Class A?" Saitama exclaimed, his mouth agape. A piece of meat falling from his lips. Due to the alternate testing channel. At the end of the written exam, Yamamoto had regretfully informed Saitama that his written score was quite poor, and even if he passed, he would only qualify for Class A hero status. Chiba Reina explained, "Under normal circumstances, hero ratings indeed start from Class C. However, your performance was simply extraordinary. You smashed the strength test machine with a single punch. And during the speed test, the surveillance cameras couldn't keep up with your movements. Originally, it was suspected that you may have achieved such remarkable results through cheating. But given your personal endorsement, there are no doubts." Wang nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that his involvement had indeed altered the course of events in the original narrative. Saitama had begun at the bottom of Class C. "And what about me?" Genos asked eagerly. "Mr. Genos, you have been classified as a Class A hero, ranked 17th. Chiba Reina handed him another document, stating that the association highly praised his combat data and interview performance. The child emperor leapt up in jubilation. "Fantastic. We gained a new member in Class A." However, Saitama suddenly frowned. "Wait, why is he Class A? And what about the interview?" Chiba Reina took a startled step back at the sudden barrage of questions, nearly colliding with a nearby server. Wang instinctively placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, feeling her body tremble slightly beneath his touch. "Do not be anxious," he murmured softly, then turned to Saitama. "The association's ratings take into account not only strength but also stability, sense of responsibility, and various other factors. In truth, it seems the association regarded the annihilation of the evolutionary house as Genos' doing, thus granting him an exceptional elevation to Class A." Chiba Reina cast a grateful glance at Wang, summoning her courage to add, "And Class A is already quite impressive. Many heroes strive for years without achieving that rank." Her voice gradually faded as she realized Saitama was staring at her with a deadpan expression. "Teacher," Genos suddenly stood up, bowing deeply, "if you're dissatisfied, I will immediately seek out the person in charge to lodge a complaint." No, that's unnecessary." Saitama waved his hand dismissively, stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth. "Since I passed, I won't worry about it anymore." Chiba Reina sighed in relief, subtly inching closer to Wang. The faint scent of gardenia mixed with the smoky aroma of barbecued meat created an enchanting atmosphere. She whispered to Wang. "The headquarters also asked me to convey that they hope you can find time to visit the association. They are eager to understand the details regarding your, method of eliminating the monster today." Wang raised an eyebrow. "What? Does the association have objections to my combat style?" "And no, not at all." Chiba Reina hurriedly waved her hands. "It's just that no one has ever accomplished such a feat." Her voice dwindled to a mumble. "And you looked really amazing today." Wang leaned slightly closer. "What was that last part?" "And nothing." Chiba Reina's face turned as red as a freshly cooked lobster, and she clumsily gathered her documents. "I must return to the association to report." She bowed hastily, nearly tripping over a chair as she turned to leave. Wang swiftly steadied her waist, the proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. "Be careful," he whispered, deliberately letting his warm breath brush against her earlobe. Chiba Reina froze. From her ears to her neck, flushed a deep crimson. She stammered her thanks before darting away like a startled rabbit, forgetting her briefcase entirely. The child emperor tilted his head, Sister Reina ran so fast, even faster than when she came. Genos meticulously recorded. The data indicates that under specific emotional fluctuations, adrenaline secretion can surge by over 30. Saitama, lost in thought, gazed at the briefcase forgotten by Chiba Reina. Do you think the association reimburses taxi fares for those delivering documents? Wang shook his head with a smile, picking up the soda that Chiba Reina had sipped just once. The rim of the cup still bore a faint lip print, glistening under the light. He tilted his head back and drank the remaining soda in one go. The icy liquid slid down his throat, carrying a hint of elusive sweetness. I'll visit the association tomorrow and return her bag. After speaking, he turned to young Emperor with a glimmer of expectation. Young Emperor, could I ask you to help me develop a remotely controlled robot equipped for combat? Chapter 16. The further domestication of Mosquito Girl is completed. Young Emperor widened his eyes in astonishment. He could not fathom why someone of such extraordinary power would require robotic assistance in battle. However, with his exceptional intellect, he quickly conjured an explanation. It must be that his strength was so overwhelming that he could defeat monsters in a single blow, rendering the encounters tedious. Thus, he sought the thrill of combat through the development of a remote-controlled robot. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. And he clapped his small hands in excitement. I understand. It's because your power is too great and battles in too quickly, making you crave a more authentic combat experience. I assent it. Wang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The truth was, he merely found it unsafe to rely solely on intimidation to defeat monsters. Should he encounter particularly resilient foes or those capable of self-detonation, it could spell danger. Moreover, Saitama could not always be by his side, so he sought an additional layer of protection. Yet before he could explain, Saitama suddenly brightened, grabbing Wang's wrist with enthusiasm. You feel the same way. His voice tinged with rare excitement and resonance. He expressed how, having dispatched foes with a single punch, he found his emotions increasingly dulled, unable to feel fear, joy, tension, or anger. Wang broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. That's you, not me. Who was it that I relentlessly defeated last night, nearly breaking down? Saitama's expression shifted to one of melancholy as he released Wang's wrist, staring down at his own fist. When battling monsters, there is no longer any clash of souls. It feels as trivial as swatting a mosquito, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Wang internally scoffed. I'm simply afraid of dying. It's not as complicated as you think. However, realizing he must maintain his persona as the strongest on the surface, he kept a mysterious expression, neither confirming nor denying, merely nodding meaningfully. After all, he could leave the interpretations to them. Young Emperor, witnessing this, looked at Wang with admiration shining in his eyes, hastily assuring him, rest assured, sir, I will develop a combat robot that meets your satisfaction as soon as possible. You shall experience the joy of battle once again. As he spoke, he began fervently sketching designs on his tablet, muttering to himself, we need to limit output and incorporate a pain feedback system. Also, it must have a learning function capable of increasing its strength through combat. Saitama leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling. Young Emperor, could you also make a set for me? I want to experience the thrill of battle again. He gestured with a few punches, emphasizing that it should withstand a serious punch from him. Young Emperor, perplexed, looked between Saitama and Wang, his face a canvas of confusion. In his eyes, Saitama was merely a newly tested Class A hero. Why would he need such a thing? And what did a serious punch even mean? Nonetheless, adhering to the principle that making 1 or 2 sets was inconsequential, he readily agreed. No problem. I've got it covered. Meanwhile, Genos fell into contemplation. Moments later, data flowed wildly in his golden mechanical eye, and he silently set a goal. I'll seek Dr. Kasuno's assistance to modify myself and incorporate a remote control module. This way, I could allow my teacher to control me in battle. With this thought, Genos suddenly turned solemnly to Saitama. Teacher, please endure a little longer. I will ensure you can once again experience the passion of combat. Saitama was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, dropping the meat skewer he held. Genos, what has gotten into you? Wang observed this absurd yet heartwarming scene, a smile creeping onto his lips. He raised his cup. To the future combat robots, cheers. Cheers. Everyone echoed in unison, even young Emperor tiptoeing to reach a cup, only to be swatted away by Wang and handed a carbonated drink instead. What kind of child drinks alcohol? As night fell, this joyous barbecue gathering drew to a close. Wang requested a thermos from the barbecue shop owner and filled it with warm, fresh cow's blood. After bidding farewell to his companions, he set off alone towards his city apartment. The neon lights of the city flickered in the night. Wang, hands in pockets, strolled leisurely down the street. With his attributes enhanced, his senses became more acute. He could distinctly hear the raucous noises of drunken men several streets away, catch the scent of stray cats in the alley, and even feel the faint tremor of the ground as the subway rumbled beneath. This sense of control was delightful. Wang murmured to himself, a smile playing on his lips. Upon returning to his apartment, the moment he opened the door, his eyes lit up. The entire apartment had been meticulously cleaned, the floor gleaming, and even the curtains exuded the scent of sunlight. Dressed in a black and white maid outfit, Mosquito Girl stood respectfully at the entrance, bowing deeply upon his return. "Welcome home." Her voice was still somewhat awkward, clearly unaccustomed to the new title. Her pale cheeks flushed lightly, and her metallic fingers nervously twisted the hem of her skirt. This cautious demeanor, marked by evident fear yet a determined effort to fulfill her duties, brought a playful smirk to Wang's lips. He casually tossed the thermos to her. "For you." Mosquito Girl fumbled to catch the thermos, cautiously opening the lid. Upon seeing the warm blood inside, her beautiful eyes instantly brightened. She looked up at Wang in disbelief, overwhelming joy washing away her fear, nearly causing her to forget her maidly composure. "Is this for me?" "Yes, you did well with the cleaning today. Consider it a reward." Wang spoke in a neutral tone, as though casually tossing a small fish to a well-behaved cat. An immense wave of gratitude engulfed Mosquito Girl. She abruptly bowed deeply to Wang, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you. Thank you so much." She clutched the thermos tightly, as if holding the most precious treasure. The warm blood not only satisfied her physical needs, but also provided her with an indescribable sense of acceptance and recognition, even if that feeling was built upon a foundation of fear. Beep. Mosquito Girl experiences a blend of fear, profound gratitude, and a sense of belonging towards her host, gaining 5 intimidation points. Listening to the system prompt in his mind and observing Mosquito Girl's complex gaze, one that mixed fear, gratitude, dependency, and even a hint of submissive flattery, Wang's lips twitched slightly, realizing, this is a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome in its infancy. However, he quickly found solace in the thought. This arrangement seemed rather advantageous. A servant who obeys absolutely out of fear, yet develops a pathological dependence and loyalty due to even the slightest kindness, is far more reliable than a mere captive subdued by force, perpetually contemplating escape or retaliation. He removed his coat and casually tossed it to Mosquito Girl. "Put this away. You can rest today." "Yes." The Mosquito Girl promptly responded, deftly hanging her coat in the cloakroom before retreating to her room with a thermos cup in hand. The cup of warm bovine blood would serve as the most effective agent of taming tonight. Chapter 17. The experimental mechanical hound. Due to yesterday's indulgence in alcohol, Wang Mei slumbered peacefully until the sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face as he languidly stretched, his joints emitting soft cracks. It seemed that his enhanced physique had expedited his recovery from the hangover. Wang felt the surge of power within him and mused contentedly to himself. Yesterday, he had consumed a considerable amount of wheat juice and, upon returning to his bedroom, had succumbed to a deep, baby-like sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. As he pushed open the bedroom door, an inviting aroma immediately wafted into his nostrils. In the living room, the Mosquito Girl, clad in a black and white maid outfit, was carefully flipping takoyaki in a frying pan. Her slender metallic fingers adeptly maneuvered the bamboo skewers, and her pale profile appeared particularly gentle in the morning light. "You're awake," the Mosquito Girl exclaimed, her surprise evident as she turned around, causing her maid outfit to sway slightly with the movement. "I, made takoyaki with ingredients from the fridge. I hope it suits your palate." Wang raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he observed this peculiar being fully immersed in her maid persona. Her once violent crimson eyes now reflected a hint of anticipation and nervousness, akin to a puppy awaiting its owner's praise. "Since you insist," Wang feigned a long yawn, watching as the Mosquito Girl nervously twisted the edge of her apron. "I shall reluctantly provide my critique." He boldly seated himself at the dining table, prompting the Mosquito Girl to quickly bring forth a plate of golden, crispy takoyaki. The balls glistened with oil, adorned with flying bonito flakes and seaweed, exuding an enticing aroma. Wang speared one with a bamboo skewer and took a gentle bite. The exterior was crispy while the interior was tender and juicy, the sauce a perfect balance of sweet and savory. He glanced at the mosquito girl in surprise, not expecting her to possess such culinary talent. The flavor is acceptable, Wang commented nonchalantly, but there's room for improvement. The mosquito girl's eyes brightened instantly, a faint blush gracing her pale cheeks. Yes, I will strive to do better. She cheerfully turned and quickly returned with another large plate of takoyaki, thoughtfully accompanied by chilled beer. Ding. The mosquito girl experiences a strong sense of recognition and belonging due to the host's satisfactory evaluation, gaining 5 intimidation points. As Wang savored this meal, which straddled the line between breakfast and lunch, he observed the mosquito girl bustling about. Her curvaceous figure, complemented by the soft-made outfit, was quite a sight to behold. At that moment, the mosquito girl approached, struggling to carry a metal box from the entrance. The box was small but sharply defined, exuding a cold industrial aura, devoid of any markings. This, she said, placing the box at Wang's feet, is something I found at the apartment entrance this morning. There was a note attached, seemingly for you. Wang took the note. Its neat handwriting unmistakably belonging to Tong Di. Sir, in accordance with your request, I worked through the night to create this experimental machine. Although it is merely a basic model, it already possesses remote control and combat capabilities. Please provide feedback after testing. I will improve the formal model based on the data. Tong Di. The little rascal is impressively efficient, Wang thought, raising an eyebrow as he finished the last piece of takoyaki. Following the note's instructions, he pressed a hidden button on the box. With a click, a technologically advanced control handle emerged from the box. The moment Wang grasped the handle, the box began to transform, its metallic components writhing and stretching as they reconfigured into a mechanical hound of half his height. Woof! The mechanical dog emitted a low, synthesized growl, its crimson electronic eyes flashing dangerously. It executed complex maneuvers with fluidity, revealing tiny missile launch ports beneath its armored back. Wang manipulated the mechanical hound through an array of tactical movements, ultimately reverting it back to its box form. Picking it up, he weighed it in his hand. While it may be cumbersome for an average person, he felt almost no burden, given his enhanced physique. It seems that I shall have to take this little companion with me when I go out, Wang thought, satisfied. With this, my safety quotient has increased significantly. He set the box aside and approached his wallet, extracting a stack of crisp bills, which he casually handed to the mosquito girl, who had been holding her breath. Awestruck by the mechanical transformation. Take this. Wang's tone returned to its usual flatness. The prohibition on leaving the apartment is hereby lifted. The mosquito girl looked up abruptly, her blood-red eyes filled with disbelief, joy, and a hint of confusion. Freedom? Even if it is just limited freedom? You will be responsible for procuring ingredients and daily necessities from now on, Wang added. Inform me if the money runs low. Remember, his tone turned cold. Your life hinges on my mood. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Yes, thank you. I will not let you down. The mosquito girl nearly trembled as she accepted the stack of bills, clutching them tightly, as if they were proof of her rebirth. The immense surprise and the subtle sense of responsibility bestowed upon her made her feel as though she might cry from the overwhelming emotion. Limited purchasing rights, this was not merely the lifting of house arrest. It felt like a form of trust, or perhaps a deeper form of bondage. She could not discern, but her current excitement was undeniably real. Ding. The mosquito girl experiences a strong sense of belonging and gratitude, mingled with fear, due to her newfound limited freedom and purchasing rights, gaining 10 intimidation points. Wang turned away from her, picking up the bag containing the mechanical box with one hand while grabbing the briefcase that Chiba Reina had forgotten yesterday with the other. I will visit the association headquarters this afternoon and return before dinner. The afternoon city basked in perfect sunlight. The headquarters of the Hero Association, a skyscraper exuding a sci-fi aesthetic, loomed like a colossal pillar in the heart of the city, its glass facade reflecting dazzling light, symbolizing power and order. As he stepped into the spacious, brightly lit lobby, a familiar figure caught his eye. Chiba Reina, clutching a large stack of documents, hurriedly trotted towards him, her chestnut ponytail bouncing cheerfully behind her. The impressive curves of her figure swayed dramatically with each step, the upper button of her white shirt precariously close to giving way. Oh, she exclaimed, and in her haste, collided directly into Wang's embrace, scattering the documents like confetti. Flustered, she stepped back, bowing repeatedly without even discerning who she had bumped into. I'm so sorry. I was in such a rush. When she finally lifted her gaze and recognized the scarred, stern face before her, she froze. A visible blush rapidly spread from her neck to her ears. Sir. Di Wang effortlessly caught the last document that had flown from her arms, his eyes inadvertently drifting to her chest, which rose and fell with her rapid breathing. The resilient button finally succumbed to the pressure, popping off with a delightful click, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chiba Reina glanced down at her suddenly exposed neckline and then back at Di Wang, her mouth forming an adorable O. Chapter 18. The proud lowly and the trembling tornado. Di Wang's gaze unconsciously swept over the newly revealed expanse of her skin. Its fullness and tautness almost blinding in the brilliant light. In that instant, he formed a judgment. Indeed, a genuine article, no trickery here. Moments later. Chiba Reina snapped back to reality, hastily crossing her slender arms over her chest. At this moment, her delicate face had flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, with even the tips of her ears tinged with pink. No, Di Wang leisurely removed his black trench coat and offered it to her. When Chiba Reina accepted it, her fingertips trembled, and she wrapped the oversized coat tightly around herself. Thank you, my lord. I'm sorry for causing you more trouble. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, her eyelashes fluttering as she dared not lift her gaze. Di Wang's lips curled into a slight smile. It's no trouble at all. This scenery is far more pleasing to the eye than the decorative paintings in the Association Hall. At that moment, a haughty, childlike voice erupted from the end of the corridor. Hey, Reina. The voice drew closer, laced with evident exasperation. I asked you to fetch my tall milk. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Are you a snail? My patience is limited. Di Wang turned to see a petite figure hovering in midair, approaching with an air of indignation. The newcomer was none other than the second-ranked hero, the Tornado of Terror. Her signature green curls floated as if alive, her exquisite face etched with impatience, clad in a distinctly recognizable black high-slit Combat Academy cheapao, revealing a pair of extraordinarily long legs. With her hands on her hips, she hovered half a meter above the ground, glaring down at Chiba Reina. Upon hearing the voice, Chiba Reina stiffened once more, hastily wrapping her coat tighter and turning to face the approaching tornado, deeply bowing and rapidly explaining, I am so sorry, Lady Tornado. I will go right away. I just had other colleagues ask me to deliver some urgent documents, so I got delayed. Tornado's brows furrowed even tighter, her delicate nostrils flaring. Urgent documents. Is delivering my tall milk, ensuring my growth, not the most pressing and vital matter at the association right now? Can you not discern priorities, Reina? Hearing the term tall milk, Di Wang couldn't help but chuckle as he thought of the perennial height of this legal lowly. The laughter, to Tornado, was undoubtedly grating. Instantly, a visible green psychic field erupted around her, distorting the air. What was that expression? Are you mocking me? And Reina, why is your face so red? Did this guy bully you? Has he done something lewd to you? Speak. The atmosphere in the corridor turned tempestuous. The invisible psychic force swirled like a multitude of giant hands, wildly stirring the air and forming a fierce whirlwind. Papers flew about like debris caught in a tornado, and the frames of decorative paintings rattled against the walls. First and foremost, it was Chiba Reina's oversized coat that was ripped away by the ferocious airflow. No, Lady Tornado, he didn't bully me, Chiba Reina exclaimed, stamping her feet in panic, unconcerned about her exposed state, waving her hands frantically. I just ran too fast and accidentally popped a button on my shirt. The Lord was only kind enough to lend me his coat. You misunderstood. It's truly a misunderstanding. The violent psychic energy suddenly halted. Tornado eyed the ample bosom that became more pronounced due to the constriction of her shirt and instinctively glanced down at her own flat chest beneath her high-slit cheapao. Did a flicker of envy and irritation flash across her emerald eyes? Reina, I've changed my mind. I want to drink the biggest bottle of tall milk. Right now. Chiba Reina was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Di Wang, meanwhile, struggled to maintain a straight face, desperately suppressing laughter. Fully aware of the terrifying power this seemingly adorable lowly possessed, enough to level an entire city. In Murata's depiction, Tornado was not short at all, standing at over 1.6 meters. It was only when next to her sister, Fubuki, that she appeared more juvenile. Di Wang cleared his throat, successfully redirecting the attention of both women back to himself. To handle this tempestuous and proud lowly, he knew well to stroke her ego and speak words she cherished, leaving her in a daze. This time, I failed to consider your feelings, leading to a misunderstanding that upset you, Miss Tornado. As an apology, I know of a truly exceptional restaurant. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over Tornado's slightly turned face, continuing to dangle the bait. They specialize in customized nutritional meals, reputed to have unique and significant effects on women's development. This statement struck Tornado right at her sore spot. Her large, green eyes lit up momentarily, though she quickly feigned indifference. Chiba Reina, on the other hand, grew anxious, hastily interjecting, "My lord, you are too kind. And you still have a meeting with the executives, don't you? The higher-ups are waiting for you. How could you delay your important matters for something so trivial?" "Meeting?" Wang scoffed. "No meeting is as crucial as calming the wrath of the second-ranked hero, the Tornado of Terror. Miss Tornado is the backbone of the association, safeguarding countless citizens, a role model for us all. I remember hearing as a child how, after being rescued from the laboratory by the legendary hero, Mr. Explosion, she vowed to become the strongest hero, and I have always greatly admired that purity and perseverance." These words were like honey brushed onto the most sensitive areas of Tornado as pride, ranking, strength, past glories, and her revered Mr. Explosion. Tornado huffed. Yet her chin involuntarily lifted a fraction, the surrounding tempestuous psychic field noticeably calming. "Humph. Spare me your flattery." Tornado crossed her arms, descending slightly in height, her gaze drifting, though her tone retained its habitual haughtiness. "As if I care for your apology. And what's this nutritional meal? It sounds dubious," though she verbally dismissed it. The flicker in her eyes and the less aggressive posture betrayed her internal softening. Wang silently chuckled. This proud lowly was indeed easy to placate, as long as he adorned her with compliments and struck at her vulnerabilities. Of course, he dared not expect Miss Tornado to easily forgive his rudeness. "This restaurant is notoriously difficult to book. I had to pull some strings to secure a reservation. Dinner time is approaching. Shall we go now? Consider it a chance for me to make amends." Tornado pondered in silence for 3 full seconds before letting out a reluctant, "Humph. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll begrudgingly accompany you, seeing as you have some discernment." She added, "But I warn you, if it turns out to be inedible or useless, you'll regret it." With a wave of her small hand, she exuded an air of condescension. "What an honor." Wang immediately responded. Chiba Reina attempted to interject further, "But my lord." "The meeting, Reina. Stop your nagging." Tornado impatiently interrupted, her small hand gesturing. A flexible yet irresistible psychic force enveloped Chiba Reina instantly. "You're coming too. Just to ensure this guy isn't up to any tricks. Let us go." Chapter 19. Sweet words fail against the cursed ghost 5 minutes later. In front of the city's premier cloud-top restaurant, Tornado hovered in the air, scrutinizing the rotating restaurant situated 300 meters above ground. "Are you sure the food here is effective?" Wang maintained his composure. "It's said to employ the latest biotechnologies." He deliberately lowered his voice, as many female celebrities frequented this place, including the renowned and exceptionally curvaceous Vibejasha. As a popular star, Vibejasha's fame rivaled that of Sweetheart Mask. Indeed, this statement had a remarkable effect. Longwan's ears instantly flushed red, and she feigned indifference as she waved her hand, saying, "Come in, come in. Standing here is exhausting." Upon seeing the 3 esteemed guests, the restaurant manager promptly ushered them to a private room with great courtesy. Wang took the menu and pointed nonchalantly at the priciest dishes, this golden collagen braised sea cucumber, and the papaya snow frog stew with official, and yes, let's add a portion of hormone-balancing salad. With each dish he mentioned, Longwan's ears perked up even more. While waiting for the food, Wang noticed Longwan secretly searching for foods that promote growth on her phone. He couldn't help but smile as he turned to Chiba Reina. "Miss Reina, you left in such a hurry yesterday that you forgot your bag." Saying this, he retrieved the briefcase from his tote bag. When Chiba Reina accepted it, her fingers inadvertently brushed against Wang's palm, causing her to retract her hand as if shocked, her cheeks adorning 2 rosy clouds. Thank you, sir." "Hey." Longwan suddenly slammed the table, her small face puffed up with anger. "Do you all think I don't exist?" The utensils around her began to tremble slightly. Wang calmly shifted the topic. "Speaking of which, the dragon-level disaster you recently resolved has received high praise from the association." Of course, Longwan's attention was immediately diverted. Her chin raised with pride. "I took care of that kind of monster in 5 minutes. Those old men at the association initially doubted my abilities. Truly deserving of the 2nd rank, Wang expertly provided a segue. "I've heard the public praises your strength endlessly." This statement completely ignited Longwan's enthusiasm. The remainder of the dinner transformed into her personal hero report. Wang occasionally chimed in just at the right moments, keeping Longwan in high spirits, even allowing her to forget her most detested topic of height. When the final dish, decorated with gold leaf, The papaya snow frog stew with official was served. Long Wan's eyes lit up momentarily, but she quickly feigned disdain. Humph. This is just childish food. Wang smiled knowingly, gesturing for the server to place the dessert in front of her, and jokingly said, I've heard this dessert enhances telekinetic purity. Many superpowered individuals recommend it. Long Wan skeptically scooped a spoonful, and in the next moment, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Well, it's not bad. Though she said this, her hands did not stop, and she swiftly devoured the entire bowl of dessert. Chiba Reina watched this scene, unable to suppress a soft laugh. She quietly mouthed a thank you to Wang, who responded with a meaningful wink. After their satisfying meal, Long Wan's mood noticeably improved. She floated before Wang, haughtily declaring, in light of your thoughtfulness, I shall forgive you. But if you dare to mock me again next time, she threatened by shaking her small fist. Wang feigned a fearful expression. I wouldn't dare. As they left the restaurant, the light shimmered on. Long Wan used her telekinesis to float Chiba Reina into the air. Suddenly turning back to Wang and saying, Hey, you must attend the hero banquet held by the association next week. Without waiting for a response, she vanished into the night sky with a whoosh. Wang gazed at the receding green light, stroking his chin. It seemed that tonight's dinner had yielded more than expected, garnering a significant wave of goodwill from Long Wan. As he disembarked from the high-speed train, Wang walked home when a sudden urge to urinate struck him. He glanced around and spotted a 24-hour KFC nearby. Perfect. He hastened towards the fast food restaurant and pushed the door open. The interior was brightly lit yet surprisingly quiet. There were no staff at the counter, and the dining area was devoid of patrons. Only the automated ordering machine flickered with cold light, playing a mechanical welcome message. Strange. Wang furrowed his brow, but the urgency propelled him directly towards the restroom. Just then, a swaying figure emerged from the direction of the restroom. It was a young man clad in a blue, soda barrel-shaped costume, emblazoned with the unmistakable Pepsi logo. His face was nestled at the top of the barrel, his limbs protruding from the sides, and a blue, curled straw was stuck atop his head. The young man let out a loud burp. Clutching 2 cups of soda in his hands, his face flushed with an unnatural hue as he staggered like a drunken fool. The two collided in the narrow aisle. Bang! With Wang's enhanced physique, he stood unyielding, but the soda barrel of the young man crumpled upon impact. A torrent of dark brown liquid gushed from the barrel's crevice, instantly soaking the floor. Sorry. Wang instinctively reached out to help, assuming he had merely spilled the beverages. Ah! The young man shrieked in anguish, rolling on the ground while clutching the dented barrel. I'm dying. I'm dying. Only then did Wang realize something was amiss. The liquid flowing out was not soda but a sweet, viscous, dark brown blood. Within a minute, the young man's movements ceased entirely. His eyes remained open but devoid of life, the blue straw hanging limply beside him. Wang crouched down, tentatively touching the exterior of the paper cup, which felt cold and hard, entirely unlike ordinary clothing materials. It dawned on him that he had just inadvertently killed a genuine soda monster. Wang rubbed his nose, a twinge of guilt swelling within him. Although the individual was a monster, his behavior seemed non-aggressive, more akin to a drunken reveler. He never anticipated that a moment of negligence would cost the creature its life, just as he was about to pay a moment of silent tribute to the unfortunate monster. A piercing scream erupted from behind. Son. Wang whipped around to see a middle-aged monster at the entrance of the fast food restaurant, resembling a green Sprite barrel. The barrel bore the unmistakable lettering of Sprite, and a thicker green straw protruded from the top. At that moment, the monster's eyes were bulging with rage as he fixed his gaze on the now deflated blue soda barrel on the ground, growling each word through gritted teeth. I will make you pay. Wang sighed in resignation, knowing that any attempt at explanation would be futile. He placed the mechanical box he was carrying on the floor, pressed the button, and extracted the control handle, saying, Listen, this was an accident, and I do not wish to harm anyone further. An accident? The Sprite monster roared in fury, rising to his full height, the green barrel beginning to grotesquely swell. You killed my son. I will make you pay in blood. Wang sighed again. Well, it was clear that reasoning with the unreasonable was pointless. He might as well use this fellow to test the capabilities of the mechanical dog developed for him by the Child Emperor. Chapter 20. The entertainment circle is truly chaotic. The Sprite monster's straw suddenly elongated, striking towards Wang like a green viper. Simultaneously, a torrent of bubbling green liquid spewed from the barrel's opening, filling the air with a sharp, carbonated scent. In a critical moment, a flash of silver streaked by. Woof! The mechanical dog, having completed its transformation, lunged forward, biting onto the attacking straw. Its sharp alloy teeth effortlessly severed the green tubing, prompting a cry of pain from the sprite monster. "Ah, my straw." He clutched the broken green pipe. Terror etched on his face as he staggered backward at the sudden appearance of the mechanical dog. Wang did not grant him a moment to catch his breath. He swiftly manipulated the controller, and the mechanical dog promptly executed the command, its back armor opening to reveal 2 rows of mini missile launchers. "Wait, we can talk." The sprite monster's pleas were drowned out by the roar of explosions as 3 mini missiles struck his barrel with precision, sending green liquid and metal fragments flying in all directions. As the smoke cleared, the sprite monster had transformed into a pool of bubbling green residue, with its straw limply drooping to the side, still dripping liquid. Wang raised an eyebrow. The sprite monster could be classified as a low-tier beast, yet was effortlessly dispatched by the mechanical dog. It seemed the Child Emperor's research capabilities were quite impressive. As he recalled the mechanical dog, preparing to continue his journey to the restroom, an elderly voice echoed from the street's end. "La la la, cola, sprite, dawn is approaching. And you 2 rascals better return quickly." A larger, pale yellow configure ambled towards him, its straw thicker than the other 2, emblazoned with the word Fanta. Wang rubbed his temples, bemused. It was a glitch plot twist to have the younger face off against the elder. The elderly Fanta monster halted abruptly upon witnessing the devastation within the restaurant. "My son," it lamented, collapsing onto the sprite monster's remains, wailing in anguish. Then, with a gaze full of despair, it spotted the similarly lifeless cola monster nearby and rushed over, crying out even more mournfully, "Ah, Pepsi, my dear son." Wang's expression turned peculiar as he instinctively touched the scar on his chin. If memory served correctly, the middle-aged sprite monster had referred to the cola monster as its son. Why was the elderly fauna monster now calling both the sprite and cola monsters its offspring? The familial relations in this carbonated beverage clan were rather convoluted. Casting a sympathetic glance at the middle-aged sprite monster with its green cap, he couldn't help but recall the classic saying, "To live a fulfilling life, one must have a touch of green upon their head. You have slain my 2 sons. You shall pay." The elderly Fanta monster suddenly turned towards Wang, a bubbling sound emanating from its yellow canister as it began to grotesquely expand. Most bizarre was its straw, emitting steam sounds reminiscent of boiling water. With a gurgling sound, a basketball-sized mass of yellow liquid was forced up through the straw, creating protruding bulges along the tube. Wang sighed once more, pondering the absurdity of the situation. All he had wanted was to relieve himself. He had gauged the mechanical dog's capabilities and deemed further testing unnecessary. To swiftly end the conflict, he activated the Emperor engine. Boom! The thunderous sound of his heartbeat reverberated within the cramped fast food establishment. Dark red energy surged from Wang, instantly forming a 10-meter radius of intimidation. The elderly fauna monster, poised to launch its carbonated cannon, froze in place. Within that sphere of dread, it experienced an overwhelming terror, as if it were trapped in a carbonated hell. More frighteningly, under the influence of mental resonance, it momentarily perceived the fallen sprite monster rising from the ground, questioning it with a mournful voice. "Father, who exactly is Pepsi's son?" "No, I'm merely a victim. She seduced me, claiming you were inadequate, and I provided her with a child." The elderly Fanta monster trembled, desperately defending itself. On the brink of mental collapse, under the dual torment of guilt and fear, its carbonated cannon self-destructed before it could fire. Bang! A muffled explosion sent yellow liquid and metal fragments flying. The elderly Fanta monster's massive form deflated rapidly, ultimately becoming a bubbling yellow residue on the ground. Ding! Successfully intimidated and killed a mid-tier beast, Elder Fanta. Intimidation points, 100. Listening to the system notification, Wang shook his head. The last agonized cry of the elderly Fanta monster had once again reshaped his worldview. What on earth was happening? He murmured to himself, deactivating the Emperor engine. Finally at ease to use the restroom. Entering the men's restroom, Wang stood before the urinal, exhaling deeply. After holding it for so long, he could finally relieve himself. A look of contentment gracing his face. Just then, the passive alert of the Emperor engine activated. Thump thump. The rapid heartbeat warning echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, a fierce female voice rang out from behind him. "You killed my child. My husband. The father of my child." Wang's face fell, nearly interrupting his movements. Again? When will this end? He maintained his composure, zipped up, and slowly turned around, speaking in the most composed tone. "Madam, I understand your grief over the loss of your child and 2 husbands, but he pointed towards the restroom sign. This is the men's restroom. Standing at the restroom's entrance was a Mirinda monster. Unlike the stout figures of Fanta, Sprite, and Cola, this Mirinda's physique was alluringly curvaceous, her skin as smooth as cream. She donned a seductive purple dress. Were it not for the slender straw resembling a hairpin atop her head, one might easily mistake her for a stunning woman. You are. Upon recognizing the signature 3 scars on Wang's face, the Mirinda monster gasped in shock. Clearly, she knew far more than her oblivious husbands and had heard tales of his terrifying reputation. Ding. Mirinda has recognized the host's identity and is filled with fear. Intimidation points. 5. Wang raised an eyebrow at the system notification. It seemed his fearsome reputation had spread widely among the monster community. The Mirinda monster's delicate form trembled uncontrollably, her straw dripping purple liquid due to her fright. Chapter 21. Unlock Hidden Achievement. Gain Skill. Carbonated Bomb. The Mirinda monster recalled the terrifying legends she had encountered online, where those who angered him met with utter annihilation. Overwhelmed with fear, she unconsciously knelt on the floor, exposing her alabaster skin. Great One, I beg of you, spare my life. Her voice quivered, her straw dripping purple liquid, forming a small glistening puddle on the ground. Wang, hands in pockets, regarded the trembling beauty before him. He had to admit, the Mirinda monster was indeed a captivating creature. Her slender waist was barely graspable. The purple dress clinging to her voluptuous curves, and her elegant neck added to her allure. Coupled with her status as a widow, she exuded an air of tragic beauty. The Mirinda monster, acutely aware of Wang's gaze, subtly adjusted her neckline, revealing her smooth shoulders and enticing cleavage. She lifted her exquisitely shaped face, tears shimmering in her violet eyes as she bit her lip. I am willing to serve you, to be your lifelong servant. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance, her long fingers intentionally gliding over her pristine thigh. Oh, Wang responded with an enigmatic tone, a playful smile emerging on his face. The Mirinda monster, sensing his interest, felt a surge of joy, believing her charms had worked. She leaned slightly forward, allowing her neckline to hint at her assets. Her voice dripping with sweetness. As long as you wish, I can do anything. However, she failed to notice that as she flaunted her allure, Wang's left hand discreetly pressed the activation button of the mechanical box in his pocket. Nor did she realize that her supposed hidden malice had been keenly observed by Wang. Within the depths of her violet eyes, a flicker of profound hatred was unmistakable. What a pity, Wang sighed suddenly. The Mirinda monster, oblivious to the implications of his words, felt a chill at the nape of her neck. The last image she saw was her headless body slowly collapsing, having been bitten off by the mechanical dog that had ambushed her from behind. Gurgle gurgle. The Mirinda monster's severed head rolled to Wang's feet, her beautiful violet eyes still wide open, filled with disbelief. Her crimson lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to utter more, yet ultimately could only produce a few meaningless giggles. Wang observed this scene with indifference. From beginning to end, he had no intention of subduing the beautiful maiden. Indeed, her appearance was exquisite and aligned with his preferences, but unlike the mosquito girl, she bore a profound grudge against him. The animosity stemming from the murder of her husband might be reconciled, but the vengeance for her child's death was beyond his trust. Even if she were willing to forgive, while beauty was undeniably alluring, life was singular. Rather than indulging in fleeting pleasures and planting a potential bomb that could detonate at any moment, it was far better to send her to reunite with her family. A family should be whole and harmonious. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement. A family should be whole. Successfully reuniting the carbonated beverage family, Coke, Sprite, Fanta, Mirinda. You have acquired the skill, Carbonated Bubble Blast. The system's notification chimed, and Wang paused for a moment. A hidden achievement? He had not anticipated that this coercive system possessed such capabilities, and a flicker of surprise and curiosity flitted through his mind. It seemed he had yet to delve deeply into this system, which could be deemed a golden finger. Further exploration was necessary. Carbonated Bubble Blast can release high-pressure carbonated bubbles to inflict area corrosion damage. Power increases with the user's physique enhancement. Beginner level, 0 to 50. Wang raised an eyebrow. This skill did not seem particularly formidable at first glance, yet its potential for growth was promising. Should its power escalate in the future, is renowned technique. The infernal dual explosive heat wave cannon might indeed live up to its name. He retrieved the mechanical dog, which had resumed its box form. replaced the control handle in his pocket, adjusted his attire, and calmly exited the men's restroom. Upon pushing open the restroom door, he noticed several employees at the KFC entrance peering curiously inside. When they recognized D1 emerging, their faces lit up, and they cheered. Yes. Wonderful. It's the adult. The monster has surely been vanquished. D1 approached them to inquire about the situation. He soon learned that the cola monster had caused a ruckus in the store during the night, forcibly demanding cola while injuring several employees who attempted to intervene. The staff loathed the cola monster, and after reporting to the Hero Association, they had hidden nearby, only returning once they confirmed the monster's demise. Thank you so much, adult, exclaimed a ponytailed female employee, her voice brimming with gratitude. That cola monster has been harassing us for days, turning the store upside down each time. Whenever the heroes arrived, it would always escape. Indeed, chimed in a bespectacled male employee. That monster even threatened to turn us all into carbonated drinks. We are so fortunate that you acted in time, he added. I must quickly post about your brave actions online. As he spoke, he swiftly pulled out his phone and began snapping pictures of the cola monster family's remains sprawled on the floor. D1 waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such gratitude. Before departing, he noticed a small girl, trembling by the female employee's legs, likely around 7 or 8 years old, clutching a cup of cola tightly. Who is that? D1 inquired, pointing at the little girl. Ah, that's my daughter, the employee explained. School is out today, and she insisted on coming to work with me. She was quite frightened just now. D1 crouched down and offered the girl a gentle smile. Do not fear. The monster has been chased away by your uncle. The little girl timidly peeked out from behind her mother's pant leg, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. She glanced at D1, then at the cola in her hand, and suddenly extended the cup towards him. Hero uncle, would you like some? D1 was momentarily taken aback, but could not help but smile. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. Thank you, but Uncle isn't thirsty. You should enjoy this soda yourself. But remember, he continued, lowering his voice to feign a mysterious tone, do not drink too much, or you might turn into a little soda monster. The girl erupted into giggles at his words, nodding vigorously as she replied, Okay, I will only drink 1 cup each day from now on. This heartwarming scene was fortuitously captured by the male employee on his phone and uploaded online. In the footage, the adult not only demonstrated immense strength, having effortlessly defeated the cholera monster with a thunderous display, but also revealed a kind and approachable side. This image swiftly went viral across the internet, significantly amplifying his already burgeoning popularity. After leaving the fast food restaurant, D1 walked home in a buoyant mood. Despite the tumultuous events, he had garnered much from the experience. Not only had he tested the mechanical dog's performance, but he had also unexpectedly acquired a new skill. More importantly, he had uncovered the hidden achievement feature of the system. This revelation suggested that, in addition to earning points through intimidation, completing specific actions could trigger additional rewards. This discovery inspired D1 with myriad ideas for his forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 22. Experiment Target. The long-tongued lizard monster. By the time D1 returned to his apartment, it was well past midnight. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silver glow upon the corridor floor. The mosquito girl remained in the living room, springing up from the couch at the sound of the door opening and hurriedly rushing to the entrance. You're back. She was still dressed in her black and white maid outfit, albeit with a few oil stains on her skirt, indicating she had diligently practiced her culinary skills that day. D1 nodded, placing the mechanical box on the coffee table and sinking wearily into the sofa. He noticed a plate of pastries sealed with plastic wrap on the table, accompanied by a steaming cup of red tea. I tried making some snacks, the mosquito girl explained timidly, uncertain if they would suit his taste. D1 casually picked one up and took a bite. The exterior was flaky while the inside was tender and flavorful, cooked to perfection. He raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. Not bad. You've made significant progress. The mosquito girl's pale cheeks flushed with color, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Just as she was about to speak, D1 continued, Tomorrow, I need to visit the city to see Saitama. Please prepare some pastries and takoyaki as gifts for him. Saitama. The mosquito girl trembled, the terrifying figure of the bald hero flashing vividly in her mind, nearly causing her to falter. Yet she suppressed her fear and shakily waved her small hands. I will do my best to prepare. Seeing her reaction, D1 pondered for a moment before reaching out to pat her head. As long as you behave, I assure you Saitama will not harm you. He paused, adding, From now on, when you procure ingredients, you may purchase blood for yourself. The mosquito girl's head snapped up, her eyes wide with disbelief. The prospect of having the freedom to procure her own supplies, including blood, was a privilege she had never dared to dream of. Her voice trembled as she knelt on one knee, her metallic fingers reverently lifting the hem of Wang's clothing to kiss it. I vow to remain ever loyal to you. Ding. The mosquito girl has gained permission for blood supply and a safety promise, earning 20 intimidation points. Wang withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Employing both kindness and authority was indeed the path to taming. The results seemed promising thus far. After freshening up, he lay in bed and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he saw himself standing at the pinnacle of the world, surrounded by countless beauties. The following morning, Wang was awakened by a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The mosquito girl had prepared a lavish breakfast. "This is a gift for Mr. Saitama," she said respectfully, presenting a beautifully crafted box filled with over 20 golden takoyaki and pastries, thoughtfully separated by oil paper to prevent sticking. Wang sampled one. The exterior was crispy, while the filling was succulent and juicy, even more delicious than the previous night's offerings. He couldn't help but look at the mosquito girl with renewed admiration. Her culinary skills had improved remarkably. "Well done." He offered a brief commentary, only to witness the mosquito woman's eyes gleam with joy at his simple praise, as though she had received an immense honor. After finishing breakfast, Wang departed the apartment, carrying a mechanical suitcase and a gift box. Unlike Earth, which boasts 6 continents, this world is dominated by the expansive Panga continent, spanning much of the planet. However, due to the frequent occurrences of monstrous threats, humanity has congregated in 26 colossal city districts, each named after a letter of the alphabet. During this new era, the previous mode of air travel, via airplanes, was abandoned due to the presence of ferocious monsters in the skies, replaced instead by the swifter and safer magnetic levitation trains. Owing to technological advancements of the new age, these trains travel at astonishing speeds and can easily obliterate any obstructions in their path, allowing transit from one city to another within just a few hours. As Wang arrived at the high-speed rail station, preparing to board a magnetic levitation train, a sudden uproar erupted in the nearby square. Haha, the long-tongued grandpa, transformed into a reptilian due to his obsession with crawlers, has arrived. "Beautiful girls, come and bear my children." A grotesque lizard monster, its tongue elongated and grotesque, was prowling in search of attractive young women. Covered in dark green scales and towering over 2 meters, its thick tail effortlessly smashed vending machines to pieces. Several patrol officers, attempting to restore order, bravely approached but were easily ensnared by the lizard monster's slimy tongue and tossed aside like rag dolls. Wang regarded the brazen creature with a curious expression. This lizard monster, it seemed, had made its appearance prematurely, as it was supposed to emerge only after Saitama had defeated Boros, thus becoming acquainted with him. At that moment, the lizard monster's gaze fell upon a strikingly sweet-looking girl, around 18 or 19, clad in a pale blue dress, her lustrous black hair cascading down as she trembled, clutching a book and attempting to flee. "Little girl, not a single one of you can escape." Haha. The lizard monster leered, its long tongue whipping around like a whip towards her. The surrounding crowd, terrified of the creature, scattered in panic, leaving only Wang, donned in a hooded sweatshirt, standing his ground. No. The girl, in her desperation, collided into Wang's embrace. "Are you trying to stop me, you damn fool?" The lizard monster lunged at Wang, its foul saliva splattering everywhere. It arrogantly flicked its tongue, hovering menacingly close to Wang's face. Unperturbed by the monster's provocation, Wang leaned down to inquire softly, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" The girl trembled and looked up, her eyes widening in recognition, exclaiming, "You are the strongest man on the surface." Her reaction caused the brim of Wang's sweatshirt to slip, revealing his signature 3 scars and a stern visage. His face, the lizard monster froze, its haughty demeanor evaporating in an instant. It recognized the 7th-ranked hero, the strongest on the surface. Just recently, this formidable existence had been capable of slaying a tiger-level monster. The side mantis, merely through sheer presence. The lizard monster recoiled in terror, its robust legs betraying it as it fell heavily to the ground. Its once proud tongue now limp and drooping like a dead snake. Ding. The wolf-level monster, long-tongued lizard, has experienced extreme fear upon recognizing the host's identity, earning 80 intimidation points. Wang regarded the incapacitated lizard monster coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. This was the perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired skill, carbonic bubble. He slowly raised his hand. Chapter 23. The blowing snow of hell. A faint glow emanated from Wang's palm, the air around him warping as if invisible bubbles were coalescing. Carbonic bubble. A bubble, infused with high-pressure gas, shot forth from Wang's hand, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, striking the lizard monster squarely in the chest. Boom. The tremendous impact sent the lizard monster soaring, its body flying back over 10 meters like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the support pillar of the station, creating a 2-meter-wide crater in the solid concrete. The lizard monster spewed forth a torrent of green blood, sliding down the wall, collapsing onto the ground. Silence enveloped the area as onlookers held their breath, awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. After a moment, the lizard monster struggled to rise. Its clothing had been nearly corroded away by the carbonic blast, revealing the dark green scales beneath. Though some burn marks marred the surface of the scales, the overall damage appeared minimal. The lizard monster cackled. I survived that blow. I truly possess the qualifications to become a mighty monster. It excitedly waved its robust arms, its long tongue flailing in the air. I shall rule this city. From this day forth, all beautiful girls will be my slaves, bearing me little reptilian eggs. Wang frowned slightly. It seemed the initial stage of carbonic bubble lacked sufficient potency and corrosiveness. With a thought, a system interface materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Intimidation points, 425. Without hesitation, he expended 50 points to elevate carbonic bubble to an advanced stage. Ding. The skill carbonic bubble has been upgraded to proficiency 0200. Effect update. Carbon concentration increased by 50, corrosiveness enhanced, and bubble detonation timing can be controlled. The lizard monster continued its wild antics, boasting, you couldn't even kill me. Who in this city can stop me? Wang held the girl firmly in his arms and raised his hand once more. This time, a more radiant glow emanated from his palm, the air around him twisting violently, accompanied by faint hissing sounds. Carbonic bubble, delayed detonation. A denser bubble rocketed forth, striking the lizard monster's gaping mouth with pinpoint accuracy. The bubble did not explode immediately, but rather slipped down its throat. The lizard monster paused, puzzled, and touched its throat. Why can't I feel anything? Bang. A muffled sound echoed from within the lizard monster's body. It froze, its eyes widening in horror as its abdomen began to swell visibly, the scales beneath its skin standing on end. No, this cannot be. The lizard monster stared in terror at its ever-expanding belly. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, 3 muffled sounds erupted, and the lizard monster's body, stretched to its limits like a balloon, finally. Pop. It burst open from within. A high concentration of carbonic liquid mixed with internal organs splattered everywhere, corroding the surrounding ground with a sizzling sound. As the smoke dissipated, only a bubbling pool of green slime remained, with not even a bone left intact. Wang wore a satisfied expression, exclaiming, "That felt great." The surrounding crowd, having witnessed the demise of the lizard monster, began to converge, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. You saved us. Incredible! You defeated that disgusting monster with just 2 moves. Sir, could I have your autograph? Wang released the girl from his embrace, and, after managing the fervent fans and confirming there were no further threats in the vicinity, boarded the magnetic levitation train bound for the city. The train sped along its specially designed tracks, the scenery outside blurring into a mosaic of colors. Wang reclined in the comfortable seat, closing his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the train arrived smoothly in the city. Compared to other cities, the number of monster-related incidents here was astonishingly high. The frequent occurrences of monstrous disasters have rendered certain suburban areas desolate. Various theories abound regarding this phenomenon. Yet the Hero Association has compiled intelligence suggesting 3 primary explanations. The first posits that these creatures are interlinked and have gathered deliberately. The second speculates the existence of a unique zone capable of naturally spawning monsters. The third rumor suggests the presence of a queen capable of generating multiple monstrosities. However, Wang, well-versed in the original plot, understands that the true reason behind the city's monstrous influx lies with the Subterranean Monster Association. Thus, it can be argued that all 3 hypotheses presented by the Hero Association hold a semblance of truth. Some of these beings have indeed come seeking refuge after receiving news, while others are products of the monster cells created by Sakes. Upon exiting the high-speed railway station, Wang encountered no unwarranted monsters along his path, which surprised him considerably. Given the current state of the city and its propensity for attracting monsters, it was reasonable to expect he would encounter at least a couple shortly. Before long, he arrived at the dilapidated apartment where Saitama resided. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, he stumbled upon two suit-clad gentlemen, sprawled in a position reminiscent of inverted onions, lost in an infantile slumber on the greenery before the building. Their attire suggested they were members of the Blizzard group. Wang raised an eyebrow in curiosity, as it seemed rather premature for Blizzard to seek out Saitama, according to the original narrative. But a moment's reflection clarified the situation. In the original story, Blizzard approached Saitama only after he had ascended to the rank of Class A hero. However, due to Wang's influence, Saitama had attained that status prematurely, prompting Blizzard to act ahead of schedule. Disregarding the two unconscious members of the Blizzard group, Wang ascended the stairs and knocked on Saitama's apartment door. Upon opening it, the domestic partner Genos greeted him. A flicker of surprise passed through his golden mechanical eye upon recognizing Wang. "Sir, I brought some gifts," Wang replied, shaking the food box in his hand. Entering the living room, he indeed found Blizzard seated regally in Saitama's abode, adorned in a high-slit, dark green robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She exuded an alluring presence. Her ample bosom created a striking curve, while her slender waist and pert posterior formed a perfect silhouette. Her long, elegant legs peeked from beneath the high slit of her gown, clad in black high heels that added an air of mature allure. Her visage was equally exquisite, with porcelain-like skin, lustrous dark green hair, and emerald eyes that sparkled with determination, her lips pressed in a defiant line. Meanwhile, Saitama sat cross-legged nearby, flipping through a comic book with an expression of exasperation, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected visitor. "Saitama, I've brought you a gift from my maid. Please try it along with Genos," Wang said, placing the gift box on the coffee table. "You needn't have brought anything. That's quite unnecessary," Saitama replied, though his hands moved with astonishing speed to open the box, quickly grabbing a takoyaki ball and popping it into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Genos, you must try this." Genos respectfully accepted one, savoring it thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is exquisite. Your culinary skills are commendable. It's not my cooking, it's my maid's talent," Wang corrected him with a smile. At that moment, Blizzard, who had been in a state of shock, finally regained her composure. She abruptly stood, pointing at Wang in astonishment. "You?" Chapter 24. Inviting Blizzard to the Heroes' Banquet. Wang turned to Blizzard, feigning unfamiliarity. "You must be Tornado's sister, Hellish Blizzard, ranked number 1 among Class A heroes. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Her expression shifted to one of complexity, as she did not expect to encounter the 7th-ranked hero here. Nor did she anticipate that this legendary figure would be so affable. "Hello, sir," she managed, striving to maintain her composure, though her slightly trembling voice betrayed her anxiety. "I did not expect to see you here." Saitama, stuffing his mouth with a pastry, mumbled, "You two know each other? Since you're both here, why don't you discuss that invitation from your Blizzard group?" Blizzard's complexion paled instantly. How could she dare to invite the 7th-ranked hero to join her organization? It would be as absurd as inviting a tiger to join a cat club. Wang observed her discomposure with a slight smile. It appeared that today's visit was proving to be far more entertaining than he had anticipated. "Saitama, how did you find the game console I gifted you the other day?" he inquired, aware that Blizzard was still somewhat intimidated by his status, thus opting to engage her less and naturally taking a seat opposite Saitama at the coffee table. Upon hearing about the game console, Saitama's excitement surged as he set aside his comic book. "That's fantastic. I've been practicing fervently every night. My fighting skills have skyrocketed." He pumped his fist in the air, his eyes glinting with determination. "I can now unleash 3 consecutive energy blasts." Wang smirked, retrieving the game console he had brought. "Shall we have a match?" "Absolutely." Saitama leapt up from the floor, rummaging through the TV cabinet in a flurry. "Wait. Let me find the console." Blizzard, seated nearby, gazed at the two men with a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. Why was the 7th-ranked hero conversing so amiably with a lowly Class C? Furthermore, their apparent familiarity suggested they were already friends. More astonishing was the fact that he treated Saitama with no semblance of superiority, but rather as an equal. Shortly thereafter, Wang and Saitama completed a match, and predictably, Saitama faced a crushing defeat. "What? How could this happen?" he cried out, clutching his head. "I can clearly unleash 3 energy blasts now." Wang erupted in laughter. Deftly navigating the game controller, shall we go for another round? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Saitama retorted defiantly, gripping the controller with renewed vigor. Blizzard observed the camaraderie between the two men, her lips involuntarily tightening. Her long fingers twisted nervously around her skirt. An unnameable envy swelling within her. I too wish to join. She surreptitiously scrutinized Wang. Noting that the 3 jagged scars on his face did not mar his handsomeness but rather enhanced his dangerous allure. The way his fingers danced over the controller resembled a pianist performing a stirring concerto. After a considerable time, Wang did not show any mercy in their match. And after losing 30 consecutive rounds, Saitama lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly drained of all spirit. Why? Why can't I win? Just then, he noticed Blizzard still lingering, and irritably shouted, Hey, how long are you going to stay here? Blizzard, sipping her green tea daintily, pouted and raised her chin defiantly. That's none of your business. Saitama, incensed, was about to retort when Wang tactfully shifted the topic. Saitama, are you attending the Hero Association's banquet next week? The banquet. Saitama shot upright in shock, his eyes wide. I had no idea such an event was happening. Wang thought to himself, as expected. The association had neglected to inform this bald powerhouse. At that moment, Blizzard interjected with a haughty scoff, her delicate fingers elegantly adjusting her skirt. This hero banquet only invites Class A and Class S heroes, and Class S heroes may bring one companion. She paused deliberately, casting a disdainful glance at Saitama. A smirk gracing her lips. Of course, someone like you, ranked at the bottom of Class A, would never make the guest list. With that, she covered her mouth daintily, releasing a melodious laugh. Saitama promptly retorted, as if you're so special. Were you invited? Blizzard's smile faltered instantly. Indeed, while she was ranked first among Class A, she still had not received an invitation. Her delicate face flushed with a noticeable speed, even the tips of her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Saitama turned to Genos. Genos, have you received the invitation? The golden-haired cyborg promptly straightened his posture. Yes, master. However, I deem such social gatherings to be utterly meaningless and therefore do not intend to attend. Oh no. Saitama grasped Genos' shoulder. You must go, and take me with you. He then turned to the dejected Fubuki, wearing a victorious smile. It seems that there is only one person in this room who does not have the qualifications to attend the banquet. Fubuki's demeanor darkened, as if a cloud had settled above her head. No, as a superpowered individual, she indeed manifested a small rain cloud, which began to drizzle lightly. Wang seized the moment to speak. I happened to have an available companion slot, and was unsure whom to invite. He looked at Fubuki, his voice warm and magnetic. If Miss Fubuki is interested, I can take you along. Really? Sir. Fubuki's expression brightened instantly, the rain cloud above her dissipating with a puff. She excitedly grasped Wang's hand, completely oblivious to the enticing cleavage that formed due to the gesture. Wang smiled slightly, relishing the softness of her touch. If you do not mind, I can come to your residence to escort you on the day. How could I trouble you, sir? Fubuki quickly shook her head, her dark hair swaying with emotion. No, I will personally come to your home a day in advance, and then we can go together. At that moment, her mind raced with calculations. Arriving a day early would not only secure her spot, but also provide an opportunity for a closer encounter with this mysterious S-Class hero. Perhaps she might even see her sister Tornado. Although Tornado was often overly protective of her younger sister, Fubuki rarely had the chance to meet her. The thought quickened her heartbeat. She stealthily observed Wang's chiseled profile, suddenly realizing that she was still tightly holding on to his hand, and quickly released it, her cheeks blooming with a rosy flush. Then it settled. Wang calmly withdrew his hand, seemingly oblivious to her embarrassment. He turned to Saitama. You and Genos should join us as well. There will be plenty of delicious food at the banquet. Upon hearing about the food, Saitama perked up immediately. It's a deal. Fubuki watched the three of them share a warm camaraderie, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. She suddenly realized that perhaps she was being accepted into this peculiar little circle. This realization warmed her heart, and an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. Chapter 25. Anomaly in the City. Infinite seaweed at the headquarters of the City Hero Association. In the top-floor conference room, a colossal holographic projection screen dominated an entire wall. While dozens of association executives clad in formal attire were seated around a circular conference table. The air was thick with the faint aroma of coffee and a stifling sense of tension. Everyone, please be quiet. Saijin tapped the table, his mechanical right eye flickering with a cold blue light. As he gestured, the holographic projection system activated, displaying reports from various city branches before the attendees. Based on the latest intelligence relayed from each branch, we will now commence the routine report. He lightly tapped the projection, magnifying the surveillance footage of the city. The image revealed a peculiar figure clad in a plush dog costume, lazily basking in the sun atop a monument in the City Hall Square. First, we have the report from the city-level hero, Canine Hero. Saijin's tone was calm, no anomalies detected. No anomalies. Gabriki, the head of the armaments department, suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his thick mustache nearly bristling with indignation. The disaster occurrence rate in the city last month was 3 times that of other cities. The average disaster level reached the demon grade. Can such a perfunctory report be accepted? Saijin didn't even raise an eyebrow. That is simply his style. Though brief, the implication is clear. As long as I am here, there is no need for concern, regardless of what transpires. Preposterous. Gabriki fumed, his mustache quivering with rage. These S-class heroes are all insufferably arrogant. Especially that one. Upon mentioning this name, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted subtly. He was clearly notified to report to headquarters yesterday, yet what happened? Gabriki seethed, his fist clenched. Over 20 of us waited for him for a full 2 hours. In the end, he went to the Cloud restaurant for a lavish meal with Tornado. This is utterly outrageous. The personnel department's Tanaka chimed in. He brazenly misuses his power. Just yesterday, I witnessed him flirting with a new clerk in the headquarters lobby. Saijin's mechanical eye subtly shifted, quietly absorbing the reactions of the crowd as a devoted fan. He cleared his throat discreetly, regarding the issue at hand. The committee has enough. Chairman Shichi suddenly interjected. The elderly man, with his white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, rose slowly, exuding an air of authority. This is not the time to discuss individual heroes. Saijin, what is the status of the city? The focus of the conference room immediately shifted. Saijin's fingers raced across the projection screen, pulling up a disconcerting set of data. The head of the 6th operations room, Jian Jing, stood up, his voice trembling slightly. According to our monitoring, the energy readings from the Demon City region in the outskirts of the city are abnormal. There is reason to suspect that there may be a trigger for a large-scale disaster. The projection shifted to a satellite map, revealing the city's periphery covered in a sinister red hue, resembling a festering wound. We have already deployed 2 S-class heroes to investigate. Saijin brought up the profiles of the 2 heroes, ranked 29th, Golden Ball, and 33rd, Springbeard. Shichi scrutinized the map for a long while before suddenly asking, "Where are they now?" Saijin pulled up another screen, revealing that they were currently at Saitama's residence. Saitama. Shichi frowned. Isn't he the bald newcomer recently rated as an S-class hero? A new wave of condemnation erupted in the conference room, evidently believing that Saitama's elevation to S-class was due to his status. Immediately notify him, Shichi decisively commanded, to closely monitor the anomalies in the city. As for other matters, the elderly man's sharp gaze swept across the attendees. Let us deliberate on those after the crisis has been resolved. Meanwhile, in the city, the sunset's afterglow poured through the window of Saitama's cramped apartment, bathing the entire room in a warm orange hue. Wang set down his game controller and stretched lazily. Is it already this late? He glanced at the vibrant sunset outside and proposed, how about we go to the city center for hot pot? My treat. Why waste money on that? Saitama immediately countered, pointing to the corner of the kitchen. I have hot pot at home. We can eat it here. Genos promptly stood up. Master, I will prepare the ingredients. Wait. Wang stopped him. I'll go buy the supplies. Genos, you stay here to prepare the broth. With that, he grabbed his coat and prepared to head out. Saitama turned to Fubuki, who was still lounging on the sofa, waving his hand dismissively. Hey, it's almost dark. You should head home. Fubuki pretended not to hear, gracefully jumping up to follow Wang. Sir, I'll accompany you for shopping. Hey, who gave you permission to stay? Saitama shouted from behind. Fubuki turned back, making a face at him, then hurried to catch up with Wang, who had already stepped outside. The sunset elongated their shadows, creating a curious sense of harmony between the tall and short figures. In the supermarket, Wang pushed a shopping cart while Fubuki flitted around him like a cheerful little bird. Sir, this mushroom is so fresh. Sir, should we try this special sauce? Sir. Her voice was clear and melodious, drawing the attention of nearby customers. Many recognized the 2 heroes, and whispers began to circulate. Isn't that the S-class hellish blizzard? And next to her is, oh my. They appeared exceedingly intimate. Upon hearing such discussions, Chu Shiwen not only refrained from distancing herself, but rather leaned in closer deliberately. The subtle fragrance of her perfume, a delightful blend of jasmine and cedar, wafted into Wang's nostrils. What do adults typically enjoy eating? She inquired, her eyes sparkling as she lifted a box of premium Wagyu beef. Just as Wang was about to respond, his phone suddenly chimed. It was an urgent notification from the association. Abnormal energy fluctuations had been detected in the city, and 2 A-class heroes were in peril. Immediate assistance was required. His brow furrowed as he swiftly replied to the message, then turned to Chushua, saying, "It seems our hot pot dinner will have to be postponed." Chushua, keenly sensing the shift in atmosphere, asked, "Is something wrong?" "It's an assignment from the association," Wang briefly explained, quickening his pace towards the checkout. "You should return to Chiyu. I'll be back shortly." "Wait." Chushua grabbed his sleeve, exclaiming, "Let me go with you. I'm the top A-class hero." Wang looked down at her determined little face and suddenly smiled. "All right, but you must follow my orders." Chushua immediately nodded vigorously, her ample chest swaying gently with emotion. She was unaware that Wang's gaze lingered on her enticing curves for a moment longer. The two hurriedly settled their bill and exited the supermarket. As night descended, an eerie silence enveloped the deserted street in the city. Upon arriving at the scene, Wang and Chushua were met with a shocking sight. The A-class hero's golden ball and spring beard lay battered and unconscious, covered in blood and ragged clothes. Not far away stood a peculiar figure, a small black man with seaweed for hair, who proclaimed, "This is so boring." After finally defeating the heroes, there isn't even a single cry of despair. Now that I think of it, with no humans around, I wouldn't gain any fame even if I settled here. The creature, known as Infinite Seaweed, twirled its seaweed hair and boasted, "We should attack. Let us storm the residential area." Someone's coming. Another hero? Chapter 26. Chushua, the security that can lead to despair. Chushua gazed incredulously at the fallen golden ball and spring beard. Her lips parted in disbelief. It was important to note that they were not insignificant figures. Golden Ball's precise and enigmatic slingshot technique and Springbeard's powerful whisker thrust, capable of shattering rocks, had earned them significant accolades among A-class heroes. Their lower rankings were more a result of their discrete actions than any lack of ability. Yet, the sight before her, both heroes bloodied and tattered, with grotesque bruises swelling on their heads, indicated they had suffered a devastating defeat and were utterly unconscious. A chill crept up Chushua's spine. To have so easily vanquished 2 seasoned heroes of considerable strength. This shadowy figure with seaweed hair before her must possess power bordering on demonic. "Hey, you two are heroes, right?" The creature's mocking voice shattered the silence. "I am Infinite Seaweed, destined to become the new legend of this ghost town." It lashed its seaweed tendrils, resembling living snakes, towards Wang and Chushua, eager to engage them and alleviate its boredom. Fear coiled around Chushua's heart like icy vines. Just as her mind began to whirl, a warm hand gently settled on her shoulder. "Don't be afraid," Wang's deep, resonant voice reached her ears, imbued with a reassuring strength. Chushua looked up to find his chiseled profile illuminated by the moonlight, appearing particularly stern. The 3 scars on his face were accentuated by the dim streetlight, and his gaze remained calm and unwavering, as if the creature that had felled 2 A-class heroes was merely a pebble by the roadside. What made her heart race was the hint of tenderness in his eyes as they met hers. "I'm here." Those 3 simple words instantly relaxed Chushua's taut nerves. Indeed, standing beside her was the strongest man on the planet, the very being capable of intimidating even tiger-level monsters with sheer presence. As this realization dawned upon her, Chushua involuntarily straightened her posture, her curves accentuated by the movement. She subtly leaned closer to Wang, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne. Wang maintained his characteristic stoic expression, his gaze slicing through the air towards the seaweed creature. He quickly recalled the details of this being, Infinite Seaweed. At the pinnacle of tiger level, its power nearing that of a demon, was one of the most formidable tiger-level monsters in the original narrative. Its seaweed appendages were remarkably resilient, with unpredictable and varied attacks. Of course, he also remembered the unfortunate fate that awaited this creature when it crossed paths with Chiyu on his return from grocery shopping. Its hair plucked away and transformed into a seaweed soup. "How dare you disregard me?" Infinite Seaweed was thoroughly incensed by Wang's indifferent gaze. It could not tolerate being belittled. Several deep green seaweed tendrils, shrouded by the night, stealthily glided along the roadside's drainage ditch before launching an attack from Wang's and Chushua's blind spot, aimed directly at Wang's back. The sharp sound of slicing air echoed ominously in the stillness of the street. "Be careful." Chushua gasped, her heart racing. She barely glimpsed the source of the attack, feeling only a chilling gust of wind, the threat of death causing her hair to stand on end. Yet, Wang's response was swifter. The unique early warning system of the Emperor engine had already sounded alarms in his mind. Boom, boom, the source of danger and its trajectory vividly projected in his perception. In the same instant Chushue cried out, Wang moved. He did not choose to confront the attack directly, but rather embraced Chushue as slender and resilient waist with a fluid motion. Chushue felt a surge of strength as she was swiftly lifted off her feet, spun halfway around, enveloped by the warmth of his presence and the solidity of his arm. Whoosh! Several seaweed tendrils, as sharp as steel spears, whizzed past the spot where Chushue had just stood, striking the concrete wall behind them with a thud, sending debris flying. The force of the impact even left spiderweb-like cracks in the wall. Chushue, still rattled, leaned against Wang, her heart pounding like a drum. Cold sweat drenched her back as she fully grasped the peril of that near-fatal ambush. Had the outcome been different, she glanced at Wang's profile. Her eyes filled with both fear and a deeper sense of gratitude and reliance. You fool. You dodged quite well. Infinite Seaweed, having missed its strike, became even more furious. Its seaweed tendrils writhed frantically, intertwining like a deadly green net, descending from all directions, above, below, and on both sides, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air. Engulfing the two of them, the intensity and speed of the assault nearly sealed off all avenues for evasion. Chushue instinctively prepared to activate her superpower in defense. But Wang gently restrained her wrist. Stay still. With that, he cradled her as he glided like a specter through the dense barrage of seaweed attacks. His agility, bolstered by an 18-point attribute, allowed him to easily evade every strike, even while carrying her. The seaweed tendrils repeatedly pierced walls and pavement. Yet not even the edges of their clothing were grazed. Damn it! Damn it! Infinite Seaweed seethed with rage, its attacks growing increasingly frantic. Yet it could not land a single blow on Wang. It felt like a jester being mocked, unleashing a frenzied roar. You pathetic hero. Is all you can do to scurry like a mouse? Come face me head on. Wang smirked coldly. If that is what you wish, then so be it. Boom! A heartbeat, heavy as an ancient war drum, erupted without warning on the silent street. The Emperor engine roared to life. No longer merely a warning hum, but a full-throttle explosion. A formless dread, seemingly emanating from the abyss, erupted with a thunderous roar centered around Wang. The dark crimson energy surged like the infernal flames of hell, enveloping him and casting him as a descending demon. The Infinite Seaweed, at the forefront, felt its very thoughts. Soul, and every strand of dark energy that constituted its being, gripped tightly by the heartbeat of terror. Its fury was swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming fear. The world around spun chaotically, and Wang's figure vanished, replaced by an enormous shadow exuding the stench of the deep sea and a terrifying pressure. It was the embodiment of its deepest fears, the ruler of the deep, possessing absolute dominion over the lives and deaths of all sea creatures, the Deep Sea King. Please, do not take my seaweed, my power. The Infinite Seaweed wailed in despair, its entire form trembling like chaff, bound by an invisible force within the magnified illusion of terror. It could neither struggle nor escape, helplessly watching as the Deep Sea King extended its massive claw, effortlessly capturing it and thrusting it into that gaping maw. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the Deep Sea King chewing on its tentacles echoed clearly in the illusion. That sound carried a savage pleasure in the enjoyment of a meal, each crunch seemingly tearing at its very soul. It could even taste the excruciating pain and despair of its body being crushed and corroded by digestive fluids. Ding. Successfully intimidated Infinite Seaweed, Tiger-class Pinnacle. Intimidation points, 200. Chapter 27. One-hit kill. Eating more seaweed can promote hair growth in reality. Infinite Seaweed lay rigid as a puppet, its eyes hidden within the seaweed's folds brimming with sheer terror. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter on the chopping block. It had utterly lost the will to resist, completely immersed in the illusion sparked by the resonance of the Emperor engine. Drawn from the depths of its soul's most profound fears, Wang stole a glance at the system interface visible only to him. Intimidation points, 575. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his thoughts, instantly consuming 200 intimidation points. Ding. Skill proficiency in carbonated bubble shot has reached minor success, 0600. Effect update. Carbonate concentration and corrosiveness have been significantly enhanced, allowing for form adjustment. It is finished. Wang gazed coldly at Infinite Seaweed, as one would regard refuse about to be disposed of. Minor success in carbonated bubble shot. A beam of condensed. Substantial emerald light tore through the air with a piercing shriek, striking precisely against the dark body of infinite seaweed. Splat. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Only a spine-tingling sound of powerful corrosive dissolution. The minor success level of the carbonated bubble shot reached a terrifying degree of corrosiveness. In just one strike, the Tiger-class Pinnacle Infinite Seaweed could not even emit a cry of agony before its body convulsed violently and collapsed like melting ice cream under the sun, transforming into a bubbling pool of black slime. As the night breeze swept by, it carried a pungent aroma of decay and desolation. Shueisha witnessed the entire scene. Her lips slightly parted, her emerald eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the power of the strongest man on the surface? So effortlessly delightful. In just one move, he annihilated an adversary that even she found terrifying. Moreover, that overwhelming aura of intimidation, even if not directed at her, left her legs trembling. What quickened her heartbeat further was that, until now, a strong arm still encircled her waist. She could distinctly feel the firmness of his abdomen and the warmth of his body. Well, the troublesome refuse has been dealt with. Wang released his grip, his voice returning to its usual calm. Yet, Shueisha keenly noticed that his gaze lingered on her for a second longer, particularly on her chest, which heaved slightly due to her agitated emotions. Thank you, my lord, Shueisha murmured, lowering her head, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. She felt a surge of relief that the night concealed her flushed face. Wang approached the two unconscious elite heroes. Inspecting their injuries, they had merely fainted and were none the worse for wear. He pulled out his phone to contact the Hero Association's medical team and gathered the scattered seaweed from the ground. Then he turned to Shueisha and said, "Let us go. Saitama and the others are waiting for our ingredients." Shueisha obediently nodded, trotting to keep pace with Wang. Under the moonlight, their shadows gradually stretched and eventually intertwined. At that moment, no one noticed a peculiar figure lurking in the shadows of a distant abandoned building, silently observing everything. A pinkish, ball-like creature the size of a human head, with fleshy wings flapping on either side, dominated by a gigantic single eye, spun around, exuding an unsettling aura of voyeurism. How intriguing, truly fascinating, a raspy voice echoed in the darkness. Your strength surpasses what was reported, and as for Shueisha, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Accompanied by a chilling laughter, the figure slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. When Wang and Shueisha returned to Saitama's small abode, the night was already deep. Click. As they pushed open the door, a rich aroma of hot pot wafted toward them. In the center of the living room, an old copper pot bubbled with steam, the discounted cabbage at the bottom having been stewed to perfect tenderness. Saitama lay sprawled on the floor like a salted fish, his shiny head reflecting the glow of the television, his fingers idly poking at his navel. "I thought you two had eloped," Saitama exclaimed, springing up and patting his flattened stomach in complaint. "I'm starving. Genos insists on waiting for you to return before he starts cooking." From the kitchen came Genos's serious voice. "Master, hospitality is a fundamental courtesy." Wang chuckled lightly, shaking the bulging plastic bag in his hand. "I encountered an unwise monster on the way, which delayed us a bit. These are the spoils, perfect for making broth." A dark green seaweed peeked out from the bag's opening. "Seaweed?" Saitama's eyes instantly lit up. "This is a fantastic ingredient that can enhance the soup's flavor." "Genos, hurry." Genos immediately poked his head out from the kitchen. "Master, I recall there are rumors about seaweed being beneficial for hair, but there is no medical basis. Nor is there evidence to prove it promotes hair growth. Who cares about that?" Saitama snatched the plastic bag, tearing it open with haste. "Getting it into the pot is the priority. The internet says seaweed can promote hair growth. Could it be that Saitama-kun actually?" Shueisha elegantly removed her coat and hung it on the door, then gracefully knelt beside the coffee table, her dark green skirt spreading elegantly on the floor. Saitama froze in mid-action, his expression darkening visibly. Genos, oblivious, continued earnestly, "However, Master, my detailed investigation shows this claim lacks scientific backing. For instance, this authoritative website clearly states, shut up." Saitama's fists were cracking ominously. "I never said I wanted to promote hair growth." Shueisha stifled a laugh, her emerald eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh? It seems our rank bottom dweller actually cares about this? You guys." Saitama was fuming, ready to explode, but was interrupted by a timely offering of a cold beer from Wang. "All right, let us eat." Wang skillfully adjusted the atmosphere, adding the sliced Wagyu beef into the pot. The red and white marbled meat unfurled in the boiling broth, releasing an enticing aroma. This long-awaited hot pot dinner unfolded in a cheerful atmosphere. The steam rising from the hot pot cast the silhouettes of the four around the table against the wall, occasionally entangled in a playful struggle for the meat slices. In the world of One Punch Man, to facilitate public transportation and hero support, maglev trains operate around the clock. As Wang returned to the city, pushing open the door to his apartment, the clock hand pointed to 1 in the morning. In the living room, a solitary dim wall lamp casts a gentle golden hue over the contours of the furniture. The mosquito girl is curled up on the sofa, deeply asleep. Her pallid cheeks exude an extraordinary tranquility in slumber, long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, and her slightly parted red lips emit delicate breaths. On the coffee table, a meticulously arranged plate of exquisite wagashi and a steaming cup of red tea await. Wang reaches out to touch the teacup, its warmth revealing that the mosquito girl must have reheated the snacks several times before her slumber, just so he could enjoy a bite of warmth upon his return. This small detail stirs an uncommon warmth within Wang's heart. He treads lightly to the front of the sofa, bending down to lift the mosquito girl in his arms. Unconsciously, she snuggles closer to him, emitting a soft, kitten-like murmur. The curtains of the guest room are not fully drawn, allowing a slant of moonlight to illuminate the bed. Wang carefully lays her on the neatly arranged bedding. As he tucks the blanket around her, she murmurs in her sleep, "Welcome home." Wang's hand lingers in the air for a moment before he gently adjusts the blanket's corners. Beneath the moonlight, the corners of her mouth curl into a contented smile, as if she is lost in a beautiful dream. Upon exiting the guest room, Wang remains unaware that a barely perceptible smile has also graced his lips. 3 days later, the morning sunlight pours through the floor-to-ceiling windows, draping the wooden floor in a warm golden glow. "This is the black duck neck I made according to the culinary recipe. Do give it a try." The mosquito girl, donned in a black and white maid outfit, resembles a diligent little bee as she brings forth a tantalizing platter of duck neck. A rosy hue of anticipation colors her pale face. Wang sets aside the comic book Mob Psycho 100 and raises his eyes. The dining table is already laden with an array of delicacies: golden, crispy tempura, steaming miso soup, and translucent sushi rolls. The aromas intermingle in the air, igniting an urge to indulge. "That's enough. It's too much." Wang's tone remains flat, tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Let's sit down and eat together." The mosquito girl hurriedly shakes her head. "No, it's unnecessary. Providing delicious food is my duty." She nervously pinches the edge of her apron. "I'll go check if the egg tarts in the oven are done." Watching her hurried retreat to the kitchen, Wang shakes his head, choosing not to say more. He casually opens the system panel visible only to himself. Deterrent system. Host. Wang level 1. Experience 0-100. Attributes: Strength 22, Agility 19, Spirit 16, Skills: Emperor Engine, Great Achievement 153000, Carbonated Bomb, Minor Achievement 0600, Call of the King, Beginner 050, Deterrence Points 1321. The recent gains have been quite satisfactory. Wang picks up a piece of duck neck and takes a bite. The spicy, savory flavor bursts upon his tongue, the meat tender yet chewy, perfectly cooked. He nods in satisfaction, continuing to browse the system records. Since acquiring the system, he has developed a habit of hunting after breakfast each day. With his extraordinary talent for attracting monsters, he encounters several peculiar beings during his outings, which would be rare for ordinary individuals. Most are minor characters of wolf or tiger level, easily defeated under the intimidation of the Emperor Engine, allowing him to effortlessly amass a wave of deterrence points. However, he has only encountered one ghost-level monster. After all, ghost-level entities possess the capability to devastate a city. If they were too common, human civilization would have collapsed long ago. Reflecting on that ghost-level encounter, a slight smile crosses Wang's lips. The situation was indeed perilous. At that time, his strength was insufficient for a frontal confrontation, and he had been prepared to flee. Yet, luck was once again on his side. Saitama, fortuitously shopping for discounted items at a nearby supermarket, happened to pass by. The poor ghost-level monster barely had time to introduce itself before being obliterated by the bald hero's punch. It was that encounter that unexpectedly unlocked the skill, Call of the King. Call of the King. Shout Saitama's name to have a small chance of summoning the bald hero to confront enemies. Beginner 050. Wang had privately experimented with it a few times. Although the system described it as a small probability, when combined with his maximum luck attribute, the results were astonishing. Almost as soon as he uttered Saitama's name, the hero would appear in a myriad of fantastical ways, descending from the sky, bursting through walls, or even once emerging directly from a manhole cover. He then shifted his gaze to the attributes panel, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, his strength, agility, and spirit attributes had each increased by a point. This was the fruit of his diligent training over the past 3 days while hunting monsters. Furthermore, through this period of exercise, he discovered a third method of attribute growth. Aside from leveling up for free attribute points and passive skill enhancements, through relentless extreme training to unlock the potential of his body, the innate talent of this body far surpassed his expectations. As a being capable of awakening the Emperor engine, its physical potential was nothing short of terrifying. Although it may not rival Saitama, a being who breaks dimensional barriers, it certainly stands shoulder to shoulder with physical powerhouses like Alloy Blacklight. The fundamental reason for the protagonist's lack of strength in the original work is that he was simply too lazy, despite possessing such astounding talent. He wasted away in his home playing video games, squandering this magnificent physique. With this thought, Wang couldn't help but shake his head. Now that he has taken over this body, the evident improvements from just 3 days of system training are remarkable. A regimen of 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and 100 kilometers of running, combined with a scientifically balanced diet and an unwavering will that refuses to falter even at the limits of exhaustion, has resulted in increments in strength, agility, and spirit. However, Wang squeezed his solid arm muscles, knowing that such rapid enhancement is likely merely an initial boon. As his physical fitness approaches its current limits, the effects of training will undoubtedly become less pronounced. He ponders as he sips his strong tea. This makes the free attribute points gained from leveling up exceedingly precious. According to the system's rules, the higher the level, the exponential increase in deterrence points required for leveling up. Thus, the most prudent strategy is to first push the foundational attributes to their current limits through training, and then utilize free attribute points to break through bottlenecks. This approach maximizes the utility of every single deterrence point. Just as he contemplates whether to seek out a gravity chamber for special training, a thunderous crash suddenly reverberates from next door, causing the entire wall to tremble violently. Dust cascades down. Wang furrows his brow. Before he can react, a significant portion of the wall before him collapses with a crash. Amidst the swirling dust, 2 men in suits wielding electric drills stand dazedly amidst the wreckage. One, sporting slicked-back hair and sunglasses, awkwardly scratches his head. "Good morning, sir." The other, a young man with dyed blonde hair, quickly straightens and bows. "We sincerely apologize. We were just following the boss's orders to create an entrance in the wall." Wang gazes expressionlessly at the 2 henchmen from the blowing snow group, then glances at the collapsed load-bearing wall, feeling a vein throb at his temple. Creating an entrance in a load-bearing wall? That's quite an innovative idea, isn't it? He asks, each word deliberate and chillingly calm. The 2 henchmen break into a sweat. The man in sunglasses stammers. "B-boss said it would be convenient for passage. We consulted a professional construction team. And it should be safe?" Wang slowly rises, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the morning sun. Just then, an elegant figure strides through the wall hole. In her signature dark green high-slit qipao, Shueishu delicately caressed the edge of the wall hole with her slender jade-like fingers. Her smile radiant as she greeted, "Good morning, my lord. This passage turned out rather well, didn't it?" Today, she clearly had put considerable effort into her appearance. Her dark green hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her exquisite makeup accentuated her snow-white complexion. Beneath the high slit of her skirt, a pair of legs wrapped in black stockings tantalizingly peeked through, each step exuding grace and allure. Wang's gaze lingered on those beautiful legs for a fleeting 5 seconds before he coldly pointed at the collapsed wall, demanding, "Explain." Shueishu blinked her emerald-like eyes innocently and responded, "Huh? Didn't I inform you in advance?" She waved her phone, adding, "To ensure I could attend the soiree on time. I purchased the adjacent property and planned to create a shortcut between the two." Chapter 29, The Dragon-class Catastrophe Meteor Crisis. It was only then that Wang recalled his phone vibrating earlier that morning. However, he had been engrossed in system analysis and paid it no heed. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when a panicked voice from the kitchen interrupted. "What happened?" Mosquito Woman rushed out, wielding a rolling pin, and upon seeing the gaping hole in the wall and Shueishu, she froze. The two women exchanged glances. A palpable tension crackling in the air. Shueishue's smile instantly turned frosty. And who might this be? Mosquito Woman instinctively stepped back behind Di Wang but quickly mustered her courage to stand tall. I am the maid. A maid? Shueishue narrowed her eyes. Her gaze scanning Mosquito Woman's curvaceous figure and innocent face, her red lips pressed into a thin line. Turning to Di Wang, she sweetly remarked, "My lord, you have such a lovely maid at home?" Di Wang suddenly felt a dull ache at his temples. Rubbing his forehead, he decided to cut through the chaos. Shueishue. Fix the wall. Mosquito Woman, continue preparing the meal. However, Mosquito Woman tugged at her apron with a pitiful expression. I will cover the repair costs. Shueishue stomped her foot in frustration, her ample bosom swaying gently with the movement. But the passage must remain. Di Wang observed the two women at odds with one another and then glanced at the two trembling subordinates of Shueishue huddled in the corner. Suddenly sensing that peace in his home would be a fleeting dream. Ultimately, under Di Wang's authoritative presence, both parties made concessions. The wall would be repaired, but a proper door could be retained. As compensation, Shueishue would be responsible for hiring a professional construction team to complete the work by the end of the day. After Shueishue stormed off in a huff, Mosquito Woman cautiously inquired, "Who was that?" "Shueishue from hell, the first rank," Di Wang replied, settling back onto the sofa. "She will be attending the association soiree next week as my companion." Mosquito Woman's fingers unconsciously tightened around her apron. "Then, may I accompany you? I can serve as an attendant." Di Wang gave her a sidelong glance. "Aren't you afraid of being besieged by heroes?" Mosquito Woman immediately wilted, her ears drooping. Indeed. As a monster, her presence at a gathering of heroes would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Observing her despondent demeanor, Di Wang uncharacteristically added, "Stay at home, and I will bring you back some pastries." Mosquito Woman's eyes sparkled with joy, her pale cheeks flushing with color. Yes. She scurried back to the kitchen, humming a tune as she continued her culinary preparations. Di Wang shook his head, refocusing on the system. With sufficient deterrence points accrued, it was time to contemplate the next direction for enhancement. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was an emergency notification from the Hero Association. Attention, all rank heroes. A dragon-class disaster has been detected in the city. Please proceed to assist immediately. Repeat, dragon-class disaster. The city? A dragon-class disaster? Di Wang paused at the message, quickly recalling that this dragon-class disaster was likely the meteor crisis from the original storyline. A colossal meteor had inexplicably veered from its original trajectory and was hurtling toward the city at an alarming speed. According to the association's calculations, the meteor's diameter exceeded 200 meters, and the energy released upon impact would equate to several megatons, capable of razing the entire city and its surrounding areas to the ground. How intriguing, Di Wang mused, narrowing his eyes as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. If memory served him correctly, the only rank heroes responding to the call would be Genos, Silver Fong Bang, and Metal Knight Dr. Beaufoy. And that Metal Knight fellow was merely there to test new weaponry, showing no genuine intent to resolve the crisis. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Di Wang's eyes. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Not only could he meet the martial arts master Bang, more importantly, he could learn the flowing rock-crushing fist. Ever since discovering that the system could enhance attributes through skill progression, Di Wang had long coveted this ultimate technique. As one of the pinnacle martial arts in the One Punch Man universe, the flowing rock-crushing fist not only significantly augmented the user's physical capabilities but also embodied the profound principle of overcoming strength with flexibility. If he could record it into the system and subsequently enhance its proficiency with deterrence points, Mosquito Woman's worried voice pulled Di Wang back to reality. Is something wrong? Di Wang stood up, his clothes fluttering as if stirred by an invisible breeze. There is a dragon-class disaster in the city. I must leave immediately. He paused, observing Mosquito Woman's hesitant expression, and unusually offered further explanation. It's a meteor. A meteor? Mosquito Woman gasped in horror, instinctively clutching her apron tighter with her slender fingers. Then you. Rest assured, Di Wang replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Such a disaster will not harm me. As he spoke, he walked toward the entrance, suddenly recalling something and turning back. Oh, and tell Shueishue that the wall must be repaired today. If she dares to take advantage of this to enlarge the passage, his unfinished sentence dripped with veiled threat. Mosquito Woman nodded vigorously, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Yes. 10 minutes later, the helicopter dispatched by the Hero Association hovered above the city. Di Wang grasped the edge of the cabin door with one hand, his black trench coat billowing in the fierce wind. From this height, the entire city lay before him, the crowds on the streets appearing as mere ants. "Sir," the pilot shouted through the headset, "we expect to arrive at the city in 1 hour. The association has prepared a combat suit for you." Wang glanced at the neatly stacked golden armor and red cape on the seat, an outfit crafted by the Hero Association specifically for him. However, he merely shook his head. No need. What a joke. How could he display his agility in such cumbersome armor? Furthermore, Wang looked down at his tailored attire, which was far more suited for the occasion. The helicopter pierced through the clouds, racing toward the city. Wang closed his eyes to rest. Yet his mind incessantly strategized the forthcoming plan. Indeed, Bang's dojo was situated in the city's outskirts, but it would be unwise to seek him out uninvited. In the original story, due to his title as the strongest on the surface, Bang mistakenly perceived him as unfathomably powerful, leading the martial arts master to shy away from offering guidance and instead recommend him to another. I must first establish a rapport, Wang pondered. The best opportunity would be during this meteor crisis. According to the original plot, Genos would attempt to intercept the meteor with his maximum output incineration cannon before it struck. Although ultimately unsuccessful, his determination to protect the city would earn Bang's respect. If he could lend a helping hand when Genos was exhausted, if he could remain on-site like a steadfast anchor, he would undoubtedly earn Bang's friendship. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Wang's lips. Facing life and death together would always foster a deeper sense of camaraderie than merely currying favor. "Sir, we've arrived." The pilot's voice jolted him from his reverie. Wang opened his eyes and gazed out the window, the scene before him breathtaking. In the dusk sky above the city, a resplendent point of light was visibly growing larger at an alarming rate. It was the falling meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, exuding an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The entire city had descended into chaos, with panicked crowds scurrying through the streets, the blaring sirens and cries echoing in a cacophony of fear. Even more alarming, as the altitude decreased, Wang clearly observed the ground at the city's edge ominously rising, as if some colossal entity was about to emerge. The Oddities Association's Wang squinted. Evidently, even if the Hero Association could not avert this peril, the Sykes faction was taking action to preserve their stronghold, at least for the time being. Chapter 30. Saitama's Unleashed Power. The helicopter descended onto the rooftop of the Hero Association's city branch. Just as Wang alighted from the aircraft, he heard a familiar voice. "Sir, over here." Turning to look, he saw Genos standing at the rooftop's edge, waving at him. The blonde cyborg had donned an entirely new combat armor today, with blue energy flickering at the joints, clearly prepared for a fierce battle. Beside Genos stood a short, yet spirited elderly man with white hair. He too was dressed in casual attire. His stooped posture and hands clasped behind his back gave him an air of leisure, yet he exuded a mountain-like steadiness. Silver Fongbangu. Wang's eyes lit up as he leaped onto the rooftop with agility now supported by a remarkable 19 points. "Sir, you arrived just in time," Genos said solemnly. "According to calculations, the meteor will strike the city center in 3 minutes. The shockwave will annihilate everything within a 20-kilometer radius." Bangu stroked his snowy beard, smiling as he added, "I have already evacuated all my disciples from the dojo. I wanted to see if this old body still had any use left. And it seems even the 7th-ranked strongest on the surface has been stirred." Wang keenly noted that while Bangu smiled, his piercing eyes were discreetly assessing him, carrying a hint of scrutiny and expectation. It appeared that this martial arts master was also curious about his strength. "You're too kind, Master Bangu." Wang replied with a slight nod, his tone sincere. "Your decades of dedication to guarding the city are what truly deserves admiration." Bangu paused, momentarily taken aback, and then burst into hearty laughter. "How interesting. I never expected someone of such legendary stature to be so humble." Genos glanced at the time, anxiously interjecting, "Gentlemen, this is not the time for pleasantries. Metal Knight has taken to the skies to intercept. We must act." "Not so fast," Wang said, gazing up at the approaching meteor with a glint in his eye. "Let's first observe Metal Knight's methods." He recalled that in the original narrative, Dr. Beaufoy's missile interception had been entirely ineffective, but witnessing the advancements of this world's technology firsthand would be worthwhile. As if sensing a shift, the three simultaneously looked skyward. Dozens of uniquely shaped missiles shot up, trailing flames, and as they neared the meteor, they suddenly split into hundreds of smaller warheads, bombarding the target from various angles. The thunderous explosions resonated even from a distance, creating a shocking atmosphere. The brilliant flames instantly engulfed the meteor, and both Genos and Bangu exhaled in relief. However, Wang frowned. Indeed, as the flames dissipated, a disheartening sight emerged. The meteor's surface bore only minor dents, its overall structure intact. It continued its unstoppable descent towards the city. Bangu sighed and slowly removed his coat. It seems we must resort to the old methods. Genos immediately countered, Mr. Bangu. While your flowing rock-shattering fist is formidable, facing a meteor of this magnitude, allow me to step in. We must at least attempt it, Bangu replied, stretching his limbs, his eyes glimmering with determination. Having lived in this city for most of my life, I cannot bear to watch it perish. Wang regarded the elderly martial arts master with a newfound respect. To know the endeavor is futile, yet to undertake it nonetheless. This is the true essence of heroism. Wait. Wang suddenly spoke. Both Bangu and Genos turned. Astonishment etched on their faces. Sir? Genos questioned, puzzled. Do you have a way to deal with this meteor? Wang smiled mysteriously. Let us give it a try. He certainly had no intention of directly confronting the meteor. That was Saitama's responsibility. However, this was an excellent opportunity to make his presence known, and he could not afford to simply stand by idly. Summon the king. Wang took a deep breath and softly uttered 2 words, Saitama. No sooner had the words left his lips than a peculiar ripple coursed through the air. In the next instant, a man clad in a yellow bodysuit, draped in a white cape, and possessing an exceptionally simplistic appearance appeared before the trio. Scratching his head in bewilderment. Huh? I was just putting on my shoes to head out, Saitama said, looking around in confusion. Upon spotting Genos, his eyes lit up. Ah. Genos. Where am I? Genos initially felt a surge of joy, but his expression quickly morphed into one of alarm. Master. Danger. Quickly find a place to hide. He anxiously pointed to the meteor, which was rapidly approaching, clearly still believing that Saitama did not possess the capability to handle it. Wang, however, patted Genos on the shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Relax, Genos. He turned to Saitama, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. Saitama, my friend. Do me a favor and take care of that pesky meteor up there. Saitama looked up at the sky, the meteor trailing its long tail reflecting an orange glow in his eyes. He tilted his head, his expression shifting from confusion to seriousness. Oh, that one. In the next moment, Saitama's gaze sharpened, slowly raising his right fist, his deep voice resonating with undeniable power. Do not let it fall on my city. Boom. The concrete rooftop beneath Saitama's feet shattered instantaneously, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward in a frenzy. To Bangu's astonishment, Saitama's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting skyward at a speed so great that it left a series of sonic booms in its wake. What speed? Bangu's white beard fluttered violently in the wind, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the figure soaring into the heavens. Genos's mechanical pupils narrowed to a pinprick, his ultra-high-speed cameras barely capturing Saitama's movement. Master, he. Though Wang had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand still left him breathless with astonishment. Was this the power of breaking limits? This was the embodiment of true invincibility. In an instant, Saitama had reached the meteor's underside. In the face of the colossal rock, his figure appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, this speck exuded an unmatched aura as he delivered a simple yet powerful punch. Bang! The deafening explosion erupted thousands of meters in the air, a terrifying shockwave expanding spherically, sweeping the clouds away for miles. The meteor, measuring over 200 meters in diameter, shattered like fragile glass the moment Saitama's fist made contact. Countless fragments of the meteor, engulfed in flames, scattered and soared through the dusk sky, tracing fiery arcs reminiscent of a grand meteor shower. Did he just shatter it? Bangu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The seasoned martial arts master now appearing as wide-eyed as a child witnessing something extraordinary for the first time. His proud flowing rock-shattering fist seemed utterly trivial in the face of such might. Genos trembled with excitement. Master, incredible. Is this truly your power? Wang, however, did not dwell on the awe-inspiring spectacle. He keenly sensed that despite their diminished size, the fragments still posed a significant threat to the city. Even worse, based on the original narrative, those who had purchased homes and vehicles on credit, only to see them obliterated by the meteor shards, would undoubtedly direct their frustration towards Saitama. Chapter 31. Carbonated Blast, Heaven and Earthnet. Wang believed heroes should not shed blood or tears. He quickly patted Genos' shoulder. Genos, let us intercept those fragments together. Genos immediately understood, and both of them simultaneously assumed battle stances. Wang took a deep breath, his thoughts sinking into the system. Intimidation points, 600 ding. Proficiency of skill carbonated projectile has reached perfection, 03000. Effect update. The concentration and corrosiveness of the carbonation have reached their peak, allowing for precise guidance and area control. A surge of newfound power coursed through Wang's body, and he felt every cell within him rejoicing. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang raised both hands. Palms facing upward, fingers slightly spread. Carbonated projectiles, net of heaven and earth. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of dark green light projectiles shot forth from his palms, each one accurately targeting a fragment of the falling meteorite. These projectiles traced graceful arcs in the air, forming a vast net that enveloped the rain of fire. Simultaneously, Genos unleashed his full power, burning cannon modification. The armor plates on his arms swiftly expanded, revealing the intricate energy matrix within. A brilliant blue-white beam shot skyward like a sword, perfectly complementing Wang's carbonated projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions resonated through the city, and the meteorite fragments, capable of destroying several city blocks, were utterly reduced to harmless dust under their combined assault. Bangu looked up at this breathtaking interception, the shock in his eyes beyond words. He murmured to himself, "Are the young people of today truly this terrifying?" As the last fragment was obliterated, the entire city fell into a brief silence. Soon after, cheers of relief erupted from every corner of the city. "We are saved. It is the heroes. The heroes have rescued us. And look, there's the cyborg and Silver Fang." The citizens embraced each other in tears of joy, some even kneeling in gratitude to the heavens. Little did they know that their true savior was none other than the bald man who was in free fall. Wang let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he had expended a great deal of energy, seeing the city safe filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Genos, equally exhausted, nonetheless insisted on walking to the edge of the rooftop, gazing anxiously at the sky. "Master," before he could finish, a yellow figure crashed onto the rooftop, creating a large crater in the already precarious concrete. Saitama brushed off the dust from his cape, standing up in a daze. "It's done." Bangu rushed forward in excitement, grasping Saitama's hand. "Sir, I am Silver Fang Bangu. May I inquire your name?" Saitama, startled by the old man's sudden enthusiasm, instinctively replied, "Ah, I'm Saitama, a rank C hero." "Rank C." Bangu's voice abruptly rose by an octave, turning to Wang and Genos with a look of disbelief. Wang stepped forward at the opportune moment, patting Saitama on the shoulder. "Old Bangu, this young man Saitama is my friend. Though he is currently only rank C, you have seen his strength for yourself." Bangu took a deep breath and earnestly addressed Saitama. "I have a humble request. I hope you will join my dojo to learn the flowing rock-shattering fist." Bangu had long harbored a concern. His most prized disciple, Geru, had betrayed him and driven away all his talented students. Since then, he had worried about the legacy of his martial arts. At his advanced age, he was uncertain how much longer he would live. Now, encountering someone with such exceptional talent, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Saitama stepped back in bewilderment. "Wait. I'm not interested. Genos, you go ahead." No need." Genos protested vehemently. "My pursuit is not martial arts, but absolute destructive power." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Wang looked at the scene, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Excellent. The first step of the plan has been perfectly accomplished. Bangu has recognized Saitama's strength and wishes to recruit him as a disciple, thereby passing on his martial arts. Next to him." Wang cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Old Bangu, we can discuss the matter of apprenticeship gradually. How about this? Tomorrow we will visit your dojo together and discuss it in detail. How does that sound?" Bangu, who had been hunched over, straightened up instantly, excitement glimmering in his eyes, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. I shall prepare tea and snacks to warmly welcome you all." The next morning, in the outskirts of the city, Wang stood at the foot of a towering mountain, gazing up at the peak shrouded in clouds, where the outline of Bangu's dojo could be faintly seen at the end of the winding stone steps. "Master, wait for me," a playful voice called from behind. It was Fubuki, who had specifically donned a light purple modified qipao today, her long legs accentuated by high heels, appearing even more alluring. She trotted to catch up with Wang, her ample bosom gently swaying with her movements. "Are you sure you want to come?" Wang raised an eyebrow. This is martial arts training, not a picnic. Fubuki pouted, playfully linking her arm with Di Wang's. I don't want to miss a gathering of rank C heroes. Besides, she leaned closer to Di Wang's ear, her breath fragrant. Last night, I specifically researched that martial arts training can effectively enhance a woman's figure. Di Wang's lips twitched. This girl really came up with such an excuse just to tag along? Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. Yo. Turning around, he saw Saitama and Genos approaching. Saitama was still dressed in his iconic yellow tight suit, his bald head glistening under the sun, while Genos had changed into casual attire. Sir. Genos respectfully saluted, his gaze lingering for a moment on Fubuki linked to Di Wang's arm before quickly averting his eyes. Saitama scratched his head, looking at the winding mountain path. By the way, why don't we just fly up? Genos can fly, right? Master, Genos said seriously. The etiquette of visiting a martial arts master is very important. Hiking up the mountain is a sign of respect to the host. Di Wang nodded, exactly. Furthermore, he cast a meaningful glance at Saitama. There are good things awaiting you. Saitama looked puzzled. Good things? The four began their ascent along the stone steps. As they climbed higher, the scenery grew increasingly magnificent, with the panoramic view of the city revealing itself amidst the swirling clouds. As a superpowered individual, Fubuki quickly became breathless, perspiring profusely. She looked pitifully at Di Wang. Master, can we take a break? Di Wang shook his head helplessly, crouching down and gesturing for Fubuki to climb onto his back. Huh? Fubuki's face instantly turned crimson. How could she possibly do that? Get on. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately blushed and climbed on. Hold on tight. Di Wang supported her thighs with both hands, the sensation causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. Fubuki felt herself stiffen. She could distinctly feel the firm contours of Di Wang's muscles and the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. Saitama, walking ahead, glanced back and muttered, I want to be carried too. Di Wang. Chapter 32, Comprehending the Flowing Rock-Shattering Fist. Half an hour later, the four finally reached the mountain summit. At the cloud-wreathed peak stood an ancient wooden structure, quietly looming. A plaque inscribed with flowing rock-shattering fist hung before the entrance. The brushwork vigorous and powerful. Welcome, welcome. Bangu had been waiting for them at the door. Behind him stood a young man with an afro. None other than Bangu's sole current disciple, Kalanzi. Old sir, sorry to intrude. Di Wang gently set Fubuki down and bowed to Bangu. Not at all. It is I who have longed for this. Bangu chuckled, stroking his beard, his gaze lingering on Saitama for a few extra seconds. Kalanzi, go fetch the items. Kalanzi replied and turned to enter the inner room. Moments later, he struggled to drag out a massive foam box, from which cold air was emanating. What is this? Saitama inquired curiously, leaning closer. With a mysterious smile, Bangu personally opened the box to reveal an orderly arrangement of over 20 sizable Australian lobsters. Each one was the length of a forearm, their dark blue shells gleaming with a metallic luster in the sunlight. These were sent from abroad by my elderly brother, Bangpu. With our dojo currently lacking in members, just Lanzi, and I could never consume them all, it would be better to share with everyone. This scene today was naturally a result of Di Wang's reminder to Bangu, as everyone dispersed yesterday. Chiyu, my younger brother, has an almost non-existent resistance to high-end ingredients, especially seafood. Chiyu's gaze was fixated on the lobsters. Ahem, since Bangu is so enthusiastic, I suppose I'll reluctantly help consume a few. In his heart, he thought, so many seemingly expensive lobsters. Incredible. Oh, Bangu's smile deepened, and he inquired, Chiyu-kun, do you think these lobsters are best served as sashimi, or? Sashimi is nice. Chiyu interjected immediately, but there's too much. Let us have hot pot instead. Hot pot is the best. It melds all the flavors together. Genos promptly took out a notebook to jot this down. Bangu nodded with a smile. Lanzi, go down the mountain immediately to procure the hot pot ingredients and utensils. Yes, master. Lanzi respectfully bowed and swiftly departed. While preparing for lunch, Bangu invited everyone to the dojo's training hall. This was a spacious wooden hall, surrounded by various martial arts equipment, with a thick grass mat laid in the center. Since everyone is interested in the flowing water rock-breaking fist, I shall humbly demonstrate, Bangu declared, removing his outer garment to reveal his lean yet muscular arms. The old man took a stance and inhaled deeply. In an instant, his demeanor transformed from that of a kindly elder to a sharp martial artist. The essence of the flowing water rock-breaking fist lies in the principle of overcoming hardness with softness. Bangu slowly raised his hands, His movements appeared languid, yet possessed a unique rhythm. His arms flowed like water, yet contained astounding strength. "Pay attention," he said, and before the words left his lips, Bangu's form suddenly accelerated. His movements were so swift that they left afterimages. Each strike was fluid and seamless. The air resonated with the sound of rushing water, as if a great river were surging through the hall. Ding. The host perceives insights from observing the flowing water rock breaking fist. Current insight value, 13. Wang's pupils contracted slightly. In his vision, each of Bangu's movements seemed to be dissected into countless frames, deeply etched in his mind. Is this the hidden function of the system? Learning skills directly through observing a martial arts master's demonstration? Suddenly, Bangu's technique shifted. The originally gentle motions transformed into powerful strikes, his fist smashing toward a wooden post the size of a bull's mouth. Bang! The post shattered with a clean break, its surface as smooth as a mirror, soft as flowing water, yet capable of breaking rocks. Bangu concluded, his breath steady as before. This was the true essence of the flowing water rock breaking fist. The training hall fell into a profound silence. Even Wang, who had seen much, was awestruck by this exquisite martial art. Yu picked his nose. Very impressive. But I think just punching would be simpler. Bangu's smile froze on his face. Wang cleared his throat and stepped forward. Old Bangu, may I try? Bangu's eyes brightened. Oh, you are also interested in martial arts? Wang did not respond but closed his eyes, recalling the images recorded by the system. He slowly assumed the starting stance, his movements surprisingly reminiscent of Bangu's. What is this? Bangu stared in shock. Wang began to practice. Though his movements were still somewhat clumsy, the flowing rhythm was already taking shape. Each of his strikes aimed for precision, as if replaying Bangu's demonstration in his mind. Ding. The host perceives insights from observing the flowing water rock breaking fist. Current insight value, 23. As Wang completed his final move, the training hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Bangu excitedly approached. A genius. Simply a genius. To mimic to such an extent after just one demonstration, truly remarkable. Wang humbly smiled. It's just the surface. I am still far from mastering the true flowing water rock breaking fist. Bangu shook his head repeatedly. No, you have already grasped the essence. I dare say. With time and practice, your achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. At this moment, in Bangu's heart, Wang's displayed martial talent was already comparable to that of his rebellious eldest disciple, Wolf. Yu yawned beside them. When will that hot pot be ready? Just then, Lanzi rushed in. Master, the ingredients and utensils are ready. Wonderful. Yu leaped up, instantly revitalized. Bangu chuckled helplessly. Then let us dine first. The cultivation of martial arts is not a matter to be rushed. The group moved to the dining area. A massive copper hot pot was already set up, surrounded by an array of fresh ingredients. Besides those enticing Australian lobsters, there were premium Wagyu beef, fresh vegetables, handmade tofu, and more. Just as everyone prepared to indulge in the feast, a noisy commotion suddenly erupted at the dojo entrance. Flowing water rock breaking fist? Merely an outdated trick. A sharp, piercing voice sliced through the wooden walls. Moments later, a dozen martial artists clad in black training garb, with the characters Ku Dao embroidered on their chests, rudely pushed the door open and barged in. The leading man, around 40, sported an exaggerated mohawk, a gruesome scar running down his right eye, and his muscular frame screamed intimidation. I heard the dojo of Master Bangu, the creator of the flowing water rock breaking fist, is located on this mountain. The scarred man arrogantly scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the lavish spread before sneering with disdain. Ha! It seems the esteemed martial arts master is nothing but a gluttonous old man. Bangu furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, maintaining his amiable smile. My friend, what brings you here? Quit the pretense. The scarred man slammed his hand on the table, causing the hot pot broth to ripple. I am the third-generation leader of Ku Dao, Ghostblade. I'm here today to challenge you and let you see what true martial arts look like. Wang squinted, scrutinizing these uninvited guests with a sense of disbelief. Challenging the third-ranked Silver Fong? ISNT that akin to courting death? As Bangu's only remaining disciple, Lanzi could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you speak disrespectfully to my master? If you wish to challenge, you must first get past me. Oh, Ghostblade appraised Lanzi's youthful face beneath his explosive hair, sneering contemptuously. You've got quite the spirit. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ghostblade's form suddenly blurred. Bang! With a dull thud, Lanzi was sent flying, barely able to perceive how the attack had unfolded. Watch out for the hot pot. Shiyu reacted swiftly, using his chopsticks to expertly grab Lanzi by the collar, suspending him just above the boiling broth. Blood streamed from Lanzi's nose as he blushed with shame. Master, I brought disgrace to our school. The protective Bangu straightened his hunched back, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It's all right. You have done well. Although the old man still wore a kind expression, the aura surrounding him had shifted. It was the pressure that only true masters possess. Just as Bangu was about to step in personally, a long and powerful hand stopped him. Old man, Wang said with a crisp snap of his fingers, since I have learned your flowing water rock-breaking fist, I am also considered a disciple of this lineage. In the face of a challenge, it is only fitting that I, as your junior, take the first step. Bangu gazed into Wang's resolute eyes, and after a moment, nodded slightly. Wang confidently stepped into the center of the dojo, the hem of his coat billowing without wind. He beckoned towards the ghost blade with a crooked finger, inviting, come forth, let me witness the true prowess of the Ku Dao sect. Seeking death, the ghost blade sneered, suddenly erupting into action. His muscles swelled, veins protruding, transforming him into a monstrous humanoid bear as he lunged at Wang. Venomous dragon's heart-piercing palm. The strike, imbued with a foul wind, aimed directly at Wang's heart. Should this attack connect, the lethal force would instantaneously claim half a life. In a hair's breadth, Wang's body fluidly tilted, narrowly evading the deadly blow. Simultaneously, his right hand morphed into a claw, gently brushing along the inner side of the ghost blade's arm. Flowing water rock-shattering fist, diverging style. Crack. A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed as the ghost blade's right arm fell limply to his side. The ghost blade shrieked like a slaughtered pig, staggering back several steps. You dare. Brothers, attack together. A dozen disciples of the Ku Dao sect immediately drew their various weapons, charging at Wang from all directions. Unfazed by the onslaught, Wang calmly adopted the stance of the flowing water rock-shattering fist, though his technique was not yet polished. His formidable physical prowess sufficed to deal with these ordinary martial artists effortlessly. Flowing water rock-shattering fist, whirlpool style. Wang's form spun like a whirlpool in water, each strike precisely targeting the joints and pressure points of his enemies. One by one, the disciples of the Ku Dao sect fell, either clutching dislocated arms in anguish or rolling on the ground, holding their numb thighs. Seeing the tide turn, the ghost blade stealthily reached for his waist. Whoosh! A flash of cold light erupted as 3 poisoned shurikens hurtled towards Wang's face. Despicable! Fuyuki exclaimed, instinctively preparing to unleash her powers. Yet, Wang's movements were swifter. His hands traced elegant arcs in the air, gracefully intercepting all 3 shurikens, as if caressing flowing water. Ding! The host observes the flowing water rock-shattering fist and seems to gain insight. Current insight value, 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the skill-flowing water rock-shattering fist. Beginner, 050. Strength 1. Agility 1. A warm surge coursed through Wang's body, as he felt his understanding of the flowing water rock-shattering fist elevate to a new level. The once awkward technique now flowed effortlessly, each move akin to having been practiced countless times. It is time to conclude this, Wang said coldly, his figure flashing like a specter before the ghost blade. Flowing water rock-shattering fist, waterfall style. This seemingly gentle strike concealed the might to split mountains and shatter stones. The ghost blade had no time to react before he was launched into the air, crashing heavily against a pillar of the dojo, and then, like a lump of clay, he slumped to the ground, utterly unconscious. The entire dojo fell silent. Fuyuki cradled her heart with both hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He was simply too strong. Jeno swiftly took notes, recognizing the importance of the battle data of a strong warrior in enhancing his combat capabilities. Saitama, however, remained engrossed in dropping lobsters into the hot pot, showing no interest in the battle. Bangu slowly approached, patting Wang's shoulder with satisfaction. Good. Excellent. I truly did not misjudge you. Wang, feeling the new power coursing within him, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This incident of challenging the dojo had inadvertently become the opportunity for him to fully master the flowing water rock-shattering fist. Everyone, the hot pot is nearly dry. Saitama's voice shattered the silence. Bangu returned to his hunched demeanor, smiling as he waved his hand. Kalanzi, throw these noisy fellows down the mountain. Do not disturb our enjoyment of the feast. Kalanzi immediately perked up and, dragging the unconscious ghost blade, headed towards the door. The other remaining Ku Dao disciples, seeing this, fled in a panic, scrambling to escape the dojo, fearing that one misstep would lead to their fate mirroring that of their master. Soon, tranquility returned to the dojo. The aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air once more, and everyone gathered around the table, marking the formation of the inaugural hot pot group. 3 days later, the banquet hosted by the Hero Association commenced as scheduled. Mosquito Girl stood at the kitchen door, her hands clutching a kitchen knife, rhythmically chopping on the cutting board. She had initially been in high spirits preparing breakfast, but unexpectedly, Fuyuki, the vixen, had barged in early, sneaking into the room. Wang was roused from sleep by a series of rustling sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Fuyuki bending over, her pert backside rummaging through his wardrobe. "What are you doing?" Wang rubbed his temples, his voice still husky from sleep. Fuyuki jumped at the sudden voice, turning around and inadvertently knocking over a clothes rack with her curvaceous rear. She had clearly dressed with care today, with her dark green hair elegantly styled into an updo, her face adorned with delicate makeup, and clad in a low-cut black evening gown that revealed ample fair skin and enticing curves. She looked stunning. "My lord." Fuyuki blushed as she explained, "I just wanted to help you choose a suitable outfit." Wang raised an eyebrow, throwing off the covers to get up. Dressed only in black pajama pants, his well-defined abs and chest appeared particularly alluring in the morning light. Fuyuki couldn't help but swallow hard, her gaze magnetically drawn to him. "I can manage on my own." Wang casually donned a shirt from the bedside. "You go wait in the living room." Chapter 34. Attending the Hero's Banquet. Tornado and Fuyuki meet. After Wang finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom in a sharply tailored black suit, the atmosphere in the living room was charged with tension. Mosquito Girl was plating fried bacon and eggs, and upon seeing Fuyuki's revealing attire, she gripped her spatula so tightly it creaked. Meanwhile, Fuyuki sat elegantly at the dining table, her long black stockings crossed, deliberately puffing her chest to showcase her striking figure. "Breakfast is ready." Mosquito Girl placed the plate heavily in front of Wang, her voice tinged with grievance. Seeing this, Fuyuki immediately stood, gracefully twirling in front of Wang. As her skirt flared, her long, beautiful legs became partially visible. "My lord, do I look good in this?" she asked, her large, watery eyes blinking with evident pride. Mosquito Girl, infuriated, stomped her foot, yet dared not lash out, casting a resentful glance at Wang instead. Wang leisurely sliced into the bacon on his plate, his gaze sweeping over Fuyuki. He had to admit, Fuyuki was indeed breathtaking today. The gown's fitted cut accentuated her voluptuous figure, and the backless design added a touch of sensuality, making her resemble a meticulously carved jade beauty, radiating an enchanting glow. "Not bad," Wang succinctly evaluated, continuing his breakfast. This lukewarm response clearly did not satisfy Fuyuki. She leaned closer to Wang, her delicate perfume enveloping the air between them. "Is that all? I spent quite a while preparing for today's banquet." Mosquito Girl could no longer restrain herself, slamming the juice cup onto the table. "Could you not stand so close?" Fuyuki narrowed her eyes, releasing her aura of power. "Little maid, mind your attitude. I am to accompany my lord to this formal event." "You." Mosquito Girl trembled with rage, her lips curling, revealing her fangs. As the tension between the two women escalated, Wang set down his utensils and gently tapped the table. "Enough." Just two simple words silenced them instantly. Mosquito Girl lowered her head in grievance, while Fuyuki pouted defiantly. "Mosquito Girl, you stay home today and watch the house properly." Wang wiped his mouth and turned to Fuyuki. "You wait at the door. I'll be right there." Fuyuki cast a triumphant glance at Mosquito Girl, striding gracefully towards the entrance. Mosquito Girl, with red-rimmed eyes, began clearing the table, her back looking particularly forlorn. Wang sighed and walked over to Mosquito Girl, gently ruffling her hair. "I'll bring you back some sweets, the kind with double frosting." The eyes of the Tornado Girl sparkled momentarily, reminiscent of a kitten nuzzling against Wang's palm. This is perfect." As Wang arrived at the entrance, the gentle snow had already prepared their coats. She thoughtfully adjusted his tie, her fingers grazing his chest ever so lightly. "Sir, tonight will surely be an unforgettable evening." She tilted her face up, her crimson lips tantalizingly close. Wang offered no reply, merely accepting the coat and donning it. He had chosen an exquisitely tailored black suit for the occasion, complemented by a deep red shirt and a silver-gray tie adorned with subtle patterns. The 3 scars at his collar hinted at a dangerous allure. Let us proceed. The venue for the hero's banquet was the renowned seaside resort, Blue Coral. Sprawling over dozens of hectares, normally exclusive to the elite, It had been reserved by the Hero Association for an evening dedicated to the city's foremost protectors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the azure sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. A massive translucent tent had been erected on the pristine beach, lavishly adorned yet tastefully designed. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow as twilight descended. Uniformed attendants glided among the guests, silver trays in hand. As the mingling scents of champagne and gourmet cuisine filled the air, Wang stepped down from the extended Lincoln, immediately enveloped by the refreshing sea breeze and the opulence surrounding him. He adjusted the cuff of his suit, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit banquet area. Snow followed closely, her delicate fingers lightly resting on his arm. "This way, please." A gloved attendant respectfully guided them toward the main hall. As they drew nearer, the lively strains of jazz music became increasingly distinct. Through the semi-transparent walls of the tent, shadows moved, revealing clusters of heroes engaged in conversation alongside prominent business moguls. It was said that representatives from over 30 conglomerates had been invited by the association. Snow leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. It is rumored that even a vice president from the world's top 10 company, Star Industries, is here tonight. Clearly, the banquet, while ostensibly a celebration for the heroes, served as a pretext to attract wealthy sponsors and investors. After all, heroic endeavors and post-disaster reconstruction required substantial funding. Wang responded with a non-committal hum. Disinterested in the commercial undertones, content to indulge in the culinary delights, fine wines, and exquisite company the evening promised. Just as they were about to enter the main hall, Wang's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar figure on the distant beach. The small silhouette floated gracefully in midair, her signature curls dancing in the evening breeze. It was the formidable Tornado, the second-ranked hero. Beside her stood Chiba, adorned in a soft pink evening gown that accentuated her alluring curves. Upon noticing Wang, she waved excitedly. "Sir, over here." Wang smiled slightly, preparing to lead Snow toward them, when he suddenly felt the delicate hand in his arm stiffen. Turning to look, he saw that Snow's complexion had drained of color. Her previously rosy lips pressed tightly together, a hint of panic flashing in her emerald eyes. "What is it?" Wang inquired softly. Snow did not respond. Her gaze fixated on the Tornado. Realization dawned on him. The relationship between the sisters was far more intricate than it appeared. Their dynamic was complex, with the Tornado often communicating with Snow in a commanding tone, dismissing her as merely a member of the Bayuki group, doubting her capabilities. For instance, in the original narrative, when the monster Hino attacked, the Tornado had ordered Snow to go home and be quiet, leaving Snow feeling despondent. Conversely, Snow harbored both admiration and resentment toward her sister, yearning for her approval and attempting to surpass her by establishing the Bayuki group. However, following certain events, such as the Shibuya incident where Snow bravely confronted a dragon-level monster to save the Tornado, the latter finally recognized Snow's growth and strength. "Hey." The Tornado's voice approached, her floating form now before Wang. "Why have you arrived so late? Did you not realize I've been waiting for you for ages?" Today, the second-ranked hero had surprisingly exchanged her signature black high-slit chi-pao for a backless dark green cocktail dress. Though she retained her petite figure, her meticulously styled hair and refined makeup rendered her more mature than usual. The Tornado's gaze swiftly shifted from Wang to the hand of her sister entwined with his arm. Her bright green eyes narrowed dangerously, as if the very air around them had solidified. "Why are you here?" The Tornado's voice suddenly rose in volume, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "And what about your hand?" Snow, as if jolted by an electric shock, instantly released Wang's arm, involuntarily stepping back. In front of her sister, the usually graceful and self-assured leader of the Bayuki group transformed into a flustered little girl. I. Snow's voice was barely a whisper, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Wang stepped forward, positioning himself between the two sisters. "I specifically invited Miss Snow to accompany me this evening. After all, it is my honor to be in the presence of the sister of the second-ranked hero." This statement not only offered Snow an escape, but also deftly credited the Tornado. Unsurprisingly, the Tornado's expression brightened, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. Moreover, Wang continued, his gaze sincerely meeting the Tornado's, "I was deeply impressed by your poise and strength displayed at the Cloud restaurant last time. It is truly a delightful surprise to see you again this evening." His compliments delighted the Tornado, prompting her to haughtily lift her chin. "Humph, at least you possess some discernment." Chiba, sensing the shift, interjected smoothly. Tornado, the banquet is about to commence. Shall we enter? Her alluring figure swayed enticingly with each step, drawing the attention of several male guests nearby. The tornado, seizing the moment, let out a dissatisfied huff. She floated to Wang's other side, firmly linking her arm with his. In that case, I shall join as well. Wang found himself in a dilemma. Flanked on one side by the petite and adorable tornado, and on the other by the sensual and captivating Snow. The sight of the two strikingly different beauties on either side of him was sure to evoke envy from onlookers. Sir, you were quite popular, Chibarina remarked with a playful laugh. At that moment, a stern-looking gentleman navigated through the crowd toward them. Wang recognized him by the mechanical eye in his right socket. It was Saitama, the officer in charge of the Special Operations Unit. One of the few high-ranking members of the Hero Association untainted by greed and corruption. Sir, Saitama inclined his head slightly, his voice low. May I have a moment of your time? It concerns the higher-up's attitude towards you. He hesitated, casting a wary glance at the three ladies accompanying Wang. This action immediately incited the tornado's ire. Hey, she floated in front of Saitama, her emerald eyes narrowing dangerously. What is it that I cannot hear? Saitama broke into a cold sweat. The members of the association often found dealing with her to be a headache, unable to fight back or scold her. They could only placate her. Mr. Saitama may have his reasons for not speaking freely, Wang interjected, strategically alleviating the tension. However, Miss Tornado is one of us. It would be fine for her to be informed. His words soothed Tornado's spirit immensely. She raised her small face with a haughty demeanor and let out a soft huff. Then, with a flick of her psychokinetic powers, whisked away Fubuki and Chiba towards the dessert section. Let us go. We're going to eat cake. I'm not interested in such dull matters. Wang chuckled inwardly. The proud little tornado was as easy to coax as ever. He turned to Saitama. Can we speak now? Saitama nodded and led Wang to a secluded corner. His mechanical eye projected a holographic image showing the scene from the high-level meeting of the association, where various officials were vociferously criticizing Wang. Sir, Saitama said, shutting off the image with a serious tone, during this banquet, those high-ranking officials may seize the opportunity to challenge you, attempting to restrict some of your rights. He paused, adding, however, Chairman Shichi and I will stand by your side and ensure their schemes do not come to fruition. Wang merely smiled nonchalantly. A glint of disdain in his eyes. Just a bunch of clowns, nothing to worry about. If it were the original character, utterly powerless. He might struggle with the association's difficulties. But the current Wang is no longer the same. Not only does he possess strength rivaling that of formidable adversaries, but he has also forged deep friendships with the second-ranked Tornado and the third-ranked Bangu. Most importantly, he has Saitama, a being of unparalleled might, as his backing. The Hero Association? Merely a dispensable platform. If they provoke him, he can easily abandon the Hero Association and establish his own organization. He patted Saitama on the shoulder. I appreciate your concern, but such trivial matters are not worth my worry. After bidding farewell to Saitama, Wang was about to seek out Tornado and the others when he spotted Saitama, Genos, Bangu, and Shirenko entering the venue. Today, the bald hero had surprisingly swapped his iconic yellow outfit for an ill-fitting black suit. Yet, paired with his rugged good looks, it exuded a unique charm. Hey, Saitama waved from afar. This place is truly luxurious. Where's the buffet? Genos respectfully bowed. Sir, your attire is exceptionally fitting today. Bangu stroked his beard and chuckled. Young friend, I brought some homemade sake. Shall we taste it together later? Wang smiled as he approached. Being in the company of these true powerhouses was the foundation of his standing in this world. As for the association and its petty dealings, they were but fleeting shadows. Wang called over Tornado, Fubuki, and Chiba to join Saitama's table, completely disregarding the association's arrangements for mingling with business elites. The atmosphere was lively as glasses were raised in camaraderie. Sir, try this. Fubuki picked up a gleaming piece of sea bream sashimi, dipped it in a special sauce, and brought it to Wang's lips. She had applied a glossy lip gloss today, which shimmered enticingly under the lights. Tornado, somewhat jealous, used her psychokinetic powers to float a piece of fatty tuna towards Wang's mouth. This one's even better. Hey, sister, you're going to make him choke. Fubuki glared at Tornado. Tornado huffed lightly, causing Fubuki's resolve to wane instantly. Saitama was voraciously devouring a piece of Wagyu beef, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's. This buffet is amazing. Genos diligently added more grilled Wagyu to Saitama's plate. Bangu enjoyed his sake with a smile, while Sharenko sat quietly in the corner, awestruck by the opulence of the scene. Amid this warm gathering, Wang suddenly felt a shadow looming overhead. He looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue wandering samurai outfit, a wooden stick clenched in his mouth, gazing down at him with an imposing presence. The man was adorned with two ancient katana at his waist, exuding a fierce aura. Atomic Samurai? Wang recognized the fourth-ranked hero. I knew you would come, Atomic Samurai said, stepping aside to reveal three disciples of varying appearances behind him. I brought my apprentices to broaden their horizons. The trio from the II Temple, Kama Itachi, the gender-bending weasel, and Bushido Drill, bowed in unison, their movements crisp and precise. The blades at their waists glimmered ominously under the lights. Saitama swallowed his food and greeted warmly. Hey, want to grab a bite together? The buffet is all you can eat. Big Uncle. Atomic Samurai's forehead twitched with veins, the wooden stick snapping under the pressure of his bite. I'm only 37. Saitama looked puzzled. ISNT 37 considered a big uncle? You. Wang interjected at the right moment. What do you want? Atomic Samurai took a deep breath, repositioning the wooden stick. I request a duel. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Only by confronting a strong opponent can I hone my swordsmanship. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Tornado floated beside Wang, hands on her hips. Hey, if you want to fight, come at me. Atomic Samurai shook his head with a wry smile. Miss Tornado, you jest. He had no desire to engage with a being capable of toppling cities. Wang pondered silently. With his current strength, he was indeed no match for Atomic Samurai. A thought struck him, and he pointed to Bangu. This gentleman is a martial arts master. Why not challenge him instead? It would be more beneficial for your swordsmanship. Old man should rest, Atomic Samurai interrupted, his eyes flickering. He had challenged Bangu 3 years ago at the establishment of the Hero Association, only to be thoroughly defeated. Bangu remained silent, leisurely sipping his sake. Seeing the other party's insistence to duel, Wang had to politely decline. A banquet is not a place for combat. Perhaps we can arrange a match another day. Wang believed that given time, with the aid of the system, he could swiftly surpass Atomic Samurai. And that would be the best moment for a duel. No need for such trouble. Atomic Samurai suddenly produced a red apple from his robes, stating, just cut it with my sword. He unsheathed one of his katana and offered it with one hand, adding, through the act of cutting this apple, I can gauge a person's martial prowess. Chapter 36. The sword technique beyond Atomic / Wang gazed at the katana offered by Atomic Samurai and suddenly recalled that classic scene from the original story. Atomic Samurai had requested to cut an apple, only to find his sword stuck in the sheath due to a latch, ultimately having to awkwardly maintain the pose and leave in embarrassment. Yet, from that moment, Atomic Samurai had conjured an imaginary, earth-shattering invisible slash, causing great terror. With a chuckle, Wang couldn't help but laugh aloud. This laughter instantly furrowed Atomic Samurai's brows, and he questioned, do you find my request so ridiculous? Or do you believe I, Atomic Samurai, am unworthy of your blade? Wang promptly suppressed his laughter, waving his hands in explanation. You misunderstand, Samurai. I do not belittle you. I merely recalled an unrelated amusing incident and lost my composure. It was not aimed at you. Atomic Samurai, seeing Wang's sincere expression, felt a lingering doubt due to the hint of amusement still glimmering in Wang's eyes, rendering him increasingly enigmatic. No worries. Atomic Samurai quelled his doubts, his gaze intensifying as he urged, please. He signaled for Kama Itachi to place the plump, red apple steadily on a low table at the center of the arena. Observing this, Wang refrained from further words and accepted the heavy katana. Taking a deep breath, his entire demeanor shifted abruptly, an aura of lethal intent rising quietly around him. He slowly stepped back, distancing himself from the apple, and assumed the most standard stance for a draw, gripping the sheath with his left hand, thumb firmly on the tsuba, right hand poised on the hilt. Body slightly sinking with his center of gravity leaning forward, like a taut bowstring ready to unleash its power. Thud, thud, thud. A deep, resonant sound, as if an ancient drum from the dawn of time, unexpectedly erupted from Wang's chest. The Emperor engine roared to life. With this signature heartbeat thunder, a dark red aura surged like boiling lava from beneath Wang's feet. It transformed from mere swirling mist into something thicker and more profound, like congealed blood. It resembled the tumultuous flames of hell. Threads of dark crimson energy entwined around Wang's form, creating a chilling atmosphere that enveloped him. Within this eerie sphere, the air grew dense and oppressive, and even the light seemed distorted and dimmed. What is this? The three disciples behind the atomic warrior gasped in unison, their faces etched with terror, especially the eldest disciple, Qian, whose pupils quivered in shock as he exclaimed, "Blood Qi." The concentration of this malevolent energy is staggering. How many formidable foes has he slain? Ding. Successfully intimidated Qian, the Demon Reaper Kamaitashi, and the Samurai Drill, earning 60 intimidation points. Wang raised an eyebrow. Blood Qi? Intriguing. It appears that the aura effect of this Emperor engine has been interpreted by these swordsmanship experts as something much more tangible and terrifying. This misunderstanding could be cleverly exploited to accrue even more intimidation points. He refrained from drawing his sword, instead immersing himself fully in this performance. Maintaining the stance of a drawn blade, he pushed the Emperor engine within him to its utmost limits. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat resonated heavily, striking each person's heart like a relentless hammer, stirring their very lifeblood. The dark crimson energy surged wildly, compressing and deepening in hue, as if it were about to bleed. The temperature in the corner of the banquet hall seemed to drop several degrees, and an invisible pressure made the air feel thin. Some ordinary guests who stood too close felt a sudden difficulty in breathing, their faces paling as they instinctively recoiled. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the brow of the atomic warrior. He fixed his gaze on Wang, his hawk-like eyes piercing through the roiling dark crimson energy to glimpse something far deeper, far more sinister. Amidst the thunderous heartbeat of the Emperor engine, he envisioned a path paved with countless corpses, a martial way littered with twisted remnants of grotesque beings, shattered heroic armor, and menacing mutated beasts piled high like a mountain. And there stood Wang, resolutely ascending this boundless mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. With each step he took, a heavier heartbeat echoed, splattering dark red mist around him. His silhouette was cold and aloof, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to look down upon the world. Ultimately standing atop the mountain of corpses, surrounded by countless skeletal remains. This was the unadulterated path of slaughter, the Emperor's road forged upon the bones of innumerable adversaries. Ding. The atomic warrior, overwhelmed by the vision of the host's ascent through a sea of corpses, experiences profound fear and reverence, earning 100 intimidation points. A chill coursed through the atomic warrior's spine. He felt that his once proud sword intent was as fragile as a flickering candle in a tempest, ready to extinguish under the weight of this imperial pressure. His fingers, gripping the hilt of another blade, turned pale from excessive tension. Wang sensed the system's notification. Realizing the moment had come, to continue would be counterproductive. He inhaled deeply, and the heartbeat of the Emperor engine abruptly ceased. The swirling dark crimson energy receded like a tide, dissipating as if it had never existed. As everyone held their breath, anticipating the thunderous strike of his blade, Wang performed an astonishing act that left all in stunned silence. He slowly lowered his great sword, his solemn expression vanishing in an instant, replaced by a warm smile as he casually addressed Saitama and Wang. All right, don't just stand there. The beef is getting cold. Let's continue eating." It was as if he had merely stretched his limbs. "Eh?" Saitama scratched his bald head, bewildered as he looked at the untouched apple and the blade on the ground. Was that it? Wasn't he supposed to slice the apple? He was utterly confused by what had transpired. Tornado blinked her emerald eyes, leaning closer to Chia Reina, and in a voice she thought was quiet, but was audible to all, asked, "Hey, Reina, did you see clearly? Did he actually strike?" She struggled to maintain her pride as the second ranked, but her tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty, though Chia Reina had seen nothing either. Her admiration for Wang was deeply entrenched, and without hesitation, she nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling like stars. "I saw it. Lord Tornado. That cut was incredibly swift. It was as if time stood still. And so cool. That commanding presence." Her thoughts were entirely based on faith. Beside her, Fubuki, equally perplexed, felt compelled to match Chia Reina's enthusiasm, puffing out her chest proudly. "Of course, the level of my lord's swordsmanship is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings." The profound truths contained in that strike were pure and silent. She struggled to make her words sound insightful. Upon hearing this, Tornado thought to herself that she couldn't be the only one who failed to grasp it, so she raised her chin higher, adopting a more arrogant tone to mask her insecurity. "Humph. Naturally, I certainly saw it. I just didn't expect you two to catch even a glimpse. It seems there's still some merit to your observation skills. I was merely testing your attentiveness." She desperately sought to preserve her dignity. Chapter 37. Atomic Warrior. "I hope that when we meet again, I may be able to see his back." Meanwhile, Genos's mechanical eye flickered with a frantic red light. and the radiator buzzed as if it were overloaded. He had been recording in the highest speed mode, replaying every frame of Di Wang's movements from the moment he initiated until he sheathed his sword, in slow motion, tenfold, hundredfold, even thousandfold. It was clear that Di Wang's hand remained firmly on the hilt, his thumb appearing to exert pressure, yet the blade had not even slightly emerged from its sheath. The apple remained completely undisturbed. Incomprehensible. Logical contradictions. The visual and auditory information from the Emperor engine contradicted the accounts of those present. Genos's core processor whirred rapidly due to the logical dissonance, causing his temperature to spike, and wisps of steam began to rise from the top of his head. Bang! Saitama slapped Genos' smoking head, exasperated. Hey, Genos, what are you thinking? The beef is about to be devoured by the old man Bang. He gestured toward the rapidly diminishing plate of grilled beef before Bang. At this moment, everyone was focused on the outcome of Di Wang's blade strike against the apple. Yet Bang viewed the situation differently. Ever since Di Wang had mastered his flowing rock-shattering fist in less than half a day, Bang had unwavering faith in Di Wang's martial talent, certain that this blade strike would similarly astonish the audience. Genos, roused by the slap, looked at his teacher, Saitama, and suddenly recalled certain experiences, such as his teacher's fist that moved faster than any camera could capture. Perhaps some realms truly transcend the limits of physical observation? Forcing logic to analyze would only lead to self-destruction. He forcibly halted his analysis, allowing the radiator to calm down. Thud. Amidst the eerie silence and the varied reactions of those present, a heavy sound of kneeling echoed. The atomic warrior knelt heavily on the floor, his body shaking violently as if shaken by a sieve. Sweat no longer dripped. It gushed forth like a waterfall from his forehead, temples, and back, instantly soaking his deep blue samurai attire, forming a small puddle beneath him. His face was as pale as paper, his lips trembled, and his gaze was vacant. Ding! The atomic warrior, having witnessed the host's intangible blade strike, experienced a monumental shock to his martial heart, resulting in profound awe and fear, earning 500 intimidation points. The atomic warrior laboriously lifted his head, gazing at his three equally pale and perplexed disciples, his voice hoarse and dry, trembling with the remnants of survival. Have you seen clearly? This is the true realm of the formless blade. He had long drawn his sword and struck down in that moment when the heartbeat thundered and the blood surged. The intent of the blade, formless and intangible, had already severed the apple, cleaved through space, and even transcended our collective perception. Our inability to see it stems from the inadequacy of our eyes, our hearts, and our paths to comprehend the trajectory of that strike and endure its residual might. The atomic warrior's voice brimmed with reverence and dread, as if he were recounting an incomprehensible miracle. Haiyuan, the half-human, half-demon Kamaitachi, and the samurai drill, upon hearing their master's awe-inspiring yet terrifying elucidation, felt an icy chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, recalling the bloodshed and the suffocating heartbeat they had witnessed earlier. They regarded Di Wang with unparalleled awe and fear, as if beholding a deity traversing the earth. In the dining hall, Di Wang held a bowl brimming with beef to his lips, the wide rim perfectly concealing the manic grin that threatened to escape. He felt his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The atomic warrior's imaginative exposition had directly granted him nearly 1,000 intimidation points. It was akin to vanquishing 10 formidable foes. Di Wang reveled internally, having accomplished a third of the 3,000 points required for the Emperor engine's ascension to perfection. Stealing a glance at the still-shocked atomic warrior, he observed this fourth-tier hero kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, his gaze unfocused. The sight of his shattered worldview nearly made Di Wang burst into laughter. He stifled it, for to laugh would be indecent. Clearing his throat, he feigned profundity, setting down the bowl. There is no need for such dramatics, Mr. Samurai. Suddenly, the atomic warrior erupted into a fit of manic laughter, startling the nearby attendants, almost causing them to drop their trays. He sprang to his feet, water splattering from his warrior's attire. You are indeed a terrifying creature. I have not experienced such humiliation in ages. It seems I was too premature in attempting to gauge others, he exclaimed, vigorously slapping his own cheeks, producing crisp sounds. It appears I, the atomic warrior, am still a novice. This unexpected self-deprecation rendered the banquet hall silent. All present stared, astonished, at this typically haughty fourth-tier hero, now behaving like a madman. Laughing and crying in unison, Di Wang raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this might have caused the atomic warrior to develop some peculiarities. He wiped his mouth, preparing to offer some words of comfort, only to find the atomic warrior had already turned to his 3 disciples. Hyayuan, Kamaitachi, drill. The atomic warrior's voice suddenly grew serious. I must begin my training anew. Perhaps this will be an unending trial. The 3 disciples exchanged glances. Hyayuan was the first to respond. Kneeling on one knee in a standard samurai salute, where my master goes, there I shall follow. I too. The samurai drill stammered in agreement. Kamaitachi, wiping away tears, exclaimed, Stop it. I can't handle such passionate displays. Very well. The atomic warrior proclaimed grandly, Let us set forth immediately. He turned to Wang, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. I hope that by our next meeting, I may be able to keep pace with you. Wang thought to himself, he has adjusted his mindset without my prompting. Truly, a hero worthy of becoming a sword saint. His mental fortitude is indeed admirable. The eccentric warrior strode towards the exit, his 3 disciples in tow, the black cloak billowing behind him. As they reached the door, he suddenly halted, tossing back a nonchalant remark. By the way, that sword is a gift for you. Consider it tuition. Amidst a fit of neurotic laughter, the figures of the master and his disciples vanished into the night. What an odd fellow, Saitama mumbled, stuffing a chunk of beef into his mouth, his words muffled. The banquet hall erupted into hushed whispers as everyone regarded Wang with a mix of awe, as if gazing upon an unfathomable entity. The high-ranking officials who had initially plotted to restrict Wang's rights abruptly ceased their machinations, fully aware of the precarious choice between their pride and their very lives. Chapter 38. The Mastery of the Flowing Rock-Shattering Fist, Comprehending the Taiji Domain. As the soiree concluded and the night deepened, Wang pushed open the apartment door, greeted by a soft yellow lamp at the entrance and a figure eagerly awaiting his return. You're back. The voice of the mosquito girl brimmed with barely concealed excitement, yet dimmed slightly upon noticing Wang's empty hands. An inner monologue unfolded. He must have forgotten amidst all the beautiful women at the banquet, including that snow woman. I am merely a peculiar maid. A vague sense of bitterness quietly enveloped her. Nevertheless, she forced a smile. Did you enjoy the banquet? Wang, keenly aware of her disappointment, smirked playfully. He deliberately took his time removing his suit jacket and hanging it on the coat rack before loosening his tie. Finally saying with an air of mystery, Close your eyes. The mosquito girl, puzzled yet obedient, complied. She heard footsteps, followed by the rustling of a plastic bag. And then a sweet aroma wafted into her nostrils. You may open your eyes. As she slowly did so, her gaze fell upon an exquisite crystal cake box. Through the transparent lid, she beheld an intricately designed 2-tier strawberry cake, adorned with vibrant strawberries and delicate frosting flowers, the cream artfully piped, as if crafted by an artist. This is the mosquito girl's voice trembled. Double frosting strawberry cake. Wang presented the cake box before her. I promised you. How could I forget? The mosquito girl stood frozen, her eyes instantly moistening. Just a moment ago, she had been secretly sorrowful, believing he had forgotten her amidst the dazzling array of female heroes. Now, this surprise fell upon her like a comet, catching her completely off guard. Her voice choked with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. She suddenly tiptoed and enveloped Wang in an unexpected embrace. Then, like a startled fawn, she swiftly retreated, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, carefully accepting the cake box. Her fingers trembled with excitement. As she opened the lid, the sweet aroma intensified, enveloping her senses. She picked up a prepared small spoon and took a tiny scoop of cream, bringing it to her mouth. Her eyes widened in delight, nearly overwhelmed by happiness. The sweetness of the cream melting on her tongue, the fresh tartness of the strawberries, the delicate granules of sugar, this was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. Wang leaned against the doorframe, watching her with a smile, unable to resist ruffling her soft hair. Is it tasty? The mosquito girl nodded vigorously, her hair swaying gently, a tear slipping uncontrollably down her cheek. Hey, don't cry and ruin your eyes, Wang teased. If you become ugly, I won't want you anymore. I won't become ugly. The mosquito girl quickly wiped away her tears, her heart racing at his latter words. She stole a glance up, finding him smiling at her, causing her to shyly lower her head, resuming her careful savoring of the cake. Seeing her in such bliss lifted Wang's spirits. He turned toward the bedroom, casually saying, Take your time to enjoy. I'm going to rest. Okay. Good night. The mosquito girl's voice was filled with joy. The bedroom door gently closed behind him as Wang threw himself onto the soft bed, exhaling a long breath. Although the wine gathering today had yielded considerable rewards, it had also drained a significant amount of his energy. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, prompting the system interface to unfold. The blue holographic screen particularly striking in the darkness. Deterrence system, host, D. Wang. Level, 1, experience points, 0-100, attributes, strength, 23, agility, 20, spirit, 16, skills, Emperor Engine, great completion, 153000, carbonated bomb, great completion, 03000, royal summon, beginner, 050. Flowing rock smash fist, beginner, 050. Deterrence points, 1751. D. Wang's fingertips lightly tapped in the void as he browsed through the data. Despite the fact that the upgrade of the carbonated bomb during the meteor crisis had consumed 600 deterrence points, the nearly 1,000 points contributed by the atomic warrior and his disciples tonight, combined with his recent successes in combating monsters, had accumulated his total deterrence points to 1751. Which skill should he enhance? D. Wang pondered deeply, his gaze repeatedly scanning the skill list. If the Emperor Engine were to reach its perfected level, the ability to invoke mental terror and consolidate the deterrence domain would undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap. He had personally experienced the power at the great completion level. What marvels would the perfected stage unveil? Merely imagining it sent waves of excitement through him. On the other hand, upgrading the flowing rock smash fist would not only enhance his combat skills, but also promote the growth of his physical attributes. This attribute increase was a unique benefit at the current stage and would vanish once his foundational attributes improved. This was the crux of the matter. The Emperor Engine was a trump card, a strategic deterrent, while the flowing rock smash fist was the cornerstone of close combat, providing a comprehensive enhancement of his combat prowess. After careful consideration, D. Wang made his decision. He would first enhance the flowing rock smash fist. With his mind set, he hesitated no longer. Deterrence points, 50. Flowing rock smash fist proficiency increased to proficient, 0-200. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. New effect, flowing dispersal, passive significantly enhances the body's ability to absorb shock, instinctively reducing damage from physical attacks through the essence of flowing water. A warm current surged through his body, and D. Wang felt his muscle fibers becoming tighter, his joints more flexible. The various techniques of the flowing rock smash fist grew increasingly vivid in his mind, as if he had practiced them countless times. The results were satisfactory. D. Wang nodded in approval and continued to invest deterrence points. Deterrence points, 200. Flowing rock smash fist proficiency increased to minor completion, 0-600. Strength, 4. Agility, 4. New effect, rock smash resonance. Active converts the force of an attack into high-frequency shockwaves that penetrate the defenses of the target. The enhancement this time was even more pronounced. D. Wang could feel his muscles trembling slightly, the bones producing subtle cracking sounds. He rose and executed several standard movements of the flowing rock smash fist, each motion flowing seamlessly, imbued with astonishing explosive power. Continuing on. Deterrence points, 600. Flowing rock smash fist proficiency increased to great completion, 0-3000. Strength, 8. Agility, 8. New effect, yin-yang domain, aura merges the gentleness of flowing water with the firmness of rock smashing, forming a Tai Chi aura with a radius of 10 zhang around him. Boom. A powerful energy erupted within D. Wang. His muscles expanded and contracted at a visible speed, ultimately becoming more refined. Bone density increased, tendon resilience improved, and even his neural response speed was enhanced. D. Wang suddenly threw a punch, and the sound of air being sliced open echoed around him. He transitioned through several postures, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave behind afterimages. Yet each motion was precise, every muscle perfectly coordinated. Incredible. D. Wang's eyes sparkled with delight as he observed his attribute changes. Strength, 37-14. Agility, 34-14. Spirit, 16. In just a few minutes, his strength and agility had each surged by 14 points. The speed of this enhancement was truly astonishing. With 901 deterrence points remaining, D. Wang decided to hold off for now, intending to accumulate enough points to elevate the Emperor Engine to its perfected level in one go. Closing the system interface, D. Wang lay back on the bed, beginning to plan his next course of action. Which area should he hunt monsters in tomorrow? Should he dare to challenge higher-level threats? Perhaps he could seek out old Bang for insights into more martial arts, such as the explosive heart liberation fist. As he contemplated, his eyelids grew heavy. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the previously shut door was gently pushed open. Chapter 39. The pit that appeared at Saitama's home. Wang had initially thought the intruder might be Mosquito Girl, but to his surprise, it was Fubuki. He kept his eyes closed, leaving a narrow slit to observe what this audacious girl intended to do under the cover of night. Moonlight streamed through the curtain gaps, casting a silver beam on the floor. Fubuki tiptoed in, akin to a graceful cat, silently entering the room. Tonight, she wore a delicate silk nightgown in a light purple hue. The sheer fabric billowed gently with her movements, accentuating her exquisite curves. Upon stealthily entering, Fubuki cautiously approached the bedside, half sitting on the floor, resting her chin on her hands, quietly gazing at the sleeping Wang through the moonlit window. The moonlight adorned her finely sculpted profile with a silvery glow, and her long eyelashes cast fractured shadows on her eyelids. "He looks so handsome while sleeping," she whispered softly, her voice barely audible. Wang could detect a faint fragrance wafting from her, reminiscent of a blend of jasmine and citrus, a refreshing scent tinged with sweetness. This aroma involuntarily reminded him of the evening's gathering, when she had intimately looped her arm through his, that elusive fragrance lingering in the air. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the aroma surrounding him now differed from that at the gathering. It must have been the result of her taking a careful bath upon returning home. Fubuki seemed entranced, her delicate features growing increasingly flushed, appearing all the more alluring under the moonlight. She gently bit her lower lip, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. Her cheeks inched closer to Wang's, so near that he could feel her warm breath brushing against his face. "Just a little kiss," she murmured softly to herself, her voice filled with shyness and anticipation. Suddenly, Wang felt his lips enveloped by a soft warmth. The sensation was as light as a feather, accompanied by a slight tremor, sending an electric thrill through his entire being. Fubuki's lips were even softer than he had imagined, carrying a hint of strawberry lip balm sweetness. He opened his eyes, meeting Fubuki's gaze. Her emerald-like eyes sparkled with panic and bashfulness under the moonlight, resembling a startled fawn. "Ah!" Fubuki let out a small gasp, her body recoiling as if struck by lightning. Her already flushed cheeks turned crimson, even her ears blushing a deep hue. "Why, you're awake." Wang's eyes held a hint of amusement, further deepening Fubuki's embarrassment. She hastily rose to flee but accidentally collided with the bedside table, the dull thud echoing sharply in the quiet room. Woo-woo. Tears streamed down Fubuki's face as she covered her reddened forehead, her expression a mix of pity and adorableness. In that moment, she resembled a caught thief, frantically trying to escape towards the door, even losing one of her slippers in her haste. Wang made no move to chase after her, simply watching her hurried retreat with a chuckle. In the moonlight, her smooth calves and slender ankles peeked out from beneath her nightgown, and in her panic, she nearly tripped over the fabric. This little girl was audacious indeed, daring to engage in a night raid. Wang chuckled softly, his voice imbued with tenderness. He could not help but lick his lips, still lingering with the sweetness of the gentle kiss from Chui Shui. The sound of footsteps pattering outside the door was soon followed by the resounding slam of the door, indicating that Chui Shui had hastily retreated to her apartment. Wang turned over and buried his face into the pillow, where the faint aroma of Chui Shui still lingered. The night passed in silence. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom as Wang opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Chui Shui's nocturnal visit had left him with a restless night, and fleeting images of her flushed cheeks and soft lips danced through his dreams. "Breakfast is ready," came the cheerful voice of the Mosquito Girl from outside the door, unable to conceal her delight. Wang dressed and stepped out of the bedroom, where a lavish breakfast awaited him on the table. Perfectly fried eggs, toast toasted to perfection, a fresh fruit salad, and a steaming cup of black coffee. "Why such a sumptuous spread today?" Wang raised an eyebrow and inquired. The Mosquito Girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she nervously twisted the edge of her apron. "You brought me cake last night, so I wanted to return the favor." Wang smiled knowingly and sat down to enjoy the breakfast. The Mosquito Girl's culinary skills had indeed improved remarkably, each dish a delight to the palate. "By the way," she inquired while pouring him more coffee, "do you have any plans for today?" Wang placed his coffee cup down and pondered for a moment. "I intend to pay a visit to Saitama. Our last encounter at the party was too hurried, and we hardly had a chance to converse." The Mosquito Girl nodded and turned towards the kitchen to prepare a lunchbox. "Let me prepare some snacks for you to take along." Half an hour later, Wang stepped out of the apartment carrying the meticulously prepared lunchbox, filled with an assortment of Japanese sweets and her specially made sandwiches. He approached Chui Shui's door. which was firmly shut, likely indicating her lingering shyness from the previous night. In the suburbs, Saitama's apartment appeared particularly humble. The yard was overgrown with weeds, with only a few resilient wildflowers swaying in the breeze. Just as Wang reached the gate, he spotted Saitama and Genos crouched in the center of the yard, intently observing something. "Saitama, what are you looking at?" Wang called out as he pushed open the creaking gate. Genos immediately rose to greet him. "Sir, you arrived just in time." Without turning around, Saitama waved his hand. "Come see. There's suddenly a huge pit in my yard." As Wang approached and crouched down, he beheld a circular pit approximately 2 meters in diameter, its edges unnaturally smooth as if sliced by a sharp instrument. The pit was dark and unfathomable, with occasional gusts of cold wind rising from its depths, carrying a musty odor. "It appeared this morning." Saitama scratched his bald head, visibly annoyed. "I was attacked by a strange person as soon as I got up. After I sent it flying, I found this pit. I wonder who the fool was that dug this." Genos added, "According to my scans, this pit is at least 300 meters deep and connects to a complex tunnel system." Wang gazed into the abyss, a realization dawning on him. According to the original narrative, the headquarters of the Monster Association was located underground, directly beneath Saitama's home, which happened to be one of the entrances. The strange creature that had appeared this morning was likely a lowly monster that had come out to forage, only to encounter the disaster that was Saitama. Interesting. Wang's lips curled into a smile. He had been lamenting the lack of monsters to harvest for intimidation points, and this was a veritable windfall. Even better. With Saitama by his side, safety was assured. If luck favored them, they might even capture the elusive psychos and avert the city's impending doom. "Since we have some time to spare," Wang proposed, "why not venture down and explore?" Saitama's eyes instantly brightened. "Sure. The supermarket's special sale day was canceled today, and I was feeling bored." He jumped up and dashed into the house. "Wait for me to change." Genos hesitated for a moment. "Sir, the underground conditions are uncertain and may pose dangers." Wang patted his shoulder reassuringly. "With Saitama here, what is there to fear? Besides, your firepower is sufficient to handle most situations." After a moment of contemplation, Genos nodded solemnly. "You are correct. I will ensure the safety of both you and Sensei." A few minutes later, Saitama emerged, invigorated in his yellow bodysuit. "Let us go." Genos extended his mechanical arm. "Please grasp my arm. I will take you both down." Wang and Saitama each seized one side of Genos, and together, they ascended slowly before plunging vertically into the pit. As they descended, the light diminished, and the temperature dropped. Genos extended a bright lamp from his mechanical arm, illuminating the damp rock walls surrounding them. "This pit is even deeper than I imagined." Saitama's voice echoed in the darkness. After about 10 minutes of descent, they finally arrived at the bottom. Genos's light revealed a dim tunnel, approximately 3 meters high and wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. The walls of the tunnel were marked with claw marks and mysterious slime, and the air was thick with a decaying stench. "It appears we have found the lair of the monsters," Wang murmured, as the Emperor engine began to hum softly, resonating with a deep thrum. Saitama cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp cracks. "Just the right opportunity to stretch my muscles." The trio advanced through the tunnel, with Genos leading the way, the light sweeping across every fork. The tunnel's structure was intricate and labyrinthine, extending in all directions. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some hapless monster minions, whose fates were grim. Either they met their demise at Saitama's fists or were terrified into submission by the Emperor engine activated by Wang. With each monster's defeat, intimidation points flowed in like a rushing stream. Meanwhile, in the depths of the monster cave, the walls were embedded with countless luminescent green crystals, casting an eerie glow that rendered the entire space as foreboding as hell. On a colossal throne constructed from innumerable bones and flesh, a towering being loomed, its terrifying form intertwined with countless grotesque serpents. Each serpent bore a gaping maw, exuding a nauseating stench as their crimson tongues flickered. This was the absolute core of the Monster Association, the monstrous leader, King Orochi. Suspended before it was a pink mass of flesh, covered in wrinkles and veins, with a singular enormous eye at its center. This was the true power behind the Monster Association, the strategist, the all-seeing eye. Hee. The all-seeing eye emitted a chilling laugh. Having already observed Wang and his companions' movements through its numerous minion avatars scattered throughout the monster cave, "Fortune favors me." The all-seeing eye's voice was as grating as nails on glass. "I was just pondering how to collect the most mysterious battle data from the Hero Association. And here they come, delivered right to my doorstep." A sinister glint flickered in its single eye as it surveyed the gathered monster cadres below. Who is willing to handle this? The all-seeing eye's voice echoed in the vast hall. As soon as the words left its mouth, two figures immediately stepped forward. Let me go? Cackled a bug-like monster covered in a hard shell and sporting 3 eyes. I've longed to taste the blood of heroes. Count me in, declared another monster wielding 2 serrated blades, licking the edges of his weapons. I, the Cutting King, relished the act of slicing heroes into pieces. These 2 notorious elite cadres were well-known partners, often acting in tandem. Excellent. The all-seeing eye nodded in satisfaction before turning to a nondescript figure in the corner. Awakened cockroach. You shall accompany them. The humanoid cockroach monster, which had been crouching in the shadows, slowly rose. It possessed a humanoid torso. Yet its body was entirely covered in glossy black armor, with 6 long appendages extending from its back, and its head retained cockroach-like features, antennae twitching incessantly. Understood. The 3 monsters accepted their orders and swiftly vanished into the labyrinthine tunnel. Humph! A discontented voice suddenly erupted. From the shadows, a grotesque figure composed of countless black cells emerged, none other than the dragon-level cadre, Black Sperm. Why aren't we dragon-level cadres being dispatched? Black Sperm exclaimed, filled with dissatisfaction. I yearn for a battle. The enormous, singular eye of the great eye turned meaningfully, stating, I have my own arrangements. Its gaze drifted toward the depths of the palace, where several even more formidable figures lurked. Gums, the wandering emperor, Pochi, and the hideous president, each capable of devastating entire cities. Their strength is unfathomable. We require more data. The Great Eye remarked with a sinister smile. Let those ghost levels probe their depths first. A moment later, within the intricate tunnels, the entity known as Wang abruptly halted. The Imperial engine thrumming uncontrollably. Thud, thud. The deep, resonant sound of a heartbeat echoed through the tunnel, dark red energy rising like flames around him. What is happening? Saitama queried, turning back in confusion. Something is approaching. Wang squinted, his gaze sharp as a blade, noting 3 formidable presences. Genos instantly entered combat mode, his mechanical arm unfolding as his energy core began to charge. Master, please step back and allow me to handle this. Before he could finish his sentence, boom. A black line, moving at a speed that left an afterimage, hurtled forward with a deafening rush and a nauseating stench, targeting Genos. It was the awakened cockroach. It had astutely exploited the moment Genos was distracted, colliding forcefully with Genos's metallic chest with a speed that surpassed visual limits. Bang! The sound of the impact was a dull thud that sent chills down one's spine. Both entities rolled through 3 layers of rock, disappearing into the depths of the tunnel. Genos! Saitama shouted toward the cloud of dust that had enveloped the breach. Do you need assistance? A resounding metallic clash echoed from afar, accompanied by the hum of an overloaded energy core. Rest assured, Master, I shall handle this cockroach. Clearly. Genos was incensed by the unexpected ambush and was determined to confront this troublesome foe alone. From the immense breach in the dust, 2 figures stepped forth, the Bug God and the Cutting King. Hee, looks like luck is on our side. The Bug God's 3 crimson compound eyes greedily roamed over Wang. The legendary strongest man on the surface? Your head will be the most dazzling trophy in my collection. The Cutting King licked his serrated blade, stained with an indeterminate dark red substance, pointing at Saitama. That bald head is mine. It seems perfect for being sliced into sashimi. Hey, Baldy, are you ready to be minced meat? Ha! The extreme arrogance and disdain displayed by the 2 monsters were almost palpable. Wang nearly laughed in exasperation. It had been ages since he encountered such pure foolishness. He twisted his neck, joints cracking like popping beans, dark red energy surging from his feet as he said, Saitama. Take it slow. Oh, Saitama, who had been idly cleaning his ears, suddenly brightened at the suggestion. Are we going to play that game? This was a little game Wang had proposed when they had just defeated a low-level monster, where the objective was to instill the utmost fear in the monster before its demise, making it pay for its havoc upon the world. Wang did not respond, but took steps toward the Bug God. With each step, the roar of the Imperial engine grew louder, dust cascading down the tunnel walls. The information about the Bug God flashed vividly in his mind. Peak ghost level. It possessed a terrifyingly robust shell known as the Iron Wall, capable of converting its unmatched defensive power into brutal offensive energy. More dangerously, it could undergo a second transformation into a 6-armed form, quadrupling its strength and speed. This was a quintessential heavy tank-type warrior, embodying the maxim of defense as offense. Chapter 41. Dragon-level disaster Pochi. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Wang remained unperturbed. With Saitama by his side, he felt no trepidation. More importantly, he had recently mastered a technique specifically designed to counter such hard-hitting foes, the flowing rock-shattering fist. An absolute nemesis for humanoid monsters like the Bug God. Seeing Wang daringly approach, the Bug God sneered, seeking death. Its colossal arms, encased in heavy armor and akin to a battering ram, descended with a terrifying shriek that tore through the air. The force of this punch was sufficient to flatten a heavy tank. However, Wang moved with the grace of flowing water, executing the flowing rock-shattering fist to absorb the impact. His body seemed to lose its corporeal form, sidestepping at an inconceivably small angle just as the massive fist approached. The Bug God's terrifying punch, capable of cleaving mountains, was effortlessly redirected and dissipated, like a cow plunging into the sea, rendered inconsequential by an exquisitely resilient force. The hem of Wang's clothing merely fluttered in the wake of the punch's wind. What? The Bug God's three compound eyes widened in disbelief. Just as its old strength waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Wang retaliated. The flowing rock-shattering fist pierced through Wang's palm, seemingly gentle, struck the Bug God's chest armor, which was as hard as steel, without an earth-shattering roar. Yet, an intensely concentrated shockwave, akin to an invisible drill, instantly penetrated the so-called iron wall defense, disregarding physical barriers and directly impacting the Bug God's vulnerable internal organs. Splurt. The Bug God's massive form stiffened abruptly, uncontrollably spewing forth a mouthful of dark green blood mixed with internal organs. Agonizing pain surged through its body like electricity, and for the first time, fear flickered in its compound eyes. Impossible. My defense. The Bug God, consumed by fury and anguish, let out a tortured roar. It suddenly crouched low, high-pressure steam erupting from the gaps in its shell. Iron wall mode activated. The armor writhed and reconfigured as if alive, rapidly sprouting 4 muscular insect limbs. The Bug God, now in its second transformation, surged with power, unleashing 6 fists that tore through the air, 6-armed ultimate mountain-shattering strike. Confronted with the torrential barrage of fists, Wang remained utterly unafraid. Sturdy and soft realm activate. Within a Tinjong radius centered around him, the air suddenly thickened, as if an invisible Tai Chi field had formed. The dark red energy harmonized perfectly with the essence of the flowing rock-shattering fist, a continuous interplay of rigid and supple forces. The Bug God felt as though it had sunk into an unfathomable quagmire. Every movement became excruciatingly sluggish and burdensome. Even more terrifying was that when it attempted to strike again, that viscous force field seemed to possess a life of its own, skillfully redirecting a portion of its power, deflecting it, and then using it against itself at an even more cunning angle. Bang! Crack! The Bug God realized that 2/3 of the power behind its own punch had bizarrely rebounded upon itself. The sound of cracking bones echoed from its resilient shoulder armor, sending shivers down the spine. After just a few exchanges, the Bug God transformed from its initial arrogant bravado into a state of utter disarray. Its taunts vanishing without a trace. Its once proud defense had been breached, its frenzied power dissipated, and even repurposed to attack itself. The pride it had in its defenses and strength became a colossal joke in the face of Wang's exquisite flowing rock-shattering fist. Fear gripped its heart like a frigid serpent. Ding! The ghost-level monster Bug God has instilled absolute fear in the host, earning 300 intimidation points. Cutting King, come help. The Bug God shrieked in panic, straining to turn its massive head to seek aid from its partner. However, when its gaze finally caught sight of the battle on the other side, the remainder of its cry became lodged in its throat. Its 3 compound eyes shrinking to the size of pinpricks from sheer terror. It beheld a scene that would haunt its nightmares forever. Gone. No, not gone. Only a headless body lay crumpled at the feet of the bald man clad in a ridiculous yellow tight suit. Thick, viscous blood gushed forth from the severed neck, rapidly spreading across the ground in a blinding crimson hue. Instant annihilation. An absolute, crushing, and indisputable instant kill. The colossal form of the insect god became as rigid and cold as if doused in icy water, its very thoughts seemingly frozen. Its mind blank. It was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of fear. What manner of creature was that bald figure, the one it and the Cutting King had derided? What kind of monster was it? In its fading consciousness, all that remained was the chilling gaze of Wang, framed by a dark red aura, as cold as eternal ice. The resounding thud of the Emperor engine echoed ominously, reverberating like a funeral bell from the depths of the monster's lair. How splendid it was! The great floating eye emitted a sinister cackle, declaring, "I have comprehended all your abilities." Through the myriad small avatars scattered throughout the tunnel, it had witnessed the clash between Wang and the insect god in its entirety. The exquisite flowing rock-crushing fist, the enigmatic balance of strength and softness, and the harrowing details of the Emperor engine had all been meticulously recorded. "Go, Boki!" The great eye commanded with a sinister grin. "Show them what true power is." A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the palace, shaking the entire underground realm. The ground quaked violently, debris cascading from the ceiling. A terrifying behemoth, as massive as a mountain, emerged with deliberate strides. This dragon-class disaster was cloaked in coarse, pitch-black fur, each strand as hard and sharp as steel needles. Its grotesque, enormous head bore 6 eyes ablaze with fire, emanating a dread-inducing aura that could freeze one's very soul. Each footfall of its robust limbs left deep craters, several meters wide. In the ground. "Go forth, Boki," the great eye sneered. "Let them witness true strength." With a howl, Boki charged forth like an uncontrollable train. As it passed, the tunnel walls crumbled, and the unfortunate low-level monsters caught in its path were either crushed into a pulp or shattered into pieces. A cacophony of wails filled the air, blood and flesh scattering. Meanwhile, Wang stood beside the shattered remains of the insect god, the roar of the Emperor engine gradually subsiding. "Ding! You have defeated the ghost pinnacle-level monster, insect god. Deterrence points, 500. The system's notification caused a slight smile to grace his lips. The rewards from a ghost pinnacle-level monster were indeed substantial, yielding a total of 800 deterrence points. "Are you done over there?" Saitama dusted off his hands, gesturing towards the corpse of the cutting king on the ground. This guy was too weak, not even a challenge. Just as Wang was about to respond with a jest, suddenly, thud, 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 the Emperor engine began to pulse violently, without warning. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. Wang quickly lifted his gaze to see a colossal shadow racing towards him at an astonishing speed from the tunnel's end. That terrifying aura, that suffocating pressure. "Boki!" His pupils constricted as he instinctively shielded Saitama. Boki's 6 burning eyes glowed in the darkness like 6 blood moons, radiating a deadly light. Upon their first encounter, it opened its cavernous maw, a blinding red light coalescing deep within its throat. Scorching blast. An attack powerful enough to raise the entire tunnel to the ground was about to erupt. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a voice emerged. "Sit down." Saitama's impatient tone cut through the tension. Then, boom. A punch, moving with blinding speed, flashed past. Boki's massive body was struck by an irresistible force, its 6 eyes bulging in shock. With a wretched wail, the dragon-class disaster was sent hurtling backwards like a ball struck by a sledgehammer, careening at astonishing velocity. Crash, crash, crash. It smashed through multiple layers of rock before finally embedding itself deep underground. Wang barely registered the fleeting shadow, followed by a pathetic whimper akin to a dog-ass. Upon focusing again, he beheld a vast pit nearly 100 meters in diameter, unfathomably deep, amidst the swirling dust. Saitama nonchalantly retracted his fist, scratching his bald head and muttering, "So noisy, that dog." Wang. Chapter 42. The eye-opening encounter with the enigmatic Sykes. Crack. Zizzle. Genos staggered slightly as he emerged from the gaping hole in the massive rock wall he had breached. Sparks flew from his mechanical joints, and the energy core in his chest flickered erratically, a clear indication of a fierce battle. His remaining left mechanical hand gripped a severed cockroach antenna, the tip still twitching with nervous energy. "Master, sir." Genos' voice brimmed with regret. "I have disappointed you. That cockroach monster managed to escape." At that moment, Saitama was idly kicking at a piece of rubble. Upon hearing this, he turned his head, scratching his impeccably shiny bald head even in the dim tunnel, and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it got away? No worries, Genos, as long as you're fine." He glanced at Genos' severed right arm and the numerous damages on his armor, jesting. "You look rather disheveled." Genos lowered his gaze, first examining his damaged body, then the headless corpse at Saitama's feet, and finally the now unrecognizable remains of the insect god beside Wang. A flicker of shame crossed his mechanical eyes. "No, master, sir. This is my failing. As your disciple, I should have completed the task flawlessly and prevented the target's escape. This. Enough. Genos, you need not berate yourself." Wang approached with the calmness of a seasoned veteran and gently patted Genos on the shoulder, offering comfort. Cockroaches are inherently cunning and will not fight to the last breath like those two fools. Its escape is not a reflection of your combat skills. It is merely a trait of the species. Isn't that right, Brother Saitama? Saitama nodded vigorously, a displeased expression on his face. Exactly. Last time in my kitchen, I spotted a cockroach sneaking food. I grabbed my slipper, but it still managed to slip away. It infuriated me. I detest those disgusting pests. Observing the mutual consolation between his master and Genos, the weight of guilt began to dissipate. His golden pupils reignited with unwavering determination as he clenched his left fist. Master. Sir. I understand. Next time, I will ensure that no monster escapes my grasp. Wang, looking at Genos's typical fervor, felt a mischievous inclination arise. Come, Genos. Let me teach you a battle declaration to enhance your combat prowess. Hatred for evil, only killing, banishing all malevolence wherever I tread. Genos trembled, as if struck by lightning. His golden mechanical eye erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Almost reflexively, he produced a notebook, biting down on a pen, and began to jot down notes rapidly. Concise, efficient, filled with resolute will, hitting at the very core of heroic action, eliminating all unnecessary pity and chance. Sir, the philosophy contained within these 16 characters is remarkably profound. It is the highest axiom for enhancing extermination efficiency. I must record it immediately and integrate it into my core combat principles. Wang observed Genos' earnest demeanor with a barely perceptible twitch of his lips. Now I too enjoy the treatment of being fervently recorded by Genos as if I were a life mentor. Is this not a unique form of royal teaching? At that moment, Saitama had already strolled to the edge of the massive pit created when Boki was sent flying by his punch. He crouched down, resting his hand on a makeshift shelter, peering into the unfathomable depths of the shadowy abyss, muttering to himself, "Wow, this pit is truly deep. It's pitch black down there. I can't see a thing. Hey, Genos, should we continue our descent into this adventure? It seems like it might be rather lively below." Wang approached the edge of the pit. A cold, damp breeze surged upwards, and the Emperor engine appeared to sense a deeper, more concentrated malevolence lurking beneath. We must go down. Look at the situation, perhaps by sheer chance. We will uncover the lair of those strange beings. We might catch them all at once, putting an end to their incessant disturbances underground. Sykes, you little brat. Your older brother has come with the bald demon king to capture you. Ha ha ha. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of urgent beeps sounded. Both his and Genos communicators began to flash rapidly. This was an emergency contact device specifically issued by the Hero Association for Class A heroes. Activated only in the event of a significant catastrophe that ordinary heroes could not resolve. Wang pulled out the communicator, and a red alert message appeared on the screen. Emergency request. A ghost-level disaster has occurred in the city. A marine monster calling itself the Deep Sea King is attacking. Several Class A heroes are severely injured. Many civilians are trapped in the central shelter. Immediate assistance from nearby Class A heroes is requested. Below the text were several blurred yet striking satellite images. A massive, muscular humanoid creature, covered in slick scales and dorsal fins, exuding a primal aura, was striding onto the shattered docks amidst raging waves. In the corners of the images, fallen Class A heroes like Poison Sting and Lightning Max could be seen alongside panicked fleeing crowds. Saitama leaned in to examine the information, scratching his bald head. Deep Sea King? Sounds like a seafood market promoter. Wang sighed in resignation, stowing away the communicator. It seems our little adventure must come to an abrupt end. Genos immediately straightened up. Master, please allow me to accompany you. Although my mechanical arm is damaged, I can still fight. Wang nodded, his gaze lingering on the unfathomable chasm. A flicker of regret in his eyes. It appeared he would have to wait for another opportunity to join Saitama in extracting that little brat Sykes. Wang and Saitama flanked Genos as they ascended towards the exit. Deep within the subterranean monster lair, hidden in a concealed laboratory, Sykes languidly reclined on a leather sofa. Her long legs elegantly crossed, blue hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the surveillance screens. Her ample bosom rose and fell gently with each breath, the snug white lab coat accentuating her alluring curves. Let me see how you handle this, she murmured. Taking a delicate sip of red wine, the scarlet liquid swirling in the glass, mirroring her thrill at the moment. On the surveillance feed, the massive form of Pochi charged towards Wang and the others. The corners of Psyche's mouth curled into a dangerous smirk, already envisioning their frantic escape under the scorching blast from Pochi. However, in the next instant, she commanded, "Sit down." With those two seemingly casual words, her wine glass shattered on the ground. Red wine splattered across her pale thighs and chest, trickling down the curves, but she was too consumed to care. "This is impossible." Psyche abruptly stood, her glasses slipping to the tip of her nose, oblivious. She fixed her gaze on the screen, watching as Pochi was sent crashing into the earth by a single punch from that bald man, her chest heaving violently. Chapter 43, The Heroic Heart of the Unlicensed Knight. The surveillance feed shook violently from the shockwave, finally freezing on the image of Pochi embedded in the rock layers above the laboratory. It was merely a few dozen meters from her hiding spot. Damn it! Psyche ripped off her glasses, her blue hair billowing as if caught in a windstorm. Her powers erupted uncontrollably, causing the surrounding machinery to crackle and emit plumes of smoke. Trembling, she accessed the Hero Association's database, her fingertip brushing over Saitama's name. Class A dead last? What a joke. With such power, he must surpass the majority of Class A heroes. Suddenly, on the surveillance feed, Saitama looked up at the camera, his deadpan eyes seeming to pierce through the screen and into her very soul. Psyche felt as though she had plunged into an ice pit, her body covered in goosebumps. "He found me? No, that's impossible." She forced herself to regain her composure. The wine on her chest had grown cold, its sticky sensation heightening her irritation. At that moment, the communicators of the three heroes chimed. Watching their retreating figures, Psyche let out a long sigh, collapsing back onto the sofa. She realized her back was already soaked, the white lab coat clinging to her skin, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. The plan must advance, she bit her nails, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. But then she recalled that warning and had to suppress the thought. Just wait a little longer, Psyche murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the wine stains on her chest. She put her glasses back on, her eyes behind the lenses regaining their composure. "Saitama, is it? I won't forget you." She licked her lips, revealing a dangerous and alluring smile. "Next time we meet, I'll prepare a grand gift for you." Meanwhile, above the laboratory, Pochi emitted a faint whimper, his 6 eyes fearfully gazing in the direction Saitama was departing. The cold rain poured down relentlessly, drenching the entire city in a bone-chilling cold. Wang and Saitama sped through the leaden rain curtain aboard Genos. The howling winds carried the torrential raindrops, pounding down in a relentless barrage as the shattered streets, overturned vehicles, and burning wreckage rushed past their view like a scene from an apocalyptic painting. When they finally arrived above the central shelter, located in the heart of the city, a strong scent of blood mingled with the dampness of the rain pierced through the layers of rain curtains, assaulting their nostrils. The shelter, reputed to withstand the blasts of tank cannons and missile strikes, now bore a gaping, jagged opening, its edges twisted and grotesque. Before that menacing breach, amidst the muddy ground soaked with blood, lay the sprawled forms of several Class A, B, and even C heroes. Their bodies lay in grotesque positions, immersed in the crimson muck, unaware of their fates. The only figure still standing was that of a Class A hero, the unlicensed knight. His cheap green hero uniform had long been torn, revealing deep, bone-exposing wounds across his exposed skin, blood mingling with the rainwater, forming a glaring stream at his feet. He knelt, barely able to support himself, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. The heavy raindrops pounded down on his lowered head, washing away the blood and grime from his face, yet failing to extinguish the flame of determination in his eyes. Deep within the shelter, thousands of terrified, desperate eyes looked on, women stifling sobs, children wailing in agony, and men's heavy breaths intertwining to form a suffocating lament. What good is a Class A hero? Even the BS have fallen. We're doomed. All of us. Who will save us? I haven't even graduated from my innocence yet. Mom. The unlicensed knight's body shook violently, as if struck hard by these cries of despair. He struggled to lift his head, rainwater flowing into his cracked lips. Filled with an undeniable stubbornness, "I know no one expects me. I understand better than anyone." Each word he uttered sent sharp pain through his wounds, tearing at his very being. "Class A heroes are useless. I know I cannot defeat you." The colossal figure of the deep-sea king standing opposite him let out a low, thunderous laugh. Its enormous body, covered in slick, dark scales, loomed in the rain like a moving mountain, the crown-like bone spikes atop its head streaming with rainwater and blood, while its thick tail irritably swept across the ground, splattering mud everywhere. The terrifying face, lined with sharp teeth, drew closer to the unlicensed knight, its breath heavy with the scent of the ocean, wafting over him. "What are you mumbling about? Begging for mercy?" The unlicensed knight abruptly straightened his nearly broken spine. This simple action seemed to drain the last remnants of his strength, yet he ultimately did not succumb. However, he unleashed a primal roar with all his might, his voice momentarily overpowering the howling wind and rain, declaring, "I can only do this. It is not a matter of victory or defeat. I must stand before you." His bloodied fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, pointing towards the dark entrance of the refuge behind him. "For I have people to protect." In that instant, as if ignited by this faint yet unwavering spark of hope, the desperate refuge erupted with a cacophony of shouts resembling a roaring tsunami. "Unlicensed knight. Go for it." The big brother on the motorcycle. "Kamba." This was a torrent of hundreds of voices, filled with a desperate prayer. The unlicensed knight trembled violently. Within his once numb and cold body, it felt as if this cry injected a searing, foreign strength. He emitted the most exalted roar of his life, dragging his grievously wounded and near-death form, summoning the last vestiges of will and strength, and unleashed a punch imbued with all hope and despair towards the seemingly invincible deep-sea behemoth. Yet, this punch, which contained the hopes of all, barely caused a tremor in the deep-sea king's heavily scaled chest. The mockery on the deep-sea king's face instantly solidified, transforming into pure, seething rage provoked by an ant. "You should just die along with their hopes." The colossal fist raised, creating a gust that momentarily parted the surrounding rain, forming a brief vacuum. At the tip of the fist, a devastating power coalesced, aimed directly at the unlicensed knight's frail head. The shouts from the refuge were abruptly silenced, as if a hand had clamped down on their throats. Thousands of eyes widened in terror, their pupils reflecting the impending, all-consuming darkness of the giant fist. Time seemed to elongate, every droplet of falling rain distinctly visible. Just at this critical moment, boom, a terrifying roar, as if from the depths of ancient chaos, unannounced, tore through the rain curtain. Like an invisible hammer, it struck the hearts of all. A towering figure, akin to a falling star, ripped through the rain veil, descending at a speed beyond visual limits. Boom. Wang's feet slammed heavily onto the ground before the unlicensed knight, shattering mud and stones. His left hand shot out like lightning, securely cradling the unlicensed knight's unconscious body, which had been swept away by the deep-sea king's punch. Almost in the same millisecond, the flames of the burning cannon roared. In midair, Genos' remaining left arm armor exploded open, revealing a complex internal energy matrix, illuminating the dim rain with a blinding blue-white radiance. Chapter 44. This arrogant fellow must not die so easily. A massive, heart-stopping torrent of destructive energy, akin to a roaring dragon, collided fiercely with the deep-sea king's massive form, which was poised to commit murder. Boom! The deafening explosion accompanied the deep-sea king's unanticipated roar of pain. The furious flames instantly engulfed half of its body, the terrifying heat vaporizing the surrounding rain into thick white mist. The deep-sea king's mountainous body was forced to retreat under this sudden, devastating blow. Each step sinking deep into the muddy ground, its scaled chest charred black, wisps of black smoke rising. The scalding steam mingled with the burnt stench of the deep-sea king, causing its state to regress back to the first phase. Wang landed steadily, the unlicensed knight in his arms barely clinging to life, blood soaking through his front. This formidable hero seemed to sense something, and in the final moment before losing consciousness, he struggled to open his eyes slightly. When his blurred vision caught sight of Wang's hardened jawline and distinctive 3 scars, the tightly wound nerves suddenly relaxed. The unlicensed knight's lips moved, releasing a barely audible breath. "Please." Before he could finish, his head drooped weakly to the side, slipping into unconsciousness. Wang called out in a low, steady voice, "Saitama." Saitama landed in response, his bald head glistening in the rain. "Hold him tight." Wang carefully passed the unconscious unlicensed knight into Saitama's arms, his actions imbued with rare solemnity. He recognized the unlicensed knight's heroic heart, although he himself did not possess such selflessness or the virtue of sacrifice for others. It did not hinder his respect for those who did. Wang's gaze crossed over Saitama's shoulder, fixating intently on the deep-sea king, which was regaining its footing amidst the smoke and steam from the explosion. "This arrogant creature must not die so easily." Wang spoke slowly, each word laced with a chilling intent to kill. "Let me teach it a lesson, so it understands what regret feels like for crawling ashore." Saitama lowered his gaze to the barely breathing unlicensed knight in his arms, then glanced at the deep-sea king struggling to regain its stance in the mud. Emitting a furious roar, a rare glimmer of icy understanding flickered in his usually vacant fish-like eyes. He nodded slowly, retreating a few steps while cradling the unlicensed knight, his tone calm yet filled with the same disdain. Ah, indeed. A single punch would be too merciful for this bastard. Another few heroes come to their doom? The deep-sea king shook its scorched head, fresh flesh writhing beneath the charred scales. It let out a deafening roar, the sound waves rippling through the rain. No matter how many come, the result will be the same. They will merely become the stepping stones for this king to ascend the land and dominate this world. Roar. At the entrance of the refuge, the survivors huddled at the edge of the breach, rain and tears blurring their faces. Yes, the hero is here. Can he do it? So many heroes have fallen. Useless, useless, it is a true monster. Even the attacks of so many heroes couldn't hurt it. We should escape. Escape? Where can we possibly run? Are you sure you can outrun that monster? Mom, I don't want to die. Despairing whispers slithered through the crowd like cold snakes. Wang's step showed no sign of faltering. He walked through the muddy blood, stepped over the fallen heroes, and passed through the intertwined gazes of faint hope and heavy despair that were cast upon his back. Thud, thud, thud. The Emperor Engine's deep, powerful roar resonated like the drums of an ancient battlefield, penetrating the sound of the pouring rain, beginning to thrum slowly within his chest. With each step, the heartbeat grew heavier, richer. Dark red energy surged like magma from the depths of hell, exuding a soul-chilling heat and ominous presence, rising beneath his feet. The rain evaporated and recoiled within a mere inch of his body, creating a bizarre dry zone. The dark red energy swirling around him thickened, its hue as profound as congealed blood, shining with an eerie glow in the dim rain. A visibly distorted air of intimidation began to silently take shape within a 10-meter radius around him. Within this domain, even the torrential rain seemed to be ensnared in a viscous mire, its descent slowed to an unusual crawl. Roar. What sorcery is this? The deep-sea king was inexplicably agitated by this eerie atmosphere and the soul-piercing heartbeat. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and its massive form erupted with a terrifying speed that belied its size, like a black cannonball, tearing through the rain curtain. Its colossal fist carrying the force to crush mountains, crashing down towards Wang. As the fist approached, even the air emitted a thunderous crack under the unbearable pressure. A glint of fierce light flickered in Wang's eyes. The flowing water rock-shattering fist dissipated the force. At the moment the colossal fist descended upon him, he sidestepped with an almost impossible angle, gliding along the edge of the destructive fist wind. The terrifying power of the deep-sea king, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, was as inconsequential as a cow sinking into the sea, drawn apart and dissipated by an utterly supple essence of flowing water, vanishing within the invisible realm of hardness and softness surrounding Wang. What? The deep-sea king's punch missed, its immense force left with nowhere to release, causing its body to lean slightly forward due to inertia, a flash of astonishment appearing in its eyes. Just as its old strength faded and new strength had yet to rise, Wang counterattacked. The flowing water rock-shattering fist pierced through the rock, his palm, seemingly gentle, pressed against the deep-sea king's slick, scale-covered ribcage, akin to a fortress of fine steel. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled sound akin to leather being struck. A high-frequency, meticulously condensed shockwave, like an invisible venomous dragon, instantaneously penetrated the seemingly indestructible defensive scales, disregarding physical barriers, forcefully burrowing into the deep-sea king's relatively vulnerable abdomen. With a loud gasp, the deep-sea king's massive body arched abruptly, as though struck by an invisible giant hammer to the abdomen. It opened its blood-filled maw, spewing forth a torrent of foul, viscous fluid mingled with shattered entrails and dark green blood, corroding the ground beneath with a sizzling sound. Excruciating pain, an unprecedented agony, arising from its innards being violently shattered and crushed, engulfed the deep-sea king's nerves like a tsunami. It let out a painful and furious roar, its eyes instantly bloodshot. Damn bug. This king will tear you apart. Rage completely consumed the deep-sea king's reason. Its colossal body entered a frenzied second stage, its massive claw, imbued with the scent of blood, lunged toward Wang's head, an assault akin to a tempest. Wang's gaze was as cold as millennia-old ice, yet his form danced like a phantom within the viscous aura of intimidation. The roar of the Emperor Engine suddenly soared. Boom. This time, the roar was no longer a physical vibration. The substantial sound wave's impact transformed into a widespread mental shock, enveloping Wang's resonant power that instilled fear, striking against the Deep Sea King's disordered consciousness like an invisible hammer. The Deep Sea King's colossal body suddenly stiffened. In the chaotic and frenzied depths of the Deep Sea King's mind, numerous distorted, terrified faces of land creatures it had tormented and devoured before death were forcibly dragged out by this terrifying mental shock, echoing and amplifying within its consciousness. Those desperate cries, those vengeful curses filled every corner of its thoughts. Get away. The Deep Sea King emitted a panicked roar, its movements inevitably slowed. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Wang's right hand opened, and within his palm, dark green light rapidly condensed and compressed, emanating an unsettling corrosive aura. Carbonated energy projectiles guided with precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark green corrosive energy beams, like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs, evaded the Deep Sea King's defensive arms with remarkable accuracy, fiercely striking at the relatively vulnerable joints of its shoulder, side, and thigh. Hiss! A painfully sharp sound of corrosion erupted. The Deep Sea King's resilient scales, under the onslaught of the dark green beams, softened and dissolved like butter in hot oil, producing thick smoke. The impacted areas decayed and melted at a visible rate, exposing the stark, white bones beneath. A howl erupted, no longer merely a cry of anger, but interwoven with unbelievable agony and a flicker of primal fear for life. The physical penetration, the shattering of innards, the excruciating pain from the corroded scales, and the mental terror bombarded Wang like a cold, precise surgeon. Akin to an emperor administering punishment, treating the Deep Sea King as a living specimen to test the limits of pain. Each ability was meticulously applied to the most painful locations while deftly avoiding any fatal points. 5 minutes. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the shelter, accompanied by the heavy, tolling roar of the Emperor engine, these brief 5 minutes felt like an eternity of torment and hell for the Deep Sea King. Its once mighty form, akin to a mountain, was now riddled with blackened pits, revealing bone beneath, corroded by the carbonated projectiles, dark green blood and shattered tissue continuously oozing from its wounds. Its innards had long been shattered by the penetrating force of the flowing water rock-shattering fist. Each breath brought with it a tearing agony. Even more terrifying was the unending, soul-piercing mental torment. With each heavy heartbeat of the Emperor engine, it struck like a hammer against its chaotic consciousness, forcibly stuffing the horrific fates of countless souls it had tortured into its mind. Its colossal body rolled and convulsed in the muck, each struggle appearing futile and laughable. The power, speed, and defense it once took pride in had become a joke before Wang's merciless and precise strikes, akin to divine punishment. It finally understood. The man before it, emanating dark red energy, his heartbeat echoing like war drums, was the true monster, a being walking among men. The Deep Sea King. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on the advancing Wang, emitted a broken, hoarse sound from its throat, filled with sheer terror. Its massive form instinctively recoiled, leaving long trails of blood in the mud, attempting to escape the figure that resembled a demonic god. Wang halted before it, the rain evaporating as it neared his body. From a lofty vantage point, he gazed down upon the dying monarch of the sea, devoid of rage or pity, only a chilling indifference that froze all things. The roar of the Emperor engine reached its zenith. Boom! The dark red energy surged violently, compressing and condensing into a scarlet domain, 10 meters in radius, where the air visibly twisted. The Emperor engine's intimidation field entered hyperfrequency mode. Within this domain, the mental pressure multiplied. The Deep Sea King felt as though it had been cast into a trench thousands of meters deep, invisible weight pressing in from all directions, intent on crushing its bones, organs, and even its soul. Its remaining consciousness was shattered by the unbearably heavy heartbeat, leaving only an endless sea of corpses and the wails of souls in its mind. A faint, agonized cry mixed with profound terror escaped from the Deep Sea King's shattered throat. Its once brutal and cruel eyes now lost all luster, replaced by the purest fear of death and endless awe for the being before it. Its massive body spasmed violently a few times before finally collapsing in the cold muck and blood, lifeless and silent. Ding! Successfully intimidated and killed the calamity Deep Sea King. Let it die in utter agony. Intimidation points, 1,000. Wang slowly retracted the surging dark red energy around him, the heavy heartbeat of the Emperor engine gradually subsiding. The cold rain fell upon him once more, washing away the Deep Sea King's viscous dark green blood that lingered on his fingers. He turned, casting his gaze upon the dazed faces of the crowd at the shelter's breach, their expressions etched with disbelief, tears still evident. After a long while, the crowd finally emerged from their shock, exchanging glances filled with incredulity. Did we win? A trembling woman clutching a child asked. We won. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd, a testament to the might of the strongest man on earth. How wonderful! We have been saved. The chorus of applause swelled, with people embracing one another in tears of joy. Yet, amidst this celebratory atmosphere, a jarring voice cut through the elation. Tisich. That monster is not strong at all. The cheers abruptly ceased. Following the sound, the crowd beheld a disheveled man in a floral shirt, his face slick with oil, disdainfully twisting his lips. What did you say? So many high-level heroes have fallen. Lightning Max, Poison Sting, and the likes. It's merely their weakness that led to their defeat. The man sneered, reveling in his self-satisfied arrogance, pointing at the distant corpse of the Sea King and then at Wang. Look, that monster, since the arrival of the adult, has not even touched a single hair of him. From start to finish, he was merely taking hits. What does this signify? It signifies that this monster is nothing but a facade, a paper tiger, merely intimidating to behold. Those heroes who fell to him. He elongated his words, surveying the crowd before contemptuously uttering, "Ha, trash?" At once, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of furious discussions. Silence. A young man stepped forward, his anger palpable. Ready to strike. How can you say such a thing? They are fighting desperately to protect us. The lewd man seemed to have struck upon an exhilarating point. His mockery intensifying. Fighting desperately? Who wouldn't fight desperately? If they can't defeat the monster, what kind of heroes are they? Just incompetent brutes, wasting our tax dollars to support them. He paused, as if he had uncovered a profound truth, his voice growing louder. Well, at least we are saved in the end. But honestly, what use are the heroes who came? What distinguishes them from ordinary people besides delivering heads? They only bring trouble. In my opinion, dealing with such monsters doesn't require desperation. Just use your brain to stall for time until true powerhouses like the adult arrive to handle it. Anyone can do that. I could do it too. The lewd man suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. The figure that had just been dozens of meters away, akin to a war god, had silently appeared before him. Chapter 46. See, I told you I would protect you. Wang had somehow positioned himself right in front of the lewd man, the 3 scars on his face appearing particularly menacing under the rain. His gaze was so frosty it seemed capable of freezing souls. The lewd man's words became lodged in his throat, the smugness on his face instantly replaced by terror. Wang, repeat what you just said. The lewd man trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering involuntarily. Yet, the habit he had cultivated as a keyboard warrior online compelled him to cling to his meager pride, stammering, I said those heroes are trash. Being defeated by such trash monsters, they are not worthy of being heroes. Wasting our taxes. With a resounding crack that drowned out the rain, Wang's right hand struck the lewd man's face with a force that was anything but ordinary. To prevent decapitating him, Wang had restrained his strength to a remarkable degree. Yet that slap was still far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The lewd man's body flew several meters, teeth and blood spraying forth. Why you dare to hit me? You are a hero. How could you? The lewd man struggled to rise, his words slurred in a desperate attempt to claim some moral high ground. Wang approached step by step, each footfall echoing like a drumbeat on the lewd man's heart. He produced a specialized communicator from the Hero Association, his fingers swiftly tapping a few commands, projecting a holographic beam that clearly displayed several lines of legal text. Disaster Response and Hero Rights Protection Act, Article 27. During a hero's mission to combat disasters and protect the populace, their status is equivalent to that of law enforcement officers. Anyone who publicly defames or insults a hero executing their duties at a disaster scene, severely disrupting order or inciting hostility, may have their civil rights revoked and face life imprisonment. Life imprisonment? The lewd man was utterly bewildered, resorting to feigned innocence. No, that's impossible. I never said that. Genos, Wang stated coldly. Yes, sir. Genos promptly stepped forward, his mechanical eye projecting the recording of the lewd man's every derogatory remark against the heroes. Wang's gaze fell upon the lewd man with the same disdain one might reserve for a dead dog by the roadside, based on your earlier statements. According to the regulations, without the need for lengthy judicial procedures, The highest-ranking hero present holds the authority to immediately revoke your civil rights on behalf of the association and escort you to the highest security prison for life imprisonment. A surge of overwhelming fear engulfed the lewd man, who scrambled toward Di Wang's feet, tears streaming down his face, his voice a wail. "No, sir, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. I was momentarily foolish. I spoke out of turn. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. Those heroes are truly commendable. I was talking nonsense. I beg you." Di Wang disdainfully kicked him aside with just enough force to send him rolling several meters away, yet not enough to cause fatal harm. "Didn't you claim to know your error? You only know you are about to be punished." At that moment, an unexpected transformation began. The lewd man's body convulsed violently, bizarre patterns emerging on his skin. In the throes of extreme fear and regret, he began to metamorphose into a monster. In the world of One Punch Man, there are generally 4 sources of monsters. 1. Humans transformed into mutants due to extreme emotions, bad habits, immense pressure, or genetic mutations. 2. Artificial monsters created from advanced technology or modifications. 3. Mutations of non-human entities. 4. Other intelligent beings that differ from humans. Roar. A horse. Inhuman roar erupted from the creature, which had completely lost its human form, now a hunched figure covered in a dark, scaly hide, its claws menacing. Within its remaining chaotic consciousness was a tumult of violent intent directed toward Di Wang and all living beings around it. Di Wang regarded the abominable creature birthed from the depths of human depravity with not a hint of surprise, only a profound coldness and a touch of disdain. "Excellent. This saves me the trouble of confinement. For trash like you, to waste food and air in prison is the utmost sacrilege against resources." In a flash, Di Wang was before the stone-clawed monster. He made no use of any skills, merely raising his right hand and flicking his finger. Thud! A dull sound resonated, as the monster's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, red, white, and gray splattering across the muddy ground in a grotesque display. The headless body of the creature swayed twice before collapsing to the ground, sending mud flying. The entire process was swift, precise, and ruthlessly efficient. Just then, the piercing wail of sirens grew closer. Several ambulances and armored transport vehicles, emblazoned with the emblem of the Hero Association and flashing blue and red lights, finally arrived at the scene. Medical personnel swiftly disembarked, urgently tending to the critically wounded, unconscious heroes on the ground. "Let us go?" Di Wang turned to Saitama and Genos, saying, "My treat, let us have a victory feast." At Di Wang's residence, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the warm orange glow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating the wooden floors of the living room. Mosquito Girl cautiously carried a platter of freshly cooked octopus balls, tiptoeing toward the coffee table. With utmost delicacy, she placed the dish down and immediately darted behind Di Wang, peeking out cautiously with half of her head. Her eyes were filled with trepidation, constantly glancing toward the gleaming egg. Di Wang could distinctly feel the soft body of Mosquito Girl trembling against his back. Thanks to this, Di Wang had promised her an unlimited supply of fresh blood. Her limbs, which had once required mechanical prosthetics, had grown back anew. Under the guidance of her burgeoning self-awareness, her physical evolution increasingly leaned towards embodying the exquisite elegance of femininity, rather than that of a mere mosquito. He unobtrusively reached out to pat her icy little hand, offering reassurance as he said, "It's all right." Beside the tea table, Saitama sat cross-legged, oblivious to his surroundings as he indulged in his meal. He swallowed 3 takoyaki in one gulp and, with cheeks bulging, mumbled, Delicious. Your little maid's culinary skills are quite impressive." Clearly, the carefree Saitama had long forgotten about his previous encounter with the mosquito woman. Genos, however, remained seated nearby, his golden mechanical eye fixated on the mosquito woman, data streams rapidly flashing in his pupil. His right hand had discreetly shifted into combat mode, poised to unleash his incineration cannon at any moment. Di Wang sensed the tremors emanating from the mosquito woman behind him intensifying. He chuckled softly, deliberately adopting a casual tone. "Saitama, if you enjoy them, I can have the mosquito woman prepare more for you to take home and savor at your leisure." As he spoke, he gently grasped the little hand that rested on his shoulder, a gesture meant to soothe her while silently conveying, "See, I promise to protect you." A faint blush crept onto the mosquito woman's pale cheeks as she quietly replied, "Okay." Stealing a glance at Di Wang's profile, the 3 scars etched upon his face appeared particularly profound in the setting sun. At that moment, Her reliance and trust in Wang reached an unprecedented peak. In truth, throughout their time together, Wang's presence had entirely occupied her heart. From her initial fear and submission to her current heartfelt allegiance, she could hardly envision a life devoid of him. The idea of betrayal was inconceivable. She would kneel and plead to remain, even if he wished to cast her aside. As for the evolution house that created her, what organization was that? She had never even heard of it. Chapter 47. The formal induction of the Mosquito Woman, Sir. Genos finally could no longer contain his apprehension, his mechanical voice tinged with evident caution. Are you aware that your maid is the very Mosquito Woman who nearly wreaked havoc upon the city? The demon-level monster? The atmosphere in the living room instantly froze. The Mosquito Woman's body stiffened, acutely aware of the murderous intent radiating from Genos, an innate hostility towards monsters. Yet, Wang maintained his composure. He leisurely lifted his teacup for a sip, calmly stating, "Genos, please remain calm. The Mosquito Woman is not as irredeemable as you might think." Turning to the Mosquito Woman behind him, his gaze imbued with encouragement, he continued, "She has turned over a new leaf, working diligently under my guidance to transform herself. Even as a monster, she deserves a chance for redemption, does she not?" Wang understood that while the original Mosquito Woman had caused some destruction after escaping the evolution house, her primary targets had been livestock farms. Aside from some opportunistic scoundrels, there were no records of her indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Such a monster indeed held the potential for rehabilitation. Of course, the most compelling reason was that the Mosquito Woman had been depicted so exquisitely by Murata. That slender waist, that striped alabaster skin, those pitiable eyes. Wang could not bear to see her exit prematurely. "Genos, do not be so rigid," Saitama interjected, already won over by the delicacies. His mouth full of takoyaki. "Isn't there a saying? To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order." "Yes, teacher." Genos promptly retrieved his notebook and began to jot down notes. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order, Saitama Sensei's 47th life philosophy. Observing this, Wang seized the moment to propose, "Mosquito Woman, please prepare dinner. I wish to properly entertain Saitama and Genos tonight." With her anxieties alleviated, the Mosquito Woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she chirped, "All right." Her voice betrayed her excitement, and as she turned, her skirt fluttered like a delicate butterfly making its way to the kitchen. Soon, the sounds of cooking filled the air, accompanied by the Mosquito Woman's gentle humming. After dinner, Saitama rubbed his round belly, his gaze fixated on Wang's latest gaming console. Wang smiled knowingly, recognizing Saitama's burgeoning gaming obsession. "Come on, time for some post-meal exercise. This time, I'll use just one finger on each hand." Wang casually invited him, picking up the controller. "You said it. No backing out now." The next hour transformed into Saitama's gaming purgatory. The massive screen in the living room flashed with dazzling visuals, and the premium sound system reverberated with intense battle effects. Intermingled with Saitama's fluctuating emotions, from spirited determination to despairing wails. "Ah, my rush. Why can't I execute my wave motion fist? Cheater. That character of yours can't have infinite combos. Wait, I'm not ready. No, my winning streak." Although he had never actually had a winning streak, Wang sat cross-legged on the floor, appearing utterly unperturbed, his fingers dancing over the controller like butterflies. His movements fluid and effortless. In that moment, he transcended the title of the strongest hero, embodying the absolute tyrant of the gaming realm. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 10, 20. Saitama's character, under Wang's relentless onslaught, was utterly defenseless, akin to leaves in a tempest, subjected to repeated humiliations. Saitama transitioned from fierce determination to a drenched forehead. His eyes bloodshot, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, vacant and hollow, as though his very soul had been drained. 30 consecutive defeats. Saitama stared at the glaring words on the screen, muttering to himself as a wave of heat surged to his forehead. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the pitiful game controller crumbled beneath his grip. Saitama stared at the fragments in his hands, as if petrified. The Mosquito Woman, hidden at the kitchen door, stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Wang, suppressing his amusement, set down his controller. "I suppose today's gaming session ends here." Saitama mechanically stood up, his eyes vacant. "I'll head back now." He staggered toward the door, and as he passed the tea table, he suddenly snatched Wang's gaming console with lightning speed, stuffing it into his skin-tight suit. "I'll borrow this for research," he declared childishly before dashing out the door. Genos promptly bowed, I apologize, sir. I shall go after teacher. Diwang waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Let him take it. After all, the only joy left for me in gaming is the sheer delight of tormenting Saitama. No other games pique my interest. Once the two had departed, Diwang stretched languidly. The mosquito woman promptly brought him a cup of hot tea. Are you tired, sir? Not at all. Diwang accepted the teacup, their fingers brushing momentarily, causing her to flinch like a startled rabbit. Her cheeks flushed. You should go rest, Diwang said gently. You've worked hard tonight. The mosquito woman opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately nodded obediently. All right, good night. She glanced back several times as she walked towards her room, casting a reluctant look at Diwang before closing the door. The living room finally returned to tranquility. Diwang reclined languidly on the sofa when suddenly he sensed a faint gaze upon him. Instinctively, he turned towards the wall, where a door connected to the adjacent apartment of Fubuki. Through the crack, a pair of emerald green eyes, as clear as jade, peeked at him curiously. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Soon after, the hurried footsteps of Fubuki echoed, accompanied by the muffled sound of something falling to the ground. Diwang chuckled to himself, fully aware of why Fubuki, the leader of the Blizzard Group and ranked #1 in the Hero Association, had been too embarrassed to show her face during dinner. After all, this esteemed leader was likely mortified to be reminded of the previous night's failed ambush. Otherwise, driven by her unwavering ambition to enhance the strength of the Blowing Snow team in hopes of gaining her sister Tornado's approval, how could she possibly let such a prime opportunity slip by, especially with the formidable heroes Genos and the enigmatic Saitama present? Setting aside thoughts of the bashful girl, Diwang focused his mind and accessed the system interface. Chapter 48. The Emperor Engine Achieves Perfection. A glimpse from Psyche's deterrent system. Host, Diwang. Level 1. Experience, 0-100. Attributes, Strength, 37. Agility, 34. Spirit, 16. Skills, Emperor Engine, Great Achievement, 153000. Carbonated Bomb, Great Achievement, 03000. Call of the King, Initial Level, 050. Flowing Rock Smash Fist, Great Achievement, 03000. Deterrence Points, 3150. A flicker of excitement flashed in Diwang's eyes. After exploring the monster caves and defeating the likes of the shocking monster's henchman, the Bug God, and the Deep Sea King, his deterrence points had soared past the 3,000 mark. What did this signify? It meant he could elevate one of the two core skills, either the Emperor Engine or the Flowing Rock Smash Fist, to the next grand realm of perfection. Without a moment's hesitation, Diwang chose to upgrade the Emperor Engine. This was not merely the disguise that had ensured his survival upon crossing into this realm, but also his ultimate trump card in a perilous world of One Punch Man, the foundation upon which he could solidify his reputation as the strongest on the surface, capable of vanquishing monsters. Deterrence points, 3,000. Skill, Emperor Engine Proficiency is breaking through the bottleneck and advancing towards perfection. Boom! A surge, seemingly originating from the depths of the cosmic abyss, erupted within Diwang's heart. This time, it was not a mere enhancement, but a metamorphosis, an elevation. His heart felt as though it had been cast into the core of a stellar furnace. Each beat was no longer just the pumping of blood, but a torrent of energy surging forth. Each expansion and contraction carried with it an overwhelming might, potent enough to shake the very fabric of space. His understanding of sound and force was forcibly elevated to an entirely new dimension. No longer was it a mere accumulation of techniques. It was an almost primal mastery. The resonance of the heavens was summoned, with his heartbeat as the drumstick, striking at the very souls of all existence, coalescing and awakening within his chest. Emperor Engine Proficiency elevated to perfection, 153,000. Skill effects comprehensively updated and sublimated. 1. Sovereign Majesty ascended. When the Emperor Engine is activated, the substantial soundwave impact is entirely transformed into an encompassing tempest of mental energy. The roar is no longer a physical vibration. It directly influences the depths of the target's consciousness, creating indiscriminate mental shockwaves. Those with feeble willpower will instantly succumb to mental collapse, reduced to mere husks. 2. Aura Condensation Transformation. The dark red aura surrounding him is no longer a simple visual effect but has coalesced into a tangible fear domain with a radius of 100 meters. Within this domain, the air becomes as viscous as mercury, gravity intensifies, and any hostile life forms that step within will endure overwhelming mental pressure and neural paralysis. as if carrying the weight of mountains, unable to move. 3. Deterrence passive evolution. The passive trigger range expands to 10,000 meters. The warning time is significantly extended. Mental resistance is elevated to a high level of intensity. It is sufficient to immunize against the majority of mental control and illusionary disruptions, even when subjected to mental attacks. His heart instinctively generates retaliatory mental shockwaves. 4. Spiritual resonance transformation. The engine's roar not only incites fear in targets, but can also directly peer into and magnify their innermost, most primal and most dreaded nightmares. It creates an inescapable mental echo that cannot be dispelled or resisted. Even the most resolute will find themselves submerged in their deepest fears. 5. Life rhythm. The perfected Emperor engine's pulsation inherently contains formidable life energy. In a passive state, it can gradually nourish the host's physical body, hastening recovery from injuries and enhancing cellular vitality. When actively triggered, it can even momentarily stimulate latent potential, unleashing power and speed that surpass the limits. The cost is significant physical exhaustion. Buzz. The very air in the living room seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang's originally deep crimson aura suddenly erupted. Its color transformed into that of solidified, burning golden magma. The radiance was not blinding but bore a weighty and majestic presence that sent shivers through the soul. The aura surged and rolled, faintly outlining a colossal, indistinct emperor's silhouette behind him, crowned and gazing down upon all beings. An invisible, weighty force radiated from him, spreading outward with thunderous resonance. Crack. The glass coffee table nearest to him was instantly covered in a web of cracks. The paintings on the wall trembled violently without a breeze. A low-frequency, teeth-grinding hum permeated the air, as if the very space itself were under immense pressure. Wang slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, a flash of dark golden lightning flickered, an indescribable aura of authority, as if wielding the power of life and death, naturally radiated from him. Strength, 57:20, agility, 54:20, spirit, 46:30. Wang gently clenched his fist. Not only had his attributes risen once more, but he felt each steady and powerful heartbeat resonating with the ripples of space around him. It was an unparalleled sense of strength, as if all power lay within his grasp. In this perfected state, Wang's lips curled into a smile that nearly reached his ears. This was the majesty that he was destined to possess. Suddenly, a faint yet malicious presence piqued his alertness. Wang promptly shut his eyes, subtly altering the frequency of the Emperor engine's rhythm. In an instant, his perception spread outward like ripples on water. He could hear the steady breathing of the mosquito girl in the adjacent room. His vision seemed to penetrate the wall, catching sight of the flustered blowing snow, who was bathing on the other side. The psychic energy, marked by Wang's presence, startled the superpowered blowing snow, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. In a flurry, she grasped a towel to cover herself, droplets cascading down her smooth back, tracing an enticing curve amidst the steamy haze. Wang could even sense the emotional fluctuations of every individual within the entire building. These perceptions surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, yet were meticulously processed by his formidable mental strength. I have found you. Amidst the myriad signals, Wang accurately pinpointed a pink mass lurking in a shadowy corner of another building, 100 meters away. It was stealthily pressed against the inner side of a ventilation duct. Its singular eye fixated on Wang's window with unwavering intensity. Sykes' little toy, Wang mused, as he activated the unique ability of the perfected Emperor engine to manifest his aura. Numerous dark red tendrils of energy quietly extended from behind him, silently darting towards the target under the cover of night. Suddenly, the little one-eyed creature trembled violently, a flicker of terror flashing in its eye. It keenly sensed the impending danger and flapped its fleshy wings frantically, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the little creature was ensnared by the energy tendrils, quickly yanked back towards Wang. The scene before its eyes blurred, and in the next moment, it found itself face to face with Wang's dark golden, swirling gaze. Chapter 49, Painful Punishment. A scene of crime unfolds in the depths of the city. 1,000 meters beneath the monster cave, a secret research facility lay concealed. In the dim light, Sykes lay languidly on a luxurious bed adorned with silk sheets. Fresh from her bath, a loose lace-trimmed robe draped casually over her, revealing expanses of her alabaster skin. Her delicate feet swayed unconsciously, pale as snow, with arches smooth as satin, their flawless texture marred only by a subtle blush at the soles, soft and white as clouds. At this moment, she was in high spirits. Peering through a small, keen eye hidden in the shadows hundreds of meters away, savoring every movement of the strongest man on the surface. What a captivating mode of evolution. Sykes parted her crimson lips slightly, a hint of playful astonishment dancing in her expression, as her fingertips grazed a strand of her cascading blue hair. Through the keen eye's perception, she could distinctly capture the potent enhancement path within Wang. Starkly different yet equally efficient, and even more rapid than the near-death evolutionary theory she had established. This unknown, swift method of gaining strength ignited a fervent mix of excitement and possessiveness within her. Beneath her robe, the skin, once as smooth and delicate as the finest jade, blushed alluringly due to her uncontrollable excitement, resembling a blooming rose. However, this moment of pleasure and curiosity was short-lived. Her delicate body suddenly stiffened. Impossible! Sykes stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Her keen eye had been discovered once more, and this time it was worse. That unknown power had directly seized her avatar before her. As her keen eye locked with Wang's dark golden gaze, an unprecedented wave of terror washed over her. How could this be? Sykes trembled uncontrollably, the strap of her robe slipping down, exposing her rounded shoulders. The oppressive sensation of being observed by a supreme entity reminded her of the fear she felt during her first encounter with him. Impossible! There could only be one such being in this world. It could not be his mere avatar. Sykes clutched her robe tightly at her chest, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She forced herself to calm down, attempting to steady her wildly racing heart. Calm. She must remain calm. Taking a deep breath, her ample bosom rose and fell. Soon, a plan began to form in her mind. Since she had been discovered, she might as well turn the tables. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. She intended to manipulate her keen eye to masquerade as a harmless creature that had accidentally wandered into human society, feigning an offense and then seeking forgiveness. With her ability to exert mental control, coupled with an appearance of innocence, she might remain by his side. Much like the mosquito woman. However, before she could commence her act, Wang's actions thoroughly disrupted her scheme. Sykes, is peeping amusing? That seemingly light remark thundered in Sykes's ears. Damn it! Her face drained of color in an instant. Her meticulously crafted disguise as the keen eye was meant to allow her to hide gracefully in the shadows, to study the near-death evolutionary theory and execute his eradication plan for humanity. Now, all of it had been seen through by this man. Sykes's fingertips dug deeply into the silken sheets, her robe wrinkled from her grip. Her mind raced as she sought to remedy the situation. Eager to negotiate through the keen eye, to tempt, even willing to divulge some core secrets to secure her position, as long as she could stabilize him. As long as she could temporarily conceal her identity. But an even more shocking turn of events occurred. Wang did not grant her the chance to speak. Boom. Sykes felt a searing pain erupt suddenly from the depths of her soul. The dark red energy tendrils entwining the keen eye transformed into flames that scorched her very essence. Ah! A piercing scream echoed within the laboratory. Sykes curled up in agony on the bed, her long legs pressed tightly together, her toes curling in response to the excruciating pain. The suffering was indescribable, as if someone had plunged a searing steel rod into her brain and was mercilessly stirring it. The most dreadful part was that her formidable mental strength prevented her from succumbing to the overload of pain as an ordinary person would. She had to endure every second of torment with full awareness. Ugh! Sykes struggled to sever her connection with the keen eye, her body collapsing onto the bed like a fish deprived of water. Mere seconds of agony felt like a life-and-death battle. Her robe was already soaked with sweat, clinging to her exquisite form. Strands of hair lay disheveled upon the sheets, her chest heaving violently, gasping breaths escaping her ruby lips intermittently. Sykes bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes igniting with flames of fury. She trembled as she propped herself up, the neckline of her robe gaping open, revealing vast expanses of her snowy skin and deep curves. You will pay for this, I swear. She unsteadily approached the laboratory control panel, her long legs still weak. With each step, the hem of her robe parted, revealing glimpses of her thighs. Her fingertips skimmed across the control panel, pulling up all relevant data. The cold light of the screen illuminated her flushed face and those eyes brimming with vengeful desire. The strongest on the surface? Ha! I will make you understand the consequences of offending Sykes. Sykes licked her dry lips, a seemingly casual gesture that exuded an alluring charm. A plan for revenge began to take shape in her mind. She turned toward the bathroom to bathe again, her robe slipping from her shoulders, showcasing her perfect curves. Meanwhile, on Wang's side, as the flames scorched the keen eye, A peculiar mental link briefly established between him and Sykes. Wang's perception surged like electricity through this invisible conduit, instantly projecting into the depths of the monster research facility 1,000 meters below. What he beheld was a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Sykes lay curled up in agony on the disheveled silk bed, her already thin robe completely soaked, the translucent fabric clinging to her exquisite form. With every labored breath, her ample bosom rose and fell enticingly, her long legs intertwining unconsciously, toes pointed straight. Most alarmingly, the hem of her robe had rolled up to her thighs, revealing a patch of milky skin. Hiss! Wang inhaled sharply. He knew Sykes was a tantalizing creature, but he hadn't anticipated her to be this alluring. The Emperor engine pulsed uncontrollably, racing with excitement. This scene was far too stimulating. 100 times more enticing than any adult film he had ever watched in his previous life, particularly with Sykes's expression, a blend of pain and fury, paired with her seductive form, creating a deadly allure. Yet, the moment was fleeting. As Sykes forcibly severed their connection, the live feed abruptly ceased. Chapter 50, Carnivorous Delight. What a pity. Wang smacked his lips, feeling a surge of heat rise in his abdomen. As a normal man, it would be unnatural not to react to such spring-like charm. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the Mosquito Woman's room. After this time of nourishing her with blood, the Mosquito Woman had shed her initial monstrous traits and blossomed into an increasingly enchanting figure. Her slender waist, alabaster skin, and the slight remnants of her monstrous features not only appeared unremarkable, but instead exuded an unusual allure. Should I pay her a visit tonight to deepen our bond? Wang stroked his chin, images of the Mosquito Woman's bashful demeanor surfacing in his mind. Given her current level of admiration for him, with just a hint, surely. Just as Wang was about to rise, the wall connecting to the adjacent room was suddenly pushed open. We need to have a serious talk. The freshly bathed Fubuki entered, wrapped tightly in a bathrobe, her damp, dark green hair still dripping. Despite her efforts to maintain a stern expression, the blush on her ears and the slight tremble of her lashes betrayed her nervousness. Wang raised an eyebrow, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her exposed collarbone. A few crystalline droplets clung there, slowly cascading down her delicate curves. Oh, he reclined languidly on the sofa, deliberately elongating his tone. Miss Chueishua's visit in the dead of night. What business do you wish to discuss? Is it about last night? You. Chueishua's face flushed crimson, her neck blushing a delicate pink. She hastily tightened the collar of her bathrobe, glaring at Wang in embarrassment and irritation. Who wants to discuss that? I am here to talk about you joining my Chueishua team. If you agree, I shall overlook your earlier indiscretion. Wang observed her feigned composure with keen interest, suddenly rising and stepping closer to her. As the distance between them diminished, the fragrance of jasmine shower gel enveloped Chueishua, mingling with the unique scent of youth, quickening his heartbeat. Wait. Chueishua faltered, retreating until her back met the wall. She tilted her head back, gazing up at Wang, whose emerald-like eyes glistened with a hint of mischief. What do you intend to do? Wang leaned closer, resting one hand against the wall beside her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin. You wish for me to join the Chueishua team? Very well, but you must agree to one condition. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver through Chueishua, weakening her legs, nearly causing her to falter. What condition? But I must insist, it cannot be something too shameful. She instinctively closed her eyes, her body leaning slightly forward, her lips parting as if silently inviting him. Every youth harbors a longing. Every maiden harbors a fondness. Since meeting Wang and witnessing his gallant heroics firsthand, feeling the reassuring aura of his strength, Chueishua could no longer suppress the fluttering of her heart. Especially after that impulsive kiss last night, she had tossed and turned, unable to find rest. In this moment, she could feel Wang's heated breath drawing nearer. The hand that had clutched her bathrobe collar slowly fell away, her chest rising and falling rapidly, the neckline of her robe revealing an alluring hint of cleavage. However, the anticipated kiss did not arrive. Care to join me for a game? What? Chueishua's eyes widened in disbelief, her emerald gaze filled with incredulity. I've loosened my bathrobe, and you're telling me this? You will surely enjoy the iconic battle between Regent Gilliman and Princess of Rain in Warhammer 40k. Wang wore a playful smile, not waiting for her response, as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, half dragging her toward the bedroom. The door to the bedroom clicked shut behind them with a soft sound. That sound made Chueishua's heart skip a beat. her gaze uncontrollably drifting toward the spacious bed. The deep gray sheets were haphazardly spread out, and the game console that should have been there was nowhere in sight, bathed in the warm, ambiguous light. The ensuing events were all too clear. In the game, Wang portrayed the Empire's Regent Gil Iman, while Xue took on the role of Princess of Rain. As dawn broke, the exhilarating battle between the Empire and the Eldar finally came to a close. Exhausted, Xue curled up in Wang's embrace, the remnants of their joyous encounter still lingering on her bare shoulder. In her dreams, she instinctively snuggled closer into Wang's arms, emitting soft, cat-like whimpers. Wang gently caressed her silk-like back, feeling the rhythm of her steady breaths, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 51. Model 2 Mech. A week later. At the Hero Association's Child Emperor Technology Research Center, the evening sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the gravity training room, casting a crimson hue across the space. The air resonated with heavy breaths and the hum of metallic machinery. Wang, bare-chested, exhaled a hot breath as he slowly sheathed the renowned sword bestowed upon him by the atomic warrior. Sweat trickled down his chiseled abdomen, splattering onto the specially designed floor. This high-tech gravity room, crafted by the Child Emperor, was lined with precise pressure regulation devices, and dozens of miniature gravity generators hung from the ceiling. With a simple operation, the internal gravity could be amplified to 100 times that of the outside world. Group 10, 10,000 strikes completed. Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the holographic timer on the wall. Over the past week, his daily schedule had been unwavering. In the morning, he would stroll through the streets, resolving any unfortunate encounters with monsters to harvest deterrence points. By afternoon, he would arrive punctually to undergo 100,000 strikes in a 100-fold gravity environment. This almost masochistic training regimen had significantly enhanced both his physical prowess and willpower at an astonishing rate. Strength, 58, 1. Agility, 55, 1. Mentality, 47, 1. The results were remarkable. Within just a week, all his attributes had improved. Wang glanced at the system panel, satisfied, and rolled his shoulders, the joints popping crisply. This visible progress filled him with a sense of elation. Deactivate the gravity system. As the command was issued, the oppressive weight in the room dissipated instantaneously. Wang felt as if he could float, every cell in his body rejoicing. The training room door swung open, and Xue rushed in, holding a snow-white towel. Today, she wore a fitted sports tank top and shorts, showcasing her enviable figure. "You've been training so late again." Xue approached, tenderly wiping the sweat from Wang's skin with the towel. When her fingertips brushed against his sculpted abdomen, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Wang looked down at this girl, who was only a head shorter than him. Ever since their deep conversation that night, Xue had stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum. Yet, this feeling of admiration and dependence was not unwelcome. "Have you had enough to look at?" Wang suddenly leaned down, whispering in her ear. "Ah." Xue jumped back like a startled rabbit, dropping the towel. She stood there, flustered, her emerald eyes darting around. Unable to meet Wang's gaze, Wang chuckled at her flustered demeanor, pinching her flushed cheek. "What else with the sudden shyness? Whatever happened to your courage from climbing into my bed every night? You're so mean." Xue stomped her foot in indignation. But the vigorous movement caused her ample bosom to sway, igniting a warmth in Wang's chest. Just as the atmosphere began to heat up, the laboratory door creaked open once more. Ahem, am I interrupting something? The Child Emperor stood at the door, clutching a data board, adjusting his glasses with a mischievous grin. Clad in his signature yellow hoodie, his small backpack adorned with adorable cartoon charms, he seemed anything but serious. Xue gasped, covering her face as she bolted out of the training room, completely forgetting the towel she had dropped. "Ah, youth these days," the Child Emperor mused, shaking his head as he stepped inside. Wang bent to pick up the towel, wiping his damp hair. "What brings you here, child?" He suddenly paused, recalling the day the Child Emperor had sternly declared he would change his name. "I am now called the Non-Path Emperor," the Child Emperor emphasized, his cheeks flushed. "The name Child Emperor sounds too much like virgin in Japanese, and the kids at school never let me hear the end of it." Indeed, even the genius Child Emperor was not exempt from the fate of elementary school. Wang exerted effort to maintain his composure, yet the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "All right, my little Non-Path Emperor." He deliberately elongated the syllables, rendering the new moniker even more ludicrous. The expression on the Child Emperor's face instantly fell. He despondently realized that the title of Non-Path Emperor seemed even more humiliating than the previous one. The Japanese phonetic for non-path emperor sounds like not a virgin. Forget it. The little genius sighed. Just call me Yong. That is my real name. No problem, Yong. Wang acquiesced, affectionately ruffling the child emperor's hair. He had always been considerate of the emotions of this foremost little fanboy. The child emperor quickly perked up, excitedly tapping on the data board. Sir, the Type 2 model you commissioned me to create is complete. Based on the combat data from the original mechanical dog, I have conducted a comprehensive upgrade. Only then did Wang recall that he had initially commissioned the child emperor to design a remotely controlled mechanical armor for self-defense. However, with his rapidly increasing strength, coupled with the flowing rock-shattering fist he learned from Bangu, the original mechanical dog had long been relegated to a corner, gathering dust. Show me. The two traversed several corridors imbued with a futuristic ambience, arriving at a spacious laboratory. At the center of the room, on the assembly platform, stood two stunning humanoid mechas, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the overhead lights. Well, Wang couldn't help but whistle. The mecha on the left was entirely black, adorned with prominent lettering on its chest, while intricate energy conduction patterns embellished the shoulder and arm armor. Its overall design exuded an aura of dominance, perfectly encapsulating the image of the strongest man on the surface. On the right, however, Wang's lips twitched, with its bald, rounded head, minimalist yellow paint job. In that signature dead fisheye design, it was unmistakably a mecha version of Saitama. It seems you haven't forgotten Saitama's request, Wang teased. The child emperor puffed up his chest with pride. Of course, although Mr. Saitama is merely a class hero, he is a friend of yours. So I naturally took this seriously. He picked up a sleek pair of holographic glasses from the side lab bench. This is a neural link controller, achieving zero latency control through brainwave induction. The performance of the Type 2 model is 100 times that of the original, capable of matching even demon-level monsters. Wang took the glasses, examining them with keen interest. The frame was crafted from ultralight alloy, and the lenses were made of color-changing smart material, making the overall weight virtually imperceptible. Shall we give it a try? The child emperor eagerly inquired. That is precisely my intention. Wang donned the glasses, and instantly, a holographic interface materialized before him. As the neural link established, a mild tingling sensation radiated from his temples. System initializing. User identity verification complete. Welcome to the Emperor's Shadow Mecha. An electronic voice resonated in his mind, and Wang felt as though his consciousness had bifurcated. One part remained in place, while the other extended into the Black Mecha. Chapter 52, The Prophecy of Baba Wawa, Earth's Peril. This sensation was truly extraordinary. Wang attempted to move the mecha's fingers, and the metallic joints produced a smooth clicking sound. Each motion was effortless and instantaneous. I knew you would love it. The child emperor clapped his hands in excitement. This mecha is equipped with the latest mini-missile array plasma cutting blades, an especially designed Emperor engine simulation system based on your combat data. Wang maneuvered the mecha through several combat movements, fluidly, as if it were his own body. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar at the back of the mecha. I almost forgot to introduce the coolest feature. The child emperor dashed over and pressed a hidden button on the mecha's back. With a clang, a pair of jet-black metallic wings unfurled from its back, each feather sharp as a blade, glinting coldly under the lights. The flight system, utilizing anti-gravity technology and plasma propulsion, it can reach speeds of up to Mach 3. Additionally, the material is crafted from a special meteorite that fell from outer space, capable of absorbing kinetic energy from attacks and converting it into rebound energy. The child emperor proudly proclaimed, I call it the wings of the fallen. Wang couldn't help but whistle, reminiscent of Falcon's vibranium wings in Marvel. However, compared to those, the wings crafted by the child emperor were not only practical, but also strikingly stylish, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences. Well done, Yong, he sincerely praised. You truly are a genius. The child emperor's face instantly brightened, more joyful than receiving any award. Gaining the recognition of his idol was the greatest reward for him. By the way, Wang suddenly recalled, does Saitama's mecha have any special features? The child emperor's expression abruptly turned peculiar. Mr. Saitama's mecha is rather unique. He approached the yellow mecha and pressed a switch on its chest. A drawer-like device popped out from the mecha's abdomen, neatly stocked with various ingredients. Is this a refrigerator? Wang stared, dumbfounded. A multifunctional preservation storage compartment. The child emperor corrected him seriously, considering Mr. Saitama often complains about ingredients spoiling before he can preserve them while dealing with monsters. I specifically designed this feature. It includes a built-in cryogenic nitrogen system that can rapidly freeze any ingredients. There's more. The Child Emperor pressed another button, and the mecha's arms suddenly transformed, extending a frying pan and spatula, a portable cooking system. Delicious meals can be prepared even in the wild. Wang facepalmed. Are you sure this is a combat mecha and not a mobile kitchen? The Child Emperor awkwardly scratched his head. Well, the combat system is also quite formidable. It's just that I might have gotten a bit too carried away during the design process. Wang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Given Saitama's outrageous strength, the mecha's combat capabilities were somewhat irrelevant. These quirky features might pique his interest even more. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wang. An ingenious idea blossomed. Yang, can we implement a mimicry system for the mecha to perfectly simulate my appearance? Huh. The Child Emperor looked perplexed. Simulate your own appearance? Why? Technically, that's certainly not difficult. By combining existing holographic projection with mimicry coding and adjusting the internal structure to simulate human heat sources and biological magnetic fields. But what would be the significance? The significance lies in instilling despair, Yang. Wang's lips curled into a playful smile. Just imagine. If the mecha were to mimic my appearance, it would resemble a formidable boss from a game, wouldn't it? Picture this. When those monsters expend tremendous effort and suffer heavy losses to finally destroy this mecha before them, believing they have triumphed, reveling in their victory, roaring in celebration. Then, at that moment, the real me emerges from the shadows or from the wreckage of the destroyed mecha, unfazed. Wang paused for a moment, allowing this imagery to fully ferment in the Child Emperor's mind. When they see another me, unscathed and radiating an even more terrifying presence, what do you think their expressions would be like? Wang's smile widened. That feeling of plummeting from heaven to hell. From ecstasy to boundless despair. Might it cause their hearts to explode in an instant? Wow. The Child Emperor gasped, his face visibly reddening at an alarming rate. This is simply a godlike idea. This genius boy, currently in his most dramatic phase, immediately conjured countless dazzling scenarios in his mind. Absolutely fantastic. The Child Emperor leapt up, giddy with excitement, his words tumbling over each other as he gesticulated wildly. Sir, you are truly a genius. No, a demon king. An artist who plays with the hearts of men. This design concept is phenomenal. Simply extraordinary. This is the ultimate in malevolent delight. No, it's the despair arrival tactic. Wang observed the young prodigy, who was engulfed in a fervent state, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The youthful and vigorous are indeed invaluable. Once a blueprint is sketched out, they labor with the fervor of nuclear-powered donkeys. He patted the Child Emperor on the shoulder, preparing to exit the laboratory. At that moment, the specialized communicator from the Hero Association in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Wang retrieved the unique black device, and the screen displayed an urgent message from Shichi. Sir, we are in grave trouble. This morning, Grandma Shibabawa truly issued a dire warning about the peril facing Earth as you had previously predicted. Following the conclusion of the Deep-Sea King disaster, he was acutely aware that the next calamity would be the impending assault of the cosmic overlord, Boros. To address this, he had made a special trip to the Hero Association headquarters, requesting Shichi to expedite the evacuation of the city's residents. At the time, aside from a few high-ranking officials like Shichi and Saijin, most of the staff scoffed at this absurd warning. The space agency had spent decades exploring the deep cosmos without discovering extraterrestrial life. How could an alien fleet possibly descend upon them? They arrogantly accused Wang of being an alarmist, believing he was abusing his privileged status to incite panic. Faced with these clamorous doubts and obstacles, Wang's approach was simple, direct, and effective. He refrained from engaging in futile arguments. Instead, he calmly stood at the center of the conference room, and then, boom! The Emperor engine roared to life. At that moment, an intangible terror manifested like a tangible tsunami, enveloping the entire conference room in an instant. A crimson aura surged forth, and faintly, it appeared as though a phantom of an emperor materialized behind Wang, except for Shichi and a few other supporters. The color drained from the faces of the remaining high-ranking officials, their pupils dilating in sheer terror. They felt their souls gripped tightly by an invisible hand, dragging them into an abyss of unfathomable fear. In that void, they envisioned the universe's annihilation, a grim spectacle of their own obliteration. In the throes of fear, some lost control, others collapsed like limp noodles, while a few succumbed to utter madness, emitting frantic screams. Within a mere 5 seconds, As the roar of the Emperor engine gradually subsided, only heavy breaths and muffled sobs remained in the conference room. Now Wang's voice was eerily calm. Execute the city's evacuation plan. Immediately, all dissenting voices vanished, leaving only a profound, bone-deep fear and an absolute, unquestioning compliance to Wang's commands. Thus, a large-scale evacuation effort commenced swiftly under official guidance. Naturally, there were stubborn individuals unwilling to leave their homes or who scoffed at the notion of an alien invasion. To this, Wang's mindset was clear: relinquish the urge to assist, respect the fates of others. He had done what he was supposed to do. He had extended his kindness to the fullest. Those destined to perish could not be hindered. Resolutely, Wang approached the child emperor, who was absorbed in a frenzy of designs, and gently tapped his small shoulder, advising him not to stay up too late, as there might be a tough battle to face tomorrow. The child emperor, without turning back, continued to swipe at the virtual screen, assuring him, "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely complete the core module tonight. You go rest." Wang nodded, refraining from further words, and turned to exit the brightly lit laboratory. Regarding the impending battle, from the perspective of the human coalition, with Saitama confronting Boros's cosmic pirate crew, the rest indeed needed only to observe. Yet, Wang had much to consider. He needed to strategize how to ensure that this bald-headed demon lord would inadvertently release a few high-level monsters during the confrontation, thus allowing him the opportunity to amass a sufficient number of deterrence points. Achieving this would require persuading other heroes to cooperate in the blockade, a thought that already caused him a headache. The following morning at the Hero Association headquarters, Wang arrived early at the main building. The city was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, and the once bustling streets appeared unusually desolate and silent. Only a few transport vehicles and fully armed association staff were busy, the air thick with tension and unease. Chi was indeed waiting at the entrance. This normally composed association officer bore two significant dark circles under his eyes, his hair slightly disheveled, clearly having gone without sleep for the night. Upon spotting Wang, he hurried over, his face betraying an unmistakable anxiety. "The situation has worsened. Grandma Shibabawa choked to death on water this morning." Choked on water? Wang's brow furrowed deeply. He recalled that in the original narrative, this powerful seer met her demise due to a piece of throat candy. To avert this outcome, he had specifically reminded Chi to enhance supervision, particularly emphasizing the prohibition of any potentially choking candy, ensuring her safety to deliver her warnings. He had thought that altering her cause of death would change the outcome, and yet, the candy was successfully avoided, but a glass of water proved lethal. What was this? The black humor of the Grim Reaper? The inexorable binding threads of fate? Yes, the water monitoring personnel adhered strictly to your instructions, eliminating all solid snacks. Chi sighed heavily, a sense of defeat washing over him. Who could have anticipated that a problem would arise when she took her first sip of water this morning? Well, it is what it is. Lamenting further serves no purpose, Wang replied, his voice calm, imbued with a reassuring strength. Chi, proceed with the final preparations according to the highest contingency plan. Upon entering the association building, Wang's gaze immediately fell upon the atomic samurai, who was leaning conspicuously against a wall. The fourth-ranked sword saint was particularly striking today, clad in an old deep crimson Ronin cloak, a traditional katana fastened at his waist. A freshly replaced wooden stick held in his mouth, exuding an aura of sharp sword energy. Clearly, he had also received the urgent summons of the top-ranked heroes, hastily concluding his rigorous training to arrive. Rather than attending the morning meeting for tea, he had chosen to wait at the headquarters entrance, and his intentions were unmistakable. Upon seeing Wang stride in, the atomic samurai's eyes lit up. His gaze swept over Wang, especially noticing the thick calluses on the back of his right hand, formed from recent frequent swordplay, which sparked a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "I sense your aura has grown denser. It seems that while I have been diligently training to catch up to you, you have not been idle either." "Atomic Samurai, it's been a while," Wang greeted him. However, the Atomic Samurai appeared entirely immersed in his own theatrics. He suddenly pressed a fist to his heart with one hand, while pointing to the sky with the other, tilting his head to assume a tragic expression. It seems my arduous training with my disciples cannot cease. One day, I shall draw near to your shadow. When that day comes, we shall engage in a fair duel." This exaggerated display drew the attention of several association staff passing through the hall. Wang's lips twitched slightly. How had he not noticed the Atomic Samurai's penchant for theatrics while reading the original manga? His over-the-top lines and gestures were even more dramatic than the Child Emperor's. Just as Wang contemplated whether to indulge him in this performance, a sprightly green figure floated towards him from the elevator. "Why are you only just arriving now?" Tornado hovered mid-air, hands on her hips, her small face brimming with dissatisfaction. Today, she donned her signature black high-slit qipao, revealing a pair of remarkably long legs beneath the hem, her green curls swaying as if alive. "I specifically finished dealing with a disaster early and rushed back. And I've been waiting for you for quite a while." She pouted in complaint, her tone revealing a distinct childish petulance. Wang immediately understood. The disaster Tornado mentioned must refer to the ancient king, a monstrous creature awakened from the glaciers. In the original narrative, this self-proclaimed leader of the dinosaur race, claiming to be Earth's native, was indeed easily dispatched by Tornado. "I have heard that you summoned meteors to strike down ancient kings?" Wang feigned surprise, noting that even he would find such a formidable enemy challenging to engage. "Indeed, your prowess is remarkable, Tornado." This well-timed flattery made Tornado's emerald eyes shine with delight. She could scarcely tolerate any acknowledgement of her strength, especially from such a powerful figure. That was merely a trivial feat. She suppressed the urge to smile, waving her small hand and striving to maintain an aloof demeanor, though it was evident that she was easily flattered. "I merely summoned a few meteors to resolve the situation." Despite her bravado, she discreetly grasped Wang's hand before entering the conference room. This subtle gesture left the nearby atomic samurai, who was preparing to display his bravado, utterly astonished. This tempestuous young lady, capable of such displays of affection? Tornado herself was oblivious that each interaction with Wang brought her an unprecedented sense of joy. It felt as if she had found a confidant who understood her and was unafraid of her power. Her jade-like eyes flickered momentarily, and a bold thought emerged. "I've heard that Fubuki has recently moved next door. Perhaps I should find an excuse to move closer to care for my foolish sister?" The mere notion caused her cheeks to flush. She hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel the absurd idea. Yet deep within, she had already quietly noted this plan. Chapter 54. The Gathering of High-Level Heroes. The heavy alloy door slid open soundlessly, and Wang stepped into the High-Level Heroes conference room, followed closely by the floating Tornado. At this moment, 4 high-level heroes had already arrived. Wang's calm gaze swept across the room before he offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. The zombie man lounged casually on a leather sofa in the corner, his brown trench coat draped nonchalantly over his shoulder. Under the dim light, his pale visage appeared particularly somber, and he nodded in response. The massive figure of Pig God nearly occupied 2 chairs as he focused intently on stuffing his mouth with a hamburger made from monster flesh, grease dripping down his ample chin. Noticing Wang's gaze, he grinned sheepishly before continuing to chew. Standing by the window, the super alloy black light exhibited a metallic sheen as his dark muscles glistened under the light. He was striking various bodybuilding poses in front of the glass, reveling in the perfection of his physique. The dog man sat quietly at the conference table, his furry paws resting on his knees. His face bore a simplistic, cartoonish resemblance to Saitama's, and he tilted his head, lost in a daydream. Wang casually pulled out a chair and sat down with ease. Tornado, displeased by the apparent disregard from the 4, let out a huffy sound. Subsequently, she gracefully floated to the chair beside Wang, crossing her arms defiantly and swinging her short legs in the air. In the following half hour, the door to the conference room continued to open as other high-level heroes arrived one after another. Among them, the one who captured Wang's attention was the Child Emperor. Sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, his hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest. The moment the Child Emperor spotted Wang, he hurriedly dashed over, exclaiming, "Look, just in time, I managed to finish it before the meeting." He carefully produced a pair of holographic glasses from his pocket, presenting them to Wang with excitement, stating, "The feature you specifically requested has been completed. I've also performed comprehensive upgrades and optimizations, embedding the latest battlefield environmental perception and neural feedback systems." Wang observed the bloodshot eyes and young visage of the Child Emperor, already comprehending the toll it had taken on him. This little fellow had undoubtedly pulled an all-nighter without proper rest. He smiled as he accepted the glasses, gently ruffling the Child Emperor's tousled hair, and said kindly, "You've worked hard, brave. I truly appreciate your dedication and results." "Higi, it's no trouble. For you, sir. It's all worth it." The Child Emperor's youthful face instantly brightened with a radiant smile upon receiving praise. At that moment, Tornado, curious, leaned in closer, poking the futuristic-looking holographic glasses with her slender, fair fingers, teasingly asking, "Hey, little brat, what peculiar contraption is this?" It looks quite flashy. This is no mere toy. It is an epic-making invention, the ultimate creation designed to instill absolute terror in those nefarious monsters. The child emperor straightened his small stature, hands on his hips. Chin held high, beaming with pride as if proclaiming his genius. He switched into a mode of scientific explanation, bombarding Tornado with an array of complex, esoteric terms and theories like a barrage of projectiles. Initially, Tornado strained to keep her eyes wide open, attempting to comprehend. Yet, before long, her beautiful emerald eyes began to swirl uncontrollably, her head tilting back slightly, her expression one of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What is he talking about? Stop. Stop, stop. You are driving me mad. What a jumble of annoying modules. I have no interest in this nonsense, Tornado exclaimed, waving her small hand to interrupt the child emperor's incessant chatter. Finally, he fell silent, though not without reluctance. Before long, he had dozed off on the conference table. Wang draped his coat over the child emperor to keep him warm. Just then, the conference room door swung open once more. Saitama, Wang, and Genos entered. Saitama wore his usual lackadaisical expression, scratching his bald head as he surveyed the luxurious conference room. Wang appeared solemn, while Genos scanned the room with keen eyes, ultimately resting his respectful gaze on Wang. Upon seeing them, Wang's lips curled into a slight smile as he greeted them cheerfully. Saitama, old friend, Wang, esteemed elder. Genos, pleased to see you all here. At this point, aside from the elusive Blast, ranked first, and the 6th-ranked Metal Knight, who never appeared in his true form, all registered high-level heroes within the association were gathered. The conference room was filled with powerful figures. An intricate interplay of energies saturating the air with a sense of impending gravity. Moments later, accompanied by heavy footsteps, the association chairman, Nishi, strode into the room, flanked by a group of stern-faced staff members. Apologies for the delay, everyone. We are unable to contact Metal Knight and Blast, and waiting any longer is unviable. So we shall commence the emergency meeting now. Without further pleasantries, he approached the main seat, pressing his hands against the table as he surveyed the assembly of the highest combatants representing humanity. Nishi will explain the situation to you all. Without further ado, let us get to the crux of the matter. Nishi took a deep breath and pulled out a sheet of paper to display. Scrawled upon it in uneven letters were the words, Earth is in great danger. Based on the prophecy provided by the Elder Shibabawa and the information received beforehand, a band of cosmic space pirates is set to descend upon Earth, with a high probability of targeting City Z. The disaster level is expected to exceed Dragon. The reason we have summoned you top-tier heroes is not for anything else. Nishi's voice suddenly rose. We implore you to defend Earth. Boom. Such explosive news detonated within the conference room like a bomb, causing the unsuspecting high-level heroes to erupt in chaos. Aliens. The super alloy Blacklight sprang to his feet. Incredulous, how is this possible? Interesting. Flashy Flash mused, running his fingers through his elegant hair. I wonder what color alien blood is. Pig God paused in his hamburger consumption. Are aliens tasty? The atomic samurai snapped a wooden stick in his mouth. Humph. No matter what aliens, if they dare come, they shall be cut down. Tornado declared haughtily, TCH. A mere extraterrestrial nuisance. I can handle it all by myself. The child emperor was awakened by the cacophony, rubbing his bleary eyes. What is happening, aliens? He exclaimed, his eyes widening as he hastily extracted his laptop and began feverishly typing. The concept of aliens had previously resided solely within the realm of science fiction, yet now it had manifested into a Clash Dragon disaster. Everyone's initial thought was, humanity's technological advancements have only allowed us to launch satellites into outer space. We are still incapable of constructing starships capable of interstellar travel. How advanced must the technology of these aliens, who can descend upon Earth, be? According to the intelligence provided, Shichi continued, this group of extraterrestrials, self-styled as the Dark Matter Pirate Crew, is led by Boros, known as the Cosmic Overlord, possessing the ability to annihilate planetary surfaces. Chapter 55. The Dark Matter Pirate Crew strikes. City in ruins. Cosmic Overlord? The young man, clad in the attire of a delinquent, whistled. Sounds quite exhilarating. It was worth my rush from my sister's precious piano recital. Young man, do not be careless. Wang adjusted his white mustache, his brow furrowed as he glanced at Saitama, who sat at the back. The only one who might have any chance against being capable of obliterating a planet's surface would be Saitama, who could effortlessly demolish asteroids with a single punch. At this moment, however, Saitama showed little concern for the aliens and instead inquired of the person beside him, Excuse me. Who is Shibabawa? A hero? The alluring prisoner turned her head, her thick eyelashes fluttering. You don't know? She's a diviner. The great diviner. Her predictions of earthquakes and monster appearances have aligned perfectly with reality. She is a rare treasure for humanity. Saitama nodded. Oh, what a pity. Just then, the entire association building abruptly trembled. The chandeliers on the ceiling swung wildly, and the display screens on the walls flickered erratically. A mechanical voice resonated, activating emergency backup power. What is happening? An earthquake? No. It's an attack. Shichi's complexion turned ashen, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He murmured. Has the disaster arrived so swiftly? Wang suddenly stood up, the roar of the Emperor engine resonating within his chest. His senses pierced through the heavy alloy walls of the Hero Association building, and he distinctly perceived a colossal spaceship, obscuring the sun, descending upon the city in a warped manner. The pitch-black hull was riddled with menacing cannons, resembling a monstrous celestial beast ready to devour. With a singular strike, a substantial portion of the city was reduced to ruins. Upon witnessing Wang's reaction, Shichi hurriedly inquired, "What have you sensed?" As one of the few high-ranking members of the association fortunate enough to witness the true power of the Emperor engine, he understood all too well what it signified for this man, the strongest on Earth, to wear such a grave expression. The entire conference room fell silent. All eyes riveted on Wang. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, with even the sound of breathing rendered audible. Wang crossed his arms, his voice low. Ladies and gentlemen, Boros's spacecraft has arrived. He paused, unleashing a more devastating bombshell. Just now, that ship fired a volley of cannon fire. A pin drop could be heard in the conference room. What? The metal bat was the first to leap up in disbelief. What nonsense. The city occupies a vast area, spanning over 100 kilometers. Did you see it with your own eyes? The alloy black light immediately gestured for calm. Bat, remain composed. The gentleman is hailed as the strongest man on Earth. His words are never unfounded. I will retrieve satellite imagery immediately. Shichi rushed to the control panel, his fingers flying across the screen. As the data appeared on the large screen, his pupils constricted, and he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. No, it cannot be. How is this possible? He swallowed hard, as if needing to confirm that what he saw was not an illusion. A destruction rate of 998. A deathly silence enveloped the conference room. 998. This chilling figure pierced the hearts of all present heroes like the sharpest ice pick. Shichi turned abruptly to Wang, his expression a complex amalgamation of shock, disbelief, relief, and profound admiration. He finally understood that Wang's earlier statement about the city being largely obliterated was an exceedingly conservative description. This was not merely a portion. It was as if an entire prosperous city, housing millions of souls, had been utterly, cleanly, and decisively erased from the Earth's map. A bone-chilling dread coursed through Shichi's spine. He was acutely aware that had it not been for this man, who, after the Deep Sea King disaster, had forcefully quelled enormous internal dissent within the association and endured a torrent of online vitriol, accusations of being the first tyrant in history, abusing privileges to instill panic, and sacrificing the economy for profit. Had it not been for him, the evacuation of millions from the city would have been impossible. Now, behind that destruction rate of 998 lay not merely cold, crumbled buildings, but mountains of charred remains. A societal disaster capable of plunging an entire civilization into despair and collapse. The vision, the resolve, and the capacity to endure immense stigma while remaining steadfast were monumental enough to be etched in history. Shichi's heart surged, despite his advanced age. He was nearly moved to tears. However, this was neither the moment for sentimentality nor for vindication. He took a deep breath, turned to all the heroes, and bowed deeply. Esteemed colleagues, the fate of the Earth, the survival of human civilization, rest upon your shoulders. Please, repel the formidable foe. Humph. Just a bunch of alien riffraff. Tornado was the first to rise, declaring, "Watch as I turn their wretched ship into scrap metal." The atomic samurai unsheathed his katana, asserting, "These extraterrestrial pirates shall be cleaved down." For my sister S smile, the metal bat hoisted his bat, his gaze fierce. "Protect." The alloy black light flexed his muscular arms. The canine hero silently stood, his eyes sharp as blades. "Understood. Teacher, let us go." Genos roared as his engines roared to life, but he turned to find Saitama missing. Momentarily bewildered, Bang, Zombie Man, Pig God, the alluring prisoner, Drive Knight, and Flashy Flash, all the ranked heroes, regardless of their disparate personalities, shared a single objective: to confront the challenge ahead. Wang's gaze swiftly swept over Saitama's seat, and indeed, that chair was now vacant. The heavy ceiling, forged from special alloys, had been violently breached, leaving a gaping hole. The jagged edges of the alloy still emitted wisps of smoke. Saitama, the true ultimate weapon of humanity, had propelled himself through the ceiling with his unreasonable physical strength, charging toward the sky stained crimson with artillery fire. Wang could not afford to miss the classic clash between Saitama and Boros. Without hesitation, he donned the holographic glasses crafted by the Child Emperor, and the lenses illuminated with a ghostly blue glow, establishing a complex neural link. The consciousness synchronization was complete. The Mecha Emperor's shadow activated. The Dark Mech, brought along by the Child Emperor and stationed in the Hero Association Square, sprang to life and unfurled. After a brief roar of the engines, the mech's feet ignited with exhaust flames, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 56, Multiverse. In Wang's vision, a scene materialized. He saw himself racing at an astonishing speed, breaking through the dust surrounding the Hero Association building, soaring toward the sky, overshadowed by the gigantic spaceship. Under the influence of the Child Emperor's mimicry system, the mech's appearance had seamlessly transformed to mirror his own, regardless of the visage, physique, or even the signature outer garment. They were mimicked with astonishing precision. Even the slightest fluctuations of expression were accurately replicated. The only distinction was that the surface of the skin occasionally shimmered with a metallic luster and energetic patterns. With his current mental prowess, Wang could effortlessly eliminate the dissonance brought about by dual perspectives. After a brief period of adjustment, he swiftly focused on the bald figure of Saitama, advancing amidst the barrage of artillery fire, relentlessly stepping over the colossal shells. Whoosh! Wang commanded the engine, releasing a stream of ethereal blue plasma, his speed surging dramatically. In mere moments, he caught up with Saitama. In midair, Saitama effortlessly returned a shell that had been launched at him with a single punch. The energy blast colliding with the spaceship, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. Upon noticing Wang approaching, Saitama's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "You can fly now?" "This is not my true form," the mech responded in a voice identical to Wang's, a remote-controlled mech crafted by the Child Emperor. With a hint of pride, Wang temporarily deactivated the mimicry, revealing the mech's technologically advanced appearance to Saitama. Saitama's eyes sparkled with excitement as he casually swatted away another incoming shell, using the momentum to remain suspended in the air. A mech? That is so cool. His face radiated unabashed envy. After all, what man could resist the allure of piloting a super-cool mech? Wang, well aware of Saitama's sentiments, couldn't help but chuckle. The Child Emperor made one for you too, but he ran out of time to finalize the adjustments. What? I have one too. Saitama's voice shot up an octave. That's amazing. I can't wait to deal with this big guy and see my mech. Shall we race to see who reaches that ship first? Sounds perfect. In an instant, the two figures broke through the sound barrier, leaving behind rippling shockwaves as they sped toward the enormous spaceship that obscured the sky. Meanwhile, atop the Hero Association's headquarters, all the S-Class heroes gathered, unencumbered by the need to rescue civilians trapped in rubble, as in the original narrative. They gazed in awe at the colossal vessel that nearly cast a shadow over the entire city. Tornado floated gracefully, her emerald hair billowing in an unseen force, a visible psychic field enveloping her. Humph, it's just a bit bigger, she scoffed, her slender fingers twitching as she attempted to use her telekinesis to pull the ship down. To her astonishment, the vessel appeared to be shielded by a unique force field that completely thwarted her psychic influence. Intriguingly, just as Tornado contemplated intensifying her efforts, a series of deafening explosions interrupted her. Boom, boom, boom. It was a squadron of fighter jets, hastily dispatched from neighboring cities to assist the heroes in their battle. However, as they neared the city limits, they were immediately obliterated by the spaceship's dense anti-aircraft fire. Damn it, this metallic turtle! The metal bat angrily struck the ground with his bat, sparks flying, unable to even draw close enough to launch an attack. As the heroes found themselves at an impasse, a sudden turn of events occurred. Thud, thud, thud. Several grotesque corpses of winged Tengu monsters plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the platform's edge, releasing a foul stench that quickly permeated the air. Following this, a massive and twisted figure descended with thunderous impact at the center of the platform. The alloy surface groaned under the weight. It was Multiverse, one of the 3 dragon-level executives under Boros, a terrifying presence responsible for perimeter surveillance. 5 snarling heads swiveled simultaneously, their tin eyes glimmering with a cruel and savage light as they surveyed the S-class heroes present. Hiki, lucky me. After cleaning up those pesky flies, I get to meet you lot. Are you the indigenous heroes of this planet? The central head extended a long tongue, licking the bloodstains at the corners of its mouth, its tone dripping with disdain. You don't seem much stronger than those winged insects I just dispatched. What a disappointing quarry. Planet? The atomic samurai scoffed, drawing his katana from its sheath with a flick of his thumb. So it's you alien monsters who intend to invade Earth, is it? Before the words had left his lips, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a blindingly swift arc of light from his sword wove into a dazzling and lethal silver storm in the air. Atomic slash. Swish. 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 Countless razor-sharp sword energies immediately sliced through Multiverse's massive form, piercing and tearing apart. Blood and flesh exploded like confetti. Even 5 heads were severed simultaneously. So arrogant at first, I thought you were something formidable. The atomic samurai nonchalantly flicked away non-existent blood from his blade, sheathing it with fluid grace. To him, such a brutish creature relying solely on size and brute strength was merely another soul to claim beneath his blade. However, Higi, useless. Fool. In a heartbeat. The dismembered chunks of flesh and 5 heads instantly reassembled. Multiverse stood unscathed, as if the previous swift strikes had been nothing more than an illusion. What? The atomic samurai's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face for the first time. Surprised, are we? Indigenous. Multiverse's 5 heads simultaneously bore sinister grins, arrogantly proclaiming, I possess an almost infinite immortality. No matter how many times you lowly beings kill me, I can instantly regenerate. And you, before the words could finish, it raised its enormous palm, unleashing a terrifying shriek that rent the air, striking toward the atomic samurai, who had just sheathed his sword. If I land a hit, you'll be reduced to mush. Hiki. The gust from its strike rushed towards him, laden with a potent aura of blood and death. The atomic samurai's expression shifted drastically. He surged backward with a forceful push, narrowly evading the terrifying blow capable of obliterating a tank. The fierce wind stung his cheeks, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The creature's strength and regenerative abilities far exceeded his expectations. The atomic samurai tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze sharp as an eagle, ready to unleash a more ferocious strike. At that moment, a calm voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, ringing clearly across the platform. Oh. Is that so? The crowd turned toward the voice, and there stood Wang, wearing holographic glasses, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, stepping out from a gaping hole that had mysteriously appeared on the platform. Chapter 57. The oppressive aura from the strongest man on the surface initially. Wang did not ascend to the rooftop with the other heroes, but instead focused most of his attention on the mech avatar that followed Saitama into the spaceship's interior. The child emperor was undoubtedly a genius. He had meticulously crafted the shadow of the Emperor mech, which boasted an impressive mimicry system, flawlessly imitating even the signature roar of the Emperor engine and the dark red energy particles. However, this was merely imitation. It could not genuinely intimidate the monster spirits. Wang attempted to activate the mental deterrent effect of the Emperor engine within the mech, but it proved utterly ineffective. The engine's rumble remained deep and resonant, while the energy effects continued to dazzle. Yet, the alien minions charging forward within the spaceship were completely unaffected. To them, it was merely background noise and a light show. As they continued to howl and surge forward, let us now discuss the flowing rock-shattering fist. When wielding the mecha, empowered by the combat module designed by the child emperor, strength, speed, and precision of techniques could be flawlessly replicated. Coupled with the profound essence of martial arts infused by personal control, the force was sufficient to obliterate even the most formidable of monsters, including those of the ghost and some dragon-level entities. Yet, curiously, the accrued deterrence points were pitifully scant. The explanation was rather simple. These extraterrestrial minions were either expendable cannon fodder or technologically enhanced weapons. The fear they emitted upon being obliterated was feeble, even non-existent. To them, the mecha's assault was merely a physical destruction, failing to penetrate deeper into the realm of soul-stirring terror. The efficiency was dismally low. The primary aim of Wang controlling the mecha was to harvest deterrence points, yet after much exertion, the point accumulation crawled at a snail's pace. The contrast with battling beings of flesh and blood, who could experience fear and despair, was stark. as Saitama bulldozed towards the core of the spaceship. The minions along the way barely constituted a warm-up for him. It seemed futile to follow the bald hero in hopes of picking up scraps. This flawed mecha could only serve as a remote surveillance camera and a conversational companion for Saitama. Perhaps there were more bountiful prey awaiting on the other side? Thus, Wang decisively shifted the bulk of his focus back to his original body, leaving a small fraction of his consciousness tethered to the mecha, allowing it to automatically follow Saitama while engaging in casual chatter. At this moment, atop the platform of the Hero Association building, all ranks of heroes instinctively parted a path for the surface's most powerful. Even the previously hovering tornado subconsciously lowered her altitude. The 5 heads of Multiverse. The creature before them simultaneously turned towards the suddenly appeared man, their 10 eyes narrowing slightly. It could keenly sense that the aura emanating from this human was starkly different from other prey. It was a presence that instinctively instilled unease. Harnessing the power of Chi Sha, Wang manifested a staircase, ascending to a height that towered over Multiverse. Adopting a condescending posture as he mockingly declared, "I recall that the 5 regenerative cores within you, when simultaneously destroyed, will ensure your complete demise. Am I correct? You grotesque 5-headed beast?" Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the scene. The expressions on all 5 heads of Multiverse froze instantaneously, their 10 eyes widening to the limit. How could you possibly know this secret? They shrieked in disbelief, their voices brimming with terror. This secret was the very foundation of their tyranny, the crux of their immortality, now laid bare by a mere earthling they had never encountered before. This revelation struck with a force 10,000 times more horrifying than the slash of an atomic warrior. They felt all their reliance and pride swiftly melting away under the man's calm gaze, like snow under the sun. A chill born from the instinct of survival froze their thoughts in an instant. Ding. Successfully instilled absolute informational disparity, intimidating the dragon-level monster Multiverse into a state of utmost fear, earning 1,000 deterrence points. At that precise moment, the central head of Multiverse trembled violently. A more urgent voice, laden with intense psychic waves, resonated explosively within its mind. It was the thought transmission of Gyugen Shupu, the universe's foremost telekinetic master commanding from within the spaceship. Multiverse. You fool, what are you stalling for? 2 extremely dangerous intruders have breached the outer defenses and infiltrated the core energy zone. That waste, Gloribas, has already perished. Especially that bald man in the yellow attire. His power is utterly beyond reason. Even the telekinetic barrier I set up crumbled like paper. Lord Boros is in the core throne. If your negligence disturbs him, you know the consequences. Immediately. Return at once. Do whatever it takes to eliminate them. Otherwise, we shall all meet the same fate as Gloribas. The name of Lord Boros was like a torrent of scalding magma poured over Multiverse's heart, frozen in fear. The supreme reverence and terror towards Boros's world-destroying power instantly overshadowed its apprehension towards the mysterious man before it. The wrath of Lord Boros was the true end, one that obliterated both spirit and form. Roar. All 5 heads erupted in a cacophony of mixed fear, fury, and determination, their 10 eyes instantly filled with frenzied bloodlust. They had to eliminate anyone who had heard their secret at once. Then, return to the spaceship with the utmost haste. Otherwise, they dared not imagine the punishment from Lord Boros. They became frenzied, desperate. The 5 cores within it burst forth with blinding radiance, its massive form expanding yet again. Muscles taut and threatening to rupture, scorching gusts of energy erupting through the cracks in its shell, while the alloy platform beneath groaned under the immense strain. A wave of destructive energy brewed wildly within it. It aimed to reduce everyone present, along with the obstructive platform, to cosmic dust. All of you shall perish. But Wang would not grant it such an opportunity. With the deterrence points already secured, the value of this grotesque 5-headed beast had diminished entirely. He was eager to board the spaceship and reap even more points, without the luxury of time to engage in life and death games with it. Enough of this noise. Wang's voice remained tranquil, just as Multiverse's frenzy reached its apex. Clang. A sound as clear as a dragon's roar resonated across the platform. Wang flicked his finger, and the renowned blade gifted by the atomic samurai was instantly unsheathed. Following this, he swiftly grasped the icy cold hilt with lightning speed. Boom. The Emperor engine roared to life. This sound was no longer the subtle rumble of before, but rather the first resounding beat of a colossal drum that echoed throughout the cosmos, carrying a weight that could solidify space itself. This time, it was not merely a psychic shockwave. A fleeting flash of dark golden brilliance flickered in Wang's eyes. mimicking the Conqueror's haki from the world of pirates. He compressed the viscous, molten, deep red golden energy that enveloped him, condensing it, like forcing a tempestuous crimson ocean into this blade forged from mundane iron. The blade hummed violently, lamenting under the unbearable strain. The ancient patterns on its surface appeared to come alive, swirling with an eerie red-golden glow. The air around the blade twisted and collapsed, light being devoured, forming a visible and terrifying realm of absolute darkness. This was not the brilliance of energy, but rather the lament of space itself, burdened by the Emperor's will and destructive energy that transcended all limits. Behind Wang, the dark golden silhouette of the Emperor suddenly crystallized, as if traversing the river of time, perfectly aligning with his form wielding the blade, exuding an air of disdain for life itself. With millions of blade strikes forged under 100-fold gravity, deeply imprinted within muscle memory and soul, all converged into this singular stroke. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no flamboyant trajectory. Wang simply directed the blade, bearing the weight of boundless imperial energy, towards the frenzied Multiverse, poised to explode with supernova-like energy. Executing a simple yet profound downward slash with the blade that seemed on the verge of shattering. The obliteration of the soul. The blade's brilliance erupted. It was not the blinding silver of light, but an ultimate, terrifying red gold. A scar of red gold, seemingly formed from the deepest darkness of the cosmos, yet imbued with the horrific will to tear apart chaos and bring all things to an end. Wherever the blade's light traversed, space itself was silently cleaved, like fragile fabric. There was no sound, no shockwave. Time itself seemed to be paused in that very moment. All the elite heroes on the platform, including the atomic warrior and the flashing flash, felt their pupils suddenly constrict to the size of pinpoints. An indescribable, primal fear, rooted in the essence of life itself, seized their hearts in an instant. It was as if that dark golden blade of light did not merely slice through space, but cleaved into the very depths of their souls, threatening to extinguish their very essence. In a state of frenzy, Multiverse's colossal form, swollen with destructive energy, along with the frozen expression of madness and terror on its face, and the 5 regeneration cores within it that had accelerated in fear, were rendered silent the moment they encountered that dark golden blade mark. It was as if they had been cast into the ultimate singularity of annihilation. At the microscopic level, its flesh, bones, shell, energy, and every fragment of its existence were utterly and irrevocably erased by the blade's intent, infused with imperial will and a breath of destruction. There was no explosion, no ashes. The 5 monstrous beings, which had roared like world-destroying beasts just a second prior, vanished without a trace, as if they had been wiped from the canvas of reality. All that remained was a slender, profound scar of crimson gold, pulsating with a chilling aura that sent shivers through the soul, slowly writhing in the air as if it were a wound in the sky, mending itself. On the platform, an oppressive silence reigned. Only the brittle sound of Wang's blade shattering in his hand and the deep, resonant echoes of the imperial engine in his chest, now significantly subdued, could be heard. He did not even glance at the mending spatial fissure, as though he had merely crushed an annoying insect beneath his heel. Well, the obstacles are cleared. Wang's voice returned to its usual tone as he looked at the stunned elite heroes. Who among you wishes to confront the main adversary? The elite heroes remained speechless, staring at the slowly vanishing dark golden fissure. Ding. The elite heroes have developed a sense of awe towards the host's unparalleled sword skills, earning 800 intimidation points. The atomic warrior's grip on his blade was drenched in cold sweat. In his emerald eyes, the usual arrogance had dissipated, replaced by profound shock and an indescribable thrill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden achievement Majestic Entanglement. Successfully attaching the aura of destruction to your weapon to annihilate a monster has granted you the skill 3 Color Majesty. The system's prompt caused Wang to pause momentarily. Before him lay a holographic projection panel visible only to him. Conqueror's Haki can be used to subdue enemies, rendering them unconscious. Beginner 050. Observation Haki can foresee enemy attacks within a short time frame. Beginner 050. Armament Haki, dual purpose for offense and defense, can be attached to weapons to enhance attack power and also used for defense, easily repelling enemy strikes. Beginner 050. It's you again. Haki. Wang chuckled internally. Having even acquired the 3-color Haki from the neighboring Pirate King, he attempted to channel his newly acquired abilities and instantly felt 3 distinct energy flows surging within him. The Conqueror's Haki lay dormant like an ancient beast, coiled deep within his mental sea. The observation haki spread out like an invisible web, subtly enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. The armament haki was the most solid, flowing like liquid metal through his muscle fibers. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Di Wang's eyes. The addition of these three abilities undoubtedly refined his combat system, especially the observation haki, which complemented the mental perception of the Imperial engine, was like a tiger receiving wings. As Di Wang reveled in the joy of acquiring new powers, the elite heroes on the platform finally regained their composure from the shock of that astonishing sword strike. Is this true power? The obsidian muscles of the alloy black light trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His pride in absolute defense felt utterly flimsy before that dark golden blade mark. What an astonishing strike! Flashing flashes, eyes widened in rare astonishment. His beautiful features etched with shock. As a speed-type swordsman, he understood better than anyone the horror contained within that strike. It was not merely speed or strength, but a truer essence of cutting from a higher dimension. Taking a deep breath, the atomic warrior stepped forward, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. That strike has transcended the realm of the atomic cut entirely. I will not concede defeat. One day, my swordsmanship will reach that domain. Wait for me. Di Wang looked at the determined swordsman, about to say something, when a childlike voice, filled with excitement, broke in. So cool. So cool. That move just now should be called Dark Prison Emperor's ultimate annihilation slash. The child emperor's face flushed red as he animatedly gestured, his eyes sparkling with fervent admiration. Or it could be called Chaos Opening Emperor's Blade. An eternal night descends. All things return to the void. A series of over-the-top names made Di Wang's lips twitch slightly. Goodness. Your naming taste can rival my own famed technique. The Purgatory Unsurpassed Explosive Wave Cannon. Hey, you little brat. Tornado floated over, visibly annoyed, interrupting the child emperor's enthusiastic ramblings. Those names you came up with are so lame. If you ask me, it should be called. Her emerald eyes darted, suddenly stalling, unable to think of a cooler name. Her face flushed with anger. She stomped her foot in frustration. Anyway, it's 1,000 times better than what you named it. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of something slicing through the air echoed from above. Chapter 59. Garu being toyed with by Saitama. Everyone looked up to see hundreds of crimson lights flickering as countless shells poured forth from the cannons of the spacecraft, hurtling towards the platform like a cataclysmic meteor shower. It's a cleansing bombardment. The zombie man's face turned pale in an instant, urgently shouting, "Everyone, be careful." Di Wang's gaze sharpened, and the once silent Imperial engine within his chest was ready to roar to life again. The crimson energy surged beneath him like bubbling magma, preparing to unleash a protective domain of fear. However, a crisp and indignant shout, laced with pride, resonated before he could act. Humph. You shall not steal the limelight. Such trash does not require your intervention. It was Tornado, just as the destructive rain of shells was about to strike the platform. Her petite figure shot up above everyone's heads. Suspended in midair, her skirt billowed without any wind, her emerald eyes gleaming with a proud light. She elegantly spread her delicate hands, as if conducting a symphony, and with a gentle wave, boom, an invisible telekinetic field erupted, as if an unseen net had been cast, freezing all incoming shells in midair. The sight was striking. Hundreds of shells, each the size of a truck, hung eerily suspended less than 100 meters from the platform, their engraved surfaces clearly visible. Here you go. A playful smirk crossed Tornado's face as she snapped her fingers. Buzz. All the shells instantaneously reversed direction, propelled by her telekinetic force, hurtling back toward the spacecraft at an even greater speed. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions echoed through the skies, as the densely packed cannons beneath the spacecraft erupted in a cascade of brilliant fireballs, transforming the once menacing artillery array into a charred wasteland. The whirlwind gently descended back onto the platform, her small hands patting non-existent dust as she feigned nonchalance. All done, she declared. Yet the faint flush on her cheeks and her slightly rapid breaths betrayed the toll this maneuver had taken on her. Di Wang, observing this proud young lady, could hardly miss her thoughts. She was clearly reluctant to allow him to steal the spotlight, deliberately stepping forward to showcase her prowess. He couldn't help but shake his head in amusement as he strode toward her, and in front of all those present, he delivered a hearty pat on her head. Well done, he praised, his voice brimming with unmasked admiration. Truly, she was the second-ranked, her telekinetic abilities becoming increasingly extraordinary. In an instant, Tornado's petite face flushed crimson, her emerald eyes brimming with tears, freezing her in place as if time had stopped. She felt the warmth radiating from Wang's broad palm. That gentle caress seemed to carry an electric charge, sending tingles from her head to her toes. This unprecedented sensation was both foreign and intoxicating, nearly prompting her to nuzzle against him like a kitten. Wait. She jolted back to reality, realizing they were in front of all their peers. Who asked for your praise, you fool? Tornado hastily swatted Wang's hand away, floating into the air like a startled rabbit, her small hands frantically trying to fix her tousled curls. To mask her flushed cheeks, she adopted a haughty demeanor, tilting her head slightly and declaring, I merely found those cannons too distracting. It's not like I was helping on purpose. With that, she waved her hand, enveloping all the heroes on the platform with her telekinesis. Hold tight. I shall lead you all to that wretched ship. Before anyone could react, Tornado had already manipulated the telekinetic field, launching herself and the other heroes skyward like a verdant comet racing toward the spaceship. Enveloped in her telekinesis, Wang gazed at Tornado's small yet tenacious figure ahead, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. This proud little girl was indeed charming. He turned his gaze toward the approaching spaceship, his expression sharpening. Boris, if it comes to a fight, I should leave that to Saitama. However, the cosmic octopus, Garukin, paired with Tornado, is worth a shot. Let me see just how many intimidation points this cosmic telekinesis master can provide me. Seizing the moment, Wang shifted his focus to the mech clone. Meanwhile, Saitama found himself wandering the dim corridors of the spaceship, scratching his shiny bald head in confusion as he glanced around. I'm lost again, he muttered, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Hey, he called out to a wall, his voice echoing through the metallic corridor. I can't find my way out. Can you tell me how to get there? A display screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing Garukin's octopus face, its tentacles writhing in anger. Foolish earthling, do you think I would wait for you to say you're lost? Yes. Saitama nodded earnestly. This wretched ship is like a maze. I'm completely turned around. Garukin's tentacles danced excitedly. Ha! Foolish. So foolish. Since you've asked so sincerely, I shall generously guide you. It was entirely oblivious to the fact that it was being unwittingly manipulated. Puffing up with pride as it began to direct. Go straight down this corridor. Turn right at the third intersection. Then, while listening, Saitama wore a victorious grin, discreetly giving Wang a thumbs up. Wang, observing this scene through the mech, nearly burst out laughing. This bald-headed demon king, who usually seemed so adorably clueless, was quite the actor when it mattered. Soon, under Garukin's enthusiastic guidance, Saitama and Wang headed in the opposite direction, effortlessly locating the command center. This is it, Saitama exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he stood before a massive alloy door. He then grasped the doorknob and gave it a gentle tug. Boom! The alloy gate, designed to withstand nuclear blasts, was torn open as if it were made of paper. Saitama's glistening bald head peeked through the gap. Pardon me. Why you? Garukin's tentacles trembled in fury as the other extraterrestrial beings in the command center cowered in fear. In an instant, Saitama effortlessly pulled the gate wide open and strolled into the command center with a leisurely gait, followed closely by Wang's mech clone. Chapter 60, Telekinetic Twist. Garukin recognized it had been outsmarted, its violet skin suddenly turning a deep crimson. You forced my hand, earthling. It bellowed in a rage, its tentacles thrashing wildly. You shall pay for angering the great Garukin. The other creatures in the command center sensed the dire situation and hurriedly attempted to flee. However, it was far too late. Super telekinetic wave. Garukin unleashed its ultimate move, a terrifying gravitational field enveloping the entire command center. The fleeing creatures barely had time to scream before being crushed into mere puddles of blood under the immense gravitational force. The floor groaned under the unbearable pressure. The metal structure warped and twisted, and the command platform collapsed. The ground beneath Saitama also cracked and sunk, yet he stood unwavering, as if unaffected. Not a single corner of his attire fluttering. Wang's mech, however, was not so fortunate. Under the terrifying gravity, its shell emitted a screeching metallic distortion, and its mimicry system failed, exposing its internal mechanics. Garukin reveled in this spectacle, its tentacles dancing joyfully. My super telekinesis can even manipulate gravity. Do you know about black holes? Not even light can escape under such immense gravitational force. Its voice faltered as it was struck with shock. Compared to the robot beside it, which was crackling with electricity, Saitama showed no reaction to the extreme pressure it was unleashing. The bald hero even had the leisure to turn and check on his companion. Hey, are you alright? The mech's facial display flickered a few times, barely forming a smile. I'm holding up, but this body is severely damaged. It likely won't last long. When we take down this giant octopus, remember to leave me some room. I want to personally make it pay for ruining my toy. Saitama nodded in understanding. Got it. I'll go easy on it. This exchange thoroughly enraged Garukin Shup. Arrogant. It flailed its 8 tentacles wildly, causing all the metal debris and instrument wreckage in the command center to levitate, swirling into a horrific metallic storm. Telekinetic flow stone wave. Countless fragments were accelerated to sublight speed, shooting towards Saitama like a torrential downpour. The destructive force of these shards pierced the thick alloy walls of the spaceship, leaving dazzling trails in the air. Clang, 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 clang. The metallic storm collided with Saitama, producing a crisp sound, and then nothing. Saitama glanced down at his unscathed yellow suit, even taking the time to catch a flying metal shard with his hand. I must ask, is throwing stones all you can do? Disappointed, he shook his head. What a waste of such superpowers. Anyone could do this. With that, he casually tossed the stone back. Unlike in the original work, where Garukin Shup was instantly obliterated by Saitama's thrown stone, this time Saitama, recalling Wang's advice, did not aim for Garukin Shup's head but rather hurled it toward its chest. Thud. The stone easily pierced through Garukin Shup's body, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its chest. Ugh. Garukin Shofu emitted a piercing shriek as it crashed heavily to the ground, purple blood gushing forth. Nevertheless, being a dragon-level entity, its vitality proved resilient. This blow was not enough to claim its life. However, the terrifying injury inflicted upon itself by its adversary filled Garukin Shofu with dread, leading it to feign death with its eyes rolled back. Saitama, without even glancing at the pretender, turned to Wang and inquired, "Can you still move?" Wang's mech stirred with difficulty, although the combat system was utterly destroyed. The mobility function was still operational. Let's seek out Boros, Saitama nodded, seizing 2 surviving minions in the command room. Lead the way to your boss. Once Saitama and Wang's mech departed, the feigning Garukin Shofu cautiously lifted its head, relief flooding its eyes as it realized it had survived. Just as it prepared to rise and tend to its wounds, a cacophony of footsteps approached through the shattered doorway. Garukin Shofu promptly dropped back down, resuming its charade of death. The universe's foremost telekinetic master is right here? Tornado, with her petite figure, dashed in first, her emerald hair billowing in the telekinetic field. She was followed by Wang in his true form and the remaining elite heroes. Garukin Shofu hastily shut its eyes again, fervently praying, "Do not see me. Do not see me." Tornado floated to the center of the command room, pouting in dissatisfaction. Wasn't it said there was a so-called number 1 here? I wanted to compare who truly holds the title. Her jade-like eyes swept over the wreckage, landing finally on the unconscious purple octopus, her face reflecting disappointment. It can't be this useless creature, can it? Patience, Wang replied, casually strolling toward Garukin Shofu. He loomed over the feigning octopus, a dangerous smile curling his lips. Hey. Universe's number 1 telekinetic master, he said, lifting his foot and placing it heavily upon Garukin Shofu's wound. The anguished scream echoed throughout the command room, as Garukin Shofu's numerous tentacles thrashed wildly. Wang leaned down, coldly stating, "Stop pretending to be dead. You ruined my toy, and we must settle this score." Realizing that continuing to feign death was futile, a glint of resolve flashed in Garukin Shofu's singular eye. It thought to itself, if death is inevitable, why not take a few down with me? Wretched earth insect. I, Garukin Shofu, have traversed the stars for centuries. How dare you mock me? In a sudden burst, it erupted, a blinding wave of purple telekinetic energy radiating from its body. Let us go to hell together. Telekinetic self-detonation. It intended to cleanse itself of this profound humiliation with its final breaths. Just as this destructive force threatened to spiral out of control, a voice, tinged with dissatisfaction yet laced with excitement at finally discovering a toy, rang out, It's Tornado. The chaotic energy emanating from Garukin Shofu finally captured the interest of the strongest telekinetic on Earth. Is this disarray you're doing, Octopus? Calling yourself the universe's number 1? Before the words could settle, Tornado's delicate hands gestured toward Garukin Shofu, summoning her telekinetic grip. Chapter 61. Are you ready to witness the fall of the universe's sovereign? A sudden surge of telekinetic energy descended, far more refined and pure than the chaotic force currently emanating from Gyugen Shiofu. The octopus felt the space around it constrict instantly. Its colossal telekinetic energy, which it had just gathered for a final stand, completely shackled. Then its massive form was gripped by the terrifying telekinetic force, twisted and squeezed, akin to a child wringing out a drenched cloth. Purple blood and shattered internal organs erupted from the forcibly compressed wounds. Had Gyugen Shiofu been at the height of its power, with its cosmic-level telekinetic mastery and unique energy manipulation, it might have been able to contend with Tornado, possibly igniting an earth-shattering telekinetic duel. However, it had already sustained severe damage from Saitama's casual pebble strike to its core, crippling its foundational energies. Now, confronted by Tornado's relentless and domineering telekinetic force, it could muster no semblance of resistance. Pathetic, Tornado scoffed, tightening her grip. Intent on transforming the universe's #1 telekinetic master into a literal octopus ball. Wait. Wang interjected suddenly, spare its life. It still owes me compensation and cannot just die so easily. Tornado pouted in displeasure but eased her hold slightly. Gyugen Shiofu fell to the ground like a rag doll. Gasping for breath, Wang crouched down, staring intently into its dazed orange eyes. Do you wish to live? The octopus's tentacles twitched weakly, having brushed against death. All its pride lay shattered. Upon hearing a flicker of hope for survival, it frantically nodded, causing more purple blood to seep from its wounds. Good, Wang stood up. Then from this moment on, your life and your abilities belong to me. We shall discuss the specifics later. He realized that rather than eliminating this colossal octopus and gaining a meager amount of deterrent points, it would be far more advantageous to exploit it for labor. This cosmic octopus, as the commander of the spaceship, evidently possessed the capability to pilot it. After Saitama dealt with Boros, instead of letting the ship crash and dismantling it as refuse, it would be far wiser to commandeer it for future escapades against other alien races alongside Saitama. Wang had no intention of remaining on Earth forever. The cosmos was vast, and he intended to explore. Additionally, he coveted the octopus's gravitational manipulation abilities. As his attributes continually advanced, the 100-fold gravity chamber crafted by Child Emperor would soon prove inadequate. This ready-made cosmic gravitational telekinetic generator was an ideal training partner. The pressure it could exert and its ever-changing techniques far surpassed any fixed apparatus. As for the possibility of this cosmic octopus rebelling, Wang was not concerned in the slightest. Before he possessed the overwhelming capability to crush it, he could easily placate Saitama with gourmet food and have it housed at Saitama's residence. In the face of Saitama's absolute power, capable of obliterating even deities with a single punch, this octopus, no matter how cunning, would not dare stir a ripple. Wang turned to Tornado. Tornado, package it up. Ensure it does not perish. Fine, how troublesome. Tornado complained, yet her small hands swiftly waved. A resilient yet remarkably durable green telekinetic force enveloped Gyugen Shiofu's battered, twisted body, compressing it. Ultimately, it formed a pulsing purple-green orb less than a meter in diameter. The telekinetic seal not only isolated it from the outside world, but also temporarily suspended Gyugen Shiofu's last breath, ensuring it would not perish immediately. Wang smiled as he reached out to tousle Tornado's hair. She feigned a struggle for a moment before obediently allowing him to do so. Considering the inconvenience of carrying the orb, Wang turned to the gluttonous pig god. Could you temporarily hold on to this? He recalled that in the original manga, Pig God had swallowed 3 heroes to rescue a companion and later regurgitated them unharmed. Pig God gestured and then opened his cavernous mouth, swallowing the orb whole. Thank you. Wang gently patted the ample belly of the pig god, saying, when we return, I shall treat you to a feast of all things bizarre. I have heard that the sashimi from the deep sea tribe is quite exquisite. Upon hearing this, the pig god's eyes gleamed with excitement, nearly drooling to the point of dampening his shirt. His sole passion lay in the realm of culinary delights. Hey, Tornado tugged at Wang's clothing. Her small face puffed with indignation. I helped you out too. Of course, I want to forget, Wang replied, as if performing a magic trick. Producing a golden card from his pocket. This was a limited edition nutritional custom meal card for the Cloud Top restaurant, which I had reserved for the entire year. Tornado's emerald eyes sparkled like stars. Just as she was about to cheer, she suddenly realized the inappropriateness of the situation, clearing her throat and adopting a haughty demeanor. I suppose you do have a bit of conscience. The other elite heroes watched in stunned silence. This temperamental little girl. who often used her telekinesis to hurl people into walls, displayed such a girlish side. The atomic samurai rubbed his chin and muttered softly. Could it be that this fellow is some sort of humanoid tranquilizer specifically designed to counter tornado? I think he resembles a tamer more. The zombie man commented with a hint of sarcasm. Imagine if Child Emperor suddenly had a brilliant idea, combining the genes of Mr. and Miss Tornado. Would that not yield the strongest superpower in history? Upon hearing this audacious statement, Wang couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Child Emperor. Goodness, hockey child. You really dare to say that? Sure enough, a screw whizzed past Child Emperor's ear, embedding itself deeply into the metallic wall. Tornado's face flushed with anger as she glared at everyone. If anyone dares to speak foolishly again, I shall launch them into the sun. The others stepped back in unison, while only Wang couldn't help but pinch her puffed cheeks in amusement. All right, it's time to find the main event. Wang looked up as the rhythm of the Imperial engine began to accelerate. Utilizing the vision from his mech avatar, he saw Saitama already face-to-face with Boros, having shattered the armor that limited Boros's power in a single punch. At this moment, Boros was entering his second phase, and a monumental battle was about to commence. Crimson and gold energy surged around Wang, illuminating his godlike visage with fluctuating light. Thanks to numerous enhancements, Wang's life tier continued to evolve towards perfection, enhancing his appearance as well. Much like the practitioners in fantasy novels, a highly skilled cultivator would never be unattractive. Ladies and gentlemen, are you prepared to witness the fall of the Cosmic Overlord? Chapter 62, the Sirius Series, the Rising Dragon Fist aboard the spaceship in the throne room. Dark purple energy churned around Boros like boiling magma, his power-limiting armor cracking piece by piece, as the last fragment of metal clattered to the ground. This Cosmic Overlord finally revealed his true form. Radiating a ghostly blue glow, energy patterns flowed across his surface like living entities, with a fierce battle intent burning in his singular eye, capable of incinerating stars. In the brief moment of explosive power, Wang, controlling his mech avatar, clearly spoke into Saitama's ear. Saitama, do you see that enormous pink orb behind the throne? That is the heart of the entire ship, the core for spatial jumps. We are about to strike it rich. At that moment, Saitama was engrossed in the special effects of Boros's transformation. Upon hearing this, he paused, a large question mark seemingly appearing above his bald head. Rich? Indeed. Wang's mech avatar pointed toward the softly glowing orb, his tone laced with temptation. Consider this. If we possess a ship capable of traversing the cosmic seas, the universe is vast, and we might just find a worthy opponent to engage in a glorious battle. Perhaps one of those legendary extraterrestrial beings capable of shattering stars with a single punch, or the Scions with their infinite battle evolution potential, or even a sleeping god of destruction. Who knows? We might even catch the eye of a cosmic creator hosting a grand tournament in the universe. It's surely better than swatting mosquitoes on Earth, right? Who says I can't swat mosquitoes? Saitama retorted. However, the idea of a tournament piqued his interest. The long-standing solitude of his invincibility seemed to find a potential breakthrough filled with unknown possibilities. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Great idea. Let us do it." Wang patted Saitama's shoulder with satisfaction, reminding him, "So when we strike, be cautious. Especially about that orb, do not damage it. It is crucial for our future cosmic travels. Just deal with this one-eyed guy and throw him far away, perhaps to the moon for a battle." Saitama gave Wang a reassuring look, patting his chest as he vowed, "Leave it to me. I'll ensure the ship remains intact." As the two discussed their future travel plans without a care, Boros's power release finally reached completion. He hovered in the air, surrounded by a devastating purple energy storm, his singular eye ablaze with fiery battle intent and a fury that had been completely ignored. He heard them. These two Earthlings dared to discuss how to deal with his flagship in front of him, the overlord feared by countless civilizations. That subspace core was the ultimate symbol of his dominion over numerous planets. Despicable little monkeys. How dare they covet the overlord's treasure? Fight seriously. The metallic floor beneath Boros crumbled to dust. In the split second of his disappearance, the sonic boom followed closely behind. He did not teleport, rather. His speed reached a mind-boggling level, appearing before Saitama in an instant, with no frills, his fist, containing enough power to shatter continental shelves. Enveloped in a stream of purple energy capable of rending space itself, lunged towards Saitama's face with ferocity. The terrifying gale from the punch spread first, like an invisible hammer. Crack. Boom. Wang's already battered mech avatar bore the brunt of the assault. Against this pure physical shockwave, it could not withstand even a thousandth of a second. Instantly being crushed, twisted, and disintegrated. Metal fragments vaporized as if thrown into a stellar furnace, leaving no trace behind as if it had never existed. Only Wang's consciousness, linked through mental connection, felt the last pang of severed signals, signifying the Avatar's complete demise. Saitama, however, was hurled like a cannonball, sent flying by the force of the punch. He broke through several layers of thick metallic hull, carving a stunning path through the ship's interior, before finally embedding himself deep within a pile of twisted metal wreckage. Amidst the swirling dust, Boros hovered at the edge of the breach, fixated on the ruins, his energy bubbling with fury. He longed for his opponent to rise, to respond to his power. With a rustle, Saitama rose from the rubble, dusting off the yellow fabric of his suit. At this moment, apart from the tattered white cape on his back, he was completely unscathed. However, the usual look of bemusement on his face was replaced by an unprecedented expression of displeasure. He first glanced at the tear in his cape, then looked at the buildings he had demolished in his wake, finally fixing his gaze on the culprit, Boros. "Hey," Saitama's voice lowered, carrying an unusual seriousness. "You broke my toy, dirted my cape, and most importantly, almost damaged our ship." At these words, Boros's pupils constricted in an instant. He keenly sensed a wave of danger far more terrifying than before washing over him, leaving him no time to ponder how this ship had become theirs. In that fleeting moment, the serious series unfolded. Saitama's figure blurred momentarily, as if merely a flicker of light. The next instant, he appeared like a specter directly below Boros. Mere inches apart, Boros could even see his own astonished expression reflected on the smooth surface of the opponent's bald head. The serious rising dragon fist. There were no earth-shattering rays of light, no explosive roars of energy. Instead, it was the purest, most concentrated, and utterly unreasonable physical force, striking upwards with unparalleled precision against Boros's jaw. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The astonishment on Boros's face was instantly replaced by indescribable agony and an overwhelming sense of losing control. His proud, resilient body, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a planet-destroying cannon, felt as fragile as paper before this unadorned punch. He didn't even have a moment to entertain the thought of resistance. Whoosh! A purple meteor, propelled by terrifying energy far exceeding the speed of the third universe, tore through the alloyed dome of the spaceship, pierced the atmosphere, and cut through the silent depths of space, hurtling unhesitatingly towards the grayish-white celestial body, the moon. It left behind a spatial trajectory distorted by sheer power. Saitama looked up, nodding in satisfaction at the direction Boros had vanished. That should be about right. He flexed his wrist and slightly bent his legs. Serious series. Boom. The alloy deck beneath his feet, designed to withstand the main cannon's bombardment, instantly shattered, collapsing into a massive crater. Serious jump. Saitama's figure transformed into a golden flash, following the purple meteor, accelerating even faster in the direction of the moon. All that remained in the spaceship's throne room was chaos, along with the pink subspace core, still pulsating peacefully amidst the residual energy waves. Chapter 63. The world-shattering perspectives of the elite hero's spaceship, upper deck, just as Saitama unleashed the rising dragon fist. Boros became the moon's courier at the same moment. Wang led a group of elite heroes, swept along by Tornado's telekinesis, arriving at the expansive upper deck. Where was Boros? Where was that cosmic overlord? The atomic samurai pressed his thumb against the hilt of his sword, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings, brimming with fighting spirit. Strange. The terrifying energy wave had clearly erupted from this very spot. Wang stroked his beard, squinting his murky old eyes, striving to capture the lingering aura in the air. Could he have hidden away, fearing our numbers? The metal bat, wielding his bat, boisterously declared. Tornado rolled her eyes. TCH. What about that formidable fellow you mentioned? He can't really be scared into hiding, can he? Wang did not respond immediately, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed up at the profound starry sky. Although he could not discern the scene of Saitama battling Boros on the moon due to the vast distance, it did not deter him from striking a pose for effect. Everyone, remain calm. The main event is unfolding right above you. Upon hearing this, Genos, equipped with superior mechanical vision, and the cyborg knight simultaneously looked up, locking onto the moon's direction. Their core processors overloaded instantly, the radiators emitting sharp, buzzing sounds. That is. The electronic voice of the cyborg knight's panel trembled with incredulity. It's the master. They are fighting on the moon. Genos was so overwhelmed with excitement that his engines roared, and the brightness of his golden mechanical eye surged to its zenith. Without hesitation, he projected the real-time footage captured by his mechanical eye onto the deck via the projection device on his arm. On the screen was a desolate, lifeless lunar landscape. In the center of the image, two diminutive figures, exuding an overwhelming presence, collided and separated at speeds that surpassed visual capture limits. Each punch exchanged. Boom. It seemed the power could be felt even through the screen. The point of impact erupted with energy radiating 100 times brighter than the sun's core. The terrifying shockwave expanded in a perfect spherical shape, instantly flattening everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Mountains, craters, and ancient lunar rocks were utterly obliterated, leaving behind gaping, mirror-smooth craters hundreds of meters deep. Lunar dust was stirred up, forming towering dust waves thousands of meters high, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. With each kick exchanged, bang! One figure was sent flying like a meteor, crashing violently into the lunar surface. The impact was comparable to an asteroid's descent. The cratered mountains groaned as they collapsed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading for hundreds of kilometers. The splintering lunar rock fragments were accelerated to the first cosmic speed, shooting towards deep space like deadly projectiles. The shockwave generated by the collision of pure forces even distorted the projection itself. The space rippled like water. Hiss! On the deck, a collective intake of breath echoed. The heroes, witnessing the cataclysmic lunar broadcast, stood frozen in disbelief. The metal bat's specially crafted alloy bat clattered to the deck with a dull thud, and he remained oblivious. His mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest. His eyes bulging in astonishment, he muttered in disbelief, "That bald guy is Saitama, right? He seemed like just a Class A hero sitting at the back during meetings. What kind of cosmic joke is this? Is he actually dismantling the moon? Is this truly something a human can achieve?" The muscles of the alloy black light trembled involuntarily as signs of a mental breakdown began to surface. He once again deeply doubted and feared his own ultimate defense. What if that fist landed on him? Bangu's hand froze mid-stroke. His white beard unwittingly tugged it by his own hand as he failed to notice. The old fool. Once thought of taking him on as a disciple to teach martial arts. The atomic samurai's fingers, gripping the hilt, turned pale from exertion. His prideful atomic slash, which pursued ultimate sharpness and speed to sever atoms, was utterly shattered by the image of such pure, savage, and unreasonable absolute power. Could his sword even cut through such force? The child emperor's mouth formed an O. Even the dark circles from sleepless nights seemed to fade in shock. He frantically pounded on his portable computer, attempting to calculate the energy equivalent of each strike displayed on the screen, only for the display to overflow with data. His youthful face was left blank. This defies the laws of physics. The existing physical laws cannot explain this. Is Saitama a human singularity? The zombie man, with his eternally unchanged deadpan expression, was struck by an unprecedented look of horror. Did his proud immortality hold any significance against such power capable of entirely reshaping the moon's geological structure? To be resurrected and then blasted into fundamental particles again. The sexy prisoner held her heart with both hands, her eyes sparkling. What a wild and powerful aesthetic. Saitama, darling, you are amazing. I admire you so much. Flashy Flash's beautiful face lost all composure. His pride and his speed paled compared to the flashing figures colliding on the moon, appearing as slow as a snail. At this moment, Genos absorbed the expressions of shock, horror, existential doubt, and crumbling worldviews from the heroes, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction and pride within. He raised his metallic head high, the radiator expelling scalding air, as if silently proclaiming, "Look, this is my master, the strongest on the surface? No, the strongest in the universe." He stabilized the projected image, even thoughtfully slowing down certain key collisions, despite the blurring speed, striving to help these mere mortals grasp the greatness of his master. Wang stood at the forefront of the crowd, taking in the rich expressions of the heroes, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. However, while he was captivated by this visual feast, his thoughts were predominantly immersed in the system interface that only he could perceive. Deterrence system, host, Wang, level 1, experience points, 0-100, attributes, strength, 58, agility, 55, spirit, 47, skills, emperor engine, perfection, 153,000, carbonated bomb, great accomplishment, 03000, King S summon, beginner, 050, flowing rock shattering fist, great accomplishment, 03000. Conqueror S Hockey. Beginner, 050. Observation Hockey, 050. Armament Hockey, 050. Deterrence Points, 2560, Chapter 64. The mastery of the three Hockey. Wang was acutely aware of his primary objective in bringing numerous legendary heroes aboard the spacecraft, to harvest deterrence points. The initial plan involved utilizing their strength to form a net, effectively trapping those dragon-level and ghost-level officers and elite warriors within the confines of the spaceship. This would prevent them from seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos and infiltrate the now ruined city below, becoming an insidious tumor that would be difficult to eradicate in the future. Unfortunately, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. The loyalty of Boros's elite to their sovereign exceeded all expectations. When Saitama charged into the spaceship, rather than scattering in panic or fortifying their positions, these elite warriors surged forward fearlessly, attacking Saitama en masse. The outcome? It was all too evident. They were dispatched by Saitama with a single punch. Wang, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of anguish. Each of those warriors represented living deterrence points, effortlessly obliterated by Saitama, the bald demon king, causing Wang's heart to bleed. Fortunately, subsequent gains proved to be satisfactory. Wang successfully captured Goryu, who not only served as an exceptional training tool, but also as the pilot of the spaceship. And he acquired a cosmic battleship capable of spatial jumps. What did this signify? It meant that even if the resources of monsters on Earth were to be depleted one day, the vast and boundless universe was home to countless bizarre alien civilizations and cosmic beasts. They would become an inexhaustible source of new resources for Wang's deterrence system. This was a strategic-level initiative of immense proportions. With the grand strategic goal achieved, he could not overlook the immediate opportunities at hand. Boros's flagship was not merely an empty shell. It was a complete war fortress, a floating alien ecosystem. Within its colossal dimensions, measuring thousands of meters in length and width, life support facilities were abundant, and the number of combat personnel reached into the tens of thousands. While these alien foot soldiers individually provided minimal deterrence points, their sheer numbers accumulated to a considerable income. As for the notion of indiscriminate slaughter, Wang adhered strictly to the principle that those outside his kind were inherently different. Any creature that did not align with his aesthetic or serve a specific purpose was marked for elimination. Regrettably, aboard the entire spacecraft, there was not a single creature that met his aesthetic standards worthy of sparing and nurturing. Thus, Wang whispered to himself, with a chilling resolve, that these useless alien minions no longer warranted the air of Earth. With thousands of dispersed targets hiding, hunting them down one by one would prove inefficient and devalue his efforts. The perfected Emperor engine, combined with the fear domain that had a radius of 100 meters, should have been an excellent area-clearing technique. However, the complex internal structure of the spaceship, with its layered walls, significantly weakened the effect and range of the domain. He required a method capable of ignoring obstacles, precisely locking onto targets, and maximizing the amplification of the Emperor engine's mental shockwave. Wang's gaze swiftly focused on the three gleaming new skills displayed on the system panel. Conqueror S Hockey, Observation Hockey, Armament Hockey. Conqueror S Hockey, a realm-wide mental suppression technique, was the ultimate tool for clearing out the weak-willed. It could instantaneously identify those lacking in resolve, incapacitating them and significantly reducing the number of targets requiring personal intervention. If upgraded, its range, intensity, and even additional effects would undergo a qualitative transformation. Observation Hockey, offering heightened perception and foresight, could penetrate multiple walls, accurately pinpointing every living target while anticipating their reactions and escape routes, making the subsequent targeted elimination as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. When upgraded, its range, precision, and even the ability to read surface thoughts could become a reality. Armament Hockey, a perfect blend of offense and defense, while not as directly effective in enhancing area clearing efficiency as the first two, could be attached to sounds or auras. Imagine when a mental shockwave is accompanied by the tangible impact of Armament Hockey. The destruction and penetration power would be truly terrifying. Upgrading would allow for hardening, entangling, external projection, and internal destruction, ensuring lethal effectiveness against any solitary or small group of evaders. These were the skills he needed. Wang's thoughts sparked with clarity, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Deterrence points were inherently meant to be converted into immediate combat power. Now, faced with the thousands of experience packages aboard this spaceship, Investing his precious deterrence points into these three potentially limitless skills, which could perfectly integrate with the Emperor engine to form a dual mental and physical dominance, was undoubtedly the most cost-effective and efficient choice. He was determined to elevate these three Haki to their fullest potential. Deterrence points 50. Conqueror's Haki proficiency increased to proficient, 0-200. Deterrence points 200. Conqueror's Haki proficiency increased to minor accomplishment, 0-600. Deterrence points 600. Conqueror's Haki proficiency increased to great accomplishment, 0-3000. As the system notification chimed, an invisible force awakened within Wang. He felt as though a new door had opened in his mental realm, ushering in a novel power that began to flow within him. At that moment, the system interface displayed the updated effects of mastering Conqueror's Haki. Mental, 54-7. Conqueror's Haki mastery effects updated. 1. Mental shockwave range expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers, allowing for precise target locking. 2. New binding characteristic added, enabling the materialization of Haki attached to any attack. 3. Shock intensity increased, capable of rendering those with lesser mental strength than the host unconscious or even obliterating their souls. Wang nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to invest deterrence points into enhancing observation Haki. Deterrence points 50. Observation Haki proficiency increased to proficient, 0-200. Deterrence points 200. Observation Haki proficiency increased to minor accomplishment, 0-600. Deterrence points 600. Observation Haki proficiency increased to great accomplishment, 0-3000. In an instant, Wang's perception capabilities multiplied exponentially. He closed his eyes, yet could vividly visualize the three-dimensional layout of the entire spaceship, accurately sensing the life forces in every corner. Those alien foot soldiers hiding in ventilation ducts, spare compartments, and even within the power core's interstices now appeared in his perception like fireflies in the night. Following the mastery of observation Haki, the system also updated the related effects. Mental, 61-7. Observation Haki mastery effects updated. 1. Perception range expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers, capable of penetrating multiple obstacles. 2. New characteristics of glimpsing the past, severing the present, and foreseeing the future added. He could retrospectively view events from 3 days prior and could not be predicted by others while being able to foresee attack trajectories within the next 3 minutes. 3. Capable of sensing fluctuations in target emotions, precisely capturing the source of fear. Finally, Wang began to invest deterrence points into enhancing armament Haki. Deterrence points 50. Armament Haki proficiency increased to proficient, 0-200. Dissuasion points, 200. Proficiency in armament Haki elevated to minor mastery, 0-600. Dissuasion points, 600. Proficiency in armament Haki elevated to major mastery, 0-3000. Wang felt an infusion of newfound strength coursing through every fiber of his muscles. He gently clenched his fist, the crimson-black hue of armament Haki enveloping it like flowing metal, exuding an ominous glow that sent shivers down the spine. Following the attainment of major mastery in armament Haki, the system updated its effects. Strength, 65-7. Agility, 62-7. Major mastery effects of armament Haki updated. 1. Significant enhancement of both defensive and offensive capabilities, allowing it to extend and entwine around any object it touches, taking on any desired form. 2. Introduction of the flowing Sakura characteristic, enabling attacks to penetrate any surface and directly inflict damage upon the interior of objects. 3. Can envelop the entire body to form an armored shell, exponentially increasing combat effectiveness based on stamina consumption. Chapter 65, The Pinnacle of Power, the Celestial Emperor Spectre with all 3 Haki types elevated to major mastery. Wang distinctly sensed his strength ascend to an unprecedented level. His thoughts raced, and without a shred of hesitation, the imperial engine within his chest roared to life. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of the primordial birth of the universe, erupted suddenly as crimson gold energy surged from his body like boiling lava. The air within a 100-meter radius instantly solidified, transforming into a viscous, mercury-like substance. Within this realm, gravity warped, light was consumed, leaving only the pure essence of imperial might. Rumbling behind Wang, a towering specter, 100 meters tall, began to coalesce. This phantom donned a celestial crown, draped in a golden dragon robe. its visage closely resembling Wang, yet imbued with an ancient and formidable gravitas. The moment the specter materialized, the entire spaceship trembled in response. This sudden and overwhelming power captured the attention of all the elite heroes on the deck, although it was not directed at them. The oppressive weight and the deep-seated tremor emanating from their souls compelled them to glance over, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. "What are you up to now?" Tornado's vivid green eyes widened in disbelief. Other elite heroes, still recovering from the shock of the lunar battle, turned their gazes towards Wang with uncertainty. Wang offered no reply, merely presenting them with his haughty profile, his back turned to the crowd. Anticipating their reactions through his observation haki, a smirk crept onto his lips. Saitama had already made quite an impression. As the strongest man on Earth, he too must showcase his prowess. With this thought, Wang directed his will once more. The recently attained major mastery of the Conqueror's haki surged forth like a breached dam, fiercely infusing the Imperial Spectre behind him. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap resounded in the realm of consciousness. The Spectre's might surged instantly. The crown of authority atop its head, entwined and tempered by dark red. Raging lightning, transformed and ascended into an even more ancient and majestic diadem of the Emperor of Humanity. Amidst the crimson gold flames, numerous dark red destructive lightning serpents slithered wildly. Bursting forth, the Spectre's form swelled like an inflating balloon, rapidly surpassing a terrifying height of 10,000 meters. On the deck, the elite heroes bore witness to this miraculous spectacle, their minds shaken, rendered speechless. The imposing figure of the Emperor, towering as if to pierce the heavens, radiated an aura that threatened to freeze their very souls. Even though this pressure was not specifically aimed at them, the mere remnants of its overwhelming force stirred a primal urge to prostrate in reverence. The ultra-strong blacklight, overwhelmed by an instinctual respect for power, knelt on one knee without hesitation. His metal-like muscles quivered, not from shame, but from an absolute acknowledgement and reverence for the unparalleled might of the strongest on Earth. Bowing to true strength felt entirely justified in his heart. Other elite heroes, such as Atomic Samurai, Bang, and Flashy Flash, clung to their pride and willpower, desperately resisting the urge to bow before a mere specter. Yet internally, they were tumultuous, having just witnessed Saitama's ultimate strength on the moon. Their worldview was already shaken to its core. Now, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Wang's pinnacle of power, the contrast of two distinct yet equally formidable forces struck them like hammers upon their pride. All that remained was an ineffable shock and a subtle sense of inadequacy. Ding successfully intimidated the elite heroes with imperial might, earning 1,400 dissuasion points. As the delightful sound of the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Wang's grin widened nearly to the point of reaching his ears. However, to maintain the enigmatic and commanding image he had cultivated, he forced his expression to remain stoic, still facing away from the crowd, standing tall like a pine tree. This modest gain was far from his expectations. Thus, Wang mentally commanded himself, focusing intently. Activating observation haki. The major mastery of observation haki unfurled like an invisible net of perception, instantly merging with the towering specter of the Emperor. Buzz. An intangible hum reverberated through the world. The specter's form expanded at an astonishing pace, instantly exceeding 100,000 meters. Its once grand golden dragon robe, infused with the all-seeing, all-encompassing power of observation haki, underwent a sudden transformation. Upon the robe, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, rivers and mountains surged, and scenes of myriad beings toiling came to vivid life, flowing seamlessly. It transformed into the Emperor's robe, symbolizing the dominion over all living beings. The specter's might surged exponentially once more. The current pressure could not merely be described as heavy. It felt as if the will of the entire cosmos had coalesced into this singular moment, ruthlessly bearing down. On the deck, the situation shifted dramatically. The Atomic Samurai, Bang, Flashy Flash, and others, who had previously managed to stand tall, now felt as though a mountain of immeasurable weight pressed upon their shoulders. Their knees groaning under the immense burden, their faces turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, and ultimately, under the overwhelming celestial pressure, they could no longer withstand it. Kneeling in shock and humiliation, only Tornado, shielded by her formidable psychic powers, shone with a frantic emerald glow, her petite frame trembling violently. Yet, she bit her lip, stubbornly clinging to the last vestige of levitation, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Wang felt the weight of the world upon him. He sensed his temples throbbing, the three forms of major mastery clashing violently within the specter, threatening to tear this embodiment of power asunder. But his gaze remained resolute, and he bellowed, not yet finished. Armament Haki. The major mastery of armament Haki, a torrent of power refined to perfection, was forcefully channeled into the towering specter. Crack. It was as though the barriers of the universe were being forcibly breached by an overwhelming force. The specter, now infused with the indomitable and destructive characteristics of armament Haki, continued to ascend, ultimately reaching the absolute pinnacle of power within Wang's control. It surpassed the limits of comprehension, inflating to a monstrous height of 1 million meters. The dark matter pirate ship that had once overshadowed the world beneath them now appeared as a mere toy model cradled within this towering specter's palm. This was no longer a mere human emperor, it was the celestial emperor, sovereign of the heavens and ruler of all realms. Chapter 66. The Star-Crushing Roar Cannon. On the deck, the final resistance crumbled completely. Even the usually tenacious Tornado, after emitting a reluctant grunt, saw her shimmering azure light dissipate. Her petite form collapsing onto the cold deck, arms outstretched like a duck sitting. Within her emerald eyes lay an unprecedented shock and bewilderment. Without exception, all the heroes of varying ranks lay prostrate beneath the overwhelming celestial might. They gazed up at the towering figure that obscured the starry sky, as well as the man in the distance, seemingly within arm's reach, yet feeling as far away as the horizon. In that moment, their hearts surged like colossal waves, as if the very heavens were collapsing. If the power of Saitama on the moon, capable of shattering stars, had revealed to them what true strength was, a brute force that defied logic, then now, the overwhelming might that Wang displayed, which commanded the submission of all, made them acutely aware of what supreme power and authority truly entailed. It was a realm that transcended mere strength, governing rules and dominating souls. Yet, at that moment, Wang had no energy left to regard the myriad expressions of shock on the faces of the heroes behind him. The fusion of the three-colored Overlord's aura and the Emperor engine at its peak rendered the million-meter-tall phantom of the Celestial Emperor behind him akin to a star on the verge of exploding. The frenzied power within rampaged violently, colliding with such intensity that the phantom teetered on the brink of disintegration. He had to finish harvesting immediately. Wang's gaze was as sharp as a blade, enduring the soul-rending sense of repulsion, and with great difficulty, he raised his right hand. As he made this gesture, the towering, million-meter celestial emperor phantom slowly lifted its massive palm, which seemed capable of overshadowing the heavens. With fingers splayed wide, the colossal hand ignored the physical structure of the spaceship, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire vessel of the dark matter pirates, grasping it within its palm. At the moment the giant hand closed around the ship, a piercing scream erupted. No! Lord Boros, save us! Every corner of the spaceship, every hidden alien minion, was overwhelmed by a profound terror. Annihilate. Wang spoke this word with nonchalance, yet it resonated with the weight of celestial decree. Boom. No matter how resilient the mental fortitude of the alien minions, at that moment, they all perceived the unimaginable horror that stemmed from the depths of their souls. It was an ultimate obliteration, a terror a billion times worse than death itself. It was a total denial of the essence of life. It was a proclamation that rendered their existence meaningless, ruthlessly erased. No screams could escape the ship, for in the instant the decree of the celestial might descended. Not a single alien creature could withstand even a second of such annihilation on a fundamental level. Their consciousness, spirit, and even the basic information that constituted their lives vanished silently, as if exposed to the scorching sun, leaving no trace behind. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of minions were obliterated. Ding! The host has successfully caused 1,375 alien creatures to turn to ash in soul-quaking annihilation, earning 750 deterrence points. A six-figure bounty of deterrence points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang was overcome with elation. This was no mere trickle. It was a feast that could satiate one's hunger. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he could no longer maintain the balance of the phantom behind him. 3 seconds. He managed to uphold the million-meter-tall Celestial Emperor Phantom for merely 3 seconds before it reached the limits of his control. It emitted a sorrowful wail, audible only to Wang, a lament from the very source of power, before it abruptly shattered into a myriad of scattered lights, rapidly dissipating into the cosmos. As the phantom vanished, the world-ending pressure that had weighed upon everyone simultaneously lifted. Wang felt a wave of intense exhaustion wash over him, his body swaying uncontrollably, his vision fading to black. Yet, he gritted his teeth, drawing upon his formidable willpower to steady himself, refusing to fall. At that moment, the heavy clouds, forcefully pushed aside by the Celestial Emperor's overwhelming power, split open, revealing a massive rift. A beam of golden sunlight bathed Wang's upright figure. Behind him, the ranks of heroes, still caught in a state of shock and bewilderment, beheld this solitary figure, towering like a deity. Meanwhile, on the moon, the battle between Boros and Saitama had also reached its climactic conclusion. Boom. After yet another clash of fists, Boros was sent reeling back thousands of meters, carving a deep trench into the lunar surface. He knelt on one knee, his body battered and bruised, purple blood dripping onto the gray-white lunar soil. The flame of unwillingness burned fiercely within his single eye. Why can't I harm you? Boros roared, his voice inaudible in the vacuum of the moon. Yet the fury and despair were unmistakably conveyed to Saitama across the battlefield. He realized that even at the cost of his lifespan, pushing his body into overdrive to enter the third stage of meteor burst, he still could not shake the bald figure before him. Even more unbearable was the fact that throughout the entire battle, that bald man had not even disturbed his breath. Those dead fish eyes, now in Boros' view, became the most brutal mockery of his lifelong pursuit of power. He, Boros, the cosmic overlord that made billions of stars tremble, could not even compel his opponent to take him seriously. The ultimate humiliation and unwillingness burned like hellfire within Boros' soul, igniting his final frenzy. Not enough. Still not enough. A silent roar erupted within him. He began to disregard all costs, frantically pushing beyond his limits, again and again. With each punch, the destruction surpassed the previous peak, but along with it, the essence of his life flowed away like a dam breaking. The chill of death coiled around every inch of his skin. He feared not death. He was born of battle and yearned to perish on the mightiest battlefield. What drove him to the brink of madness was that no matter how he broke through his limits, no matter how he elevated his power to unprecedented heights, the seemingly mundane punches and strikes from his opponent could effortlessly nullify all his efforts. Despair seeped coldly into his boiling blood. At least let me bring you down once. All the anger, unwillingness, pride, and pure desire for battle were compressed and concentrated in the moment before the flame of life was snuffed out. He abandoned defense, forsook evasion, pouring the remnants of his life force and the vast energy akin to a starry sea into this final blow, star-crushing roar cannon. A silent shout reverberated through the vacuum. Boros' body transformed into the most ferocious energy furnace in the universe, accumulating might sufficient to shatter stars. Terrifying thunder no longer symbolized his strength, but rather the uncontrollable torrent of energy erupting wildly from his surface. Every surge of azure lightning effortlessly leveled ancient craters on the moon's surface, carving grotesque scars into the lifeless gray earth. The entire moon seemed to tremble beneath the pressure of his ultimate strike. Chapter 67. The pillow of reward after the great battle in the moment when Boros transcended his limits, on the brink of exhausting his life. A thunderous pulse emanated from his incredibly resilient heart, as if breaking free from invisible shackles, delivering an unprecedented jolt that shook the very core of his soul. An overwhelming force, far beyond his comprehension, erupted like the Big Bang from the depths of his depleted essence. The energy flood, which had previously reached its peak, surged wildly once more. His star-crushing roar cannon, at the instant it broke through the constraints of its race, reached a true, unimaginable realm capable of shattering stars. The energy torrent that spanned the heavens surged forth, carrying with it Boros' lifetime of pride and his final obsession, hurtling towards Saitama. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, a flicker of emotion finally stirred in Saitama's deadpan eyes. He sensed his opponent's unwavering resolve, awakening his spirit for the first time. Then I shall unleash my ultimate technique as well. Serious punch. Saitama slowly clenched his fist, his muscles taut. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only the purest will of concentrated power. At the moment of collision, something extraordinary occurred on the surface of the moon. All light seemed to be devoured, plunging the entire lunar landscape into darkness. Devoid of an atmosphere, this monumental clash produced no sound, only the silent wrath of pure energy. When light returned to the moon's surface, a colossal crater dominated the impact site. At the bottom of the pit, Boros' body lay in a desiccated state, the flame of life extinguished. In his final moments, even after surpassing his limiter, Boros could not defeat Saitama. Yet, he had witnessed the serious expression of the bald hero, perhaps his greatest victory. Saitama stood before Boros' lifeless form, pausing in silence. Suddenly, the once dead body of Boros stirred slightly, a faint glimmer flickering in his hollow eye. This was the last vestige of life, a remnant of his energy after breaking his limiter, as he posed his final question. Did I lose? You still possess awareness? Saitama regarded this worthy adversary and replied earnestly, You truly are formidable. You made this fight thoroughly enjoyable. Is this what you call enjoyable? Upon hearing this response, a look of relief spread across Boros's corpse-like face. He had traversed billions of light years in search of a worthy opponent, though this adversary was terrifyingly strong. He had earned the recognition of the other. This journey was not in vain. In the next moment, that final flicker of life, along with the satisfied smile, succumbed to the eternal silence. The cosmic sovereign Boros had perished. Saitama exhaled gently, bending his knees slightly before leaping with great force. Boom. The tremendous impact drove Boros's remains deep into the lunar surface, simultaneously holding a simple funeral for this honorable opponent. Utilizing this recoil, Saitama's figure soared like a golden meteor towards Earth. As he returned towards the city aboard his spacecraft, Saitama glanced back at the receding moon. On its gray-white surface, a massive circular crater bore witness to this earth-shattering battle, serving as the eternal resting place of the cosmic overlord Boros. Boom. A deafening crash resounded as Saitama landed heavily on the deck of the spacecraft. The force of his impact created a massive hole, several meters in diameter, in the hardened alloy surface, causing the enormous vessel to tilt precariously. The already weakened Wang found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his footing. The sudden violent tremor threw him off balance, sending him sliding uncontrollably towards the gaping hole. In truth, even before Saitama's descent, Wang had foreseen this crisis through his advanced observation skills. However, he was already exhausted, barely able to remain standing, let alone summon the strength to call for assistance from the other heroes. Moreover, given his enhanced physique, this level of fall would not harm him in the slightest. Yet, to collapse in such a disheveled manner would tarnish the grand image he had meticulously crafted. You damn bald egghead, he cursed in his mind just before plunging into darkness. As his consciousness began to fade, he vaguely sensed a gentle telekinetic force enveloping his falling body. Time passed, and Wang's awareness gradually returned. The first sensation he felt was a soft touch against the back of his head, accompanied by a faint scent of gardenia. Instinctively, he rubbed his cheek against it, relishing the smooth texture. A gentle murmur reached his ears as Wang slowly opened his eyes. Before him loomed a pair of voluptuous curves that seemed nearly to burst through a white blouse. From this vantage point, their ample roundness obscured his entire line of sight. Sir, are you awake? A gentle voice inquired from above. Wang then realized he was resting on Chiba Reina's lap, enjoying her knee pillow. He slightly lifted his head, struggling to see beyond those alluring peaks, and met Chiba Reina's concerned, glistening eyes. Yes, he softly replied. He found this perspective extraordinarily delightful and was reluctant to rise. Instead, he continued to lie there, focusing intently on the view before him, mentally comparing. In terms of scale, how do these compare to Snow's? It seems Reina wins this round. While he immersed himself in this pivotal study, a delicate face suddenly intruded upon his field of vision, obstructing his research material. Even when utterly exhausted, you still insist on standing there looking impressive. Tornado hovered in midair, gazing down at Wang with her emerald eyes, filled with disdain yet tinged with concern. She placed her hands on her hips and said irritably, If it weren't for me noticing in time and using telekinesis to rescue you from the rubble, you'd still be buried. Through Tornado's recounting, Wang learned what had transpired afterward. In the instant he fell unconscious, Tornado was the first to react, using her telekinesis to extract him from the dust, considering his reputation as the strongest on the surface. Tornado thoughtfully ensured she did not disturb the other heroes, directly bringing him back to the Hero Association's lounge, even calling for Chiba Reina, who typically attended to him. Honestly, Tornado continued to scold, her small face puffed up. Next time you show off like that, I won't help you. Wang couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to gently pinch Tornado's soft cheek. Thank you, little Tornado. You are indeed thoughtful. Who said I was little? I've grown recently. Tornado puffed up indignantly, her cheeks visibly reddening as she exclaimed, and don't you dare pinch my face. Though she protested vehemently, she did not push Wang's hand away, merely turning her head slightly, allowing him to continue pinching her baby soft cheek. Chiba Reina observed their interaction, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. She carefully adjusted her position to make Wang more comfortable. Sir, would you like to rest a bit longer? Not necessary. Although Wang relished the gentle knee pillow, he propped himself up on his arms. He stretched his neck, feeling the strength returning to his body. I still need to claim my spoils. In the original story. Immediately after the battle, Metal Knight Dr. Beaufoy hurriedly dispatched robots to recover the aliens' remains. However, this time, the spacecraft was a joint acquisition between Saitama and himself, and he would not allow anyone to unjustly benefit from it. If you desire it, you must pay the price. Chapter 68. Saitama, my brother. They are just taking advantage of your good nature. Wang resolved to seek out Saitama to request his assistance in handling the spaceship hovering above the city. This colossal vessel not only obstructed the city's post-disaster reconstruction efforts, but also posed a significant safety hazard. Initially, when the city's residents were forcibly evacuated, the Hero Association had promised that once the crisis was resolved, each household would be allocated a free housing unit of no less than 100 square meters, along with a vehicle to ensure their basic living standards upon their return. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that the alien operators aboard the ship have been completely cleared, and training human pilots on short notice is utterly impractical. After much contemplation, Wang realized that the only feasible solution to mobilize this massive craft was to rely on Saitama's extraordinary brute strength. As he stepped out of the building, Wang caught sight of Saitama being encircled by a group of high-ranking association officials. Genos, Wang, Child Emperor, and Pig God stood beside him, while other mid-tier heroes had already departed for various reasons. Wang initially assumed these officials were there to curry favor with Saitama, given that his battle against Boros had showcased his terrifying prowess. Bestowing upon him the title of a top-tier hero would serve as a long-overdue recognition for both the association's prestige and Saitama himself. However, as Wang drew closer, the words he overheard nearly incited his laughter with indignation. Leading the charge was the head of the armaments department, Grubridge, a rotund individual known for his opportunistic tendencies. He was gesticulating animatedly, attempting to ensnare Saitama in chains under the guise of noble rhetoric. Saitama, you must understand that the conquest of this alien spacecraft is not solely your achievement. It is a collective result of our blood-soaked battles. How can it be deemed your personal spoils? Beside him, the bespectacled financial officer, Dorgerba, quickly chimed in. Grubridge is absolutely right. Furthermore, you are all registered heroes under the Hero Association. According to the association's regulations, any strategic assets obtained during missions rightfully belong to the association for unified management, research, and disposal. The association will, of course, reward you with corresponding points and material compensation based on your contributions. The notion of compensation he spoke of appeared pale and laughable in light of the immense value of the spacecraft. The harsh-faced personnel officer, Tanaka, was even more direct, half-tempting, half-threatening. Saitama, we know of your extraordinary abilities. Your ascension to a top-tier hero is a foregone conclusion. However, rankings, especially the top position, are determined not solely by strength but also by merit and loyalty to the association. If you consider the greater good and allow the association to handle the spacecraft, it would stand as a monumental achievement. We can certainly maneuver to elevate you to the top rank, such as the ultimate honor. Their intertwined rhetoric conveyed a singular core message. The association intended to claim this ship for itself. Saitama's expression darkened, and a rare storm brewed in his signature deadpan gaze. He had never been concerned about rankings and was indifferent to hollow fame. His earlier desire to elevate his status was merely a fleeting one to alleviate boredom. After all, his journey as a hero had always been driven by mere interest. Yet, despite his simplicity, he could discern the calculation and greed laced within their words. They regarded him, along with the valiant heroes who fought alongside him, as mere tools to be manipulated and exploited at will. A wave of unprecedented disappointment and fury surged within his pure heart. The Hero Association? How disheartening to unveil such a grotesque facade. Genos was already seething with rage. His incineration cannon swiftly began to charge as he bellowed. How dare you humiliate my master? You wish to usurp his spoils. You shall be reduced to ashes. The intense heat radiating from the cannon warped the surrounding air, sending several nearby high-ranking officials retreating in terror. Genos, calm down. They are, after all, high-ranking officials of the association. Wang hastily intervened, pressing his palm firmly against Genos's weaponized arm to halt his impending attack. Although this seasoned martial artist shared Genos's disdain for the official shamelessness, he understood the grave consequences of resorting to violence in this setting. Grubridge, seeing someone obstruct you has emboldened you. Genos retorted, do you dare threaten a member of the association? Believe it or not, I can strip you of your top-tier status in an instant. Stripped? Top-tier hero? Genos laughed with rage. The brilliance of the incineration cannon only intensified rather than diminished. This corrupt hero association and the so-called title of top-tier were not worth having. Even if Master Bang restrained him, he would still incinerate these scoundrels into oblivion. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a sudden round of crisp applause echoed through the square. Well said, Genos. Such vermin should be dealt with in the most direct manner. Send them to meet their maker. Wang, applauding, strolled forward with Tornado and Chiba Reina, moving through the parted crowd with an air of nonchalance. The formerly arrogant officials turned pale at the sight of Wang, resembling mice confronted by a cat. Their earlier bravado evaporating into thin air. When facing Saitama, they could leverage their so-called rules and status to oppress him, confident that this bald-headed hero wouldn't truly retaliate. Yet, in the presence of Wang, who had once caused the top brass to collectively lose composure with merely his heartbeat and was known as the strongest man on earth, they understood all too well the extent of his methods. This man acted without inhibition and was impervious to their petty tactics. While he might not directly resort to murder, he possessed far more terrifying means that could make them wish for death, a soul-shaking intimidation that could haunt their nightmares. Wang strode directly into the center of the crowd. Standing beside Saitama, his gaze sweeping over each official's face. Those caught in his line of sight instinctively recoiled, lowering their heads, fearful of drawing his attention. What's the matter? Why have you ceased your chatter? Weren't you so eloquent just moments ago? Collective achievements, association property. The hollow title of top tier, you were so eager to claim my spacecraft, weren't you? Grubber's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he attempted to maintain his composure. You can't say that. We are acting for the greater good of the association. Nonsense. Wang barked. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your nefarious intentions? At this, Grubridge quaked in fear, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Wang dismissed the portly man with a wave, turning to gently pat Saitama on the shoulder, saying, Saitama, my brother, they are merely taking advantage of your good nature, unaware of how to confront such scoundrels. The simplest way to deal with such individuals is, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the Emperor engine, echoing like thunder across the square. Chapter 69. In the extraordinary world, power is granted not by status, but by strength. Wang, despite his innate kindness, refrained from inflicting undue torment on these unscrupulous officials who bullied Saitama. Amidst the roar of the Emperor engine, the shadowy outline of the Emperor began to materialize behind him. Oh! Grubridge and his cohorts screamed in heart-wrenching agony. They felt their consciousness being dragged into an endless abyss of darkness, where countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon them, ready to tear them to shreds. Their pupils constricted violently, their facial muscles contorted in horror, and saliva uncontrollably dribbled from their mouths. Within mere seconds, these once mighty officials lay sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated, having lost all control of their bodily functions. Notification. Successfully intimidated the Hero Association's high-ranking officials. Intimidation points. 0. Target too weak. Wang scoffed disdainfully. This bunch of inept individuals didn't even qualify to provide him with intimidation points. Look, Saitama, my brother. Wang turned around, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he gestured towards the haphazardly strewn corpses on the ground. Rather than allowing these wretches to buzz incessantly in your ears, wouldn't it be more serene to silence them with a single slap? Saitama, in a rather dismal mood, managed to force a stiff smile as a token of gratitude for Wang's intervention. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his signature deadpan eyes. Previously, the high-ranking officials had felt emboldened to behave arrogantly before Saitama, primarily because he adhered to a principle of only intervening with monsters or villains. This simple-minded bald man steadfastly maintained his moral boundaries. No matter how despicable the opponent, he would never strike against ordinary people. It was precisely this unwavering resolve that allowed these parasites to grow increasingly arrogant, trampling and testing his limits without restraint. However, when they encountered someone like Wang, who believed that power equated to truth, they were in for a rude awakening. Wang would not tolerate even the slightest grievance against himself. In his eyes, these insignificant creatures daring to prance before him were merely courting death. At that moment, Bangu surveyed the chaotic scene of corpses and sighed deeply, acknowledging that they had indeed stirred up trouble. The elderly martial arts master furrowed his brow, the lines on his face appearing even more pronounced. He was already contemplating how to address the aftermath, and had even prepared himself for a potential break with the association. It was evident that the old man intended to shoulder the responsibility alongside Wang for the slaughter of the association's high-ranking officials. After all, Wang was the only individual, aside from his wayward disciple, whose martial prowess had left him in awe. Understanding Bangu's thoughts, Wang chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. "Old man, you're worrying unnecessarily." His voice exuded unwavering confidence. "Not only will the association impose no punishment for my actions, but they will also come to me an apology." Bangu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flitting across his murky eyes. Wang scanned the surroundings and noticed that not only Bangu, but even Child Emperor and Genos displayed expressions of bewilderment. Only Tornado seemed unimpressed, as if she had already grasped this point. "You all," Wang shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation, "still do not fully comprehend the fundamental rules governing this world." He extended a finger, lightly tapping the air. "In this realm of extraordinary power, absolute authority is not bestowed by status or position. Rather, his voice grew strong and resonant. Whoever wields absolute power possesses the right to dictate all." This proclamation echoed like thunder in the ears of the gathered crowd. Wang realized that many powerful individuals in Japanese manga shared a similar mindset to those in female-oriented novels. They were shackled by societal conventions, failing to recognize the essence of power's significance. Fortuitously, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of Wang's mouth. "The three strongest individuals in this world, Saitama, myself, and Tornado, now stood together." He opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. "Thus, everything in this world should operate according to our ideals, rather than those absurd conventions." His words struck the air with conviction, reverberating throughout the square. Upon hearing this, Bangu felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind, shattering the thin barrier of thought that had constrained him. "Ha ha!" The old man suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his voice filled with relief. Well said indeed." He patted his lower back, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. "At my age, I never thought I'd find someone who sees things as clearly as you do." After all, Bangu had not always been a virtuous man. It took a severe beating from his brother to set him straight. Thus, his mindset remained youthful, and he readily accepted Wang's perspective. Meanwhile, Child Emperor appeared indifferent to the demise of the high-ranking officials. This genius boy adjusted his glasses, a hint of concern crossing his youthful face. The city's reconstruction may be delayed. After all, the association's operations rely on those pests. Wang, however, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Child Emperor need not worry. Those wretches who have climbed to their current positions within the association are not there due to exceptional merit, but rather because the platform afforded them the opportunity to showcase their abilities. A shrewd glint flickered in his eyes. "We can simply select a few individuals from the association's lower ranks to temporarily fill their roles. The effectiveness will be no worse than theirs." At this point, Wang revealed a knowing smile. "Moreover, with new officials taking office, they will strive to secure their positions, potentially ensuring the association operates more efficiently and transparently for a time." Upon hearing this, Child Emperor's eyes brightened instantly, and his mind raced with possibilities. He quickly grasped Wang's intentions. This was clearly an opportunity to enact a significant overhaul of the Hero Association. "I understand now," Child Emperor exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. "I shall compile a list of capable and reliable grassroots officials right away." In truth, Child Emperor had long been aware of the association's darker side and had amassed a considerable amount of relevant evidence. For instance, high-ranking officials would privately sell captured monsters to wealthy individuals for entertainment, thus profiting unlawfully. Watching Child Emperor bounce away, Wang nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Saitama, only to find the bald hero watching him with a complex expression. "What is on your mind?" Wang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Saitama scratched his bald head, uncharacteristically displaying a sincere smile as he replied, "Nothing. I just think it's great to have you around." This simple statement stirred warmth in Wang's heart. He understood that for this emotionally somewhat reserved bald man to express such sentiments was a significant acknowledgement. "Let us go?" Wang patted Saitama's shoulder. "This massive vessel still needs your strength." Upon hearing there was work to be done, Saitama promptly cast aside his earlier melancholy. He rolled up his sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm, and assured, "Leave it to me. Genos, let us go. Push the spaceship." Saitama called out. Naturally, Genos responded promptly, following his teacher without hesitation. As Saitama departed, Wang contemplated the future when a haughty huff reached his ears. Humph. Tornado, arms crossed, floated in midair, her emerald eyes glaring at Wang. Her delicate chin was slightly elevated. Hey, just now, you said that the three strongest people in the world are standing together. While I'll concede that you're right about me being the strongest, who, pray tell, agreed to stand by your side? Wang gazed at the seemingly 28-year-old, yet still youthful-looking Tornado, unable to suppress a smile. Her demeanor, a blend of feigned indifference and evident concern, was simply adorable. Oh, little Tornado, he elongated the syllables teasingly. If you're not standing by my side, does that mean you prefer to side with those worthless beings? Don't call me little Tornado. Tornado erupted in indignation. Her fair face flushed with anger. Call me Lady Tornado. Do you understand how to respect your elders, you fool? All right, little Tornado. Wang acquiesced with a nod. I'll heed your wishes, little Tornado. Ah. Tornado completely lost her composure, feeling that her prideful telekinesis was about to destabilize from the irritation. She stomped her foot in the air, shouting furiously, Reina, we're leaving. Never talk to this annoying guy again. Before her words could fully settle, a wave of powerful telekinesis surged forth, unceremoniously enveloping Chiba Reina. Chiba Reina barely managed a startled gasp before her body was lifted off the ground uncontrollably. As she soared away, she cast a resigned glance back at Wang, as if to say, must you always provoke her? Ultimately, it was she who bore the brunt of the consequences. Wang shrugged, offering a smile that suggested a hint of amusement, and even waved at her with a touch of cheerfulness. He was well aware that Tornado was not genuinely angry enough to sever ties. Rather, she simply required a means to gracefully retreat, or more accurately, a reasonable excuse to lend her assistance. After all, relying solely on Saitama's brute strength to move that colossal spaceship, the mere thought of it was utterly unpalatable. Most likely, the ship would not be moved much at all before its structure was torn asunder by Saitama's unreasonable power. It was Tornado's telekinesis that would fortify and protect the ship's surface, ensuring a safe transfer. This girl, clearly, was just pretending to be aloof while seeking an excuse to engage in serious matters. Ah, the heart of a woman. Akin to a needle in the depths of the ocean, or rather, the capricious heart of a Tsundere Loli, a cosmic enigma, Wang teased softly. At that moment, the quiet figure of Pig God, who had been standing silently nearby, finally seized the opportunity to speak. The enormous hero approached, patting his rotund belly. Accompanied by a nauseating squelching sound, he regurgitated a living orb sealed by the Goryu's power. This is what you entrusted me to guard. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Pig God extended his large, fan-like hand, offering the living seal to Wang. Thank you, Pig God. You've been a tremendous help. Wang accepted it without hesitation, then issued an invitation. In a few days, I'll treat you to hot pot at our usual spot, premium Wagyu beef in abundance. And don't forget the king snake sashimi. You simply must come. Upon hearing the words hot pot, Pig God's eyes sparkled with delight. A pure and blissful grin spread across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Great. I'll definitely be there, as long as there's food. Pig God never misses out. His voice boomed with enthusiasm. Afterward, his massive form exhibited astonishing agility, rolling away towards the suburbs like a humanoid tank, vanishing around the corner in the blink of an eye. With Pig God's departure, Bang also found a reason to excuse himself. Wang weighed the heavy meatball in his hand, intending to pursue Saitama and Tornado to address the significant matter of the spaceship's transfer. Just then, a mechanical, emotionless synthetic voice unexpectedly sounded behind him. Are you interested in making a deal? Wang paused, slowly turning around. Approximately 10 meters away, a futuristic-looking robot stood silently, its streamlined silver-gray metallic shell glinting coldly in the dim light of the ruins, most notably marked by its oval-shaped metallic head. Wang immediately recognized the distinctive design style. Raising an eyebrow and speaking in a neutral tone, Bofiai? The robot's crimson sensor light flickered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Wang addressing it by its true name. Nevertheless, its voice remained unperturbed. In the execution of hero missions, or in public settings, please refer to me by my hero code name, Metal Knight. Wang casually nodded. All right. Bofiai. No problem, Bofiai. He intentionally articulated the name with a teasing lilt. Bofiai appeared completely immune to such juvenile provocations, bypassing the trivial matter of nomenclature and directly stating, I require comprehensive extraterrestrial technological data from within this spaceship, particularly core data related to the power system, weapon modules, and hull structure. Name your price. Wang stroked his chin thoughtfully. If the other party were to invoke noble justifications, claiming that the safety of Earth necessitated such valuable spoils, he would unceremoniously demand that the robots swiftly vacate his presence. Wang was no philanthropist, nor was he the kind of fool easily ensnared by lofty ideals. However, the current display from the robot suggested a relatively equal, value-based trading attitude, rendering the situation worthy of serious contemplation. The rationale was compelling. Firstly, this was a lucrative venture. Extraterrestrial technology was fundamentally information. As long as the child emperor led a team to meticulously copy the data, they would possess everything. Duplicating a copy for Bofi would entail no substantial loss for Wang, as the core technologies and the spaceship itself would remain firmly in his and Saitama's possession. This was a classic case of gaining without giving, an utterly advantageous transaction. Secondly, the child emperor could oversee the process, ensuring the organization and filtration of the technical data. This little genius not only possessed top-tier technical skills, but also aligned perfectly with Wang's interests, exhibiting meticulous thought. With the child emperor at the helm, it could be assured that only thoroughly vetted, non-threatening technologies would be delivered to Bofi. Any truly core technology or potentially hazardous black tech could be conveniently filtered out under the pretense of severe damage or excessive danger. And thirdly, this was what Wang valued most: the mechanical legion and automated construction capabilities wielded by Bofi. In the original narrative, following the city's destruction, Bofi's mechanical army reconstructed the entire city in a mere 10 days atop the ruins. Such terrifying efficiency was unmatched by any conventional construction team. Wang promised to allocate new homes and transportation to the city's original inhabitants, a commitment that needed to be fulfilled swiftly. Having Bofi handle the reconstruction would not only ensure incredible speed, but also guarantee quality, far surpassing ordinary standards, saving both time and effort. Trading a harmless technological replica for the rapid rebirth of an entire city was an exceptionally shrewd deal. Wang had no desire to expend energy bickering with the association over reconstruction matters or wait a decade or more. With these thoughts in mind, Wang had reached a resolution. He lifted his gaze, fixing a sharp look upon the robot. A deal? We can discuss it. However, Bofi, your terms must be satisfactory to me. Bofi's robot fell silent for a moment before responding. I can offer equivalent technological exchanges or certain specialized services. Bofi's special services pertain to providing war machines, and anyone with ulterior motives would be promptly escorted out. Reconstruction of the city, Wang stated plainly. I want you to complete it to the highest standards in the shortest time possible. Bofi replied, reconstructing the city is a monumental undertaking. My mechanical legion can accomplish it, but resources are required. I provide the reconstruction service. You grant access to the spaceship's core technology. A fair exchange. Fair exchange. Wang toyed with the meatball seal in his hand, his eyelids remaining unmoved as he coldly remarked, this ship, along with everything inside it, is my trophy. Your so-called reconstruction service is, in my eyes, merely a trivial entry fee for your robot's earlier attempts to take advantage of the situation. It turned out that just moments ago, he had received a telepathic message from Tornado, informing him that she had discovered Bofi's robots aboard the ship and had subsequently crushed and discarded them using her telekinesis. Knowing this, Wang deliberately emphasized exposing Bofi's prior intentions to lay claim to the ship, since the other party had initially sought to take advantage. Wang felt no qualms about extracting a hefty price. Bofi responded, the previous actions were standard protocol, aimed at assessing threats and recovering valuable assets. He attempted to downplay his earlier intentions to exploit the situation. Wang scoffed, saying, standard protocol? Evaluating someone else's property without the owner's consent? Bofi. Do you think I am a fool, or are you the one being foolish? I acknowledge my previous abruptness and admit my mistakes. Once this transaction concludes, I am willing to make amends. Bofi, disregarding any semblance of dignity, was solely focused on profit and swiftly accepted the blame. He then stated, now, let us formally discuss the transaction. The reconstruction of the city will require a substantial amount of energy and materials, as well as a considerable investment of my precious research time. Therefore, trading some key technologies from the spacecraft, such as the designs for the space jump engine or the main cannon's energy core, seems to me a reasonable offer. He attempted to use partial technology as the basis for the deal, emphasizing the costs he had incurred. Wang finally regarded the robot with a discerning gaze. Partial? Beaufoy. It seems you have not grasped the situation. This is not a marketplace where you can pick and choose. What you seek is the entirety of the spaceship's technological advancements. As for your costs? He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. That is your concern. Remember, you are the one seeking my favor, begging for a chance to access this alien technology. The initiative lies with me. My terms are simple. You, Beaufoy, will deploy your entire mechanical legion without compensation to restore the city to its former glory with utmost speed and the highest standards. Remember, this is without compensation. Do not mention costs. That is the price you must pay for this opportunity. The robot fell into a brief silence, evidently calculating the implications from a distance. Moments later, the mechanical voice resumed, slightly hastened, betraying an undercurrent of urgency. Without compensation? This demand is excessively harsh. I can undertake the primary reconstruction work, but the costs for materials and energy consumption must be borne by the association or we cannot proceed. Wang interrupted without hesitation, his voice resolute. Materials? There is an abundance of debris to salvage. Energy? That is your issue. My demands are clear. You, Beaufoy, will reconstruct the entire city without compensation. As for the standards, a smirk of unyielding determination curled at the corners of his mouth. All returning residents must be allocated no less than 100 square meters of elegantly furnished housing, complete with basic furniture. Additionally, each household must receive a reliable means of transportation. If there is even 1 square meter less, 1 screw missing, or 1 vehicle absent, our transaction is null and void. You shall not obtain even a single byte of data. Elegantly furnished? Furniture? Transportation? Beaufoy's voice was filled with shock and confusion. You are making exorbitant demands. This exceeds the scope of reconstruction. What is this even? Wang stepped closer, his presence imposing. This city was destroyed due to an alien invasion, and the spaceship is the spoils of war. It is only just that we reclaim the citizens' rightful way of life. Or do you think those coveted alien technologies are not worth this price? Or perhaps you believe you can seize them from me? The final words pierced through like icicles, causing the robot to instinctively retreat a step. Meanwhile, Beaufoy, far away in the laboratory, wore an expression of utmost distress. He understood all too well the terrifying capabilities of Wang and his companions. The battle between Chi-Yu and Boros on the moon had already left him astounded. Not to mention the subsequent appearance of that towering figure measuring 1,000,000 meters. His life detector indicated that at the moment the colossal figure clasped its hands, countless lives aboard the spaceship had perished, lives that were as formidable as the highest-tier monsters. Such methods surpassed the limits of his comprehension. They were utterly unscientific. Thus, he knew that attempting to forcibly seize the technology was impossible. However, the allure of those alien technologies, especially the space jump technology, was simply too great. After a prolonged silence, as if undergoing an intense internal struggle, Beaufoy reluctantly capitulated. Very well. I accept the terms of the reconstruction of the city without compensation, and I will meet your standards for housing and vehicles. Deep down, he thought that providing ordinary citizens with a place to continue their lives was sufficient. There was no need for them to live too comfortably. Beaufoy nearly gritted his teeth as he accepted this almost humiliating condition. Yet Wang was not finished. He displayed a victorious smile, leisurely adding, "Excellent. However, the data will not be provided to you now. I will have Child Emperor lead a team to conduct a comprehensive assessment of all the technologies aboard the spaceship, sorting and filtering them. Once he confirms which technologies are safe and suitable for you, you will receive a data package." Filtering. The mechanical voice suddenly sharpened. "You are in breach of contract. We agreed on technology data." Wang shrugged. "I mentioned a data package, but I did not specify all the data. We must exclude any technologies that could potentially threaten Earth's safety or that you yourself cannot control, such as certain self-destruct protocols or alien viruses. Rest assured, Child Emperor, being your student, will make very professional judgments. After all, we must also be responsible for Earth's safety, do we not, Dr. Beaufoy?" Another suffocating silence ensued. Beaufoy was evidently infuriated by Wang's last stipulation regarding harmless processing. However, he understood better than the previous inept higher-ups of the association that, in the face of absolute power, he had no room to negotiate. Acquiring a portion of the coveted technology was far better than returning empty-handed. Finally, he conceded, "Understood. I will initiate the reconstruction process immediately. I hope Child Emperor's assessment will not take too long." This was almost an implicit acceptance of all of Wang's conditions. Pleasure collaborating. Beaufoy. Di Wang extended his hand, patting the oval metallic head amicably. I trust in your efficiency. I eagerly anticipate the new visage of the city. With that, Di Wang turned away from the robot, radiating an air of suppressed frustration, and strode purposefully toward the spacecraft. Chapter 72. Like a family of three with a thunderous roar that reverberated across the sky and sea, the colossal ship of the dark matter pirates, propelled by Chiyu's sheer might, descended upon the uninhabited waters at the city's edge. It loomed like a floating mountain of steel, having been designated a no-go zone due to the presence of ferocious sea monsters for years. Now, it served as an ideal location for housing this alien warship. It would neither disturb the citizens nor expose it to prying eyes behind a natural barrier. Genos activated the thrusters, carrying the exhausted Chiyu and landing steadily on the broad deck atop the spaceship, right in front of Di Wang. Phew, Chiyu exaggeratedly sighed, raising his hand to feign wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, exclaiming to Di Wang, I'm utterly exhausted. This was only slightly easier than battling those overly leisurely aunties at the supermarket during a sale. Humph, a rank is just a rank. Is this minimal workload enough to claim exhaustion? Truly useless. A haughty voice with a nasal tone suddenly interjected. Tornado was nearly sprawled in the arms of Chiba Reina, her vibrant green curls disheveled against her sweat-drenched cheeks. Her face, pale from overexerting her psychic abilities, lacked even the strength to float, yet she stubbornly held her chin high, defiantly declaring, if I were to unleash my full power, I wouldn't need a mere rank like you to assist me. Chiba Reina helplessly produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the sheen of sweat from Tornado's forehead, softly advising, Lady Tornado, you have been using your psychic powers continuously for 6 hours. Now is not the time for bravado. You should rest properly. As she spoke, her ample bosom rose and fell with each breath, making Tornado feel as if she were cradled in a cloud, gently swaying. Who can't? Who says I can't? Tornado protested, struggling as if someone had stepped on her tail, trying to rise, but her slender arms trembled uncontrollably, unable to grasp even the fabric of Reina's clothing securely. Just as she was about to tumble back into that warm embrace, she both resisted and found difficult to escape. A broad hand gently rested upon her small head. Di Wang half squatted in front of Ling Nai, his eyes as deep as the night meeting the visibly weary azure gaze of Tornado. He spoke softly. You have done remarkably well, little Tornado. Your performance has been exceptional. Now, it is time for you, as a hero, to rest and regain your strength. The unique life rhythm of the Emperor engine flowed through his palm, gradually nourishing Tornado's exhausted spirit. Humph, who asked for your concern? Mind your own business. And do not call me little Tornado. Tornado stubbornly pouted. However, her previously tense body gradually relaxed, and the last remnants of her exertion quietly dissipated. She ceased to struggle, turning her face in defiance and burying half of it deeper into the soft warmth of Chiba Ling Nai's chest. Within mere seconds, gentle and even breaths emerged, accompanied by a contented little snore. At this moment, the delicate visage of the porcelain-like girl began to shed her fatigue, revealing a captivatingly sweet smile. Having soothed the exhausted and proud little cat, Di Wang straightened up and directed his gaze towards Chiba Ling Nai. She nodded in understanding, signaling that she could take care of Tornado. Subsequently, she gently adjusted her posture to ensure that Tornado could sleep more soundly, resembling a devoted mother attending to her child. Once matters here were settled, Di Wang turned around and handed the meatball, sealed by Jelligon's enchantment, to Saitama, saying, Saitama, my brother, I must trouble you to look after this fellow for a few days. Saitama, with a face of disdain, poked the meatball with his finger, its slippery texture causing him to frown. Huh, such an ugly thing. I refuse to take care of it. You better keep it yourself. Di Wang had anticipated Saitama's reaction, yet he was acutely aware of this bald man's Achilles heel. He leisurely withdrew his hand, seemingly talking to himself. What a pity. I heard that the tentacles of this cosmic octopus are said to be exquisitely delectable, far surpassing the finest sashimi on earth in both flavor and texture. And the best part is, he intentionally elongated his tone while glancing at Saitama. As expected, Saitama immediately perked up, tilting his head with ears pricked. The creature's life force was astonishingly resilient. Its tentacles could regenerate infinitely when severed. Just imagine, this could provide an endless supply of premium seafood, far more valuable than those frozen fish and shrimp snagged on sale at the supermarket. Since you, my brother Saitama, are not interested, I can only reluctantly. Before he could finish his sentence, Saitama's eyes lit up as if illuminated by a spotlight. Infinite regeneration of premium seafood? Better than discounted items at the supermarket? Wait, With a speed that transcended sound, Saitama snatched the meatball from Di Wang's hand and exclaimed, "You promised to give it to me. A promise must be kept." Fearing Di Wang might retract his offer, he hastily waved at Genos, shouting, "Genos, let us go. We need to find a fish tank for it." Before his words faded, he leaped off the edge of the deck, racing towards his home with astounding speed, leaving behind a blurred afterimage in the air. Genos respectfully bowed slightly to Di Wang, saying, "Sir, my apologies. I will look after my teacher immediately." With that, the thrusters on his back erupted with scorching blue flames, propelling him to follow Saitama. Watching the two figures swiftly vanish into the horizon, Di Wang seemed to recall something. Raising his voice with a smile, "Genos, don't forget to invite your grandfather, Dr. Casino, to the hot pot gathering in a few days." Dr. Casino was a genius mechanical engineer and scientist, highly skilled in the fields of mechanical modification and invention. After Genos' hometown suffered a calamity, Dr. Casino rescued the barely alive boy from the ruins and transformed him into a cyborg, saving his life. Ever since, Dr. Casino treated Genos like a beloved grandson, providing him with meticulous care and affection. The distant mechanical silhouette paused in the air, delivering a clear response. "Yes, sir. I will certainly convey your invitation." As he turned, Di Wang noticed Chiba Ling Nai stifling a laugh, her eyes reflecting the sunset's afterglow, a breathtaking beauty. At this moment, the clamor had dissipated and dusk gradually enveloped them. On the expansive deck of the colossal spaceship, only Di Wang, Chiba Ling Nai holding the sleeping tornado, remained, just the three of them. The sea breeze, carrying the scent of salt, brushed against them, fluttering Di Wang's clothing. Di Wang rolled his shoulders and approached Chiba Ling Nai, naturally opening his arms with a relaxed tone. "All right, Miss Ling Nai, it's time for us to head home. Let us go." Instantly, two charming blushes rose on her fair cheeks, like blooming cherry blossoms. Holding Tornado, she slightly lowered her head and responded in a voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you for your trouble." Then, she cautiously stepped forward, gently nestling the sleeping Tornado and herself into Di Wang's sturdy embrace. Di Wang's arms securely wrapped around the two lovely ladies, and with a thought, a rhythmic thumping echoed from his chest, dark red energy manifesting as they soared towards the city's high-speed train station. At this moment, the sunset cast a warm orange glow across the sky, blending into magnificent purples. A tall and upright man cradled a gentle and lovely woman, who held a small, delicate girl with green hair, soundly asleep in her arms. From a distance, they resembled a family of three returning home after a delightful outing. Bathed in the warmth of dusk. Chapter 73, The Birth of the Green Hat Hero. Sonoko loses in Egg City, early morning, high-speed train station. The pale lights illuminated the empty hall like a morgue. The fluorescent glow of vending machines flickered lonely in the corner, selling expired sandwiches and cold canned coffee. Every 10 minutes, a train would arrive punctually, releasing a few pallid office workers. They trudged along with heavy steps, dark circles under their eyes, their gazes vacant. Faces etched with the frustration of a world poised to explode, their footsteps numb. Ding! Another train arrived, the doors creaking open. Unlike the previous apathetic figures, a tall and robust silhouette emerged first this time. Di Wang gripped a middle-aged man in a suit with one hand as he stepped out of the carriage. The man's tie was askew, his suit wrinkled, the right side of his face marred by gray, scaly skin, and his fingers had morphed into sharp claws. Clearly, he was undergoing the transformation into a monster due to his pent-up resentment, adhering to the simple principle of taking advantage of every opportunity. Di Wang did not go for a lethal blow. "Hey, buddy, wake up." He raised his hand and delivered two crisp slaps that echoed harshly in the silent station. The middle-aged man's head tilted to one side as the scales on his face visibly receded, restoring him to a normal appearance. Di Wang released him, and the man stumbled a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Bewildered, he looked around as if trying to comprehend why he was there. Di Wang crouched down to meet his gaze. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyelids were puffy. What happened to me?" he croaked. "You almost turned into a monster," Di Wang said, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one in his mouth, and offering another to the man. "Too much pressure?" The man trembled as he accepted the cigarette, and Di Wang lit it for him. He inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke through his nostrils, before suddenly collapsing into a fit of sobs. "Wah, I'm just a worthless piece of trash. At work, my achievements were stolen by that damn team leader. And my wife left me for that gym instructor. Now I can't even turn into a monster. I ponder the meaning of my existence. As I lament, Wang scrutinizes me under the flickering light. My greasy, disheveled hair, unkempt beard, and a wrinkled, cheap suit besmirched with dust and what appears to be remnants of vomit. An aura of despair mingled with the scent of alcohol emanates from me, a specimen of a middle-aged man utterly defeated by life. Brother, Wang scoffs, at your age. What good is this weeping? What kind of man cries? He exhales a cloud of smoke. Is it not just that your wife ran off with another? Clean yourself up and find a younger, prettier one. It's not the end of the world. She took all my money. I lift my tear-filled eyes. She left me with only a son, who isn't even my biological child. I wish to end it all. Wang raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Goodness. This tale is more melodramatic than a soap opera. Think of your parents. He attempts a different angle. They're getting old. Someone must care for them, right? To my surprise, that remark opens a Pandora's box, and I weep even more vehemently. I'm not even my father's true son. He disowned me long ago. And your mother? My mother ran off with the neighbor, old Wang, years ago. Wang, caught off guard, almost loses his composure. Is this infidelity hereditary? Your mother isn't even your biological parent? He takes a deep drag from his cigarette, deciding to abandon any semblance of therapy. Then why are you still living? Just find a place to end your misery and spare yourself this torment. Unexpectedly, I cease my sobbing. Death? No, that is not right. I spring to my feet with an agility that contradicts my previous despondency. I hastily wipe my face, a fervent light igniting in my eyes as I fixate on Wang. You are right. My life is a tragedy, a farce. But because I have suffered so greatly, I cannot bear to see others in similar pain. Their happiness and families must be protected by me. Yes, I shall be a hero. I will participate in the hero examination. I will put an end to the tragedies that plague us. Without waiting for Wang's reaction, I dash away. My footsteps light as if I have cast off a tremendous burden. Wang, still holding his cigarette, watches my disheveled figure vanish into the distance. Bewildered by the sudden shift in my mentality, how could he, after my encouragement to seek death, instead aspire to be a savior? What a peculiar awakening this is. Yet, Wang harbors no doubt about my ability to pass the examination. Moments ago, when he interrupted my transformation, he sensed that my body had indeed been significantly strengthened by my pinned-up resentment, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Becoming a qualified hero should pose no challenge. Amused, he even concocts a fitting hero name for me, Green Hat Man, as he extinguishes his cigarette, flicking the butt with precision into a nearby trash can. He turns to leave. Suddenly, the station lights flicker ominously. A cold, aloof voice, imbued with a deep-seated hatred, emanates from the shadows where light meets darkness. Wang halts. Following the sound, a tall, athletic figure emerges from the abyss, stepping into the pallid light, clad in deep purple ninja attire that accentuates his sleek musculature. With long hair tied back and an almost otherworldly beauty, his eyes blaze with the flames of vengeance and a near-maniacal fervor. Wang squints, analyzing the figure for several seconds before recognizing the familiar outline and aura of resentment. Sonic the One-Eyed? Oh, it's you, he remarks, a hint of surprise and amusement in his tone. What is this? Has the lesson from our last encounter not yet sunk in? Or perhaps you're lacking in testosterone, leaving your mind a bit foggy? Silence. Sonic erupts in rage at Wang's casual jibe. I have mastered the ultimate technique of the ninja village. Today is your demise. I shall wash away all my past humiliations with your blood. Before his words fade, Sonic's form suddenly blurs. Ninja technique. 10 shadow burial. In an instant. It feels as if space itself has been torn asunder. Sonic's figure splits into 10 indistinguishable, rapidly moving phantoms, each radiating lethal intent and piercing cold. From every conceivable angle, they converge upon Wang, a lethal assault that would terrify even the most seasoned hero. Yet, in the face of this terrifying onslaught, Wang does not even flinch. He remains utterly unfazed, even too lethargic to activate his Imperial engine. At the moment Sonic initiates his attack, Wang's mastery of observation has already foreseen everything. The trajectory of Sonic's true form, the points of impact, and the uncontrollable landing due to Sonic's breakneck speed all unfold in Wang's mind with clarity. Thus, in the 100th of a second before the 10 phantoms reach him, Wang nonchalantly raises his right hand. His gesture appears slow but is executed with precision akin to a calculation honed over countless iterations. As his arm rises, fingers slightly splayed, not in a fist, but seemingly in anticipation, in the next moment, a resounding thud pierces the air, a strange, sticky sound that echoes amidst the rushing wind. Time seems to freeze. Wang's outstretched hand meets Sonic's true form at the apex of its charge, targeting the very core of his being. The position, angle, and force replicate the classic scene of Saitama's fateful punch with flawless accuracy. With that, Sonic's last remaining egg meets its inevitable fate. A soul-piercing howl erupts from Sonic. Echoing through the desolate train station, a sound so harrowing it reverberates through the air, awakening even the slumbering staff in the distant duty room. Crumpled on the ground, Sonic's pallor is ghostly, cold sweat pouring from him. He trembles, pointing a shaking finger at Wang, his voice a mixture of terror and disbelief. How could you? What he truly wishes to ask is how Wang discerned his true form. With the power of observation, one can foresee the future. Wang crouches beside Sonic, gently patting his face, and calmly states, "That leap before your attack has already cost you dearly against Saitama. How have you not learned from your mistakes?" With a roll of his eyes, Sonic falls into unconsciousness, foam spilling from his lips. Wang lets out a sigh, retrieves his hero-grade communicator, and snaps a close-up photo of the pitiful ninja, adding a note. Freshly captured little darling, grade A wanted criminal Sonic, at the municipal high-speed train station. Please come collect. Recipient, sexy prisoner, city stinky prison. On the second floor solitary confinement cell, a burly man lies on a metal bunk, his disheveled hair and rugged features giving him an intimidating appearance. This is the 16th ranked hero certified by the Hero Association. Known as the sexy prisoner, a man of immense strength who voluntarily confines himself within prison walls to prevent himself from harming innocent handsome men. While keeping watch over the most dangerous criminals, he also seeks out attractive offenders via television, planning daring escapes to capture them and engage in unspeakable acts. Nearly every criminal he apprehends ends up utterly exhausted or driven to madness. Ah, what a splendidly beautiful man. It seems the time for escape has arrived. After sensing the vibration of the communicator, the alluring prisoner extracted it from an indescribable location. Upon glimpsing a photo of Sonic, his heart fluttered uncontrollably. Boom. Half a second later, a massive hole was once again blasted through the 1-meter-thick steel wall, marking the second escape of the seductive prisoner from the foul confines of the prison today, this time towards the high-speed rail station. The message had been successfully sent. Wang stowed the communicator away without casting a glance at the tragic scene on the ground. Adjusting his trench coat, he strode purposefully towards the exit. However, as he passed by Sonic, he momentarily halted, casually tracing a cross over his chest with his right hand, murmuring softly, "Amen. May there be no fists in heaven. May your backside fend for itself." Upon returning to his apartment, Wang discovered the lights ablaze, an unusual tranquility pervading the atmosphere. As he pushed open the heavy door, the expected exuberant greeting from Mosquito Girl, "You're back," was conspicuously absent. Instead, a palpable gravity filled the air, mingled with the scent of ink and a hint of despair. Raising an eyebrow, Wang changed his shoes and proceeded directly to the living room. Upon entering, he was met with a strikingly vivid tableau. Blowing Snow reclined languidly on the expansive leather sofa, resembling a queen surveying her domain. Today, she had abandoned her customary black gown for a form-fitting dark red low-cut dress. The deep neckline perfectly accentuated her breathtakingly pale curves, while the high slit of the skirt revealed glimpses of her long, fair legs. Draped over her shoulders was a fluffy white mink shawl, enhancing her snow-like complexion and commanding presence. One hand rested on her temple, while the fingertips of the other delicately tapped the armrest of the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the coffee table, radiating an aura of regal authority. In stark contrast, the scene before the coffee table was rather pitiful. Mosquito Girl, typically clad in an adorable maid outfit, was today forced into the emblematic black uniform of the Blowing Snow group. The well-tailored outfit accentuated her alluring figure, with a body-hugging skirt revealing her long, shapely legs wrapped in black stockings. Yet, at that moment, she knelt in tears before the table, her pink hair disheveled across her shoulders, trembling fingers clutching a pencil as her exam paper lay strewn with red marks indicating errors. "This question is wrong again," exclaimed the girl standing beside the coffee table, slapping the surface in frustration. "Didn't we just memorize the third rule of the hero code yesterday?" With her hair styled in a sleek high ponytail, strands of sky blue highlights shimmered under the light, and a white lily hairpin swayed gently with her movements. This was Lily, the top fan of Blowing Snow. Upon hearing her, Mosquito Girl's shoulders trembled slightly, and a singular tear fell from her eye, splattering on the exam paper and smudging the ink. She whimpered like a small creature, Lily-chan. I just can't remember those rules. They're so terrifying. This scene of a strict teacher chastising a struggling student, combined with the commanding presence of the queen overseeing the examination, caused Wang to stifle a laugh. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Ahem, I'm back. What academic symposium is taking place here?" At the sound of his voice, the gazes of the three girls converged on him simultaneously. Mosquito Girl, as if spotting an oasis in an endless desert, suddenly burst with radiant joy in her tear-filled eyes. She clambered up from the carpet, disregarding her image, and lunged towards Wang. The astonishing speed sent a fragrant breeze wafting through the air, and Wang felt a weight on his thigh as a warm, supple body clung to his leg. "Save me. Wah. Exams are just too hard. Too hard." Mosquito Girl buried her face in his trousers, weeping pitifully. "Those questions know me, but I don't know them. Wah. Blowing Snow Nichan wants me to pass. This is an impossible task. 100 times harder than leveling up a hero. Wah." After her barrage of complaints, Wang finally grasped the situation. It turned out that after recruiting Wang into their ranks, Blowing Snow had set her sights on Mosquito Girl as well. After all, having a member with demonic-level combat power would significantly bolster the strength of the Blowing Snow group. Currently, Mosquito Girl, in her untransformed state, resembled an ordinary girl, capable of joining the ranks of heroes like Sweetheart Mask. Regrettably, while she passed the practical test with ease, showcasing the formidable strength expected of a demon-level entity, her written exam was a dismal failure, returning with a score of 0. After all, one could hardly expect a being that evolved from a mosquito to possess extensive cultural knowledge of the human world. Thus, this evening's scene unfolded. At that moment, Blowing Snow gracefully straightened up from the sofa, the white mink sliding off her shoulder to reveal her rounded shoulder and delicate collarbone. "Oh, my dear, you've returned," she drawled languidly. "I'm just helping to tutor this useless little maid." Mosquito Girl immediately bristled at the remark. "Who's useless?" But at a single glance from Blowing Snow, she meekly shrank back behind Wang. Observing Mosquito Girl's pitiful demeanor and Blowing Snow's authoritative stance, Wang couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Wang said, pulling Mosquito Girl up and gently wiping the tears from her face. "We'll discuss the exam matter tomorrow." Mosquito Girl's eyes instantly lit up, akin to a little puppy receiving a bone, nodding vigorously. Blowing Snow pouted in discontent. "You just spoil her." However, the jealousy in her gaze was more apparent than her anger. With a mischievous smile, Wang led Mosquito Girl to sit beside Blowing Snow, naturally wrapping an arm around her slender yet strong waist. He lowered his voice to whisper something. In an instant, both girls' ears flushed visibly with color, prompting Blowing Snow to playfully hit him, exclaiming, "You're so naughty." This tantalizing scene rendered Lily crimson with embarrassment, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Flustered, she hurriedly gathered the scattered exam papers, stammering her farewells. "Well, I'll take my leave now, Lady Blowing Snow," as she fled the scene in a flurry. Wang's lips curled into a wicked grin. He reached out, gently lifting Blowing Snow's delicate chin, teasing, "What's this? Are you jealous?" "Who, me? Jealous?" Blowing Snow quickly turned her face away, though her flushed ears betrayed her true feelings. Attempting to maintain her composure, she adjusted the skirt that Wang had tousled, muttering, "I just think that clumsy maid isn't worthy." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang swiftly seized her wrist, pinning her down on the sofa. "What are you doing?" Mosquito Girl's voice diminished as she gazed up with glistening emerald eyes. Seeing this, she contemplated sneaking away, but found herself halted in place by Wang's penetrating gaze. "Where do you think you're going? Come here." Biting her lip, Mosquito Girl hesitantly shuffled closer, whispering, I'll go prepare a midnight snack for you too." To replenish your strength, Wang pulled Mosquito Girl into his embrace, holding Blowing Snow firmly. "Right now, I desire something entirely different from a midnight snack." Mosquito Girl gasped, instantly collapsing against Blowing Snow. Observing this, Blowing Snow let out a soft hum, deliberately twisting her body to escape Wang's grasp. "It seems someone prefers this clumsy maid." Wang chuckled softly, suddenly leaning in, which elicited a short, surprised squeal from her. For the remainder of the evening, the living room transformed into a battlefield of passion. The following 10,000 words omitted. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtain seams, Wang rested against the headboard. Despite having endured a night of relentless struggle, his spirit remained remarkably invigorated. This sense of fulfillment stemmed not only from physical pleasure but also from the profound feeling of being needed and relied upon. as a thought crossed his mind. A semi-transparent system interface materialized before him. Deterrence system, host, D. Wang, level 1, experience, 0-100, attributes, strength, 65, agility, 62, spirit, 61, skills, Emperor Engine, perfection, 153,000. Carbonic bubble, major achievement, 03000, royal summon, beginner, 050. Flowing Stone Fist, major achievement, 03000. Conqueror's Hockey, major achievement, 03000. Observation Hockey, major achievement, 03000. Armament Hockey, major achievement, 03000. Deterrence points, 675,750. Gazing at the 6-digit deterrence points, D. Wang's eyes gleamed with excitement. These points were ample enough to propel his strength to unprecedented heights, freeing him from the meticulous deliberation he had previously endured while enhancing his skills. Now, he could indulge in the pleasures of local wealth. System, elevate my Emperor Engine to its maximum tier. Chapter 76, Sykes' Revenge Plan, Deterrence Points, 30,000. Skill, Emperor Engine proficiency has surpassed its limits, advancing toward the realm of transformation. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from the depths of D. Wang's chest, reverberating through his very soul. It was not merely a heartbeat. It was the echo of the primordial sound of creation from the universe's inception. In that moment, his heart underwent a complete metamorphosis. No longer a mere fleshly organ, it became a cosmic furnace forged from stars. Each pulsation was akin to a supernova's eruption, unleashing torrents of energy potent enough to shake dimensions. Emperor Engine proficiency elevated to transformation realm, 15. Skill effects underwent a comprehensive qualitative change. 1. Sovereign Might. The roar of the Emperor Engine transcended sound waves or mental shocks, directly invoking the resonance of cosmic laws. With each heartbeat, it proclaimed the very essence of existence. Those who heard this sound would confront the crushing weight of the sovereign concept. The faint-hearted would find their existence obliterated. 2. Aura manifestation. Knew the imperial aura became fully tangible, expanding to a radius of 10,000 meters. Within this domain, gravity, time, and space warped beyond recognition. The host will become the law. What was permitted could exist. What was denied would be annihilated. 3. Passive ascendancy of deterrence. The passive triggering range extended globally. Any target harboring hostility toward the host would be automatically marked by the Emperor Engine. Mental resistance surpassed mundane limits, rendering it immune to all forms of mental interference. 4. Heart source creation. Knew the Emperor Engine could extract energy from the void, reshaping matter. The host could create or annihilate microscopic particles according to their heartbeat frequency. Theoretically, even life could be generated or transformed from nothingness. 5. Eternal rhythm. Knew the heart became an engine of concepts independent of the physical body. Even if the host's corporeal form were to perish, as long as fear existed in the universe, the Emperor Engine would never cease. D. Wang suddenly threw his head back and let out a low roar. Crimson golden energy erupted from every pore, transforming into countless strands of fine lightning. The entire bedroom vaporized within a fraction of a second, yet the structural integrity remained curiously intact. This was the absolute dominion of the Emperor's realm over reality. Shui Shui and Mosquito Girl were enveloped by the surging energy yet emerged unscathed. On the contrary, their bodies experienced an incredible evolution under the cleansing power of the heart source creation. Shui Shui's psychic essence was rewritten, with every strand of mental energy imbued with the crimson golden hue of the Emperor Engine. Mosquito Girl's aberrant cells were infused with the concept of fear, allowing her manifested proboscis to even pierce through space. And at this very moment, D. Wang's consciousness soared infinitely alongside the rhythm of his heartbeat. He beheld, meanwhile, in a secret laboratory situated 1,000 meters beneath the city, Sykes languidly soaked in a temperature-controlled bath. She comfortably squinted her eyes, her sky-blue hair unfurling in the water like a blossoming flower. Droplets cascaded down her porcelain neck, pausing delicately at her exquisite collarbone before finally merging into the alluring valley below. Moments later, her slender fingers snapped, projecting a virtual screen before her. The screen contained a detailed dossier on D. Wang, information so classified that even the Hero Association had yet to acquire it. Obsessed with romance simulation games. Registered with the Hero Association, a seasoned recluse who raises a ghastly mosquito girl as a maid, recently frequently interacting with the formidable Shui Shui and Tornado Sisters. With a light stroke of her fingertip across the virtual display, a cold smirk graced Psyche's lips. The strongest man on the surface? Strip away the might of that Emperor engine. And at its core, he is merely a male swayed by hormones. At that moment, a plan for revenge took shape on the virtual screen. The pain you have inflicted upon me, I shall repay 100-fold, she murmured, tapping the screen to bring up the detailed parameters of a clone. Psyche possessed absolute confidence in her beauty. In the past, to secure the initial funding for the establishment of the Aberrant Association, men from political elites to business magnates had all been ensnared in her web. Now, she intended to employ the same tactics against the man who had wronged her. The beauty trap, she whispered, her crimson lips curling slightly. The plan was simple. By cloning herself, she would create the perfect bait to lure Wang. First, she would win his trust with her beauty, and then, when he was most defenseless, she would covertly mix specially crafted aberrant cells into his diet. Once Wang transformed into an aberration, the inherent properties of those cells would ensure her absolute control over him. Thus, with his strength, he would become another trump card in her hand, second only to the king serpent. As this thought coursed through her mind, Psyche trembled with excitement. A faint blush rising to her porcelain skin submerged in the water. Suddenly, an icy chill surged from her coccyx straight to the crown of her head, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Buzz, her third eye, invisible to ordinary mortals, began to pulse wildly, emitting a silent alarm. Marked. The quiver in Psyche's voice betrayed an unease she hadn't fully acknowledged. This sensation was more disconcerting than confronting the pressure of that entity. Who is watching me? She sprang from the bath, droplets cascading down her graceful curves. Without pausing to dry herself, she hastily donned a silk robe, her bare feet rushing toward the control console. In the center of the laboratory stood a console designed to amplify mental power. Psyche hesitated not for a moment, reclining on the control chair. Her hands swiftly forming seals as her formidable mental energy coalesced into a tangible stream of purple light, surging toward her forehead. Third eye, activate future sight. Buzz. Above the console, a colossal, intricately woven star map, composed entirely of pure mental energy, unfolded instantaneously. Countless luminous points representing potential futures flickered and extended within it. Psyche's mental power acted as the most precise probe, scanning and deducing, desperately striving to capture the source of her disquiet, tracing the origin of the mark. Yet it was empty. A realm of chaos. Psyche widened her eyes in disbelief. In her future sight, the segment concerning the source of that mysterious mark was an absolute void. It was as if an invisible, colossal hand had severed the thread of fate she sought to uncover from this moment. Her abilities, in the face of this severed present, sank like a stone into the ocean, creating not a ripple. Wang's observation haki severed the present, shielding him from all prophetic abilities aimed at uncovering his essence. Unless one were to surpass his strength, how could it be that even foresight has failed? A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Psyche's forehead, as an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and subtle fear began to fester within her. This unknown entity, its layers likely far surpassing her imagination. Forcing herself to suppress the tumult within, Psyche regained her composure. She gathered her disheveled hair, the silk ribbon of her robe tied into a perfect bow at her slender waist. Clad in crystal-high heels, she strode toward the depths of the laboratory, to the cultivation chamber area. Since she could not find you, she would first deal with that damned thing. Chapter 77. The foolish beauty's plan backfires. Bathed in a ghostly blue light, two transparent cultivation chambers stood silently. The illumination revealed a scene capable of igniting the blood of any man. Two clone bodies, nearly identical to Psyche herself, floated naked in a nutrient solution. They possessed Psyche's almost flawless physique, skin as delicate as ivory, voluptuous curves, an astonishingly slender waist, pert and rounded hips, long and straight legs, and dainty, exquisite toes. With their eyes tightly shut, their exquisite features bore a purity akin to sleeping angels, starkly contrasting with Psyche's aggressive beauty, yet equally captivating. Psyche, enamored by her perfect creations, caressed the cold walls of the cultivation chamber, her gaze filled with fervor and a hint of madness. The pain you have made me endure, I shall repay in the sweetest manner. When you are entranced by this gentle haven crafted just for you, it shall be the day you plunge into the abyss. Under my control. Yet, merely having an empty shell was far from sufficient. To ensure that the clones possessed adequate adaptability and absolute loyalty when facing a target of Dying's caliber, while also sharing partial access to the third eye to handle unexpected situations, Psyche made an exceedingly reckless decision, soul partitioning. She did not intend to use fragments of another's soul, but rather a portion of her own to activate and drive this perfect instrument of vengeance. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the laboratory as Sykes resolutely tore her own soul in half, injecting one half along with partial third eye permissions into the clone body. The excruciating pain gradually subsided, and Sykes collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, a smile, almost frenzied, crept across her face. As if she could already envision dying as her puppet, she murmured, "When he is prostrate at my feet, no one will be able to hinder my extermination of inferior humanity and the establishment of a new world." With a hiss, the pressure valve of the cultivation chamber opened, and a dense white mist erupted. The nutrient solution rapidly drained away. Inside, the clone, a perfect replica of Sykes, slowly opened her eyes. Rather than the vibrant green of Sykes, her gaze shimmered with a soft lavender, reminiscent of the vast cosmos. Initially, her expression bore the bewilderment of a newcomer to this world, but soon her focus sharpened, becoming as cold and sharp as Sykes. She took her first step, her bare feet touching the cold alloy floor, her body slightly swaying. However, by the second step, her stride became steady and powerful, completely mastering this new vessel. At this moment, Sykes remained blissfully unaware of the grievous oversight she had made. Forcing herself to stand, she retrieved a form-fitting white robe and a vial of metallic serum, which contained the concentrated essence of her modified monstrosity cells. "Take it." Her voice conveyed an undeniable authority. "You are already aware of the plan's details, the shared memories prior to soul partitioning. Now, execute it immediately. Objective: success is the only option, failure is not permitted." Yet, to Sykes' astonishment, the clone merely donned the robe gracefully, disregarding the vial containing the modified monstrosity cells. Even more shocking to Sykes was the clone's lavender eyes lifting to meet hers, commanding in an identical tone, "No. Why should I execute the plan? You go now immediately." The air seemed to freeze. The excitement on Sykes' face instantly turned to shock, followed swiftly by a volcanic eruption of rage. The carefully crafted doppelganger, her weapon forged from a partition of her soul, dared to rebel against her will in the very first moment of its existence. "What did you say?" Sykes' telekinetic energy surged uncontrollably from her in a storm of fury, creating an invisible tempest within the laboratory. The surrounding instruments groaned under the strain. "A mere doppelganger. A tool of my own creation. How dare you defy the will of your creator? Who gave you the audacity?" The terms creator and doppelganger seemed absurd in this context. Facing Sykes' wrath, the clone showed no fear. A similarly potent lavender telekinetic energy surged from her, forming a solid barrier. This force collided violently with Sykes' deep purple telekinetic energy, producing a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The laboratory lights flickered wildly. "We share the same portion of soul and third eye permissions. It is difficult to ascertain who is the creator and who is the doppelganger." The clone tilted her head slightly, regarding Sykes with a mocking expression. "Is it just because your body has endured for over 20 years? Still retaining the pitiful status of a spinster? Clearly, only a clone with shared memories could strike at the heart of Sykes' vulnerabilities with such precision." Boom. The term spinster ignited the fuse, shattering the strings of rationality in Sykes' mind. "You seek death," Sykes screamed, her voice nearly tearing through the air. Her deep purple telekinetic energy erupted violently, transforming into countless sharp blades that rained down upon the clone. She was determined to shred this arrogant creation, making it clear who the true master was. The clone scoffed, her lavender telekinetic energy boiling over, coalescing into a massive prism shield that deftly deflected most of the attacks. Simultaneously, her telekinetic energy split into numerous fine needles, counterattacking while provocatively exclaiming, "Are you enraged? Did I strike a nerve? Your capacity appears to be quite limited. Who is the creator, and who is the doppelganger? Only combat will reveal the truth." A storm of telekinetic energy, equal in strength and origin, erupted in the heart of this subterranean research facility. The rampant energy wave swept through, effortlessly shattering expensive instruments into dust, while the thick alloy walls were torn asunder. The entire underground space trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet, amid this tide of destruction, a peculiar understanding quietly formed. Whether it was the furious assault of Sykes' original self or the cold counterattack of the clone, their frenzied telekinetic energies carefully avoided the corners of the laboratory. There, a cultivation chamber housing another perfect clone stood undisturbed, safeguarded by a solid shield maintained by their combined telekinetic forces, remaining unscathed amidst the tempest of annihilation. At that moment, both Sykes and her clone, possessing identical souls, thought processes, and extreme egotism clearly harbored the same thought. In this situation, regardless of who won or lost, the self-preserving instincts would prevent either from executing that damned plan, leaving the unfortunate task to someone else. Chapter 78. The unfortunate victim at this time. Dying's consciousness was freely roaming through the infinite starry expanse, a realm materialized from his Emperor engine in a higher dimension. The resplendent star river flowed beneath him, each star representing a source of hostility marked by the Emperor engine. In the heart of the celestial sea, a towering silhouette of the heavenly Emperor faintly manifests, a projection of his very soul. At the periphery of this starry expanse, a vine, resembling emerald, is deeply rooted in the void, representing the corporeal form of the spirit of the snowstorm. Upon this vine bloom translucent flowers, each petal glimmering with the faint light of telekinesis. Not far away, a swarm of pink blood mosquitoes dances freely amidst the stars, embodying the essence of the mosquito maiden's spirit. They gracefully form various elegant patterns, occasionally converging into heart shapes, at other times dispersing like vibrant fireworks. The will of Wang gently brushes past the vine and the swarm, instantly sensing two waves of affectionate mental resonance. Under the energy cleansing of the Emperor engine's metamorphosis, the souls of the two women have become tightly bound to his essence, forming an eternal kinship. This connection is more unbreakable than any contract, yet does not strip them of their independent will. After soothing their slightly restless consciousness, which surged due to their rapid increase in power, Wang turned his attention to the stars within the celestial sea that signified hostility. Most of these are inconsequential entities, akin to keyboard warriors critiquing online, jealous second-rate heroes, and ruffians he had previously taught a lesson. Such ant-like animosities were effortlessly filtered out by Wang, his gaze ultimately fixated on the two most radiant stars. In the first star, the metallic knight, Bophi, was anxiously orchestrating the city's reconstruction efforts within a laboratory. This scientific madman cursed under his breath with each directive he issued. Damn it. Observing this scene, Wang could not help but chuckle softly, realizing it was unnecessary to teach him a lesson through the network. He understood well that rational egoists like Bophi were more manageable. As long as he comprehended that the costs of resistance far outweighed any potential gains, he would become more compliant than anyone else. The sight within the second star, however, brought a smile to Wang's face. The Psych's Institute was in utter disarray. Two identical blue-haired beauties sat back to back on the ground, panting heavily. "You ungrateful wretch! Where would you be without me?" Psych shouted furiously. "Old maid is still an old maid. Even insults lack creativity." The clone retorted defiantly. Their garments were in tatters, exposing large swathes of their snow-white skin, both exhausted from their conflict. Nevertheless, they continued to hurl the most venomous words at each other. Eventually, a pair of green eyes and a pair of light purple eyes simultaneously turned towards the intact cultivation pod in the corner of the laboratory. Despite their heated argument over who was the original and who was the clone, their mutual hatred for Wang was astonishingly unanimous. After all, they were split from the same soul. Enough. Psyche struggled to stand, pointing at the cultivation pod. This is not the time for infighting. That wretch must pay the price. The plan must be executed. The clone also stood up with a stern expression, dusting off her backside. Agreed. Subsequently, the two, leaning on each other for support, approached the cultivation pod. However, upon seeing the perfect body within the nutrient solution, they fell into a momentary silence regarding who should pay the price to activate this form. The clone urged, "Hey, old maid, you have experience. Why don't you do it this time?" "You bastard!" Sykes exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger, revealing an enticing cleavage. The two once again bristled with tension, invisible sparks of mental energy crackling in the air. Finally, the clone coldly suggested, "Let us compromise. We each sever a portion of our soul fragments, merge them, and infuse them." She pointed at the unfortunate figure in the cultivation pod and continued, "The total remains unchanged, and the risk is shared." Sykes' original form's eyes flickered, weighing the pros and cons. This truly was the fairest solution available. A notion she had never considered before, implanting another's soul into a body identical to her own. Agreed. But do not even think about the core permissions of the third eye. All she needs is the same memories as us. She absolutely would not allow the creation of another entity that could potentially backfire against her. The clone smirked. Perfectly agreeable. A compliant tool requires no capacity for rebellion. Meanwhile, amidst the celestial sea, Wang observed this entire spectacle, reveling in the absurdity of their self-inflicted conflict. Truly the antics of foolish beauties. As for Sykes' revenge scheme, Wang felt no apprehension. The monstrous cells of the great serpent could infect others, transforming them into monsters. Primarily relying on its higher life form, achieved through repeatedly breaking limitations to erode the target. Once the monster cells lost their vitality, or if the life level of the target surpassed theirs, these cells would merely be high-protein nutrients. Unfortunately for them, after the Emperor Engine's ascension, Wang's life level had far exceeded that of the great serpent. Should the foolish beauty dare to employ her charms against him, he would ensure she paid dearly for it. Within the laboratory, the two Sykes reached a consensus. "Are you ready?" Sykes' original form asked through clenched teeth. The clone coldly nodded. "Less chatter, let us begin." They braced themselves against the excruciating pain of severing their souls, their fingertips coalescing deep purple and light purple soul fragments, akin to two pulsating flames. In unison, their fingertips touched the transparent exterior of the cultivation pod. The soul fragments, seemingly alive, effortlessly penetrated the barrier, slowly merging into the body within. As the soul fragments infused, the body in the cultivation pod suddenly opened its eyes. Those were pitch-black pupils, devoid of Sykes' emerald hue or the clone's light purple, resembling two bottomless pools of ink. Ah! The newly birthed unfortunate soul curled up in agony, cradling its head. Memory surged forth like a tidal wave, all of Sykes' experiences, the clone's thoughts after its creation, and the profound hatred the two harbored for Wang, but lacking the core permissions of the third eye. As the pod's door opened, the nutrient solution gushed out. The unfortunate soul stumbled out of the pod, collapsing to the ground and coughing violently. Sykes looked down at her, devoid of even a trace of sympathy. "Remember your task." The clone also crossed her arms, sneering. "Don't let us down, tool." The unfortunate soul slowly raised her head. A flicker of grievance and unwillingness flashing in her black eyes, quickly suppressed. Trembling, she extended her hand, accepting the metal vial. I will complete the task." Her voice soft and compliant, starkly contrasting with the assertiveness of the two Sykes. Sykes nodded in satisfaction, tossing her a school uniform. "Put this on and head out immediately. You should be at the city." The unfortunate soul silently donned the attire, the oversized uniform unable to conceal her graceful figure. She lowered her head, resembling a subdued young bride as she walked towards the laboratory's exit. Only after her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor did Sykes and the clone simultaneously exhale in relief. Finally resolved, Sykes' original form rubbed her temples. The clone glanced at her. "Let us hope this tool proves reliable." Sykes scoffed. "As long as she can get close, our plan is already halfway to success." The two exchanged a knowing smile, momentarily united in their purpose. After all, even if the plan failed, the loss would only be a clone, while they themselves would remain in the shadows, awaiting to reap the rewards. The expended soul, under the properties of the third eye, could also gradually recover. Chapter 79, Methods to Break the Limiter. Shall we engage Saitama in battle? With a thought, Wang's consciousness returned from the vast celestial sea to the realm of reality. In the bedroom, the Snow Maiden and the Mosquito Girl remained in a deep slumber, their graceful forms glistening alluringly in the morning light. However, with his heightened perception, he could easily detect a subtle, unnatural pause in their rhythmic breathing. Clearly, the two ladies had long since awakened. The shameful and absurd events of the previous night had led them to tacitly choose to bury their heads in the sand, neither willing to be the first to open their eyes and confront the candid dawn. Wang gently shifted his arm, causing both bodies pressed against him to stiffen momentarily. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he playfully slapped their remarkably pert backsides, producing a crisp sound. Still pretending to be asleep? If they didn't get up soon, they might be exposed. Wang's words were not mere hyperbole. Previously, during the ascension of the Emperor Engine, energy had surged uncontrollably, vaporizing all the furniture in the bedroom, curtains included. Though Wang's apartment was situated on a high floor, with the nearest building several hundred meters away, there could very well be idle onlookers with binoculars catching sight of their naked forms. Wang, unbothered by the possibility of his own body being seen, after all, his physique would evoke screams of admiration from women and feelings of inferiority in men, was not keen on allowing others to gaze upon his women's bodies. Suddenly, the two women, who had been feigning sleep, could no longer afford to be ashamed. Almost tumbling out of Wang's embrace, they hurriedly covered their crucial areas with their hands, resembling startled fawns, as they dashed out of the exposed bedroom towards their respective rooms in search of clothing. The air was left tinged with their flustered exclamations and the fleeting scent of perfume. The sight of their hasty retreat brought a chuckle to Di Wang's lips. Stretching languidly, he approached the window, the morning light casting sharp angles upon his chiseled face, accentuating his rugged features. After admiring the city bathed in dawn's embrace for a moment, Di Wang's thoughts shifted, summoning the system panel. Deterrence system. Host. Di Wang. Level 1. Experience points. 0-100. Attributes. Strength. 100. Agility. 100. Spirit. 100. Skills. Emperor Engine. Transformation. 15. Carbonated Bomb. Mastery. 03000. King S. Summon. Beginner. 050. Flowing Rock Shattering Fist. Mastery. 03000. Conqueror S. Hockey. Mastery. 03000. Observation Hockey. Mastery. 03000. Armament Hockey. Mastery. 03000. Deterrence points. 645750. Firstly, the 3 striking 100s in the attributes section caught his attention. This was the comprehensive feedback from the ascension of the Emperor Engine, propelling both his physical and mental capabilities to the pinnacle of the mundane realm. According to the system's explanation, to continue advancing, one must first break through their own limitations. Di Wang attempted to expend 100 deterrence points to elevate his level to 2, gaining 10 free attribute points. However, when he intended to allocate these points to his strength attribute, the field displayed a lifeless gray, unresponsive to his mental prodding. Evidently, attempting to break through the limitations through mere point allocation was a futile endeavor. Rubbing his chin, Di Wang contemplated. According to the setting in the world of One Punch Man, breaking through limitations requires enduring life-threatening situations, subjecting the body and spirit to burdens that exceed common understanding. The first person he thought of was Saitama. In the entire world, only that unfathomable bald man possessed the ability to bring him to the brink of death. Yet, as soon as the thought emerged, he dismissed it. The bald man fought with indiscriminate force. Should he become overly excited, he might inadvertently deal a fatal blow. Although the Emperor Engine's eternal rhythmic nature theoretically rendered him immortal, facing a being capable of shattering dimensional barriers with a single punch left Di Wang feeling uncertain. He vividly recalled how, in the original story, Saitama effortlessly caught the dimensional slash from the god of ninjas and disarmed him, an act that transcended the laws of physics. Never mind, the universe is vast. There must be suitable opponents to be found. Di Wang temporarily set aside this perilous thought and redirected his attention to the skills panel. Emperor Engine. Transformation. 15. The question mark following the skill immediately piqued his interest. Clearly, this skill had encountered a bottleneck even at the transformation stage. To ascend to the highest realm of perfection, mere deterrence points would not suffice. Specific conditions must be met. However, Di Wang was in no rush. With his current strength surpassing that of dragons, he found it difficult to encounter worthy adversaries on Earth, aside from deities. Besides, he believed that with enough time, he would eventually achieve his goals. For now, he decided to elevate his other skills to the transformation stage. Gazing at the remaining 60,000 deterrence points displayed on the interface, Di Wang grinned like a newly affluent individual. After all, he was not short on resources. With a sweeping gesture, the system notifications rang out in succession. Deterrence points 3,000. Skill Carbonated Bomb upgraded to perfection. Deterrence points 3,000. Skill Flowing Rock Shattering Fist upgraded to perfection. Deterrence points 30,000. Skill Carbonated Bomb upgraded to transformation. Deterrence points 30,000. Skill Flowing Rock Shattering Fist upgraded to transformation. Deterrence points 30,000. Skill Armament Hockey upgraded to transformation. With each skill breakthrough, Di Wang could palpably feel a qualitative change occurring within his abilities. When the final Armament Hockey ascended successfully, he felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, with every movement radiating an innate sense of harmony. Ah, this is the exquisite sensation that power brings. Di Wang stretched contentedly, his joints cracking like popping beans. The mosquito girl, carrying a set of clothes, gracefully entered the room. Her pink hair cascaded down, with a few rebellious strands playfully brushing against her forehead. In her large, watery eyes lingered a hint of lingering shyness. The communicator on the coffee table had been ringing incessantly, indicating an urgent message from the Hero Association. I understand. I'll check it out right away. Di Wang replied, while turning to take the clothing from the mosquito girl. He quickly donned the outfit with ease. Before leaving the bedroom, he couldn't resist stealing a kiss on the mosquito girl's delicate cheek. This sudden gesture caused her to blush and her heart to race. Entering the living room, He saw the Hero Association's special communicator vibrating violently on the coffee table. Wang stepped forward, picked it up, and swiped his fingertip across the screen, revealing an urgent rescue message in bold red. Chapter 80. The crossbow appears. Level emergency alert. A ghost-level disaster has occurred at City Times Square. Disaster characteristics: mind-controlling monster. Suspected to manipulate humans through special weapons. Dispatched heroes: Spring Mustache, Golden Ball, Smiling Superman. All have gone missing. Nearby heroes of level A are requested to provide immediate assistance. After reading the message, a slight smile crept onto Wang's lips. At this time and place, one could hardly believe it was not the work of Saitama. Are you heading out? Unbeknownst to him, the Mosquito Girl had already changed into her maid outfit and stood quietly at the entrance, holding Wang's black trench coat. Wang approached, accepting the coat and draping it over his shoulders. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he leaned down and whispered a few words into the Mosquito Girl's ear. Whip? Candle? Pepper spray? Essential oil? The Mosquito Girl widened her eyes in surprise, her small mouth slightly agape as she asked, "What do you need those things for?" It seemed she suddenly realized something, her rosy cheeks blushing at a visible pace, and her voice, soft as a whisper, murmured, "I won't be able to handle that." Wang couldn't help but chuckle at her shy and adorable demeanor. With a hint of mischief, he refrained from explaining and merely reached out to gently caress her flushed cheek. "Be good and go buy them. When I return, you'll understand." Reluctantly, the Mosquito Girl agreed in a hushed tone, her thoughts racing toward increasingly unsavory directions. In the bustling Times Square, chaos reigned in what was once a vibrant commercial hub. Screams echoed as the crowd scattered, shattered glass littering the ground. Strangely, at the center of the square, a line of over 100 people stood in order, each with bizarre heart-shaped gleams in their eyes and an entranced smile on their faces. At the front of the line, a voluptuous blonde wielded a whip, strutting back and forth with an air of superiority. She wore an outfit that barely qualified as clothing, tight black leather that scarcely concealed her curves, a bra modestly covering her chest, a minuscule skirt that barely enveloped her hips, and fishnet stockings adorning her long legs, all accentuated by 10-centimeter stilettos. Most striking was the chain-decorated mask that lent her an alluring yet dangerous charm. Crack! The whip sliced through the air with a sharp snap. "Line up, you useless slaves." Her voice, laced with haughty tremors, commanded, "To be a plaything of my queen, the crossbow lady, is a fortune you can only dream of." Wang stood at the edge of the square, his black trench coat fluttering in the breeze. Indeed, she was the popular antagonist from the One Punch Man comic. The Crossbow. This character, who had captured countless fans with her unique training methods, appeared even more seductive than depicted in the comic. The way her bosom swayed with each crack of the whip, the curves of her hips that were barely concealed, and the grace with which she maneuvered in high heels were captivating. Wang did not rush to rescue the hostages. With his arms crossed, he lounged against the glass window of a boutique at the square's edge, the hem of his trench coat dancing in the gentle wind. Given his understanding of the crossbow, he knew that this monster was merely indulging in her training games and would not truly harm the hostages. Therefore, he thought it best to observe how Sykes would employ her charms. The crossbow was currently brandishing her whip, pacing atop a platform in the square. With each crack of the whip, her ample bosom bounced enticingly, creating thrilling arcs beneath her tight leather outfit, while the curves of her hips drew all eyes. "Kneel before me," she commanded, striking a suited man with her whip. "Today, I shall train you disobedient slaves." Her tone conveyed arrogance but also an inexplicable allure. Wang watched with keen interest when suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from a nearby corner. He turned slightly to see a blue-haired schoolgirl with round glasses running toward him in a panic. The buttons of her school uniform had burst open, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. As she ran, her voice trembled. "Sir, please save me." Wang raised an eyebrow, his amusement deepening. "Here she comes." Though her performance was a bit exaggerated, the emotion was palpable, worthy of a nomination for Best Newcomer. Her cries also caught the attention of the crossbow. Upon recognizing the girl, her pupils constricted in shock. "It's her, the target that the Great I had ordered to capture alive." It turned out the crossbow's outing was not merely to satisfy her desires, but was a direct command from the Great I to capture the blue-haired schoolgirl. Failure would result in a punishment akin to awakening a cockroach, destined to be fed to the monster leader, King Dashi. The thought of such a fate sent shivers down her spine, the chill overtaking her instinctive fear of the legendary name. "You little brat, where do you think you're going?" The crossbow's voice thundered as she abandoned her regal poise, transforming into a swift shadow that lunged at the blue-haired girl. Her whip lashed out like a venomous snake, aiming for the girl's slender waist. The crossbow realized she was no match for her opponent and planned to capture the girl and flee, discarding her newfound toy in the process. However, Wang had other plans. The setup for this heroic rescue was too well orchestrated to ignore. This time, he intended to take both the villain and the beauty. Without a grand display or dazzling effects, his figure seemed merely to blur momentarily in place. The next instant, the crossbow found herself bound in an embarrassingly humiliating manner by her own whip. Her voluptuous form appeared even more pronounced in such a binding. "Ah, you bastard. Let me go?" she exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury coloring her cheeks crimson. Never did she expect that as a top-tier monster, she would be subdued so effortlessly in a single move, and in such a degrading manner. The whip dug deeply into her fair skin, causing pain, yet also an inexplicable thrill. The blue-haired girl timidly approached, her hands nervously wringing her skirt, a blush creeping across her face. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, her downcast lashes trembling slightly. "If you hadn't come in time, I really wouldn't know what to do." She furtively glanced up at Wang before quickly lowering her gaze again, unaware that yet another button had popped open, revealing even more of her porcelain skin. Wang, however, was uninterested in continuing the charade. He reached out, lifting the girl's chin to force her to meet his gaze. A playful smile graced his lips. "Sykes, or should I call you the Great Eye? How do you find this little performance?" Chapter 81. Sykes' misfortune in a research facility 1,000 meters underground. The laboratory, once ravaged by battle, had been completely restored. The torn alloy panels were seamlessly rewelded, and the shattered equipment replaced with the latest models. Before the central control console, 2 luxurious leather recliners sat side by side. Sykes lounged lazily on the left, her long fingers delicately holding a crystal goblet. The dark red liquid swirled in the glass, leaving enticing trails along the walls. Today, she wore a deep purple silk robe, the neckline plunging low to reveal generous expanses of her alabaster skin. Her legs, wrapped in black stockings, intertwined gracefully, with the crystal heels of her shoes gently swaying in rhythm with her delight. "It seems the plan is proceeding quite smoothly," Sykes mused, taking a sip of red wine, her scarlet lips leaving a sultry mark on the rim of the glass. Her emerald eyes were fixated on the enormous screen overhead, which displayed live footage of Times Square. The clone reclined elegantly on the right, clad in a delicate pink lace nightgown paired with pure white stockings, creating a stark contrast to Sykes. She cast a languid glance at the screen above, casually remarking that useless crossbow has finally proven somewhat useful. At least she successfully lured them out. "To the strongest man on the surface about to fall into our trap. Cheers," Sykes proclaimed, her voice brimming with confidence. "Cheers to her flawless plan," the clone added coldly, her eyes glimmering with pride. With the crisp sound of glasses clinking, the two momentarily set aside their grievances, sharing a smile. On the screen, their meticulously arranged misfortune package had successfully made contact. Upon realizing the true identity of this unfortunate package, the two did not panic. Instead, they wore smiles that betrayed their successful scheming. "Indeed, he recognized me," Sykes chuckled lightly, slowly crossing her legs, the hem of her nightgown cascading down to reveal more of her alabaster thighs. "I told you, that night he could call our names. He must have gathered quite a bit of intel. This is even better. Let him think he has unraveled our plan, which will make him more at ease in taking her back." The clone languidly stretched, the lace robe slightly opened, hinting at her delicate collarbone. "The psychology of men is indeed fascinating," Sykes mused, swirling her wine glass, a playful smile gracing her lips. "When they believe they have everything under control, it is precisely the moment they are most vulnerable, and when our little gifts come into play. This time, we have anticipated his anticipation of our anticipation," the clone added proudly, her eyes gleaming with expectation, eager to witness the expression on his face when he realizes he has been outmaneuvered. The two clinked their glasses once more, toasting to the imminent victory. The rich aroma of red wine lingered on their lips, intoxicating, much like the traps they had so carefully laid. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, the unfortunate package on the screen suddenly took an action that surpassed all expectations. She pulled a tube of metallic serum from her sleeve and began detailing the entire plan. "What is she doing?" Sykes' voice suddenly rose, trembling with disbelief. The clone abruptly sat up from her chaise, oblivious to the slipping strap of her nightgown. "That fool. Has she lost her mind?" "Times Square, the city." Sykes, with dark eyes, bit her lip and murmured, They don't care about my well-being at all. Whether the plan succeeds or fails, I will be discarded like a pawn, rather than this. So you have turned against us? Wang surveyed the girl before him with keen interest, bursting into a fit of laughter that left him doubled over. Ha ha, Sykes, oh Sykes. Wang's voice dripped with mockery. You truly are a foolish beauty, betrayed by your own clone. Sykes tilted her head in confusion, her innocent gesture making her appear even more naive. Are you not angry, sir? I originally came to harm you. Angry? I couldn't be more pleased. Wang exclaimed, wrapping his arms around the slender waist of the unfortunate package, saying, in that case, I shall accept this gift. Yet, despite his words, Wang did not fully trust the unfortunate package, remaining cautious in his heart. He intended to play along, allowing her true intentions to gradually reveal themselves. When the Bao Numo witnessed all this, though she secretly resented De Jiongyan for selling her out, she couldn't resist mocking. Men. Truly creatures that think only with their lower halves. Wang turned to look at Numo, his gaze sweeping over her enticing curves bound by the whip, saying, don't rush. You have a part to play too. I have prepared the instruments of torture. Tonight, I will interrogate you two captives thoroughly. Before leaving, he snapped his fingers, releasing the group of hostages under mental control in the square. In the underground research facility of the city, Sykes and the clone were engulfed in fury. That wretched woman. I will shred her to pieces. Sykes screamed hysterically, her telekinesis erupting uncontrollably, destroying the surrounding equipment once more. The clone was equally enraged, using her powers to tear down the large screen and hurl it to the ground. We must move immediately. That wretched woman knows we're here. If she comes with an ambush, no? Sykes suddenly regained her composure, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Since soft approaches won't work, we will resort to force. Notify all members of the Anomaly Association to prepare for a full-scale war against the Hero Association. Once the battle begins, surrounded by enemies, we will be unable to focus solely on them. The clone paused for a moment, then broke into a manic smile. Finally, things are getting serious. I like it. The two exchanged a knowing smile, but this time, their expressions were filled with a desire for madness and destruction. In the city, at the headquarters of the Hero Association, in the top-floor conference room, a power transition that could alter the landscape of the Hero Association was quietly taking place. The Child Emperor stood before the conference table. Though his voice was youthful, it carried an undeniable authority. From today onward, Mr. Sichi will officially assume the position of president of the Hero Association. With that, he adjusted his tactical glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. At this moment, should anyone voice dissent, he would unhesitatingly use the nearby Saitama mech to eliminate that person on a physical level. On either side of the conference table, the once arrogant high-ranking officials now hung their heads, not daring to breathe. They understood that in this power reshuffle, merely preserving their lives was already a stroke of luck. Bang! The conference room door was thrust open forcefully, and Sichi strode in. The newly appointed president's gaze was sharp, surveying everyone present. Anyone who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads.